For the sake of a compatible heart, the ruthless criminal Eujiming was willing to sacrifice his own son's life. Tonight, special forces and police would face off against his gang at this scam based deep in the Golden Triangle, a battle where life and death hung in the balance. On a stormy night, 6-year-old Eujiming struggled through the compound, clutching freshly dried bedding. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Nearby, a man with a broken leg was dragged into a dark room by an iron hook, leaving a long, bloody trail behind him like a slaughtered animal. Scenes like this were nothing new to Eujiming. Since he could remember, cruelty had been the norm here. Scam calls echoed endlessly from the underground level, and shrill screams rang out daily from the dark rooms on the first floor. Carefully avoiding the bloodstains in the corridor, Eujiming climbed to the second floor. Here, the sickly sweet voices of women mingled with the sounds of gambling and pleasure. Just as he was about to reach his room, the base manager, Brother Chun, suddenly pulled him inside and threatened him not to leave for the night. Meanwhile, an inescapable trap had already been set in the surrounding mountains. The Special Forces Eagle Eye and 4 other snipers, armed with Type 79 sniper rifles, kept the compound under close watch. 2 machine guns and 11 assault team members covered key positions, while over 30 police officers stood ready. Such a formidable force had been assembled for one man, Eujiming, who had fled to the Golden Triangle in 1993. In just 2 years, this ruthless human trafficker had built a criminal empire targeting Chinese people. 7 years ago, he was wounded in the heart during a raid, but like a venomous snake, he vanished without a trace. Now, desperate for a perfectly matched heart, he had set his sights on his own 6-year-old son. Lightning split the night sky as 7 Land Rovers drove into the compound. Brother Chen greeted them under an umbrella, while dozens of mercenary bodyguards stood guard. Just as the greedy Wolf Special Forces team was about to move in, an experienced mercenary, acting on instinct, opened fire and chaos erupted. Greedy Wolf's team demonstrated extraordinary skill, advancing steadily with precise coordination and support from the snipers in the hills. But the enemy had sharpshooters of their own. Eagle Eye narrowly escaped death, saved only by the sacrifice of his observer. Meanwhile, Eujiming had climbed out of a window. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he ran desperately toward the foul-smelling bathroom, his last hope for survival. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the silence, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground through the earpiece. Report. Hawk has been shot in the chest. The observer's voice came through, ragged with panic. Get Hawk to cover. The commander's steady order helped the observer regain some composure. Hawkeye was climbing down the tree trunk when bang! A bullet slammed deep into the wood beside him. Target spotted. Enemy sniper at 3 o'clock in Sector B, 980 meters away, hiding behind the slope. Southeast wind, 600 kilometers per hour, drift right by a quarter density. The observer rattled off, having pinpointed the enemy's position the moment the shot was fired. Copy that. As Hawkeye neared the ground, he rolled sharply aside. Another shot rang out, striking a rock just ahead, sending shards flying. Hawkeye held his breath and stayed perfectly still, relieved to have dodged the bullet. He edged into cover, set up his sniper rifle, and aimed through the scope at the enemy's position. Confirm if the target has moved. The moment he locked onto the spot, Hawkeye squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck the enemy's scope deadened, shattering the glass and blowing the sight apart. He couldn't see the enemy's condition, but with the sniper's scope destroyed, the threat was neutralized. Inside the base, Wolf led his team in a direct assault. Gunfire echoed everywhere. Someone tried to climb over the wall to escape, but was gunned down before reaching the top. Eujiming's bodyguards fired machine guns in a desperate attempt to hold back Wolf's team. At that moment, only Chun, a trusted aide, and a female bodyguard remained by Eujiming's side. He hurried to a locked room and kicked the door open. This was his son Eujiming's room, his heart container. The boy was never mistreated, but given his importance, Chun watched him closely. But the room was empty. Where is he? Eujiming grabbed Chun by the collar. Chun stammered, Boss, a look for him. He was just here when I stepped out. Before he could finish, the female bodyguard emerged from the bathroom, holding a trembling 6-year-old boy. The gunfire outside had terrified him. Eujiming leaned in, recognizing the strong resemblance between father and son. Suddenly, the boy burst into tears, reaching out for a hug and asking in a childish voice, Are you my dad? The bodyguard tried to intervene, but Eujiming had already taken the child into his arms. The boy immediately quieted down, clinging tightly to his father's neck. Let's go, Eujiming said, carrying the boy toward the first floor. Daddy, where are we going? The boy asked timidly. Boom. An explosion erupted in the yard, the shockwave loosening bricks and sending dust and debris tumbling down. The courtyard echoed with agonized screams. Police officers who had been waiting on the hillside were now racing toward the compound, sirens flashing. The henchmen inside, realizing the situation was dire, either tried to flee in desperation or fell dead to the ground. At this moment, the only ones left standing against Tanlang's team were the mercenaries brought by Eujiming. These mercenaries, hardened by years of living on the edge in firefights, had honed their instincts to the extreme. Their senses for danger, their reflexes on the battlefield, everything was sharper, faster than the average person. The fight between the two sides quickly reached a stalemate. "Captain, report. I've spotted Eujiming carrying a child and heading to the first floor." A sniper, catching a fleeting glimpse through his scope, immediately relayed the information. By now, snipers from both sides were locked in a tense standoff. Whoever fired first would be the first to die, so neither moved an inch. "Tanlang." The captain's voice crackled through the earpiece. Tanlang's head throbbed. His ears rang so loudly that every sound seemed distant, muffled. Still, he instinctively replied, "Copy," and signaled to his team to prepare for a breakthrough. 3-2, Onigo, he whispered. As his last finger curled in, he rolled out from cover. 5 teammates followed close behind, while the remaining 5 unleashed a barrage of covering fire to shield their advance. Tanlang kept his head low, sprinting toward the enemy's barricade. He drew a flashbang from his belt and hurled it without hesitation. In an instant, a blinding burst of white exploded in the night, plunging everyone into temporary blindness. His vision filled with blinding white. Tanlang's eyes watered uncontrollably, and his night vision goggles became useless. Relying purely on memory, he charged toward the enemy's position, firing indiscriminately. His 5 teammates rushed in behind him, cutting down the enemy with ruthless efficiency. 3 mercenaries dropped instantly. 2 more fell severely wounded, barely clinging to life. The remaining 8, seeing the tide turn, scattered and melted into the shadows, ready to regroup and strike again. "Lone Wolf, with me," Tanlang commanded in a low voice. "White Wolf, take the rest and intercept the mercenaries." Though his eyes still burned and tears streaked down his face, Tanlang knew he couldn't let this chance to chase Eujiming slip away. That man's hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent Chinese citizens she had to pay for his crimes. Tanlang and Lone Wolf pressed on in pursuit. The compound was massive, filled with chaos and panic. Henchmen and trafficked captives alike hid in dark corners, desperate to stay out of sight. As Tanlang and Lone Wolf pushed deeper in, they realized the layout was a confusing maze. There was no telling where Eujiming might be. Now and then, they came across a rescued captive, but each one was too traumatized to provide any useful information. They clung to Tanlang and Lone Wolf, begging to be saved. Frustrated, Lone Wolf shoved one person aside, and when another tried to grab him, he pulled Tanlang along and kept moving. They wandered through the labyrinthine corridors, searching aimlessly. Suddenly, Tanlang stopped short, and Lone Wolf halted behind him. Tanlang's gaze fixed on something, a Hito wooden toy, abandoned on the ground. He bent down and picked it up, feeling its lingering warmth. In that instant, he realized Eujiming had to be nearby. "This way," Tanlang ordered, his voice resolute and determined. Tanlang headed into a narrow alley. Rain had soaked the ground, turning the muddy passage between 2 walls into a difficult path. This was a drainage channel, where water collected on the rooftops flowed down and gathered into a small stream, the current deep enough to cover the tops of his shoes. The area was shrouded in darkness, with not a single light in sight. Trash floated in the dirty water, blocking the drainage. On the damp wall, a faint, child-sized handprint was barely visible. Tanlang exchanged a glance with Dulong. Eujiming was carrying a child, and the size of the handprint matched the child's palm. Whether it was left intentionally or by accident was impossible to tell. Either way, Tanlang had no choice but to enter the alley. Dulong trailed 10 meters behind, moving cautiously and ready to provide support at any moment. They navigated the maze-like alleys with care. At every intersection, a fresh, wet handprint appeared, as if marking their path. Tanlang felt a wave of confusion. Were these handprints really guiding them somewhere? Could a child be so deliberate? Just then, Tanlang stepped on a loose metal plate. He crouched down to inspect it and discovered it was a manhole cover. The surface was crusted with rust, evidence that it had once fit tightly but had been pried open in haste, making it easy for him to lift. "Commander, I found an underground passage. Not sure where it leads. Eujiming has already entered. Dulong and I will continue the pursuit," Tanlang reported quickly through his earpiece. "Copy that. Stay alert," the commander replied, immediately dispatching a police team to search the nearby forests and caves in case Eujiming tried to escape that way. Tanlang signaled Dulong with 3 quick gestures. Wait 3 seconds before following, and stay alert for threats from behind. Once he was sure Dulong understood, Tanlang jumped into the underground passage without hesitation. The air inside was thick and foul, reeking of various unpleasant odors that made him wrinkle his nose. Thankfully, it wasn't suffocating, and he could still breathe, though uncomfortably. He gripped his assault rifle and moved forward cautiously. Soon, he spotted another fresh, wet handprint left by the child, so recent that the moisture hadn't yet evaporated. Clearly, they were getting closer. Through his night vision goggles, Tanlang could see the filthy, decaying interior of the tunnel. He quickened his pace, following the passage deeper inside. Faint footsteps echoed ahead, prompting him to close in on the sound's source. Up ahead, A flashlight beam flickered briefly. Tanlang realized Eujianhua's group was moving quickly, but last night's heavy rain had flooded the tunnel, slowing them down and giving him a chance to catch up. Rounding a corner, Tanlang quickly raised his rifle, taking aim at the female bodyguard beside Eujianhua's most dangerous threat. He needed to take her out first. But she was highly alert. The instant Tanlang leveled his weapon, she turned and spotted him. Reacting instantly, she pushed Eujianhua's head down and pulled him aside, pressing him flat against the wall to avoid the shot. Tanlang frowned slightly, realizing that this pursuit was about to get even more complicated. The muzzle swung, and the bullet shot straight at Chungu. Reacting swiftly, Chungu grabbed his trusted aide beside him and shoved him forward, using him as a shield against the incoming bullet. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and blood burst from the aide's neck. As the bullet struck, a hot stream of blood gushed from the wound, spraying everywhere. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that the boss he had loyally served for years would sacrifice him to save himself. Chungu shoved the collapsing body aside, revealing the pistol in his hand. Almost at the same moment, the female bodyguard raised her submachine gun and fired several rounds toward Tanlang's hiding spot. Tanlang quickly leapt back behind the corner as bullets slammed into the wall like a rainstorm, sending chips of stone flying and causing the wall to crumble under the onslaught. Each bullet embedded itself deep into the concrete. Taking advantage of the chaos, Eujianhua grabbed Eujiming and dashed toward the end of the corridor. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Tanlang cursed inwardly Eujianhua was escaping. As he peeked out, a bullet grazed his cheek, drawing blood and searing pain, but he had no time to worry about it, and quickly ducked back behind cover. Turning to Lone Wolf, who was following close behind, he signaled with his hand. Without hesitation, Lone Wolf stepped forward into the middle of the corridor. Tanlang immediately tossed a flashbang. In an instant, a blinding light overwhelmed everyone's vision. During that brief moment of blindness, Lone Wolf charged forward, firing his machine gun in a sweeping arc. Chungu and the female bodyguard didn't hesitate for a second, diving to the filthy, waterlogged ground. The gunfire echoed harshly through the sewer tunnel, sounding even more piercing than usual. Eujiming covered his ears, dizzy from the noise, and whimpered, "Daddy, it's so loud, my ears hurt." Before he finished, he quickly pressed his hands over Eujianhua's ears and whispered, "Daddy, your ears must hurt too. They'll cover them for you so you won't hurt." A shard of porcelain that Eujiming had hidden in his sleeve began to peek out, the sharp tip glinting coldly. Eujianhua tightened his grip around Eujiming, holding him even more securely. His steps slowed briefly, but he quickly regained his pace. Eujiming pressed his cheek against the man's rough face and murmured softly, "Don't be scared, Daddy. They'll protect you." The veins in Eujianhua's neck bulged, looking as if they might burst at any moment. Eujiming was still young and weak. Though the shard was sharp, it probably wasn't enough to inflict a fatal wound. He wasn't sure he could succeed, was waiting for the right moment. If no one intervened, he might have no choice but to risk everything. Still, Eujianhua instinctively patted Eujiming's back, a silent gesture of reassurance, as if trying to comfort both the child and himself. Taking advantage of the moment when Lone Wolf was suppressing the enemy, Tanlang also charged forward. Bullets flew in a constant barrage, tracing fiery arcs through the dim corridor. The only light came from shattered glow sticks, casting a faint bluish-green glow barely enough to make out vague outlines, let alone identify anyone clearly. Tanlang couldn't tell if his shots had hit their mark, not until the trigger clicked. Eujiming's magazine was empty. Almost at the same moment, Lone Wolf's gun gave the same dry sound. Tanlang quickly reached for his waist, ready to reload. But just then, a faint ripple disturbed the water's surface. The enemy, unharmed, rose up from the water. No time. Acting on instinct, Tanlang hurled his empty gun with all his strength. The female bodyguard fired a shot. Her bullet collided with the flying gun, sending sparks flying. She swiftly dodged the unexpected projectile, but just as she raised her weapon again, Tanlang appeared before her like a phantom. His combat knife flashed coldly in the dim light, slashing straight at her face. She was forced to block with her gun, the knife tip wedging against the barrel. They locked in a tense standoff. Using the momentum, she shoved the gun forward, using the recoil to spring herself backward. The gun flew from her hands, but she managed to put distance between them, smoothly drawing a short blade from her boot, while keeping her eyes fixed on Tanlang. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf and Brother Chun were locked in a deadly struggle, every move aimed to kill, with no hesitation or restraint. Tanlang realized the female bodyguard was only buying time, giving Eujianhua a chance to escape. The thought made him anxious, his attacks growing impatient. Although he never underestimated any opponent, especially not a woman, his urgency caused him to slip. The bodyguard seized the opportunity. After deflecting his attack, she grabbed his arm, twisted her body, and leaped up, locking her legs around Tanlang's neck in a scissor hold, trying to throw him off balance. Tanlang staggered, but didn't fall as she had hoped. Instead, with her perched around his neck, he managed to grab her ankle. Sensing danger, she slashed at his throat with her knife, but she was a fraction too slow. Tanling's grip tightened. The bodyguard lost her balance and fell. Her blade changed direction, plunging into Tanling's shoulder over an inch deep, stopping only when it hit bone. His strength prevented her from pushing further, so she gripped the handle and yanked the knife free. With a beastly roar, Tanling held tight to her ankle and slammed her hard against the wall. The impact shook the concrete. He didn't stop turning. He swung her into the opposite wall. Ugh! After two brutal collisions, the bodyguard finally let out a muffled cry, blood seeping from her forehead. Tanling, like a maddened animal, still refused to let go. He kept swinging her into the surrounding walls, each blow accompanied by a dull thud and the sound of cracking plaster. He was battering her like prey, making sure she was completely subdued. It was impossible to tell how long it lasted. By the time Tanling stopped, his wounded shoulder was numb and weak, and the bodyguard's head was a bloody, mangled mess. The walls bore several deep dents. She was barely conscious, blood trickling from her lips, her body convulsing. Tanling tossed her aside without a second thought and turned to look for Lone Wolf, only to see his teammate leaning against the wall, clutching a bleeding stomach wound. Lone Wolf, Tanling shouted, rushing over to check on him. "I'm fine, Captain," Lone Wolf gritted out, a grim smile twisting his face. "That guy's in worse shape than me." Lone Wolf's voice was weak, clearly due to exhaustion and severe blood loss. Across from him, Brother Chin, already decapitated, looked even more gruesome than Lone Wolf. "Let me bandage you up." Greedy Wolf fumbled for the first aid kit hidden in his clothes, but Lone Wolf pushed him away firmly. "Captain, go after that bastard Eujiming. If he gets away, I took this bullet for nothing. Don't worry about me. White Wolf and the others will be here soon. I can hold on." Hearing this, Greedy Wolf didn't insist. He just warned Lone Wolf to be careful, then pulled a spare handgun from Lone Wolf's backpack and took off in the direction Eujiming had escaped. Outside, the rain seemed to have stopped, or maybe the tunnel was sloping uphill. Greedy Wolf could feel the water getting shallower beneath his feet, but after an hour of searching, he still hadn't found any trace of Eujiming. The area was full of branching corridors, with no handprints to guide the way. The water was shallow but still flowing, making it impossible to tell which way to go. Greedy Wolf pressed himself against the wall, listening intently, but all he could hear was the sound of running water, offering no clue to the right direction. Suddenly, a child's shoe floated down the stream and bumped against his foot. Greedy Wolf's eyes lit up. Spotting the direction the shoe had come from, he quickly headed down that passage. The water grew clearer, the air lost its pungent stench, and the flow felt as if it was coming straight from the mountains. Meanwhile, Eujiming was still clinging tightly to Eujiming, nuzzling his face while staring intently into the depths of the tunnel. If the pursuers were observant, they should notice the small shoe head left behind. When Eujiming shifted his foot, Eujiming immediately noticed and looked down to see the child's bare feet. He couldn't help but lift the boy higher and asked coldly, "Where are your shoes?" Eujiming, though young and prone to mistakes, quickly regained his composure and replied with a blank expression, "I think that sister who pulled me out of the bathroom made me lose them." Eujiming thought for a moment and remembered how fiercely Eujiming had struggled when he was carried out. Losing his shoes made sense. After all, Eujiming was only 6, and it was unlikely he could lie so convincingly. Relieved, Eujiming hugged the child tighter and patted his small back to comfort him. Back at the base, the police had started clearing the scene. During the mercenaries' retreat, 2 had been pinned down by machine gun fire and left behind, but the rest had vanished. Survivors inside the base were being rounded up one by one. It was impossible for now to tell who was a gang member and who was an innocent victim, so everyone was cuffed and would be questioned after returning home. White Wolf, leading a few uninjured team members, followed the captain's markings and found the entrance to the underground tunnel. By then, Lone Wolf had slipped into unconsciousness from blood loss, but with sheer willpower, he managed to point White Wolf's team in the right direction before passing out completely. White Wolf quickly assigned 2 people to carry Lone Wolf out, then led the rest of the team deeper into the tunnels to search for their missing captain. There were too many forks in the tunnel, and Tanling had taken several wrong turns before finally finding the right path with Eujiming's guidance. So when the White Wolf followed its captain's markings, it also ended up taking a long detour. By then, Tanling had already caught up with Eujiming. Tanling's pistol was aimed steadily at the back of Eujiming's head, his gaze sharp and unblinking, like a hawk zeroing in on its prey. He knew better than to underestimate a man who had survived in the Golden Triangle for years and still managed to stir up chaos in China. Besides, with his injured left arm numb and useless, if Eujiming fought back suddenly, Tanling's life could easily end here. "Put down the child," Tanling ordered, his voice low as he stepped closer, never letting his aim waver from Eujiming's vital spot. Eujiming gently patted Eujiming on the back and said softly, "Be good. Wait for me a moment." He carefully set the child down. Eujiming clung to his hand, filled with reluctance and attachment. "Don't be afraid. Cover your eyes and count to 10, Eujiming coaxed, gently moving the boy's hand away. Obediently, the child covered his eyes and quickly began counting. Once Eujiming was settled, Yu Jianhua turned to face Tanlang. The moment Tanlang saw his face, his pupils constricted in shock. It was the face of a young man, barely in his 20s, completely different from the photos they had of Yu Jianhua in his 40s. Who are you? Tanlang demanded sharply. Before he could answer, the young man shot forward like an arrow. Taken by surprise, Tanlang squeezed the trigger. Without hesitation, 3 shots rang out in quick succession. The bullets struck the man's body, but it was as if they hit steel. They had no effect. He's wearing a bulletproof vest, Tanlang realized. Click. The magazine was empty. Tanlang tossed the pistol aside, ready to fight hand-to-hand. But the young man was faster, pulling a handgun from behind his waist. Years of training kicked in, and Tanlang twisted his body at close range, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot. The bullet only tore through his side, sparing his vital organs. He'll admit, you're good. You made it this far, the young man sneered, but you're out of luck. You'll die here, by my hand. Remember my name? Eujiming. Dodging bullets as best he could, Tanlang frantically searched his memory. Eujiming, Yu Jianhua's 3rd son. Yu Jianhua's first wife had given him 4 children. Eldest daughter Eujiming, his right-hand woman. Second son Eujiming, who managed the underground network. And this 3rd son, Eujiming, who was a complete mystery. Almost nothing about him could be found in any intelligence report. Tanlang never expected to meet him here. Seizing a brief opening, Tanlang slammed the hilt of his knife into Eujiming's elbow. Eujiming's arm went numb and his gun flew from his hand. As he reached to grab it, Tanlang switched his knife to his right hand and swept it toward Eujiming, forcing him to retreat. In those few seconds, the gun skidded out of reach. Eujiming had no choice but to engage Tanlang in close combat. With his left arm badly injured and his strength fading, Tanlang used his empty pistol as a distraction, hurling it at his opponent. While Eujiming dodged, Tanlang quickly switched the knife to his right hand, launching a fiercer attack. But Eujiming was incredibly fast, targeting Tanlang's wounds with every strike, each punch landing like a hammer. If Tanlang were at his peak, he might have held his own, but now, battered and exhausted, he quickly lost ground. Soon, Eujiming's vicious side kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Before Tanlang could get up, Eujiming stepped hard on his chest. Blood trickled from Tanlang's mouth, the sound of breaking ribs unmistakable. He tried to stab Eujiming's leg with his knife, but Eujiming dropped to one knee, grabbed his wrist, and slowly forced the blade back toward Tanlang's own throat. A muffled groan escaped Tanlang as he struggled to lift his numb left hand, trying to stop the knife from pressing into his neck. But after all had been through, he was spent. Helplessly, he watched the blade bite into his skin, drawing blood across his throat. Blood streamed down his neck. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out. Tanlang felt the grip on his hand loosen, his mind barely able to register the abrupt change. Before he could react, a thick drop of blood slid down from between Eujiming's brows. Eujiming's body crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsing straight to the ground. Tanlang's first thought was that his teammates had arrived to back him up. He shoved Eujiming's stiffening corpse aside, but froze in shock. Standing in the corridor was not one of his comrades, but a child holding a pistol. The boy's right hand hung at an odd angle, while his left hand gripped the gun firmly, smoke still curling from the barrel. He stood barefoot on the cold floor, lips pressed tightly together without a hint of a tremor, his gaze locked on Tanlang in absolute silence. Tanlang, breathing heavily, slowly got to his feet. When his eyes met Eujiming's, 2 pairs of nearly identical eyes collided in the air. Tanlang's heart skipped a beat. There was a raw, predatory wildness in this 6-year-old's gaze. Tanlang had gained such an expression through countless life-or-death battles, yet this child seemed born with it. Clatter! The pistol slipped from the boy's grasp, breaking the silence of the corridor. The gun was far too heavy for a child, and with his right hand fractured from the recoil, Eujiming's arm had lost all strength. Any ordinary 6-year-old would have been crying and wailing by now, but Eujiming met Tanlang's stare with remarkable composure. Captain, Bailang and the others had followed the trail of blood in the water through the corridor, which had led them here more quickly. The base was completely destroyed, but Yu Jianhua never appeared from start to finish. With Eujiming dead, there was no information about Yu Jianhua's whereabouts. Had once again vanished from China's radar. The army also failed to find Redbird, who had been undercover for 7 years. It was unclear whether Redbird was still pursuing Yu Jianhua or had already met a grim fate. If Redbird had been killed, the entire operation would have been compromised. So, how had they managed to catch Eujiming? None of these questions had answers. They could only wait for Redbird to make contact. Eujiming sat quietly in his hospital room, submitting to various examinations. His injuries weren't severe, just a dislocated hand that had already been set, but, because of his young age, the medical staff insisted on a thorough checkup. Throughout the entire process, Eujiming was exceptionally calm, allowing the nurses to examine him without a word or a single tear. The nurses, faced with such a quiet and adorable child, couldn't help but feel even more protective. Because no one knew exactly where Eujiming had come from, and since Eujiming had tried to take him away even at the end, his identity remained a mystery. In the end, he was placed in a private intensive care room, both for treatment and supervision. On the third day of Eujiming's hospitalization, a woman in military uniform arrived at his room, carrying a case. Eujiming sat on the bed, calmly observing the unexpected visitor. He showed no fear or anxiety, didn't ask a single question, and simply watched in silence. The officer gave him a gentle smile, opened her case, and took out recording equipment. Eujiming watched her every move with unwavering attention, his eyes displaying a composure far beyond his years. Not until everything was ready did the female officer pull up a chair and sit down. Her voice was gentle, yet carried a weight she couldn't quite hide. "Little one, can you tell me your name?" "Eujiming." Eujiming answered without any hesitation, his words clear and firm. The officer was taken aback for a moment. She sensed something different about this child. She realized that she couldn't treat him like any ordinary 6-year-old. Softening her tone, she adjusted her approach, though a complex emotion rose within her. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room far from the ward, 3 officers exchanged glances as soon as they heard Eujiming's name. Instantly, they made the connection: Eujiming's surname, his background in the chaotic scam base, and the protection from Eujiming. The child's identity was obvious. What puzzled them, however, was why, out of at least a dozen children, Eujiming treated Eujiming so differently. Why would he send his third son into such a dangerous environment to personally bring him back? Confused, they could only keep watching. "My name is Su Duo. You can call me Sister Duo," the officer said, her expression still gentle, radiating the patience and care of someone with a doctorate in psychology. She seemed intent on putting Eujiming at ease. "Would you be willing to tell me a few things?" Eujiming nodded, quietly watching her. His eyes seemed hollow, but he showed no sign of fear. "Jiming, may I ask you something?" Su Duo asked softly, her gaze resting on his face, waiting for his response. "Why were you at the scam base?" Eujiming answered calmly, "I don't know. I've always been there. For as long as I can remember, I've barely seen the outside world." Su Duo fell silent for a moment, as if trying to piece something together. "Do you know who your mother is?" "Chen Yanfei." His reply was concise and clear. The moment he spoke those words, everyone in the monitoring room was shocked. Chen Yanfei's codename was Redbird. She had been working undercover inside the scam base. Su Duo, however, clearly didn't know Chen Yanfei or the codename Redbird, so she gently asked, "And your mother? Where is she now?" Eujiming's expression didn't change. His voice remained calm. "She's dead. She died a year ago. Someone mutilated her and took out her organs, then tossed what was left of her body into a meat grinder and fed it to the pigs." The words were delivered with chilling calm, as if they carried no emotion at all. But everyone present, especially Su Duo, was shaken. Her throat tightened, her body trembled, and she nearly vomited. Nausea surged within her. Sensing her distress, the commander in the observation room quickly pressed the communicator. "Come back. Switch out." Su Duo fought to suppress her discomfort. Without another glance at Eujiming, she hurriedly left the ward. Eujiming remained seated, his gaze as calm and cold as a statue, watching Su Duo's panicked retreat with an expressionless face. Shortly after Su Duo left, another man entered the ward. He was scholarly in appearance and carried a box. There was no recording equipment inside, since Su Duo's gear was still in place. Without a word, the man walked up and injected a dose of medication into Eujiming's fore. Eujiming watched him coldly, his eyes empty and unfazed. After the injection, he asked in a quiet voice, "What is that medicine?" The man put the syringe away and spoke up, "A sedative, with a bit of a psychotropic. Don't worry, the dose isn't high." His tone was cold and direct, devoid of any gentleness, as if Eujiming was nothing more than a trivial presence. Eujiming's gaze followed the man's movements. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you want to know?" His voice was a little slurred, but still clear enough to understand. The man remained silent for a while before finally sitting down, waiting for the medication to take effect. Eujiming stared at him quietly, his eyes never leaving the man, as still and lifeless as a clay statue. Soon, Eujiming's vision began to blur, his surroundings overlapping and fading as drowsiness crept in. Objects swayed before his eyes, and as his gaze followed them, exhaustion slowly overtook his consciousness. The man's voice sounded again. "Why did your mother die?" By now, Eujiming's mind was clouded and his words jumbled, but if one listened closely, his answer could still be made out. "A year ago, my mother tried to escape with me. We were caught." The man paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Chen Yanfei had tried to escape with Eujiming, but ultimately failed. At the same time, those watching from the observation room began to grow puzzled. If Chen Yanfei had died a year ago, then who had been sending them messages all this time? The man broke the silence again. "Do you know who your mother really was?" His gaze held a deeper meaning. Eujiming was quiet for a moment before replying softly, "I do." He continued, his tone weary but his words still clear. "My mother had a family in China, a husband named Zhou Weiguo, and a son, Zhou Anren. But 7 years ago, when my father went on a mission in northern Myanmar, he was set up by Eujiming and captured. Soon after, His body was found at the border, with all his organs missing. At that time, Chen Yanfei left me with my grandparents and went undercover in Myanmar alone. The man's brow furrowed. He clearly knew more about Chen Yanfei's background than most. Eujiming went on, seemingly unaware of the man's reaction. To protect her identity, Chen Yanfei became Yu Jianhua's mistress when he arrived at the scam base. She thought this would give her an opportunity to get close to him, but Yu Jianhua only stayed at the base for 3 days before leaving, and she lost her chance to act. She had no choice but to hide again and wait. No one expected. Eujiming's voice grew heavier. That what she'd be left with was a growing belly. He gave a low, bitter laugh, pain flickering in his eyes. At first, my mother hated me. After all, I was the child of her enemy. But when Yu Jianhua found out she was pregnant, he sent people to check on me. She thought he cared about the child, maybe even valued me. The man waited in silence for Eujiming to continue. I remember the day I was born. My mother was so weak she could barely move, while Yu Jianhua was overjoyed. Even as a newborn, I could sense the change in his attitude. Eujiming drew a deep breath, as if recalling an indescribable fear and anger. But I couldn't escape him. He always had bodyguards around, and I never had a chance to do anything. Chen Yanfei missed opportunity after opportunity. For the sake of her mission, she had to keep enduring and waiting. In the end, she found herself staring into Eujiming's eyes so much like Yu Jianhua, feeling a murderous urge rise inside her. If she hadn't known that this child might be her only way to get close to Yu Jianhua, Eujiming might not have survived infancy. Eujiming closed his eyes as memories flooded back. As a child, he was subjected to his mother's endless beatings and cold indifference. He never understood why she seemed to despise him so much. Whenever she lashed out, he would hide in a corner and cry, only to return quietly for more punishment. Compared to his mother, he liked Uncle Chun from the base much more. Whenever his mother ignored him, Uncle Chun would take care of him. Only later did he realize Uncle Chun wasn't just being kinda, had a responsibility to ensure Eujiming's heart developed perfectly. It wasn't until he was 5 that Chen Yanfei overheard a conversation between Uncle Chun and Yu Jianhua. Yu Jianhua was asking about Eujiming's growth over the years. In that moment, Eujiming finally understood. Even though his mother had always been cold, even hateful, she had never truly stopped caring about him. Maternal instinct overcame reason as Chen Yanfei clutched Eujiming tightly in her arms and slipped away from the base under the cover of night. She hid with her child, moving from place to place, until they finally reached the harbor. But fate played a cruel trick. The ship she chose for their return home turned out to be a trap set by a human trafficking ring. Inside the cramped cabin, Chen Yanfei fought desperately to protect her young son from the criminals on board. In the end, exhausted and outnumbered, she was overpowered and brought back to the base. Eujiming witnessed everything that happened next. His mother was brutally murdered, her body dismembered and thrown into the pigsty, becoming food for several large pigs. The horror of that moment left a deep scar on 6-year-old Eujiming. He ran a high fever for 3 days and nights. If it hadn't been for Yu Jianhua's desire to harvest his heart, Chen Ge might never have sent the best medical team to save him. After his recovery, Eujiming was a changed person. The timid, fearful boy became bold, often wandering around the base and even sneaking into the scam operation areas to learn their tricks. Chen Ge turned a blind eye, as long as the boy stayed out of real trouble. The man in the hospital room, hearing all of this, suddenly had a question. Who's been passing messages to us over the past year? Eujiming answered calmly. I saw my mother repeatedly contacting the same number during her scams. Each time, she managed to swindle hundreds or even thousands of yuan. The implication was clear. He had been the one keeping in touch with the authorities all along. The man stared in shock at the 6-year-old before him, unsure whether to praise him for being truly Redbird's son or to marvel at how he had inherited Yu Jianhua's cunning. By now, the whole situation was clear. Redbird hadn't died because her cover was blown, but because she tried to escape with her son. Yet there was still one unsolved mystery. Yang Yuhui, watching from the observation room, asked through his earpiece, why does Yu Jianhua care so much about this child? Eujiming's answer was unexpected. He gently touched the right side of his chest and said, because of this. The man placed his hand over Eujiming's right chest and, feeling the unusual location of his heartbeat, his pupils widened in shock. He pressed his earpiece and explained to the observation room, this child's heart is on the right side. In these cases, the heart is not only in the wrong place, but also abnormally shaped. Yu Jianhua himself has a congenital heart defect, making him incompatible with normal donors, and even other patients with right-sided hearts can't match him. Only Eujiming, who shared his bloodline, was able to perfectly merge with it. His body and heart were an ideal fit. His heart was, without a doubt, the most suitable vessel. From the moment he was born, Eujiming had been designated by his own father as the vessel for a heart, a truth that shocked everyone. The name Zhiming was chosen in the hope that he would simply accept his fate. All right, how eats you, come back now, came the order from above. Now that everything's clear, the next step is to decide what to do with Eujiming. Upon hearing the directive, Hao Itsu turned to Eujiming and said, go to sleep. Sweet dreams. Eujiming slowly closed his eyes. Hao Itsu quietly began tidying up the equipment in the room, and finally, he gently closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, in the observation room, three people launched into a heated discussion about Eujiming's future. Given Eujiming's situation, it was impossible to send him back to normal society. First, Eujiming was still after his heart. Second, his experiences in northern Myanmar had made it impossible for him to ever fit into an ordinary life. On top of that, there was no one to take care of him. Although Chun Yanfei's parents were still alive, they could barely manage to look after Zhou Anren, let alone take in Eujiming. Besides, how could Zhou Anren possibly accept the son of the man who killed his father? Even as half-brothers, Zhou Anren would never accept Eujiming. Rather than let them become enemies, it was better to keep them apart forever. After all, Eujiming had done nothing wrong. He was always the child of the Red Bird, and he had made remarkable contributions in the operation against Eujiming. With Eujiming dead and Yu Jianhua losing an arm, it was a significant victory. Normally, someone who had achieved so much would be rewarded, not left to fend for themselves. However, it was simply unrealistic to keep Eujiming in the military who was, after all, Yu Jianhua's biological son, the child of a criminal. How could someone like that remain in the army, let alone have access to its inner circles? After a long discussion, the three still couldn't reach a conclusion. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their superiors, hoping for a decision from higher up. There was nothing more they could do. Eujiming stayed in the hospital for 10 days. If not for his naturally quiet temperament, he would have found it unbearable much earlier. He didn't have many injuries. The only reason for his prolonged stay was that his future was still undecided. Eujiming was in no hurry. Whenever the nurses came to check on him, they would always find him quietly watching TV alone. He bore a certain resemblance to Chun Yanfei, especially around the eyes. Chun Yanfei was strikingly beautiful otherwise. She would never have caught Yu Jianhua's attention. As a result, Eujiming inherited her good looks, and with his slightly chubby, youthful face, he looked like a child straight out of a mural. In just a few days, he had won the affection of almost all the nurses in the hospital. Every day, someone would secretly bring him snacks, which he always accepted politely and thanked them for. Yet, Eujiming didn't find any joy in this. Even when the nurses asked him to smile, he would oblige with a polite, breezy grin, but as soon as the smile faded, he returned to his usual calm demeanor. After 10 days, a decision was finally made about his future. The higher-ups decided to send him to the 15th New Recruits Unit, a place dedicated to training Special Forces operatives. However, he would only stay there for 3 years. Once he turned 9, he would be transferred to the N135 Special Operations Organization, known as the Extra Team, which operated outside of China. This unit wasn't part of the official military. It functioned more like a mercenary group. When certain tasks couldn't be carried out directly by the state, they would be handled under the guise of mercenaries. Eujiming's unique situation meant the military wouldn't let him go easily. Assigning him to the training camp was both a way to monitor and protect him, and an effective method to keep him away from sensitive military information. His identity had been classified as top secret, with the main goal of preventing Yu Jianhua from finding him. Today was the day Eujiming was discharged from the hospital. He sat quietly in his room, making no move to pack truthfully. He had nothing to pack. Everything in the room, from the toothbrush and toothpaste to the hospital gown he wore, belonged to the hospital. He had nothing but himself. Tanlang pushed open the door and stood at the entrance. As the temporary instructor for the 15th New Recruit Training Camp, he was in charge of escorting Eujiming. Permanent instructors were rare at the camp. Most were members of the 15th Special Forces who filled in between assignments. Tanlang's team had just completed a mission and was on a brief break, so had been assigned to help with new recruit training. Permanent instructors were usually veterans who had retired from the Special Forces due to injuries and could no longer handle the more demanding tasks, which were left to the temporary instructors. Tanlang still remembered the first time he met Eujiming. Those wolf-like eyes had felt eerily familiar, as if he was looking at someone just like himself. That strange sense of kinship was why he had volunteered to pick up Eujiming. After finishing the discharge paperwork, he went straight to the room and found Eujiming completely absorbed in the television, even watching the commercials with fascination. Eujiming. Tanlang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the crisp authority of a soldier. Eujiming turned his head slightly, but his eyes stayed on the screen. He just gave a soft mm and said nothing more. Looking at the child glued to the TV, Tanlang couldn't help but smile. This was what a 6-year-old should look like. He so different from the calm, gun-wielding boy who had shot Eujiming. He strode forward and blocked the TV. With his view blocked, Eujiming finally turned his attention to Tanlang. "Hello, Eujiming. I'm Tanlang, your temporary instructor." Tanlang opened his bag and pulled out a brand new set of children's military uniform, still in its packaging. He hesitated, unsure if he should call a nurse to help. But Eujiming simply took the clothes, quietly changed out of his hospital gown, and put on the uniform with practiced ease. The pant legs were a bit long, so he rolled them up himself. After living alone at the fraud training base for a year, had learned to take care of everything except meals on his own. Once Eujiming was dressed, Tanling picked him up and carried him to the training camp. Eujiming stayed silent the entire way, didn't ask questions like most children would, and he didn't speak at all. Tanling wanted to break the ice, but had no idea where to start. Had barely interacted with kids before. At the camp, unruly new recruits were simply put through extra drills until they were too exhausted to complain. There was never any need for coaxing or comforting. The new recruit camp had started 6 months earlier, making Eujiming the first ever to join midway. Tanlang settled him into the dormitory, helped him get his supplies, and then took him straight to the literature class. The recruits here were all young. The oldest was 12, the youngest 8, and with Eujiming's arrival, he became the youngest in the group. The Special Forces new recruit camp mainly accepted children from military families or those recommended by officers at the regimental level or above. Only 30 spots were available every 4 years, making admission extremely competitive. Each cycle saw thousands of applicants, all of whom had to pass multiple rounds of selection. This place was the talent pool for the 15th Special Forces, training future elite soldiers who would one day lead the charge on the front lines naturally. Only the very best were chosen. Before entering this place, every one of these new students had already undergone tests on intelligence, mental resilience, character, adaptability, reaction speed, and teamwork. The children who made it here were, if not one in a million, at least the very best of the best. So, when Eujiming suddenly joined as a transfer student, it caused quite a stir that very day. The classroom was strictly disciplined. No one dared whisper, but everyone's eyes would occasionally dart toward that small figure. As soon as lunch break began, the atmosphere shifted. Almost everyone's attention was subtly or blatantly fixed on Eujiming. In this special training camp, new students weren't called by their names, only by numbers 1 through 30, each with their own place. Eujiming, however, was number 30 almost as if he were an extra. After Tanlang dropped Eujiming off in the classroom, he left, and Eujiming had to get lunch on his own. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he clearly recalled every path Tanlang had taken him down. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Eujiming swung his little arms and legs and headed to the cafeteria by himself. The moment he disappeared through the door, the classroom erupted in hushed chatter. Eujiming, of course, heard it all, but he remained expressionless, tuning out the noisy. It meant nothing to him. The cafeteria counter was too high for a 6-year-old like Eujiming. Skillfully, he lifted his tray and stood on tiptoe, raising his voice into a soft, childlike tone. "Uncle, could I have a little more, please?" His voice was sweet, full of innocent charm. The soldier serving food paused, craning his neck to look over the counter. He saw a little head just barely reaching the windowsill, a pair of wide, blinking eyes looking up at him. Realizing this was the 6-year-old had been told about who looked even younger than expected, the soldier's heart softened. "Of course you can." The soldier's tone grew gentle as he heaped Eujiming's tray with meat, added rice for him, and handed over a pair of chopsticks. "If you're still hungry, just come back for more." He couldn't help but speak kindly. Anyone would feel protective seeing such a small child. Yet, the moment Eujiming took the tray, the sparkle vanished from his eyes, his expression turning blank and distant. Everything before had been an act, just a means to an end. He only gave a faint nod before turning away. Finding a corner seat, Eujiming began to eat in earnest. He finished every bite, even mixing the leftover broth with rice so nothing was left. Just as he finished, the other new students entered the cafeteria in formation, led by the class monitor. They each picked up a tray and got in line for food. As they passed Eujiming, more than a few cast glances his way. Their upbringing prevented them from mocking Eujiming openly, but those looks still stung like needles. Standing out on the first day would inevitably lead to being ostracized. After tidying up his tray, Eujiming returned to his seat and quietly observed the others. He didn't bother to hide his gaze. The other children, unaccustomed to such direct scrutiny, grew uncomfortable and quickly looked away. A sharp whistle sounded at the cafeteria entrance. The children immediately sped up, shoveling food into their mouths. 5 minutes left, announced an instructor in camouflage as he strode in. He was one of the temporary trainers at the camp. "As soon as you finish eating, assemble on the field." Bai Lang, the commanding officer of the 15th Special Unit, barked out an order that echoed through the hall. The cafeteria erupted into a flurry of movement. The new recruits who had already finished their meals straightened up instantly, snapping to attention as they shouted, "Yes, sir." Then, they raced out, eager to be the first on the field. Eujiming was a beat slower. By the time he got to his feet, most of the others had already rushed out of the cafeteria. A few kids were still shoveling food into their mouths, their eyes darting anxiously toward the retreating group. They didn't dare waste any food, but they were equally afraid of being late to assemble. Wide-eyed, they chewed as fast as they could. Eujiming was about to move when Bai Lang stopped him with a gesture. As a reserve soldier, when your instructor gives you an order, you're supposed to answer loudly with "Yes, sir," and then follow instructions, Bai Lang said. His gaze so fierce it could make an ordinary child burst into tears. But Eujiming just stared back with hollow eyes and asked calmly, "Are you training us to be puppets?" The question caught Bai Lang off guard. He looked at this defiant child, who reminded him of a little hedgehog bristling with spikes, exactly the kind he liked the most. Cadet number 30. Bai Lang suddenly called out. An 80-year-old boy leapt to his feet, answering loudly despite the bits of rice still in his mouth. Bai Lang pointed at Eujiming. Take him down. Before Eujiming could react, he was slammed hard onto the concrete floor. Pain flared across his back. Bai Lang crouched in front of him. Had enough yet? Lying on the ground, Eujiming didn't show any sign of fear. Instead, he asked, that hurt. Are you trying to bully me into submission? Exactly, Bai Lang replied, stepping back. Number 30, keep going. Number 30 didn't hesitate. He threw a punch into Eujiming's stomach, making him curl up in agony. Another blow landed on his face, causing it to swell instantly. The third punch struck his nose, and blood gushed out. Seeing his hands covered in blood, number 30 hesitated. Bai Lang sneered. Number 31, remember this. When you have no strength, no matter how defiant you are, you can't change the fact that you're weak. Bai Lang motioned for two cadets to take Eujiming to the infirmary, but Eujiming struggled to his feet on his own. He wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he flashed a smile at Bai Lang. You're right, instructor. With that, he skirted around the crowd and limped toward the field, his battered body moving with determination. For a brief moment, his eyes regained their usual emptiness as he turned away. Bai Lang raised an eyebrow as he watched the unusual boy walk off, thinking to himself that, interesting as he was, Eujiming would never truly belong in the 15th Special Unit. Eujiming, covered in bruises, made his way onto the field, where the other cadets were already lined up, waiting. They all looked at Eujiming with curiosity, though none dared break ranks under Bai Lang's stern authority. Eujiming walked to the very end of the line, stood straight, and waited for the next part of the training. Soon, everyone had assembled on the field. Bai Lang strode to the front with steady steps, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on Eujiming, who stood alone in a separate row. Number 31. Step out. Bai Lang's voice was cold as steel. Eujiming froze for a moment before realizing he was being called. Yes, he answered softly. When the instructor calls you, you're supposed to step forward and respond loudly with yes. Bai Lang frowned and called again, number 31. This time, Eujiming immediately took a step forward, squared his shoulders, and replied in a loud, clear voice, yes. Run 10 laps around the field, Bai Lang ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. The training ground was almost the size of a soccer field. For Eujiming, with his short arms and legs, even a single lap was a challenge. But he said nothing, as if had hidden away all his defiance. Enduring the pain throughout his body, he simply replied, yes, and started running. The rubber track was springy underfoot, but every step was a struggle for Eujiming, as if he were fighting against his own limits. Meanwhile, the others stood at attention, eyes fixed straight ahead, unmoving like statues. Bai Lang tempted and threatened them, but they all remained perfectly still. Eujiming watched all of this as he ran, feeling both out of place and curious. Back in that scam compound, had been surrounded by blood and death, severed limbs becoming a part of daily life. Head grown numb, even disgusted, but he had no choice but to accept it. The most common sight was empty, lifeless eyes. Over time, had come to think that was normal. Attention. At ease. Squad leader, lead the team for 10 laps around the field, Bai Lang commanded. Instantly, 30 trainees sprang into action, led by a 12-year-old boy, and took to the track. They ran fast, finding their own rhythm with each breath. Eujiming, on the other hand, was using all his strength just to push through the pain. Running any faster was impossible. His steps grew heavier, barely lifting his feet off the ground. He was so slow that the others lapped him again and again, while he could do nothing but watch. His breath came in ragged gasps, his limbs felt weak, and he moved at a snail's pace. After just 7 laps, his lungs felt ready to burst. The others finished and moved on to unknown sparring drills. Eujiming tried to pay attention to their training, but their figures blurred before his eyes as if shrouded in mist. Suddenly, Eujiming's body gave out, and he collapsed hard onto the ground. The field was so large that hardly anyone noticed, except for a few trainees who caught his fall out of the corner of their eyes. Instructor Bai Lang, he passed out. A child called out anxiously. Instinctively, he wanted to rush over, but years of drilled discipline kept him rooted in place, waiting for orders. Fainting was common for new recruits here, so most remained calm. Squad leader, step out, Bai Lang called, glancing briefly at Eujiming. Yes, instructor. The 12-year-old boy responded and stepped forward. Take him to the infirmary. The rest of you, continue training, Bai Lang ordered, unfazed by the situation. Yes. The squad leader immediately ran toward Eujiming. The summer sun scorched the ground, pushing the temperature close to 40 degrees. Eujiming was still conscious, but his body felt limp and weak. Lying on the burning track, his clothes were soaked through with sweat, leaving a human-shaped mark on the ground. The squad leader reached him and tried to help him up, but Eujiming weakly pushed him away. They'll take you to the infirmary, the squad leader explained kindly. Eujiming didn't even have the strength to speak. He simply shook his head, then painstakingly rolled over and began to crawl along the blistering track, using his arms to drag himself forward. He had already finished 9.5 laps, just half a lap left. Even if he had to crawl, he was determined to finish. The squad leader looked at him in confusion, then glanced at Bai Lang, who wasn't paying attention. Unsure what to do, he could only follow closely behind Eujiming. Sweat trailed behind Eujiming as he crawled, his arms trembling but never stopping. The other trainees couldn't help but watch, their curiosity piqued by this newcomer who refused to give up, even if he had to crawl to the finish. When they saw Eujiming this morning, everyone was a bit wary of him, even suspecting that his family had used underhanded means to get him into the new recruits training camp. It was different from those who had made it in on their own merit. But now, the look in their eyes had shifted from disdain to respect, their gazes fixed intently on Eujiming. This respect wasn't for his abilities, but for his unyielding spirit, which proved that he truly belonged in the Special Forces training camp. Dismissed. 10-minute break. The instructor's voice cut through the air. The new recruits camp wasn't quite as intense as Special Forces boot camp. While the training was tough, it was still gradual, and the cadets always got a chance to catch their breath. As soon as the order was given, the tension in the group melted away and shoulders relaxed all around. Yet, instead of scattering, the cadets found themselves instinctively gathering in Eujiming's direction. At this point, Eujiming's awareness was fading. His cheeks were burning red from the sun, his shirt soaked through with sweat, but his hands still moved forward mechanically, leaving a clear trail in the dirt. The others didn't dare get too close, afraid of breaking his rhythm, but deep down, they silently admired his determination. Bai Lang took a slow sip of water, droplets trickling down his strong jaw, then walked over to Eujiming's side. He crouched down, eyes tracing the path Eujiming had crawled, his voice low but clear. Cadet 31, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Eujiming froze at the question, turning to meet Bai Lang's gaze, his eyes empty and exhausted. After a moment, he stubbornly looked away and continued crawling. His throat was parched from dehydration, his voice hoarse, but he still managed to answer. To get stronger. Bai Lang wasn't surprised by the answer, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everyone here wanted to get stronger, otherwise they'd have been weeded out in the initial exams. And then, Bai Lang pressed, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Then I'll beat you, and see if you'll admit defeat. Though Eujiming's voice was rough, everyone heard him loud and clear. His words rippled through the group, like a stone thrown into a still lake. Bai Lang burst out laughing. Kid, I'm starting to like you. With that, he grabbed the back of Eujiming's shirt and, ignoring the boy's feeble resistance, hauled him up. That's half a lap already. Slinging the weakened Eujiming over his shoulder, Bai Lang strode off toward the infirmary, leaving the stunned cadets in his wake. The cadets watched as their instructor disappeared down the path, silent for a long moment. Some thought Eujiming was arrogant, but even more of them began to feel a newfound respect, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Bai Lang carried Eujiming all the way to the infirmary and laid him on a spotless hospital bed. The medic, seeing the dirt and blood-streaked cadet, gasped in alarm and rushed over to check his condition. After an examination, it turned out Eujiming was only suffering from heat stroke and exhaustion. A few hours of 4 fluids would have him back on his feet. The medic expertly hooked up the drip, then turned to give Bai Lang a routine scolding. I'm telling you, these kids might be future special forces, but they're still just kids. How can you push them so hard? Bai Lang dreaded lectures, and as soon as he saw the medic was about to launch into a tirade, he quickly found an excuse to slip away. The students are waiting for me, he said, making a hasty exit before the medic could continue. Eujiming had already passed out cold by the time Bai Lang brought him in. When he finally woke up, the sky outside the window was dark, and faint stars were visible. The medic was changing his 4 bottle, and upon seeing him awake, smiled gently. You're awake? There's just one more small bottle to finish, then you can go. For now, you can get some more rest. Eujiming didn't respond, simply staring blankly at the white ceiling, as if his soul had drifted away. The medic clicked his tongue in sympathy, regret clear in his voice. They've pushed this kid too far. What are we supposed to do with him now? Meanwhile, in the instructor's quarters, Bai Lang flipped through a book on military theory, his fingertips brushing lightly over the pages as he occasionally frowned in thought. Meanwhile, Du Lang was peeling off his foul-smelling socks, giving them a sniff and feeling secretly pleased they smelled better today than yesterday. He tossed the socks into a basin, poured in some hot water, and, finding it not warm enough, added a bit more from the kettle. After a day of cross-country training, his body felt especially heavy, but the warmth of the foot soak helped him relax. How's that kid doing today? Du Lang asked, enjoying his foot soak as he glanced over at Bai Lang. Bai Lang set down his book and turned slightly to face Du Lang, a flicker of interest in his eyes. That kid's got something. If it weren't for his special background, I'd seriously consider taking him as my apprentice. Bai Lang remembered clearly how eager Eujiming was to beat him. That wild determination seemed born for an elite soldier. Oh, what do you mean? Du Lang leaned in, curiosity piqued. Bai Lang stretched lazily, then recounted everything that had happened during the day. After listening, Du Lang was clearly intrigued, grinning as he said, "We'll take the new recruits tomorrow." "All right, you're in for a surprise," Bai Lang replied with a smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he jumped up from his bed. "What are you doing?" Du Lang was startled by his sudden movement. "I left him in the infirmary. The dorm's locked, can't get in," Bai Lang said as he hurriedly put on his shoes and rushed out the door. At that moment, Eujiming was squatting by the iron gate outside the dorm building. His body still ached faintly, and though the swelling on his face had gone down a bit thanks to the medic's ice pack, the bluish bruise was still there. The summer night was a little stuffy, but the occasional breeze brought some relief. When his knees went numb, he simply sat on the ground, quietly gazing up at the stars, his mind strangely blank. When Bai Lang rushed outside, he saw Eujiming sitting quietly by the gate, his eyes empty and dull, as if all the energy had been drained from him. Bai Lang felt an unexpected twinge of sympathy. "Trainee number 31, Bai Lang called out. Eujiming slowly turned his head, his gaze still lifeless and distant, though there was a hint more vitality than before. He stood up, hands at his sides, and answered, "Yes, sir." His posture wasn't perfect, but there was a certain presence about him. Bai Lang pulled out a key. "Go on in." "Yes, sir," Eujiming answered softly, walking heavily into the dorm. Bai Lang shut the door behind him and locked it from the outside. Eujiming entered the four-person dorm room. The three other boys looked up at him, pausing whatever they were doing. Eujiming's eyes remained unfocused, as if he hadn't noticed anyone. To his surprise, though, one of the older boys suddenly took a piece of bread from his locker and handed it to him. "Want something to eat?" The boy's gaze was sincere, his bright eyes warm and welcoming, like stars in the night. Eujiming hesitated for a moment, then looked down at the bread offered to him. He was hungry. The afternoon's exertion had burned through his lunch, and had missed dinner while getting in for. Had planned to go without food for the night, but hadn't expected anyone to offer him something. Seeing Eujiming accept the bread, the boy seemed relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, ever since Eujiming arrived, he had shown himself to be withdrawn and aloof. "My name is Zhao Susu," as in a tiny speck in the vast sea. The cheerful, outgoing boy introduced himself as he pointed to the others beside him. "That shorter one over there? He's the one who hit you today? His name is Huatongguedonggué, as in to go and return together. And the sturdy one is Li Tanxiao, as in laughing and chatting." Zhao Su smiled at Eujiming, his tone warm and impossible to refuse. "Let's go by age. I'm 11, the oldest in the dorm. Li Tanxiao is 10, so he's number 2. Huatonggua's 8, he's number 3, and now that you're here, you're number 4. By the way, how old are you? What's your name?" He pulled Eujiming to sit at the edge of the bed, his words flowing so naturally it was as if he'd rehearsed them. Even Eujiming, who usually kept his distance from others, couldn't help but get drawn in. 6. Eujiming. Eujiming's voice was soft. He let Zhao Su pull him along, his gaze calm and detached as he quietly sized up the three boys in the room. "You're that young?" Zhao Su was surprised. Had thought Eujiming just looked small for his age, but hadn't expected him to actually be so young. In previous years, the youngest at the new recruits camp had always been at least 8. A 6-year-old could barely take care of themselves. How could they possibly keep up with training? Huatonggué stood off to the side, awkwardly looking away. Seeing the bruises on Eujiming's face, he sounded a little regretful. "Sorry." Even though he'd just been following the instructor's orders, he was the one who'd actually hit Eujiming. Now, seeing a kid 2 years younger than himself with a face full of bruises, he felt a pang of guilt. His upbringing wouldn't let him just ignore it. Eujiming simply nodded and didn't say anything. His silence didn't feel angry, more like a cold indifference that saw straight through everything. Not receiving a "it's all right" from Eujiming, Huatonggué found the moment awkward. He kept his head down, unsure what else to do. Sensing the tension, Zhao Su quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lights out soon. Number 4, you'd better eat while you can. The bathhouse is closed at this hour, so we got you some hot water. You'll have to make do and wash up here." Eujiming didn't respond. He simply opened the food packet and finished his meal in a few quick bites, moving with the efficiency of someone used to these conditions. Catching Zhao Su's look, Huatonggué immediately got up and helped mix the hot water for Eujiming. He brought the basin over and said quietly, "The water's ready." Eujiming looked at him, and for a moment, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. He even managed a faint smile. "Thank you." Huatonggué was caught off guard by the smile, and awkwardly touched his nose. It's nothing. Take your clothes off. I'll wash them for you," he added. At just 8 years old, Huatonggué could barely look after himself, yet here he was, offering to help take care of his even younger roommate, his words earnest. Eujiming nodded. He understood that if feigned warmth could make life easier, he had no reason to hold back. He stripped off his clothes and handed them over without hesitation. Huatonggué took the clothes and told him to go wash up in the bathroom. Only after Eujiming had gone and did, he let out a quiet sigh. Li Tanxiao came over and whispered, "Hey, number 3, it's one thing to apologize and get him some water, but why are you washing his clothes too?" The three of them had lived together for half a year and were as close as family, so they spoke without reserve. Huatongwei frowned and glanced toward the bathroom. He's only 6 hoes, he's supposed to wash his own clothes? He nudged Li Tanxiao, trying to move him aside, but couldn't budge him. The kid was just too solid. He gave up and focused on scrubbing Eujiming's clothes with the soap. The next morning, before dawn, the assembly bell suddenly rang on the field, waking Eujiming. He opened his eyes to a dim ceiling and the sound of blankets being tossed about. Zhao Su, Li Tanxiao, and Huatongwei were already up, quickly folding their blankets with military precision. Eujiming had never made a bed before. He stared at the messy pile of bedding in his hands, not knowing where to start. Hurry up, number 4. The instructor will be here to check any minute. Zhao Su called out as he folded his own blanket, sounding anxious. Eujiming frowned and tried to smooth out the blanket, but no matter how he folded it, it kept collapsing into a lumpy heap. Huatongwei couldn't stand it any longer. He quickly made his own bed and turned to help Eujiming with his. But before he could finish smoothing out the corners, the sound of the instructor's boots echoed nearby. The instructor glanced coldly at their messy bunks and, without a word, tossed all 4 quilts into the bathroom, leaving only a curt, "Come get them in 10 minutes, before walking away. By the time they fished their soaking wet quilts out of the bathroom, the field was already crowded with people getting ready for the morning run. Huatongwei hurriedly helped Eujiming fold his quilt, grabbed his arm, and rushed toward the track. The rules were strict. They had to run 10 laps, and only those who finished quickly would make it to breakfast. Otherwise, they'd have to go to class hungry. But Eujiming simply couldn't keep up. He was younger, had less stamina, and his muscles were still aching from the previous day's training. His pace slowed more and more. For the last 2 laps, Li Tanxiao and Zhao Su had to support him on either side just to get him across the finish line. With all the delays, they missed breakfast and were even late for class. Fortunately, the morning was filled with academic courses, and the teachers were gentle. Taking into account that Eujiming was new and still adjusting, they didn't press the issue. The lower grades hadn't yet started on firearms or battlefield skills. The classes were just regular math, Chinese, and English. Thanks to his excellent memory, Eujiming was able to catch up quickly. The afternoon physical training, however, was a different story. Although they had a new instructor, the first task was still 10 laps around the field. Eujiming managed to keep pace at first, but after 5 laps, exhaustion set in. He was breathing hard. His steps grew heavier, and one by one, the others passed him by. Still, he was doing better than the day before at least. This time, he didn't lose consciousness. Today's physical training instructor was Lone Wolf. Had come specifically to observe this newcomer who had caught both the captain's and White Wolf's attention. Lone Wolf strode over to Eujiming, matching his pace, and suddenly barked, "Faster! What are you, a lazy mule dragging its feet?" But Eujiming stuck to his own rhythm, quietly continuing the run as if he hadn't heard Lone Wolf's shouting at all. The Lone Wolf swung his whip hard, striking Eujiming's calf with a sharp snap. Eujiming stumbled for a moment, but his face betrayed no pain, nor did he pick up his pace. He just kept jogging at his usual snail's pace. The Lone Wolf let out a scornful laugh. "Hey, I thought you'd be tougher, especially with White Wolf taking such an interest in you. Turns out you're just a coward, huh?" Without waiting for a reply, he lashed out again. This time, Eujiming was ready. He paused slightly but didn't panic, showed no sign of speeding up, and stuck to his slow, steady rhythm. By now, the other trainees had already finished and were assembled neatly on the field, while Eujiming was still running, with 2.5 laps to go. The Lone Wolf watched his emotionless, machine-like figure with growing irritation. No matter how much he taunted or whipped him, Eujiming kept up that same indifferent pace, as if nothing could touch him. There was clearly something off about a kid like this. You couldn't call him good, but it didn't seem right to call him bad, either. Eujiming remained unmoved, circling the track step by step. The other trainees stood straight in formation, holding their military stance, backs ramrod straight. The Lone Wolf sighed, giving up on provoking Eujiming, and turned to watch the others. He didn't say much, just stood there, coldly observing their posture. Standing at attention was no easy task, especially during this kind of training. Stiff backs and aching legs made it almost unbearable. When Eujiming finally rejoined the group, the Lone Wolf gave the next order: "Get moving." Sandbags had already been set out for the trainees to strap to their legs for kicking drills. Eujiming's legs were already aching from the run, and with the added weight, he could barely lift them. The other trainees kicked high and strong, but Eujiming could only raise his leg a little before it dropped back down, lacking the strength for a proper kick. Today's drill required 100 kicks each. No one was allowed to leave until they finished. As soon as the Lone Wolf finished speaking, all eyes turned to Eujiming. Yet he seemed completely unfazed, as if had shut out everyone else, moving through the motions like a lifeless puppet. The Lone Wolf frowned at his blank face and sluggish movements. Had expected Eujiming to push back or at least show a hint of defiance, but there was nothing. That cold indifference seemed unshakable. Seeing that Eujiming was focused entirely on his own legs, the Lone Wolf walked over and pressed down on the leg Eujiming was about to lift. "Kicking isn't about brute force," he said, guiding Eujiming's gaze as he spun and kicked, his legs slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Eujiming watched, nodded, and tried to mimic the movement. Though his body was heavy and his pace agonizingly slow, each kick was precise slow, but technically correct. The lone wolf left him alone, letting Eujiming repeat the motion over and over, barely moving from his spot. He struggled, his kicks growing slower and more labored, but he didn't stop. Time dragged on. The other trainees finished long ago and stood waiting, while Eujiming remained alone, turning and kicking like a spinning top that never winds down. The sandbags weighed him down, making every move even harder. By now, had only managed 50 kicks. Some of the trainees couldn't help sneaking glances at him. They all knew that no one could leave until Eujiming was done. At the sound of Lone Wolf's roar, everyone at the scene instantly fell silent, quickly averting their curious gazes. He strode over to Eujiming, who was drenched in sweat and staring blankly ahead. Lone Wolf slowly circled around him. With most trainees, such intimidation would have left them flustered, but Eujiming seemed completely unfazed, continuing his limp, awkward kicks as if no one else was there. A hint of amusement flashed in Lone Wolf's eyes. He suddenly grabbed Eujiming's moving leg and gave it a sharp shove, sending him sprawling to the ground. Eujiming quietly picked himself up, shot Lone Wolf a glance, and moved farther away to continue his seemingly aimless practice. This stubbornness piqued Lone Wolf's interest. He approached Eujiming again. This time, the boy simply stopped, stepped even further away, and resumed his practice. Suddenly, a quiet chuckle rose from the crowd. Lone Wolf's gaze swept over the trainees like a blade. Teammates should push each other forward. He barked. Since number 31 is still working hard, how can the rest of you be slacking off? Numbers 1 to 30, 20 laps around the training field now. Yes, sir. The group replied reluctantly. Exhausted and close to collapse under the scorching sun, they had no choice but to obey. Led by their squad leader, they began to run. With some of his frustration vented, Lone Wolf turned his attention back to the human spinning top on the field. You're slower than a snail, he scoffed. If this were a real fight, you'd be dead 100 times over by now. Eujiming ignored him, prompting Lone Wolf to raise his voice. Number 31, show some reaction. Still, there was no response. Number 31, answer me. Lone Wolf demanded sharply. Finally, Eujiming stopped and stood up straight. Reporting, instructor. I'm here to learn, not to get myself killed. If your goal is to do me in, that's not exactly polite. His offbeat reply drew suppressed laughter from the trainees running laps. They usually only dared to complain about the instructor in Privatino. One expected someone to talk back to his face. Lone Wolf couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Number 31, if you're dissatisfied, you can file a complaint, challenge me, or do whatever it takes to get me kicked out of this camp. Reporting, instructor, I'm very satisfied. Eujiming answered without hesitation. Your crazy methods are exactly what motivate me to get stronger. For a moment, Lone Wolf was speechless. Was that an insult or a compliment? He believed he was already being as gentle as possible with these kids. Reporting, instructor, may I continue? Go ahead. The Lone Wolf was left speechless by the retort. He wasn't good with words and had no idea how to strike back, so he could only swallow his frustration in silence. Meanwhile, Eujiming started spinning and kicking again, like a whirlwind fast and fierce. That evening, Lone Wolf returned to the dormitory. White Wolf was already back, and the team leader was talking with him. When Lone Wolf walked in, Greedy Wolf called him over. Their orders had arrived. Investigate Eujiming's entry into the country. Eujiming is in China? Lone Wolf's brows knitted tightly, suspicion rising in his heart. His face grew serious. Was this man really bold enough to walk openly into China? Greedy Wolf shared the available files with the two of them. Since Eujiming had been daring enough to enter the country openly, he clearly wasn't here just for trafficking, that is, human trafficking. However, the government had classified all information about Eujiming at the highest level, and Greedy Wolf's clearance wasn't high enough to access it. For now, their job was limited to investigating. No action could be taken yet. After all, without solid evidence to charge Eujiming, they couldn't just arrest him outright. The police would handle the investigation, but as Special Forces soldiers, this wasn't exactly their kind of work. I prefer the battlefield, Lone Wolf said, tilting his head. He had no interest in this kind of meticulous, behind-the-scenes assignment. Greedy Wolf smacked him on the back of the head and said sternly, "What's a soldier's duty?" Lone Wolf immediately straightened up and replied seriously, "To obey orders." Meanwhile, Eujiming was being dragged off to the bathhouse by Zhao Su and two others. In the new recruits training camp, besides these three, nearly no one dared to approach Eujiming. The others had mixed feelings about him. In one hand, they thought he was holding everyone back, but on the other, they admired his courage to talk back to the instructors, doing what they themselves secretly wanted but didn't dare. Because of these complicated feelings, no one bullied or befriended him. He was treated almost like a stranger. The summer heat left everyone drenched in sweat. After dinner, most of them headed to the bathhouse to wash up, knowing they wouldn't have time later with battlefield survival training scheduled for the evening. The bathhouse was already packed, but Zhao Su managed to snag a spot for the three of them. Eujiming and Huatongwei were the youngest, so they squeezed in together. Huatongwei was completely at ease, quickly stripping off his clothes. Eujiming looked a bit lost, his eyes darting around at the crowd of naked boys. Seeing him frozen, Huatongwei pulled him over and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll help you get nice and clean." Huatongwei moved quickly, almost roughly, pulling off Eujiming's clothes as if he were forcing him. Eujiming stood there, dazed, letting Huatongwei strip him bare. Noticing his lack of reaction, Huatongwei couldn't help but give his soft backside a playful squeeze. "Really? Let me try," Li Tanxiao said, coming over with a grin, reaching out his hand. But before he could, Huatongwei whisked Eujiming away. "What do you think you're doing? He's just a kid, doesn't know to fight back. Could you take care of him like I do?" He teased, turning on the shower. Cold water poured down, drenching Eujiming in an instant. "You? I'm the one looking after him like a little brother." Huatongwei's voice carried through the water, half joking, half challenging. The others burst out laughing. "Come on, number 19, don't chicken out." Already gave him a squeeze. Li Tanxiao looked a bit embarrassed. He wanted to retort, but seeing how carefully Huatongwei was looking after Eujiming, he hesitated. "I couldn't handle it. I'd be afraid of hurting his soft skin with a single slap," he muttered, half helpless, making everyone laugh even harder. Eujiming, however, paid no attention to any of this. His eyes were blank, unfocused, as if he didn't hear the joking around him. The water ran down his body, and he just stared at the wall, empty inside, as if none of it mattered anymore. Suddenly, Zhao Su choked on some water and started coughing. He was the oldest of the four and felt uncomfortable hearing Li Tanxiao's words, as if the guy was treating Eujiming like a pet. He was about to say something, but ended up coughing instead. At that moment, Huatongwei was carefully soaping Eujiming's back, his eyes lingering on the dark bruises left from the beating had given him the day before. Seeing those marks, Huatongwei felt conflicted. Despite being taught not to bully those weaker than him, he couldn't shake the guilt of having hurt someone younger. "Does it hurt?" Huatongwei asked softly, noticing Eujiming flinch. Eujiming nodded vaguely, his eyes still vacant. Huatongwei, seeing his dazed expression, gently pinched his cheek. "Don't worry, he'll protect you from now on." "Hey, are you treating him like a pet?" Someone teased when they saw how carefully Huatongwei was looking after Eujiming. "Get lost." Huatongwei shot them a glare, then went right back to helping Eujiming rinse off the soap. They only had a 90-minute break, and after showering, they still had to deal with their dirty clothes. Li Tanxiao and Zhao Su took the easy route, scrubbing their clothes in the bathhouse while they washed up. The newcomer, Eujiming, hadn't brought any laundry soap, and Huatongwei, who was particular about these things, insisted on taking the clothes back to the dorm to wash them properly. Back in the dorm, Eujiming ran into an unexpected problem. Was just tall enough that the sink came up to his chin. Washing his face was fine, but doing laundry was out of reach. He dragged over a tall stool from the dorm, but standing on it made him too high, forcing him to crouch awkwardly. Watching Eujiming wobble on the stool, Huatongwei grew anxious, worried the kid would topple into the sink if he wasn't careful. That mother hen instinct kicked in again. Without another word, he made Eujiming get down, took the clothes from him, and started washing them himself. As he scrubbed, he couldn't help but sight his kid was a whole head shorter than himself. How had someone so small ended up in a place like this? The next day, Eagle Eye replaced the previous instructor. Eujiming gradually got used to the routine of having a new instructor every day. To his relief, this one didn't single him out. But the training was just as tough. Each person was issued a 3.5 kilogram training rifle and told to hold it steady without moving. As the youngest and latest recruit, Eujiming relied on sheer willpower to keep the heavy rifle aloft. Before long, his arms began to shake, but he gritted his teeth and refused to give in. After 3 days under the blazing sun, Eujiming's face started peeling. While everyone else turned to deep bronze, his skin stayed red and painful, never tanning. Things got worse, and after 2 weeks, even washing his face with water made tiny threads of blood appear. Zhao Su and the others had no choice but to take him to the infirmary. The doctor diagnosed Eujiming with a mild allergy to ultraviolet light, which had been made worse by constant sun exposure. With some ointment and sunscreen spray, his skin finally began to heal. Meanwhile, in China, Yu Xiaofeng discovered through the dark web that after Eujiming's death, Eujiming had been taken by the military. But with the military's tight security, he couldn't find any more details. Back in the hospital, Eujianhua's condition kept deteriorating. The equipment could only delay his heart failure for so long. The sooner he got a transplant, the better his chances, but he couldn't afford to wait for another suitable donor. Eujiming was his only hope, and he was determined to find the boy at any cost. Just as Yu Xiaofeng uncovered this clue, the military had already noticed his activity. Operating within China's borders, he had to be more careful than ever. At present, Yu Xiaofeng is just an ordinary tourist visa holder. As a visitor, his actions appear unremarkable to the military, and there is no easy way for them to detain him. If any evidence against him were discovered and the truth exposed, it would be nearly impossible for him to leave China. He is well aware of this, so he moves with extreme caution, alert to even the slightest sign of trouble. This keen sense for danger is precisely why Yu Jianhua entrusted him with running the dark web. Even though Yu Xiaofeng keeps a low profile on the surface, his network continues to operate quietly in the background, tracking Eujiming's whereabouts. However, their reach does not extend into the military. They can only search around the periphery. After half a month of surveillance, Lone Wolf, who had been tailing Yu Xiaofeng, cursed in frustration, "That fox." All his efforts had been wasted. Yu Xiaofeng hadn't left a single trace or provided any leverage. Lone Wolf was nearly at his wit's end, while Yu Xiaofeng remained relaxed, enjoying good food and sightseeing as if nothing was wrong. He hadn't been idle, though. His network had already gone all out, investigating Eujiming's movements. Meanwhile, Eujiming's own situation was entering a new cycle. During the team's mountain training, Eujiming had barely managed to keep up with the group. After 2 weeks of intense training, although he was still the weakest link, at least he no longer tried everyone's patience. The others hadn't resorted to violence against him, not only because he was so young, but also because his upbringing made them reluctant to go too far. There was also Huatongwei, who was like a young wolf cub, always standing by his side and protecting him. Huatongwei felt a strong urge to look out for Eujiming. Even though Eujiming never showed any sign of needing protection, Huatongwei still considered him part of his territory. If anyone dared to bully Eujiming, Huatongwei would be the first to stand up for him. Despite his youth, no one among the trainees dared cross Huatongwei. He came from a family with a long tradition of martial arts, and his elders had even fought in the Korean War. With such a strict upbringing, Huatongwei had learned from an early age to stick to his principles. Although he had once broken his own rule and hit someone out of guilt, he resolved that, since Eujiming was the weakest, he would be the one to protect him. This earned Eujiming the nickname Number 30's little kid. Eujiming seemed completely oblivious to it, spending his days either training or lost in thought. If it weren't for Huatongwei and his 2 friends always sticking close by, Eujiming would have been an easy target for bullying. Mountain running was brutally tough. Compared to training on flat ground, running on rugged mountain paths was exhausting. The instructors sat in their vehicles, guns in hand, firing warning shots into the air whenever someone fell behind, urging everyone to pick up the pace. It was everyone's first time running in such a challenging environment, and they struggled to adapt. Branches tore at their clothes, and their skin bore scratches. If it weren't for their durable combat uniforms, they would have looked like they'd been mauled by wild animals. The training grounds behind the mountain were vast, and the trainees had to run 2 laps around it. The area was full of wild snakes and poisonous insects. A single misstep could mean getting attacked. By the end of the run, everyone was completely spent, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Eujiming was always the last one, with Huatongwei practically dragging him along. If not for his sheer willpower, Eujiming would have collapsed long ago. Then, the next day, the weather in the mountains suddenly changed. A torrential downpour made conditions even worse. After lunch, the trainees were pushed back onto the muddy trails. The already slick ground became even more treacherous, making it nearly impossible to move quickly. The instructors showed no mercy, firing shots at their feet to force them forward, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Led by the class monitor, the group raced through the pouring rain. The raindrops fell like strings of pearls, pounding against their bodies with a sharp, stinging pain. No one dared to stop. Falling behind meant being targeted by the instructor's bullets, which were already whistling past. The mountain path, soaked by the rain, was now slick with mud and far more treacherous than when they had climbed it the day before. Yesterday's ascent had already left them utterly exhausted, but today, the descent was even more perilous. One careless step and a trainee might slip, tumbling down the slope in a muddy, undignified heap. The steeper the slope, the farther they rolled. Some even slid from the mountaintop all the way to the base, covered head to toe in mud. Even after a fall, they couldn't pause. They had to keep running, or risk facing the instructor's relentless gunfire. Those caked in mud found every step heavier, as if burdened with an extra load. In the end, everyone finished the run completely spent. Though drenched and filthy, no one dared let their guard down, knowing that a moment's carelessness could mean falling ill. Every year, 3 trainees are eliminated from the freshman training camp, based on the instructor's ongoing evaluations. Missing a class meant losing that session's score, drastically increasing the risk of being cut. Each trainee carried their family's hopes on their shoulders, and none wanted to return home to face their parents' disappointment. Every child here had arrived with a dream, determined to give it their all. Exhausted, the trainees dragged themselves into the bathhouse. With so many people, almost every 2 shared a single shower. Naturally, Huatongwei and Eujiming stood under one showerhead together. Li Tanxiao shamelessly squeezed in next to Zhao Su, and the 2 showered side by side. Zhao Su shifted a bit to make space, and everyone minded their own business. Huatongwei, acting like a mother hen, made sure Eujiming was scrubbed clean before washing himself. Among this group of boys, Huatongwa's actions stood out, but since the two were the youngest, everyone looked out for them. Though they joked around, no one ever went too far. Eujiming was so tired he could barely move, leaving Huatongwa to wash him without protest. Afterward, Hua hurried him out to get dressed, refusing to let him linger. Then, Hua took both of their filthy clothes and rinsed the mud off in the bathhouse. The others did the same, since their clothes were so dirty that washing them in the dorm would have been pointless. It was easier to clean them here. While everyone was busy, Eujiming sat drowsily on a bench outside the bathhouse, barely able to keep his eyes open. Since arriving at camp, Huatongwa had washed his clothes almost every time, always pushing you aside whenever he tried to help, insisting he was too young to do it properly. In reality, Eujiming didn't know how to wash clothes after all, had lived alone at the scam base for a year, learning to do many things by copying his mother. Still, who wouldn't enjoy being looked after by an older brother? Whenever Hua was at the sink washing clothes, you would find a stool to sit nearby, savoring the warmth and care he hadn't felt in a long time. Hey, Fourth, wake up! Eujiming heard someone calling him through his fog of sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked up, dazed. Suddenly, someone pinched his cheek through the blur. He saw it was Huatongwa. He was used to this and didn't mind. Wow, your kid sleeps like a log, someone joked nearby. Huatongwa's face darkened, and he set down the wash basin, ready to retaliate. But Zhao Su quickly stopped him, shaking his head. Fighting here will cost you points, and that directly affects whether you get to stay. Every trainee was extra cautious whether they'd be allowed to return next year, depended on these scores, and no one wanted to lose their chance over something so trivial. Eujiming was long accustomed to the teasing and barely cared anymore. His attitude was always not interested, don't know, doesn't concern me. So even if someone joked at his expense, he just pretended not to hear. Huatongwa loved how soft Eujiming's cheeks were still round with baby fat and irresistibly squishy. Li Tanxiao couldn't resist pinching them too, then flicked them lightly. So soft. He pinched a little too hard, leaving a red mark on Eujiming's face. The sweltering summer passed quickly. Before autumn had truly arrived, the weather turned sharply colder, and the leaves began to fall before they even had a chance to turn yellow. The training camp issued winter uniforms to everyone, which was a completely new experience for Eujiming at the scam base where he used to live. The temperature never dropped below 18 degrees, and a single jacket was enough to get through the winter. As the year drew to a close, the pressure of upcoming assessments hung over the entire camp. Most trainees were anxious about the possibility of being eliminated, but Eujiming knew he would never make it onto the official list of trainees. All he had to do was go through the motions of the assessment. The evaluation included the usual subjects: language, math, foreign languages, as well as basic battlefield survival skills, and both indoor and outdoor tests. The indoor assessment mainly tested the trainees' knowledge, while the outdoor portion was combined with a mock combat exercise. Instructors would send the trainees into the hills behind the camp, where they had to form teams and compete against each other. Because of age restrictions, real guns and ammunition weren't used. Instead, trainees carried color-coded eggs with pull rings, and eliminating an opponent meant snatching their egg and crushing it. No one in the camp wasted their breaks on sleep anymore. Every spare moment was spent training, whether or not the instructors were present. Huatongwa, in particular, took Eujiming up to the rooftop to teach him some basic moves from ancient martial arts. He worried that Eujiming, who was the smallest and weakest, might be targeted and eliminated in the outdoor assessment, not realizing that Eujiming was really just there to go through the process. The cold set in suddenly, so sharp that every breath turned to white mist in the air. The classrooms felt like iceboxes, but the instructors never turned on the heaters, insisting that enduring the cold was part of mental training. Ironically, the harsh outdoor exercises became the most anticipated part of the day for the trainees. One day, Instructor White Wolf, who hadn't been seen for a long time, returned. He strode in wearing combat boots, a few new scars on his face, what he called his badges of courage. While the other trainees looked at him with admiration, his gaze landed on Eujiming. Number 31, congratulations on finding your way. I can see a new light in your eyes, he said. Eujiming was taken aback and instinctively touched his own eyes. In a camp with no mirrors, he hadn't noticed the change in himself. The confusion he once felt had gradually been replaced by determination, and the emptiness inside him was slowly being filled. For the first time, he felt like he was starting to belong. Attention! White Wolf's order rang out. Everyone, including Eujiming, immediately straightened up. It was in that moment that Eujiming realized he truly was different now. 10 laps around the training ground. White Wolf barked out the familiar command. This time, Eujiming didn't fall behind. He kept up with the group, running lap after lap without stopping. Pair up for sparring. Squad leader, you're with me. White Wolf stepped back, waiting for the squad leader. Huatongwa naturally teamed up with Eujiming. After 2 months of intensive training, Eujiming had finally gotten the hang of ancient martial arts. Huatongwa had practiced traditional martial arts since childhood, which made Eujiming seem almost defenseless in front of him. Within just a few moves, Yu was knocked down, all within the limits Hua had set for holding back. Yet, Yu didn't feel discouraged. Instead, a sense of unwillingness welled up inside him. 6 months ago, he had been like an empty shell, devoid of spirit. Although he could pretend to fit in, anyone could see from his eyes that he was hollow and numb inside. Now, seeing Yes' transformation filled by Lang with relief at last, there was a Eujiming with real spirit and vitality. Time flowed like water, and soon deep winter arrived. The freshman training camp was about to face their first assessment. The first exam was held indoors. Like all the other students, everyone received their test papers and answered each question with great care, worried that even the smallest mistake might cost them. The written test lasted a full day. The next day was the field test, during which the students' combat abilities would be evaluated under the supervision of temporary instructors. On the first day after the test, the trainees were either excited or regretful, but Eujiming showed little reaction. His emotions were as calm and still as stagnant water, untouched by anything happening around him. On the second day, just before the outdoor assessment began, each trainee received a colorful egg with their personal number on it. If the egg was damaged, their number would turn gray on the electronic scoreboard. A group of new cadets were then sent into the back mountain, an area filled with cameras set up by the instructors, along with several drones tracking their movements in real time. All the temporary instructors were present at the assessment site that day. Having taught these kids themselves, it was time to see the results of their efforts. The mountain was cold, and the trees were bare. A heavy snowstorm just days earlier had blanketed the ground not deep enough to make walking difficult, but each step still left a clear print in the snow. The trainees didn't all enter the mountain together. Instead, each group was led in from different locations by their instructors. Eujiming was with Tanlang. After half a year of tough training, these once innocent kids had begun to show the bearing of real soldiers, standing tall and moving with confidence and purpose. Tanlang couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Eujiming's hair. Despite his short, military-style cut, Yes' hair was soft to the touch. Tanlang smiled with satisfaction. "You've grown up," he said. He pointed toward the woods. "Go on, kid. Show me what you're made of." Eujiming glanced at Tanlang and gave a small salute before turning away, running into the forest without looking back. Tanlang shook his head. You still wasn't much for words, but he believed this boy would one day become a true wolf king, cold and powerful. He could still remember the way Eujiming held a rifle, that natural killer instinct running in his veins. He was made for the battlefield. Eujiming sprinted toward the bamboo grove, his agreed meeting spot, with Zhao Su and the others. The forest was vast, and he was still far from their rendezvous, so he had to push himself to run as fast as possible, hoping to reach the others before encountering anyone else. As he ran, Yu paid close attention to the terrain around him. In the depth of winter, there were barely any wild animals, so every footprint on the ground stood out sharply. Yu was especially careful to avoid any shoe prints that might indicate someone else was nearby, making sure not to cross paths with other competitors. Right now, he was far too weak, nowhere near strong enough to compete with the others. On the training field, the trainees had already started forming small teams, preparing to face the upcoming challenges with nothing but their bare hands. A few instructors stood on the sidelines, observing the young faces before them. One veteran instructor, a retired Special Forces soldier, couldn't help but remark, "This batch has real potential. They're much stronger than we were back in the day. They know how to work in groups, play to each other's strengths, and come up with tactics unlike street thugs who just brawl without thinking." "Tanlang, didn't you guys take down 27 opponents in a row during your assessment?" the old soldier asked, turning to Tanlang and his two companions. Bailang recalled the past, a faint, bittersweet smile appearing on his lips. "I was already out halfway through that test." In the end, only the 7 oldest trainees were left, and the captain took them all down single-handedly until they surrendered. During that brutal assessment, both Dulong and I got eliminated. Only the captain, covered in blood, made it back to camp with the untouched prize. That was the only time in the history of the 15th Special Training Camp that a single person passed the final test. Suddenly, a female instructor's exclamation interrupted their memories. "Look at these kids." On the surveillance screen, several sharp-witted trainees were hard at work. Some were setting up traps with vines. Others were tying stone blades to sticks to make simple spears. They knew brute strength alone wouldn't get them to the end. In the footage, Eujiming moved like a nimble cat through the bare mountain woods. He wasn't the fastest, but he was by far the most agile, sensing threats around him with uncanny precision. What surprised the instructors most was his ability to disappear in plain sight that could hide, without any cover, even evading the cameras. The instructors noticed that Eujiming seemed to have a clear goal in mind. Soon, they watched as he slipped into a bamboo grove. The snow there was covered by bamboo leaves, with only a few dry leaves scattered across the ground. Inside the grove, Zhaosu was focused on setting traps. Huatongwei was crafting a makeshift bow and arrow, while Li Tanxiao stood watch from a high vantage point. Seeing Eujiming arrive, Li Tanxiao gestured for him to take over the lookout, then went to help with the weapons. Eujiming nodded, swiftly moving up to the lookout spot and promptly vanished from the surveillance feed again. The instructors shook their heads in confusion. Except for Eagle Eye, whose eyes lit up. This kid's a natural-born sniper. The biggest fear for any sniper is being spotted. If his marksmanship matches his stealth, he'll be perfect. Huatongwei held a bow made from bamboo in his hands and gave it a test pull. The string vibrated with a deep hum as it tightened. The bow had impressive strength, though its accuracy remained to be seen. He had crafted this weapon specifically for Eujiming's self-defense, knowing that Eujiming was still young and had no advantage in close combat. It was crucial for him to keep his distance from any threats. In the heat of battle, it would be hard for them to constantly look out for the boy, so giving him the ability to attack from afar was the best option. Suddenly, a pebble bounced over from a distance, landing with a crisp sound. All three immediately turned their attention toward the source, spotting Eujiming poking his head out from the snow. He pointed southeast, then raised 4 fingers. There were 4 people approaching the bamboo grove. Zhao Su quickly made a plan, signaling Huatongwei and Li Tanxiao to hide while he stood under a tree, ready to act as bait. Huatongwei swiftly handed the bamboo bow and arrows to Eujiming, then grabbed a bamboo spear from the pile Li Tanxiao had stacked. Before long, 4 figures appeared in their line of sight. Each held a wooden stick with a stone axe lashed to the end, and one of the sticks was even bent. Clearly, they too were after the weapon materials in the bamboo grove. The 4 of them moved in a tight, covering formation, each step taken with extreme caution. By now, 3 hours had passed since the trainees had entered the back mountain, and all the advantageous spots had already been claimed. While the bamboo grove wasn't the most strategic terrain, it offered the benefit of easy weapon production, much simpler than chopping down wood. The leader, number 18, spotted Zhao Su as soon as he entered the grove. Zhao Su was busy sharpening bamboo segments, making them so pointed that, once stuck into the ground, they could easily pierce through a shoe sole. Stay alert. Number 18 warned his teammates in a low voice. Number 12, why are you here alone? The scattered signs of activity made it obvious that one person couldn't have caused all this. Zhao Su looked up and gave a meaningful smile. Take a guess, where do you think they're hiding? Maybe you're already surrounded. As he spoke, he continued shaving the bamboo with a stone blade, showing no intention of making the first move. Number 18 frowned, unwilling to act recklessly. The chaotic scene suggested their opponents had been here for a while, and charging in blindly would be suicide. Fall back, he ordered, leading his group away. Once they were gone, Huatongwei and Li Tanxiao emerged from their hiding spots. Li Tanxiao clenched his fists, clearly disappointed at missing out on a fight. Zhao Su reassured him, no need to rush. Let them fight it out outside. We'll be the ones to reap the rewards. We'll hold this spot during the day-night is when the real hunt begins. He weighed the bamboo spear in his hand. It felt just right, promising serious damage when thrown. Meanwhile, the instructors back at base watched Zhao Su on the monitor with great interest. Look at that. He's got a real knack for reading people, definitely a promising candidate. No one argued with this statement, because they all felt the same way. While a few of them were catching fish in the bamboo grove, the chaos and bloodshed outside seemed like a world away. The rules of their assessment were clear: no resupply would be provided. Fortunately, their special training included wilderness survival skills. In the combat zone, making a fire was strictly forbidden. The smell of smoke acted like a silent flare, drawing enemies straight to them. A qualified special forces soldier needed 3 essential skills: a nose keener than a dog's, eyes sharper than an eagle's, and a 6th sense more acute than a woman's intuition. These trainees, with only a year of training behind them, were far from reaching that level, but they understood well that the moment the scent of smoke spread, even the dullest opponent would be able to track them down, and they would instantly become targets. The most practical solution was to dig up non-toxic roots from the ground. Although these roots weren't edible, chewing on them could effectively ease hunger for a short while. As night fell like ink, many started to leave their defensive positions, taking advantage of the darkness to move. The hunt had officially begun. The winter moonlight was faint as gauze, and in that dimness, human eyes could only make out vague silhouettes. Before making a move, Zhao Su made careful arrangements. He had Li Tanxiao and Huatongwei hand over their Easter eggs, and took out his own, entrusting all of them to Eujiming. The 3 then formed a triangle around Eujiming to protect him. If they ran into a fight, Eujiming was to stay away from the battlefield. If the 3 of them couldn't hold out, Eujiming would have enough time to escape. As long as Eujiming wasn't captured, none of the 4 would be eliminated. Number 12 is so clever. The female instructor at the computer lit up with excitement, keeping a close eye on Zhao Su's every move. Letting the youngest carry the eggs, enemies will instinctively ignore number 31, who seems the least threatening. Besides, number 31 uses a bow, which means he naturally keeps his distance from opponents, so if things get bad, he has the best chance to escape. She made up her mind. This one's a tactical genius, just my type. I'm definitely taking him as my apprentice. Bai Lang watched in stunned silence. You can do that? Back when we were assessed, we just charged heat in like idiots. These kids really are something else. Sounds of fighting echoed from the forest. The melee had clearly begun. Someone's coming this way, Eujiming suddenly whispered. The others immediately stopped and held their breath, straining to listen. The sound was so faint that you'd miss it unless you were deliberately paying attention. Old 4. Your ears are sharper than a dog's, Li Tanxiao whispered, giving Eujiming a thumbs up in admiration. Get ready for combat. Zhao Su ordered quickly. Hua Tongwei gripped his bamboo spear and nimbly climbed up a tree, pressing himself flat against the trunk, blending into the darkness. Li Tanxiao hid behind a large tree, ready to ambush. Zhao Su turned to check if Eujiming knew how to hide, but when he looked back, Eujiming had already vanished, leaving no trace, not even footprints. Zhao Su was momentarily stunned, then quickly found a rock to hide behind. A few minutes later, 2 figures stumbled into their trap. The newcomers were holding long axes, similar to the one number 18 had used earlier, but clearly longer. Zhao Su signaled to Li Tanxiao and Hua Tongwei to wait until the enemies were fully inside their encirclement before making a move. The 2 looked panicked and uneasy, as if they were fleeing from some danger. The 2 of them charged headlong into the encirclement and had just reached the rock where Zhao Su was hiding when he suddenly sprang into action. With a swift thrust, his bamboo spear struck the knee of the man in front. Caught off guard, the man's leg buckled and he dropped to his knees. Damn it! The man cursed as he scrambled to his feet, wildly swinging his wooden axe in panic. Zhao Su crouched and dodged with ease, avoiding the frantic attack. Meanwhile, the other intruder was intercepted by Li Tanxiao, quickly becoming entangled in a close fight. Perched on a tree branch, Hua Tongwei had a clear vantage point. Seeing his teammates handling the situation with ease, he focused on keeping watch for any movement around them. Suddenly, a sharp blue arc flickered in the darkness, accompanied by a crisp crackling sound. Zhao Su's bamboo spear froze in midair, and it took him a full second to process what had happened. Number 12, you're not getting away either. The familiar voice belonged to number 18. This time, it was Zhao Su's turn to be caught off guard. On the other side, the person fighting Li Tanxiao had lost the upper hand and was now completely overpowered. "Ah, hey, just give up." Number 18 called out to number 24, who was being pummeled on the ground. Before he finished speaking, a blue arc flashed in number 24's hand as he crushed his own colored egg. Li Tanxiao looked over at Zhao Su in confusion, seeking an explanation, but Zhao Su could only shrug helplessly. "Get ready," Hua Tongwei warned from above. Zhao Su and Li Tanxiao immediately snapped to attention, remembering the 2 people still lying on the ground. Zhao Su quickly dragged number 18 behind the rock for cover, while Li Tanxiao pulled number 24 behind a tree. "It's no use, number 12, number 18 explained in frustration. That's the class leader's team behind us. Hire the ones who drove us into this area." It turned out that they had planned to hunt down stragglers, only to walk into an ambush themselves. As soon as the 4 of them revealed themselves, the class leader's group launched a surprise attack from the shadows, instantly taking down 2 of their teammates. Number 18 and number 24 had fled desperately, but the class leader's team kept close, never allowing them to change direction or escape, eventually hurting them here as bait. Number 18 had seen through the class leader's strategy and, knowing there was no way out, had chosen to surrender as soon as Zhao Su's group ambushed them. "Shut up. You're out, you don't get to talk," Zhao Su said, clamping a hand over number 18's mouth. Before long, 4 figures appeared in their line of sight, but stopped about 20 meters away, refusing to advance. Hua Tongwei watched nervously as 3 of them quietly melted into the darkness, leaving one person standing alone, as if waiting for something. Zhao Su sensed something was wrong and carefully examined his surroundings. When he noticed the chaotic tracks on the ground, a chill ran down his spine. The traces left behind at night hadn't seemed all that obvious at first. During the day, people had passed through, leaving the snow covered with a tangle of footprints. But with number 18 missing and the messy tracks on the ground, there was no doubt they had been ambushed here. Zhao Su regretted his carelessness. They'd already been exposed, and it was clear that the 3 who had disappeared had split up to surround them. He quickly glanced at Li Tanxiao and made a signal to attack. Li Tanxiao nodded in response. Since their cover was blown, they might as well seize the initiative and take someone down first. Besides, they didn't have any Easter eggs on them, so there was no risk if they got caught. They were operating barefoot, ready to strike at any moment. Li Tanxiao, sturdy for his age, was 10 years old, and the lines of muscle were already starting to show on his small frame. He flicked his toes, kicking a bamboo spear into the air, then charged forward. The snow under the big tree crunched softly as he moved. The bamboo spear shot straight toward Fu Ming, the leader. Fu Ming had just been waiting for his teammates to close in when, out of nowhere, a bamboo spear came flying at his face. He instinctively dove to the right, rolling in the snow to narrowly dodge the attack. "Second, cover me," he shouted. Zhao Su gripped his own bamboo spear tightly, dragging a long line through the snow as he closed in on Fu Ming. "Got it," Li Tanxiao called, sending a second bamboo spear hurtling toward Fu Ming. Fu Ming dodged frantically, realizing he was running out of options. Zhao Su was incredibly fast within seconds. Head closed the gap to just 20 meters. The sharp clack of bamboo spear against wooden stick echoed across the snow. Fu Ming's strength was obvious forced Zhao Su back, making Zhao use all his strength just to stay on his feet. Number 12. So it was you two lying in wait. Fu Ming shouted, swinging his stick hard at Zhao Su. Incoming boss. Zhao Su was locked in a struggle with Fu Ming, unable to break free, and nearly out of breath with anxiety. Li Tanxiao, afraid of accidentally injuring Zhao Su, stopped throwing bamboo spears. Instead, he gripped one tightly, took a deep breath, and then charged recklessly at Zhao Su, the tip of his spear aimed straight at Zhao Su's chest. Don't. Hua Tongwei reached out to stop Li Tanxiao, but it was too late. Li shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Hua Tongwei no choice but to withdraw his hand and remain hidden in the tree, keeping a close watch on the unfolding fight. On the ground, Li Tanxiao and another teammate had already engaged in a scuffle with their squad leader, Zhao Su. None of the three showed any real skill. Their fighting was wild and uncoordinated, relying only on the basic techniques they'd learned in military training. It looked more like a group of children brawling, all reckless swings and clumsy moves. Amid the chaos, two of the three previously missing opponents suddenly flanked from both sides, moving swiftly and quietly. It was clear they intended to take down both Zhao Su and Li Tanxiao at once. Seeing this, Hua Tongwei reacted instantly. He leapt from the tree with the speed and precision of a hawk, landing smoothly and swinging his bamboo spear in a wide arc. His attack caught the two by surprise, forcing them to stagger back. Coming from a family of martial artists, Hua Tongwei's every move had clear structure and purpose. Though he was younger than anyone else present, he managed to hold off both opponents at once, leaving them with no room to maneuver. When they tried to attack, he would retreat nimbly. When they attempted to withdraw to assist Fu Ming against Zhao Su and Li Tanxiao, Hua Tongwei pressed forward relentlessly. His spear moved so quickly it formed an impenetrable barrier, driving the two back to their original positions. A sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. Hua Tongwei assumed it was an arrow from Eujiming, but this one was aimed directly at his face. He reacted in a flash, leaning back and raising his spear to block. The wooden arrow struck with such force that it pierced through the bamboo, nearly hitting his face. Hua Tongwei quickly looked to where the arrow had come from. He spotted a figure darting through the trees, constantly changing position, clutching a rough but functional crossbow. Seeing Hua Tongwei deflect the first arrow, the shooter didn't panic. He kept moving, calmly reloading another bolt. Watch out, guys. There's a crossbowman. Hua Tongwei shouted a warning. But the crossbowman was already raising his arm again, this time aiming at Li Tanxiao, who was locked in combat with Zhao Su. Suddenly, a green bamboo arrow shot out from the forest, striking the tree trunk right next to the crossbowman's head, sending splinters flying. Though the shooter was skilled, he was still young. The near miss left him frozen in shock, his whole body tense and unable to react. A second bamboo arrow followed instantly, this time hitting the crossbowman's calf. The sharp pain jolted him back to his senses. He rolled quickly to the ground and took cover behind a tree, scanning the area anxiously for his attacker. But the forest was eerily silent, and it seemed as if those two deadly arrows had come from nowhere. Hua Tongwei let out a sigh of relief, but soon noticed that one of the two opponents had been holding back had slipped away to help Fu Ming. Hua tried to give chase, but the remaining opponent kept him tied up. Meanwhile, in the training camp's monitoring room, the instructors watched the live footage intently, zooming in on the action. Both teams were demonstrating impressive talent. Fu Ming and Zhao Su were showing strong leadership and tactical abilities. Li Tanxiao's earlier precision throws marked him as a promising artillery specialist. Hua Tongwei, holding his own tunon, displayed combat skill far beyond his years. Each team's marksman had their own strengths. The young crossbow shooter was impressively accurate, a natural sniper, while Eujiming was a master of concealment, to the point that even the cameras struggled to track him. Only the direction of his arrows gave away his position, though his aim still needed improvement. In this way, the two small squads became locked in a stalemate among the trees, neither able to gain the upper hand. Although Zhao Su's team was overall weaker than Fu Ming's group, they had one critical advantage: their three members could launch reckless, all-out attacks without hesitation. On the other hand, Fu Ming's side had to be extremely careful to protect the Easter egg, fearing it might get smashed in the heat of battle. A muffled grunt suddenly broke the silence of the forest. Li Tanxiao took a heavy punch and was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard to the ground and unable to get up for the moment. This sudden turn left Zhao Su trapped, facing a two-known assault. Hua Tongwei tried to rush forward to help, but was quickly blocked by an opponent. At just 8 years old, he was at a disadvantage in both height and strength. His only asset was the traditional martial arts he'd practiced since childhood. Even so, he couldn't break through the enemy's defense. All he could do was watch helplessly as Zhao Su struggled under the combined attack, eventually collapsing. Suddenly, a bamboo arrow sliced through the air, heading straight for Fu Ming's chest. While the aim was true, the force behind it was lacking. The arrow's speed gave Fu Ming plenty of time to react and deflect it with ease. The crossbowman hidden in the shadows had been searching for Eujiming's position, but couldn't pin him down. When he saw things going badly for his team, the hot-headed Eujiming finally couldn't hold back and fired off a hasty shot. Not only did the arrow miss its mark, but it also exposed his location. Now, with the enemy's attention fixed on him, any movement would get him caught immediately. Lao Si, Lao San, go. Zhao Su, realizing the situation was lost, grabbed the legs of both his opponents and shouted at Eujiming and Huatongui. Gritting his teeth, Huatongui glanced at Zhao Su, then swept his opponent aside and dashed into the dense forest. He moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the tangled undergrowth with ease. Stop him, Fu Ming ordered at once. The crossbowman gave up on tracking Eujiming and turned his aim toward the fleeing Huatongui. But the swift-moving target was beyond his skill, and the shot missed. Fu Ming struggled to break free from Zhao Su's grip, stomping on his wrist and drawing a cry of pain. Still, Zhao Su held on with grim determination. When Fu Ming glanced at his side's archer, he saw that the man had taken an arrow to the leg early on and was now in no condition to give chase. Eujiming had been ready to retreat as soon as he heard Zhao Su's order, but his instincts warned him that any sudden move would get him eliminated. Only when another arrow tore through the air did he seize the opportunity, slipping away into the bamboo grove. There, Zhao Su had set traps and stashed spare weapons, making it the perfect spot for an ambush. Huatonggui's escape was meant to buy time for Eujiming. Now, the fate of the whole team rested on Eujiming's shoulders. Huatongui would eventually tire and be caught if he kept running at full speed. Eujiming knew he couldn't waste the precious time his teammate had earned. He secured his bow tightly to his back, ready to sprint at a moment's notice. Just then, Fu Ming finally managed to break free from Zhao Su's grasp. He hurried after Eujiming. Li Tanxiao lay flat on the ground, his whole body aching so badly that even standing up felt impossible, yet he still struggled to intercept Fu Ming. Fu Ming calmly sidestepped the powerless obstacle and, without slowing down, continued chasing in Eujiming's direction. Back at the training camp, Eujiming's physical strength had always been his weakness. Now, facing Fu Ming, who was 6 years older and in far better shape, had no speed advantage at all. The bamboo grove was just ahead, its blurred outline barely visible in the night. But the sound of footsteps was drawing closer, and Eujiming knew that at this pace, he'd be caught before he reached the bamboo. Gritting his teeth, Eujiming made a decisive change in direction. Head carefully studied the surrounding terrain. Earlier there was a large area of hanging icicles in the northwest, which meant there had to be a water source nearby. With no visible rivers around, the only possibility was an underground stream. The terrain around the underground river was complex and confusing. Entering it without any lighting was as good as walking into a death trap. But Eujiming had no choice. Sight was the closest escape route, and if he got caught, his entire team's assessment would be for nothing. As he neared the underground river, Eujiming's heart pounded and sweat soaked his back. Carrying the hopes of his 3 teammates, he forced himself onward and dove headfirst into the pitch-black tunnel. The instructors at the training camp watched this scene unfold on the monitors, feeling a chill run through them. Go find him now. This assessment is cancelled. The female instructor at the monitors shouted, her voice tight with anxiety. Tanling was the first to react, rushing toward the underground garage. Bailang grabbed Dulong and followed their leader. Fu Ming, having caught up to the cave entrance, hesitated for a moment before entering as well, sending the instructors' hearts sinking even further. The underground cave system was so dangerous that even the instructors avoided it whenever possible. Now, these 2 trainees had charged in without any supplies or light, which was sheer recklessness. The instructors were furious. If anything happened, losing their jobs would be the least of their worries. The real fear was that these 2 kids might never come out again. Inside the cave, however, Eujiming gradually calmed down, in sharp contrast to the chaos outside. He moved cautiously through the stream, feeling his way along the cave walls. The entrance was narrow, surrounded by jutting stalactites, and there wasn't a hint of light. He didn't dare move too quickly. The occasional sound of dripping water echoed sharply through the vast darkness. Fortunately, Eujiming's small build allowed him to squeeze through even the tightest passages. In the pitch black, he relied entirely on his hearing to sense danger. The stalactites underfoot were slick and slippery. One careless step could mean a fall, so he made sure every step was steady before moving on. When he heard unusual splashing and footsteps behind him, he knew Fu Ming had caught up. Eujiming immediately chose a narrower gap to crawl through, making use of his size advantage. Luckily, most animals were hibernating for the winter, so he didn't run into any dangerous creatures along the way. The cave was warmer than outside, and though Eujiming's feet were soaked in icy water, it wouldn't make him sick in the short term. He had no idea how much time had passed before exhaustion set in. His lips were cracked and dry, and he realized he hadn't eaten in a long time. Had only managed to chew on some grass roots during the day, and after burning so much energy running at night, now he could only sip the underground water to quiet his hunger. Inside the cave, with no source of light, there was no way to tell time or direction by the sun. Time became a vague concept. Utterly worn out, Eujiming could only lean against a relatively dry piece of stalactite and take a brief rest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside due to the disappearance of Eujiming and Fu Ming. All the trainees were urgently recalled. Some who were still lying in ambush were picked up by the instructors like chickens and tossed into cars to be driven back to base. The trainees were all bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Not long after, the assessment was officially cancelled, but the instructors didn't say a word about the reason. When Zhao Su and the other two returned to the academy and didn't see Eujiming, they first assumed he just hadn't been found yet. But when they were sent back to their dorm and Eujiming was still missing, a sense of unease crept in. At that moment, a psychologist named Su Duoduo arrived at their dormitory. The three of them exchanged uncertain glances, none of them feeling that they needed any sort of psychological counseling. Su Duoduo spoke to them gently, more like a friend than a therapist. But Huatongue sensed something was off. The fact that Eujiming still hadn't returned, combined with the sudden arrival of a psychologist to talk to them, these two things together made his heart race with anxiety. A sense of foreboding welled up inside Huatongue. He shot up from his chair, bolting for the door before Zhao Su and Li Tanxiao could react. Run, third. Zhao Su called out anxiously from behind. Go for it, third. Li Tanxiao's excited cheer followed. They all had similar suspicions about Eujiming's prolonged absence, but the two hesitated to act rashly out of respect for their instructor's authority. Huatongue, however, had already dashed out, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. They, too, wanted to know the truth, even if the answer was not what they hoped for. Huatongue ran like a bullet, sprinting all the way to the instructor's conference room. When he burst through the door, only the school's top officials were inside, deep in discussion. The moment he rushed in, every eye turned to him, and the air seemed to freeze. Get back, barked an instructor with a menacing scar across his face. The shout made Huatongue flinch, instinctively intimidated by the instructor's authority. But he clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the sharp, cutting gazes. His voice shook, but he spoke with determination. Where did number 31 go? Go back. This isn't your concern, the scar-faced instructor replied harshly, striding over and grabbing Huatongue to drag him back to the dorm. But to everyone's surprise, Huatongue suddenly twisted around, clamped his teeth onto the instructor's arm, and bit down hard. Blood welled up immediately. Ugh! The instructor grunted in pain, his grip loosening just enough for Huatongue to break free. If you want, tell me, I'll find out myself. Huatongue's mouth was filled with the taste of blood, his voice thick with emotion. At 8 years old, he couldn't fully control his feelings. He didn't want to show weakness in front of the instructors, but tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The worst possible thought gnawed at him: Eujiming might be gone for good, maybe even dead. Otherwise, why would the instructors be so secretive about his whereabouts? He turned and dashed out the door. If no one would give him the truth, he'd find it himself. Stop! A female instructor, around 30 years old, suddenly called out. But Huatongue was beyond listening. He kept running, completely focused on his goal. We'll take you to find number 31. The woman's words weren't shouted, but spoken with a calm, commanding tone that stopped Huatongue in his tracks, as if he'd hit an invisible wall. Really? Huatongue turned around, his voice still choked with tears on his cheeks, but his whole body visibly relaxed. Going to look for him meant Eujiming was missing, not the worst-case scenario he feared. Commander Xiao, are you sure? What if something happens? The other instructors voiced their objections, worried that bringing Huatongue would only complicate things. The Tanling team says the cave is too narrow for adults. Chipping away the stalactites bit by bit is taking too long, another instructor added. Commander Xiao's sharp gaze fell on Huatongue. At 8 years old, he was small and thin, maybe small enough to reach places the adults couldn't. Are you willing to take a risk for your teammate? Commander Xiao's eyes, honed by years on the battlefield, locked onto Huatongue. Huatongue straightened up, wiped away his tears, and answered firmly, reporting, Instructor. A soldier's code is to never abandon or give up on a comrade. Huatongue stood tall, saluted Instructor Xiao with unwavering determination shining in his eyes. Good. Number 30. That's the spirit a soldier should have, never afraid of hardship, always facing challenges head on. Let's move out, Instructor Xiao replied, getting up and leading Huatongue to the car. They drove toward the cave behind a mountain, the tires thudding dully over the rugged road. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Eujiming had reached his limit. He lay weakly on a flat rock, his energy completely drained. With no sense of time, waves of anxiety from the unknown crashed over him. The winding, confusing passages of the cave had left him lost. He could only push deeper inside. There were no longer any sounds of pursuit behind him, but his empty stomach twisted in pain, and his strength was nearly gone. There was no way he could find his way out of this maze. In despair, Eujiming thought, am I going to die here? In the darkness, he remembered his mother. When they were captured, she had clung to him, shielding him with her own body. Her voice was soft but firm. No matter what, you must survive. It was the only time she had ever spoken to him so gently. Now, Eujiming felt he could no longer keep that promise. The silent, suffocating darkness and the cramped cave pressed in on him, and the hopelessness of not finding an exit nearly drove him mad. The damp, chilly air seeped through his thin clothing and into his bones like 1,000 tiny needles. Instinctively, Eujiming curled himself into a ball, seeking the faintest sense of safety. So hungry, so tired, so sleepy, he murmured, clutching four numbered colored balls tightly in his arms. His consciousness faded, and he drifted off to sleep. Zhiming, you must live. He didn't know how much time had passed when his mother's voice echoed faintly in his ears. He wanted to answer, but his body wouldn't obey. He felt as if he was using all his strength, but could only manage a weak gasp. At this moment, Huatongwei gripped a flashlight in his mouth. The tactical gloves on his hands had already been torn by the rocks, so he took them off and climbed through the narrow cave passage with bare hands. The rough stones scraped his palms, but he didn't care. A day earlier, 12-year-old Fu Ming had already been found. Because he was older, he couldn't squeeze through many of the narrow passages and couldn't reach certain spots, so he hadn't gone very deep. Huatongwei found him quickly, but Eujiming's situation was completely different. At 6 years old, he could crawl through any gap, while the much larger Huatongwei had to strip off his heavy winter clothes and struggle through the cave in thin layers. It had been 2 days since Eujiming entered the cave, and he had already gone without food for a day before that. Now, another 2 days had passed, and his condition was extremely worrying. A child with no survival experience in such harsh conditions, could he really hold on? The only small comfort was that there was underground water in the cave, so at least Eujiming wouldn't die of thirst. But a 6-year-old is not the same as an adult. An adult could survive up to 7 days without food, but a child that age couldn't last nearly as long. Maybe Eujiming had already died in the cave, and what they would find in the end was only a small, lifeless body. The thought stabbed into Huatongwei's heart like a knife, but he refused to allow himself even a hint of giving up. Huatongwei hadn't slept in 3 days. He searched the cave tirelessly, checking every possible crack and crevice. The instructors had sent other trainees in to help, but they couldn't get far before being blocked by the narrow rocky passages. In the end, it was up to Huatongwei alone. He kept every nerve taut, not daring to relax for even a moment, knowing that if he let his guard down, he would pass out from exhaustion. Without him, Eujiming would truly have no hope. The stalactites in the cave were as hard as iron. Every step forward felt like brushing against the edge of a knife. Sharp rocks cut into his skin, leaving trails of blood. After 2 days, Huatongwei had explored almost the entire front half of the cave, but there was still no sign of Eujiming. He could only keep moving deeper, the flashlight in his hand casting a faint beam of hope through the darkness. This was actually a very dangerous move. The cave's thin air, its complex terrain, and his own frayed nerves all meant that he could easily end up trapped inside as well. But Huatongwei couldn't afford to think about that now. He unfastened the rope connecting him to the outside world, the lifeline meant to guide him, and set his limits and tossed it aside, without a second thought. Cadet number 30, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. The instructor's anxious voice crackled through his earpiece. Huatongwei didn't answer. He took off the earpiece and carefully placed it in his pocket. The monitor strapped to his chest was still functioning, deliberately left it on so they could track his movements, even if they couldn't reach him. Outside the cave, the instructor with the scarred face was livid. He was already known for his fiery temper, and now, with nowhere to vent his anger, he kicked a nearby tree so hard that bark flew in all directions. Inside, Huatongwei moved cautiously through the cave, his flashlight carving hopeful arcs through the darkness. With each sweep, he hoped to find that familiar figure, but all he saw were cold rocks and dripping water, the traces he sought already long erased. He refused to give up, searching corner after corner. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a brightly colored egg floating on the water caught his eye. The underground river was slow, with many branches, but the appearance of the egg proved one thing: Eujiming was somewhere along this tributary. Huatongwei's spirit soared. He bent down to pick up the egg and began working his way upstream. By now, darkness had fallen outside, but every instructor watching the monitors straightened up when they saw the egg appear on the screen. The frigid water reached his calves as he struggled forward. Before long, he spotted another egg nestled in a crevice, confirming he was on the right path. Pushing through the narrow waterway, he finally reached a relatively dry, flat area. There, curled up on the ground, was a small figure. Huatongwei's eyes filled with tears. He ignored the treacherous footing and rushed forward. Sharp rocks sliced his legs, and blood streamed down, but adrenaline drowned out the pain. He dropped to his knees beside Eujiming and felt the faint rise and fall of his breath was alive. Come on. I'm taking you back. Don't die on me. Huatongwei's voice shook as he quickly lifted Eujiming onto his back. The last 2 eggs Eujiming held slipped from his arms and tumbled into the underground river. Instinctively, his fingers twitched, trying to catch them. Don't die, okay? I'm going to be the best Special Forces soldier there is, and you're my certified little brother. There's no way I'd let you die here. We're going to reach the top of the world together. Huatongawei kept talking, encouraging Eujiming and forcing himself to stay focused. Will you leave me behind one day? Eujiming's weak voice drifted into his ear. Huatongawei jolted and responded instantly, never. I keep my word. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Eujiming clung to Huatongawei's hand, his grip barely there, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. After that, he fell silent. Fourth, wake up, don't sleep. Huatongawei shouted, but there was no answer. He didn't dare stop to check. He just kept moving, desperate to get Eujiming out. The narrow, shadowy cave, the thin air, and his exhausted body made every step feel like walking on knives. He was so tired, his legs felt like lead, but he couldn't collapse. He had to survive, both of them had to. When Huatongawei finally stumbled out of the cave with Eujiming on his back, it was deep into the night. The winter moon cast a cold, pale light over the snow, and the bright floodlights outside banished the moon's chill. He dragged himself forward, the flashlight clamped between his teeth, now useless against the glare. At just 8 years old, Head relied on sheer willpower to carry a child barely 2 years younger than himself back from the brink of death. His face was even paler than Eujiming's, as if he were a walking corpse. Through blurred vision, he saw people rushing toward them. In his weary mind, their shapes twisted into demons from hell, ready to drag them into a pool of blood. He fought back wildly, clinging desperately to Eujiming's hand, resisting until he had no strength left, and darkness finally claimed him. Huatongawei suddenly managed to smile. So, this is what it's like to save someone, even if it means losing yourself. But he was unwilling to give up. Had found him. They were so close to making it out. Boss, look. Lao San is laughing and crying at the same time. Li Tanxiao, standing by the hospital bed, pointed at Huatongawei in a panic, his voice full of anxiety. This is bad, really bad. Something's wrong with him. Li Tanxiao was pacing nervously at the bedside, like an ant on a hot pan, muttering to himself, we can't let the instructor find out about this. His mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Shut up. Zhao Su smacked Li Tanxiao hard on the back of his head. Li Tanxiao, bewildered by the sudden smack, pouted in grievance but didn't dare protest. He shrank into the corner like a startled rabbit, rubbing his sore head. Lao San. Zhao Su leaned over and gently shook Huatongawei's shoulder. But Huatongawei didn't respond. He still wore that strange expressiona smile on his lips, tears streaming down his cheeks. Zhao Su let out a helpless sigh. They couldn't stay at the hospital much longer. After all, they'd only managed to get 2 hours leave from instructor Bai Lang after much persuasion. Time was almost up, but neither Huatongawei nor Eujiming showed any sign of waking up. They had no choice but to head back to the training camp. When Huatongawei finally opened his eyes, the sky outside the window was tinged with dusk. His vision slowly focused, and he saw Eujiming struggling to scoop porridge with just one hand. Lao Si, why are you using only one hand? Huatongawei asked, his voice hoarse from sleep. Eujiming paused and slowly raised his right hand. Only then did Huatongawei realize that he was gripping Eujiming's wrist tightly, like a clamp that wouldn't let go. Huatongawei snapped, fully awake. What's going on? He quickly let go, realizing what had been doing. There were 5 distinct finger marks on Eujiming's wrist, red and a little swollen. Sorry about that. Huatongawei apologized awkwardly, his face full of embarrassment. Eujiming just rubbed his wrist and nodded at Huatongawei, showing no sign of blame. With his right hand free again, he could finally eat properly. After all, his left hand was too clumsy to handle chopsticks, let alone a meal. Hunger hit him like a tidal wave. The glucose drip in his fork could keep him alive, but it couldn't satisfy his bogus craving for real food. Eujiming finished the porridge in a few quick bites, even licking the bowl clean without leaving a single grain of rice. You've been hungry for so long, you shouldn't eat that fast, Huatongawei warned, worried about Eujiming's health. Oh, Eujiming immediately put down the bowl, signaling that he wouldn't eat anymore. But the bowl was already spotless, reflecting the light, with no trace of food left. Are you okay, Lao Si? Huatongawei tried to get up to check on him, but found himself too weak, could barely prop himself up, let alone get out of bed. Eujiming shook his head. He actually felt like he could eat another bowl. He patted his stomach, which was still flat, not feeling full at all. Huatongawei let out a long sigh of relief and flopped back onto the bed. We made it. We all made it. That's what matters. A week later, they finally returned to the training camp. With the spring festival approaching, the place was almost deserted. It turned out that everyone got a week's holiday before the new year to go home and spend time with family. Huatongawei had hoped to go home too, but there wasn't enough time, so he had to stay behind and wait for the others to return. Eujiming hadn't known about this rule, and the empty camp felt strange to him. Even so, with only the 2 of them left, they stuck to their daily routine, morning runs, reviewing lessons in the morning, and sparring sessions in the afternoon. Without an instructor, Eujiming became Huatongawei's coach. Without a teacher, Huatongawei became Eujiming's mentor. They made up for each other's weaknesses and pushed one another to improve. This continued until the very last day of the holiday, when Huatongawei's parents suddenly showed up at the training camp looking for him. Eujiming couldn't understand the attachment children felt toward their parents. In his memory, love was a vague concept, something that only existed for a fleeting moment during his mother's final days, gone too quickly for him to truly experience. At this moment, Huatongwei grabbed his wrist, hurrying him toward the training camp's main gate. In the distance, a couple waited. The man stood tall and straight, exuding a military air that reminded Eujiming of the instructors at the camp. The woman leaned gently against her husband, her gaze scanning the campgrounds. "Dad! Mom!" Huatongwei shouted, dragging Eujiming along as he ran. "Slow down." His mother called out, worry in her voice. His father was about to scold him, but his wife stopped him with a look. Huatongwei let go of Eujiming's hand and threw himself into his parents' arms. "I missed you so much. It's been a whole year. You're too old to be acting so spoiled," his mother said with a laugh, patting his back. "Stand up now, or your friends will laugh at you." Suddenly remembering Eujiming behind him, Huatongwei quickly pulled him forward. "Dad, Mom, this is the brother I chose." Tilting his head in thought, he added, "Hey, how about you call them Mom and Dad too?" "Silly boy." His mother smiled, tapping her son on the forehead, then crouched down to look at Eujiming kindly. She couldn't help but pinch his delicate cheek. "Just call us uncle and aunt, sweetheart. What's your name?" Eujiming glanced at Huatongwei, then at his mother, and finally just gave his name. That day, they explored every corner of the amusement park, lingered in the museum, and wandered through the fragrant food stalls. For the first time, Eujiming realized how vibrant and colorful the world could be. Unfortunately, good times always seemed too short. Before he could take it all in, night had already fallen. Throughout the day, Huatongwei was a completely different person in front of his parents, playful, mischievous, asking for what he wanted, buying any snack he fancied, full of energy like a little monkey. Watching him, Eujiming felt a mixture of envy and clarity. He knew this kind of life would never belong to him. When it was time to return to the training camp, his mother held her son's hand reluctantly. Though Huatongwei was also reluctant to part, he firmly let go of his mother's hand and pulled Eujiming toward the camp gate. Behind them, his mother's quiet sobs could be heard. Eujiming couldn't help but look back, but Huatongwei kept his eyes fixed ahead, his steps growing quicker and more determined. It was clear that something greater, a dream, a goal, was calling to him. Back in the dorm, Huatongwei shed his childish demeanor and returned to his usual self as cadet number 30. Eujiming watched his silent figure, wanting to say something comforting, but realized his limited vocabulary failed him. Scratching his short hair with a furrowed brow, he finally managed to mumble, "You'll get used to it." Huatongwei paused at those words, then let out a laugh. He turned around and reached out, squeezing Eujiming's cheeks, not too hard, not too soft. "I'm not upset. I cried all the tears I had before I came here. My dad always said a man should defend his country, and a man can bleed, but never cry." Eujiming's cheeks turned red from the pinch, but he didn't resist. He just mumbled, "Then remember to wash my clothes for me. TSK. You're getting more and more bossy." Huatongwei tightened his grip, making sure both of Eujiming's cheeks were bright red before finally letting go. Eujiming was used to this kind of interaction. Once Huatongwei was done, he rubbed his burning cheeks to ease the pain. Then he stood up, pulled his dirty clothes from under the bed, and piled them into Huatongwei's washbasin one by one. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the last 2 years, the training camp had eliminated 6 members. The original group of 31 was now down to just 25. The older cadets next door had gradually graduated, sent off to various special forces units for their final assessment. Those who passed would stay with the unit, while those who didn't would be transferred elsewhere to serve as regular soldiers. As for their own group, after the new year, they would move to a larger training ground next door and begin live-fire weapons training. A new batch of kids would arrive at their current camp. After the new year, Eujiming would turn 9. Huatongwei was 2 years older, already 11. In the 3 years at the base, Li Tanxiao had shot up in height. At 13, he was already half a head taller than Zhao Su, who was 15. He was as sturdy as a little bear if he kept growing. He'd probably end up over 2 meters tall. Eujiming often envied Li Tanxiao's size, thinking that with a build like that, one punch could probably knock someone out cold. Huatongwei, on the other hand, imagined Eujiming's soft face on a 2 meter tall from a real-life giant Barbie. If that day ever came, he figured he wouldn't even be able to reach Eujiming's cheeks to pinch them. The thought alone made Huatongwei shake his head and dismiss the idea. At 9, Eujiming was still small, his body yet to develop, making him the little bean of the trio. Instinctively, both Huatongwei and Li Tanxiao tended to look out for him. But Eujiming never made it to the new training ground. Just a few days before the new year, Tanling came and took him away early. Huatongwei had promised to take him home for the holiday. When Huatongwei heard the news, the car was already heading out the gate. He ran after it desperately, but the vehicle just kept getting farther away. He shouted for Eujiming to wait for him, but the wind carried his voice away. He tried to rush out of the camp gate, but was stopped by the guards. As if sensing something, Eujiming opened the car window and stuck his head out. Huatongwei saw his face and yelled until his throat was raw, "Fourth. Wait for me." He'll come find you. Eujiming couldn't make out his words, only hearing the wind roaring past his ears. Wait for me. Huatong's chest heaved with emotion, not knowing if his voice reached Eujiming. But he saw Eujiming nod, and that gave him some relief. He waved until the car disappeared from sight. In truth, Eujiming hadn't heard what Huatongwei said. But at that moment, no matter what Huatongwei had shouted, he would have nodded anyway. After leaving the training camp, Eujiming fell silent again, leaning back in his seat with a vacant look, as if his soul had retreated to that hollow place once more. Aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you? Tanling reached over and ruffled Eujiming's hair. He had watched this kid grow up if not for his special status. He would have taken him as an apprentice. Eujiming shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Life's like duckweed, isn't it? Wherever I go, I'm just drifting. Tanling glanced at him in surprise. Well, looks like you're getting poetic now. Eujiming didn't reply, only stared quietly out the window as the scenery sped by. Tanling wasn't one for lightening the mood. He sighed softly and drove the car toward the airport. In the airport departure hall, a middle-aged man stood quietly, waiting. Tanling led Eujiming toward him, and the two met in the center of the hall. Hilang, I'm leaving this child in your care, Tanling said, his voice carrying a hint of concern that was easy to miss. The middle-aged man Hilang studied Eujiming carefully. The boy was unusually quiet, standing straight with a calmness that didn't seem childlike. Hilang gave Tanling a crisp military salute. Don't worry, they'll make sure he arrives safely. Tanling returned the salute, then crouched down to meet Eujiming's gaze. He gently took the boy's hand and traced a series of numbers into his palm, each stroke steady and deliberate. If you're ever in trouble, call this number. No matter how far you are, someone from home will come for you. Tanling's eyes met Eujiming's, earnest and unwavering. Eujiming silently memorized the numbers, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. Home, that word was almost foreign to him, but when Tanling said it, he felt a sense of belonging for the first time, a warmth that came from being cared about. The boy straightened his back and saluted Tanling, his voice clear and resolute. He'll remember. Tanling stood up and turned to Hilang. He's been through a lot. Ask the others over there to look out for him. Understood, Hilang replied calmly. It wasn't an order, but a request, the difference subtle, yet obvious. Go on, Tanling said, giving Eujiming a gentle push toward Hilang. Eujiming followed the motion and walked over. Hilang reached out instinctively, as if to take the boy's hand, but Eujiming deftly avoided it. He simply looked at Hilang, not wary of this stranger, but unwilling to get close, maintaining a peculiar distance. Tanling ruffled Eujiming's hair one last time, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Hilang didn't insist or show any awkwardness. In fact, this was his first time escorting such a young child to a special overseas base, and he wasn't good with children to begin with. Seeing that Eujiming preferred to keep his distance, he just accepted it and took the lead. They lined up for tickets like ordinary travelers, then waited quietly in the departure hall. Hilang blended in with the crowd, while Eujiming sat silently by his side, obedient and still, like a well-trained little soldier. Passengers traveling to Boston, please proceed to boarding, the announcement echoed through the hall. Hilang stood up, and Eujiming immediately followed, always maintaining a careful distance, like a little shadow. Hilang couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, somewhat surprised. He hadn't been around many children, but he knew how lively a typical 9-year-old should be. Even after 3 years in a special forces training camp, a child shouldn't be this guarded. Hilang started, but the words caught in his throat. Those tasked with escorting never knew the real names of those they accompanied, a precaution and a necessary measure to protect both sides. Eujiming glanced up at him, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Around strangers, he instinctively put up his guard, like a hedgehog ready to prick anyone who got too close. Let's go, Eujiming urged quietly. Hilang wanted to say something to ease the tension, but the words wouldn't come. This boy didn't seem 9 at all. There was a heaviness about him, as if had seen too much for someone his age. In silence, Hilang led Eujiming onto the plane. It was Eujiming's first time flying. After takeoff, he gazed curiously at the clouds outside the window, a trace of childlike wonder in his eyes. But the innocence didn't last long. He quickly looked away, his body tensing up as he instinctively scanned the unfamiliar environment, muscles taut, breath shallow and quick. Relax, Hilang said softly, trying to reassure him, though worry gnawed at him. The way Eujiming was acting right now had only ever seen it in children with severe anxiety or trauma. They preferred to keep to themselves, shutting out the outside world and staying in their own bubble. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived in Boston. Hilang skillfully hailed a taxi, giving the destination in fluent Boston, his tone casual and unconcerned. The scenery outside the car window grew increasingly desolate, until at last the taxi stopped in front of a gloomy, unfinished building. After paying the fare, Hilang headed straight to a corner of the wall, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one up. Smoke curled around him, forming a hazy barrier. Eujiming stood where he was, frowning slightly, his gaze fixed on the glowing ember between Hilang's fingers. Aren't you breaking the rules? His voice was clear and crisp, oddly serious for someone his age. Hiling gave a short, dismissive laugh and walked over to Eujiming, reaching out as if to pinch his cheek. Seeing the boy step back warily, a guarded look in his eyes, Hiling paused midair and finally withdrew his hand. We're not in Huawei anymore. Once you're abroad, you have to shed your old identity, Hiling said, looking down at him. You're just a kid, always trying to act like an adult. Despite his words, Hiling tossed his cigarette to the ground and crushed it out with his shoe, not for the sake of any organizational rules, but simply because the boy in front of him was only 9, and secondhand smoke would be bad for his health. Half an hour passed before the silence was broken. A black SUV slowly approached, the crunch of its tires on the gravel echoing in the empty surroundings. 2 burly men jumped out of the car. Although they wore casual clothes, nothing could hide their powerful, muscular builds or the military discipline in their posture. There you go. Your ride's here, Hiling said shortly, turning to leave without any formal handoff, not even a glance back. Eujiming watched Hailing's retreating figure in confusion, then turned to the 2 strangers. Before he could react, one of the men strode over, bent down, and effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder, heading straight for the SUV. The other man grabbed Eujiming's luggage with practiced ease, as if he'd done this 100 times before. The whole scene looked like a broad daylight kidnapping, but the few passers-by simply averted their eyes, pretending not to see anything. Eujiming was thrown unceremoniously into the back seat, without even a chance to struggle. The SUV roared to life and sped down the road, kicking up a trail of dust. In the back seat, the man who had carried Eujiming studied the unnaturally quiet child with interest. Had picked up plenty of people before, and every one of them had put up a fight, only settling down after getting roughed up. This time, when he heard they were picking up a kid, he expected a tantrum at the very least. Instead, the boy was as docile as a puppet, letting them do whatever they wanted. Hey kid. The man couldn't resist reaching out to tease Eujiming. Eujiming frowned and pushed his hand away without hesitation, a flash of annoyance in his eyes. What, you don't like me? The man said, undeterred, and tried to ruffle Eujiming's hair. Eujiming's whole body radiated resistance, but his struggles were nothing to a battle-hardened veteran like this man, more than a kitten's scratch. The man held him in place, pinching and prodding, almost as if it were some kind of game. The more Eujiming fought back, the rougher the man got, finding amusement in the challenge. Eventually, Eujiming's strength gave out. He lay flat on the seat, panting, eyes empty, staring up at the car's ceiling, refusing to respond no matter how much the man teased him. That's enough, Mian, the driver finally said, glancing back in the rearview mirror. Look at what you've done to the kid. He's pretty funny, the man called Mian said, still entertained. He flicked Eujiming's forehead. If he starts crying later, you're the one who has to calm him down. The driver sighed and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. We've never had a kid in the company before, he muttered. With the kind of work we do, we only take the best of the best. Training kids is something for the organization's camps back home, not us. All they had to do was wait for the family to finish training these elite soldiers and then send them over. This time, however, no one understood why the family sent a child. Now the company had to look after the kids' safety, as if they were running a daycare. Seeing that Eujiming was ignoring him, Mamian quieted down a bit. He nudged Eujiming's shoulder and asked, Hey kid, what's your name? Eujiming just stared back coldly, saying nothing. Oh wow, someone's in a mood. Mamian reached out to pinch Eujiming's cheek, but Eujiming quickly turned his head to stare out the window, completely ignoring him. Nyotu, look at him. Look at this kid. Mamian pointed at Eujiming in an exaggerated way, tattling like a child. All right, you two are a real pair. Nyotu shook his head helplessly, thinking life in the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. The SUV drove out of the city and into a sparsely populated suburban area. A large sign reading Sharp Blade Security Company came into view. Eujiming curiously observed the company grounds, which were much bigger than a typical factory. Even after entering the gate, the car drove for another 10 minutes before stopping. There weren't many people inside, but everyone stood tall and moved with the precision of highly trained professionals. After parking, Mamian ignored Eujiming's resistance, grabbed him by the collar, and hauled him out of the car. Mamian, put him down. Nyotu saw how roughly Eujiming was being treated. His eyes were red with anger, and he couldn't help but intervene. He never understood Mamian's strange sense of humor. Mamian grinned and set Eujiming down, patting him on the shoulder. See you around, kid. With that, he walked away. Nyotu had no choice but to take Eujiming to the dorm himself. Eujiming glanced at Nyotu without a word, then climbed back into the car to pull out his luggage, a single backpack filled with daily necessities. Once Eujiming had slung the bag over his shoulder, Nyotu said, Let's go. Eujiming nodded. Nyotu found it odd. Since picking up Eujiming, he hadn't heard him say a single word. Is he mute? That can't be. Would the family really send a mute kid here to die? Nyotu looked at Eujiming, wanting to ask, but not knowing how. Meanwhile, in front of the abandoned building where Eujiming had stayed, a mysterious figure picked up a half-smoked cigarette from the ground, pressed a finger to an earpiece, and whispered something. Not long after, the person disappeared into the crowd, leaving the building behind. It was Eujiming's first day at the company. After settling his things, he followed Nyo2 to check in and meet the people he'd be spending his days with. Strictly speaking, these weren't teammates, they were his instructors. Eujiming was too young to go on missions yet. If he did, he'd only slow everyone down. Nyo2 led Eujiming into a spacious conference room filled with equipment he'd never seen before. He had no idea what any of it was for. Well, look who's here, the interesting little guy. Mamien was the first to spot Eujiming, his eyes lighting up like he'd found a new toy. Quiet. The man at the head of the table was broad-shouldered and imposing, with a calm but commanding presence. He shot Mamien a look, and Mamien instantly shrank back into his seat. Nyo2 found Eujiming a seat. Among all these big men, Eujiming looked completely out of place, a tiny kid in a room full of giants. I don't know why the family sent you here. Honestly, I didn't want to take you in, but the captain insisted. The man at the head of the table spoke in a low, steely voice, his gaze sharp as a blade, pinning Eujiming to his seat. Eujiming's instincts screamed that this man was extremely dangerous. A deep sense of fear crept over him. As you can see, an elite squad only needs 8 people. You're the 9th. The man made no effort to soften his words. He was clearly resistant to having a child on the team. Since he couldn't refuse, he decided to suppress the kid from the start, to avoid trouble later on. Eujiming didn't dare meet the man's eyes. He felt as if he'd been completely seen through. All right, relax a bit, just a kid at the end of the day. Captain, don't you feel a little bad trying to scare a child like that? A man who seemed unusually refined among the rough crowd clapped his hands and looked straight at the captain seated at the head of the table. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried undeniable authority. Seeing that Eujiming was already intimidated, the captain eased up and quietly handed the spotlight to the instructor beside him. Hey there, kid. Welcome to the Hellfire Squad. I'm the team's instructor judge. The instructor's tone was gentle. Then he glanced at the captain, signaling him to introduce himself. I'm their captain, Yama. The captain's voice was harsh and metallic, more like he was barking an order than simply stating his code name. Immediately, 2 identical people stood up at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they'd practiced it 1,000 times. Sniper, hey Wuchang. Spotter by Wuchang. Hey, my turn. Someone couldn't wait any longer and sprang up, but before he could stand straight, a strong hand pushed him back down. A man with a calm expression slowly rose to his feet. There was no hint of aggression about him, but his muscular build made it clear he wasn't to be underestimated. Demolitions, Zhong Kuei. His voice was steady, yet full of quiet strength. The guy who got pushed down figured it was finally his turn and stood up again, only to have someone else press down on his other shoulder. You're last, quit rushing. This time, the speaker carried an aura of blood and violence, as if he'd spent his life in the thick of battle. Machine gunner, Dizong. At last, the repeatedly interrupted man got to his feet this time. No one stopped him. Me, Assaulter Mamien. Cool name, right? He barely finished before someone else cut in. Assaulter, Nyoto. Despite the odd bunch, Nyoto actually seemed the most normal of them all. Eujiming glanced at the group, unsure if he should introduce himself. Suddenly, Yama spoke up. Once you're here, you don't use your real name, just your code name. You can pick one for yourself. Eujiming thought for a long time, but couldn't settle on anything. Among all these names from the underworld, nothing felt like it fit. I can't just call myself Mengpa, right? He thought. Seeing his hesitation, Judge smiled kindly. How about the rest of us help you choose? Oh, let's just call him Little Ghost, perfect name. Mamien immediately suggested, raising his hand. No way. That sounds awful. Eujiming finally spoke up in protest. So you're not mute after all? Mamien looked at him in surprise. Call me Phantom, Eujiming said, ignoring Mamien and looking straight at Yama. As soon as he tried to sound confident, someone smacked him on the head. Phantom doesn't suit you. Sounds like a girl's code name. Eujiming turned to see Dizong, the one brimming with killer instinct. He could talk back to Mamien, but facing Dizong, all his bravado disappeared. With a face that cute, you look like one of Guanyian's boy attendants, Dizong said, doing his best to soften his expression. Why not go with Immortal Boy? ITLL add a bit of celestial charm to our otherwise grim squad. That's a great name. Sounds nice, right? Immortal Boy. Mamien clapped in approval. Eujiming wanted to object, but the captain at the head of the table made the final call, completely shutting down any protests. Faced with the intimidating captain, Eujiming couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He missed the perfect moment to argue, and just like that, his codename was decided. Eujiming had been here a month now. As for the so-called chief commander, had only seen him once, on the day he arrived to be entered into the records. After that, he never saw him again. Now, he was all alone, enduring the relentless torment of 8 different mentors. Every day was a struggle just to keep up, barely had a moment to catch his breath. The slightest mistake meant endless humiliation and scolding. Each mentor had their own demands, and Eujiming had to exhaust himself to meet them, yet the label of useless still clung to him. That day, Eujiming lay on the training ground, his body aching so much he could hardly move. Over and over, he thought about running away, just to reclaim a bit of freedom for himself. There was a time when Huatongue would do his laundry for him, but now even the simplest tasks felt like an unbearable burden. Every day, Eujiming forced himself to stand up and wash his clothes, even when his hands were sore and he was too tired to lift them. Still, he gritted his teeth and carried on. The unending pain of each day was suffocating. A violent knock on the door jolted Eujiming from his exhausted sleep. He opened his eyes groggily. The door had been broken on the very first day, and the sturdy lock was beyond repair. At first, Eujiming tried to get someone to fix it, but after a few days, he gave up. Even if it was repaired, it would just be kicked in again. The door was warped but still stood in its frame, though the cracks between the frame and the wall grew wider each day. He was dragged to his feet, still half asleep, his mind forced into wakefulness. Outside, it was still dark. Winter mornings always arrived late. In the gloom, Eujiming folded his blanket mechanically and washed up in a rush. He knew that if he didn't reach the training ground within 10 minutes, he wouldn't be allowed back into the dorm tonight, and would have to curl up in a corner outside. The days weren't too cold, but the nights were bone-chilling. At the base's training ground, the lights burned from night until morning, illuminating the backs of every trainee. Eujiming had grown used to hurrying there every dawn, finding everyone already lined up. The stopwatch in the captain's hand was the only thing that determined their fate. If anyone was late, they'd spend the night outside, sleeping in a corner. In his first few weeks, Eujiming spent almost every night shivering in some cold nook. But he quickly started sleeping in his clothes so he could be ready at a moment's notice, and could wash up with his eyes closed if he had to. Now, he could make it to the training ground a minute early, which gave him a small sense of relief. Good, the captain said curtly, then launched straight into warm-up exercises. This wasn't just simple running, it was Tai Chi. The captain led them through slow, precise movements, which seemed gentle but held immense power. Eujiming had experienced it firsthand. Even the weakest, Meimian, had once struck him so hard he flew a dozen meters and blacked out, nearly scaring Meimian into confessing to the head instructor. Thankfully, Eujiming regained consciousness quickly, otherwise, Meimian would have had to face the consequences. When the Tai Chi session ended, dawn had yet to break. The first light of morning was still nowhere in sight. Just then, Zhong Kuei and Yodo drove onto the training ground in separate off-road vehicles, roughly tossing Eujiming into the backseat. They were heading 60 kilometers away from the base, into the forest, not to hunt, but to use Eujiming as the prey. He had no strength to resist, nor did he dare show anger. If he refused to run, his mentors would just throw him into the manure pit for an entire day. The vehicle jolted along the road, carrying him farther into the wilderness. Eujiming could only endure silently, knowing his fate here was no longer in his own hands. The moment the car stopped, Eujiming flung the door open and shot out in a flash. The 8 people around him were already used to this. Even Ma Mian was shuffling a deck of cards. Except for the judge, the others had already settled on the ground and started a game of catch the chicken. Time slipped by quietly. After a full hour, 6 of them finally made a move. King Yin and the judge watched as the 6 figures quickly disappeared into the dense forest. King Yin glanced at Ma Mian and chuckled. That kid is getting faster, huh? The judge, eyes glued to his computer screen as red and green dots moved around, didn't even look up. He replied coolly. Ma Mian's been the most excited lately, catching more celestial children than anyone else. King Yin smacked his lips, a knowing look in his eyes. He used to always get caught, but now that there's a newcomer, he finally has someone else to take out his frustration on. The judge shot King Yin a sideways glance, then turned his full attention back to the screen. Eujiming sprinted through the forest as if every inch of this land was already deeply familiar to him. His goal was to make it back to the security company before nightfall. 60 kilometers was nothing, could easily run it, and still have energy to spare. The real challenge wasn't the distance, but dodging 6 battle-hardened veterans along the way. In the past month, Eujiming had practically mapped out this whole area. Even with a 1-hour head start, the speed at which those veterans closed in still put immense pressure on him. In the end, they caught up. With no other choice, Eujiming buried himself in a pile of soft, dead leaves, barely daring to breathe. He pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently as footsteps drew closer. His heart pounded so loudly he thought it would burst from his chest, but he forced himself to stay silent and still, waiting. Finally, the footsteps passed right by him and faded into the distance. Eujiming let out a quiet sigh of relief, carefully brushed aside a small patch of leaves, and prepared to peek out. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared right in front of him, Zhong Kuei, wearing his usual cold and disdainful expression. Next time, find a better hiding spot, Zhong Kuei said flatly. Before Eujiming could react, a large hand grabbed him by the collar and hauled him out of the leaves, spinning him through the air like a sack before tossing him more than 10 meters away. Eujiming quickly adjusted his posture, rolled to absorb the impact, and scrambled to his feet to run. Wrong way. Ma Mian is waiting for you up ahead, Zhong Kuei called out, leaning lazily against a tree trunk and blowing out a puff of smoke, his tone utterly relaxed. A flicker of anxiety crossed Eujiming's face as he changed direction, while Zhong Kuei stayed put, waiting for the next round of this endless game of cat and mouse. To Eujiming, this scene was all too familiar. The Heibai Wuchang brothers were always together, and every time he ran into them, he felt like a donkey being herded constantly on the run until they decided they'd had enough. If he let his guard down for even a moment, they'd catch him, rough him up, and toss him aside before chasing him all over again. But if he ran into Dizong, things got much worse. Dizong would beat him half to death, drag him back for a humiliating scolding, and then hand him over to the team leader. Ma Mian, though, was a different story. Whenever Ma Mian spotted him, he'd light up with excitement, grab Eujiming, and race back without giving him a chance to catch his breath. Every time, Ma Mian would proudly report to the team leader and toss Eujiming into the cesspit, as if this was the highlight of his day. The only one who gave Eujiming a bit of relief was Nyotu. Whenever they crossed paths, Nyotu would kindly point out what gave him away and how to cover his tracks better next time. To Eujiming, Nyotu was the soft touch among all the tough faces, the only one who made things feel a little less harsh. Today was no different. After 4 hours, Eujiming was caught in a trap set by Ma Mian. Ma Mian had already spotted where Eujiming was hiding in the leaves. While Zhong Kuei kept watch, Ma Mian ran off to make it seem like Eujiming had escaped, then set a perfectly placed vine trap right where he knew Eujiming would pass by, hoisting him straight into the air. Training your sixth sense, so you'll spot these traps next time, Ma Mian said, tying Eujiming up tightly with the vine. He picked him up like a chicken and carried him back. Eujiming could only sigh. This game of cat and mouse was far from over. It was the same old cesspit, the same humiliating position. Eujiming landed hard in the foul-smelling muck, filthy water splashing everywhere. Ma Mian leaned against a nearby tree, a sneer tugging at his lips. A month of training, and you're still this easy to catch. I don't get why the captain's family insisted on dumping a deadweight like you on our squad. Yanwang shrugged helplessly. I have no idea either. It was the chief's decision, not mine. Ma Mian found a relatively clean spot to sit and started counting on his fingers. Free meals, free lodging, slowing us down, absolutely useless. He squinted at Eujiming, suspicion in his eyes. Hey kid, are you some big shot's relative? Here just to pad your resume? Eujiming stood motionless in the cesspit, his gaze locked on Ma Mian. Ma Mian, that's enough. Nyoto stepped forward, giving Ma Mian's shoulder a light pat, signaling him to back off. Ma Mian shrugged it off, picked up a stick, and ambled over to poke Eujiming in the pit. The others gathered around too, eyeing the boy like he was some unwanted burden. Hey, little brat, why not beg your family to take you back? If you stay here, we'll just end up breaking you. Ma Mian grinned, his voice dripping with contempt. Eujiming stayed silent, but his gaze grew darker as he looked at Ma Mian. Oh, holding a grudge now? Ma Mian jabbed him a few more times with the stick. Eujiming didn't flinch, enduring the bullying without a word. It's getting late. Let's go. The judge glanced at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock. The 8 of them got in the truck and drove off, leaving Eujiming alone. He climbed out of the cesspit in silence and sat on the ground to catch his breath. Once head recovered a bit, he dragged his exhausted body to the river to wash off the filth. Had been living like this for a whole month. Eujiming knew well that the Hell Squad would never accept a kid who couldn't pull his weight. Even his code name, so out of place, marked him as an outsider. Had been doing his best to keep up with the training, but today, for some reason, he felt overwhelmingly tired. The mockery had endured for a month should have become routine, but today it cut deeper than ever. No matter how hard he tried to earn their approval, he was still treated like a plaything. At some point, tears began to stream down his cheeks. By the time he noticed, it was too late to hide them, so he ducked his whole body into the creek, hoping to wash away his embarrassment. Hey, a soft sigh sounded behind him. Who's there? Eujiming snapped into a fighting stance, an instinct drilled into him after a month of training. It's me, little immortal. Nyoto walked to the riverbank, holding a clean set of clothes, and stopped in front of Eujiming. Eujiming saw Nyoto. He knew perfectly well that Nyoto was the one who always played the good cop in their team, but he still found himself instinctively leaning toward him. Though his mind was clear, he couldn't help but feel a deep attachment. This loss of control filled Eujiming with fear, yet every time he saw Nyoto, a sense of security would wash over him, uninvited. Don't cry. It's freezing out here. You'll catch a cold. Come on, get up and change your clothes. Nyoto reached out his rough hand and gently patted Eujiming's hair. Despite his burly build, his touch was surprisingly soft. Eujiming bit his lower lip, thinking he could hold back his tears. But when he heard Nyoto's gentle comfort, his emotional defenses completely crumbled. What started as a faint whimper soon turned into open sobbing, his long-suppressed cries echoing through the forest and bouncing back from the valley walls. Nyoto didn't interrupt or urge him to stop. He simply stood by, patiently waiting for Eujiming to let out all the emotions head buried deep inside, as if time itself had come to a halt. Not far away, on the roadside, 7 people found their own spots. Some sat on the hood of the SUV, others leaned against the car doors, each in their own way, but all doing the same thing, listening quietly to the heartbreaking sobs coming from the valley. This kid's been holding it in for too long, the judge said, eyes fixed on the laptop screen. The footage was from a pinhole camera hidden in Nayuta's shirt button. On screen, Eujiming's face, now released from its emotional shackles, showed a childlike innocence that hadn't been there before. Yama remained silent, absently flipping his lighter open and shut. The metallic click sounded especially loud in the quiet. From the first moment Head met Eujiming, he could see the boy was missing something vital. Too many secrets weighed him down, making it hard for him to breathe. His body had built up a wall, shutting everyone out and leaving him alone on the other side, watching the world with cold detachment, like a machine programmed to feel nothing. People like that only have two outcomes in battle. Either they become cannon fodder, since they have nothing to care about and no regard for their own lives, or they turn into cold-blooded killers, equally indifferent to their own life and the lives of others. Maybe that's what his family wanted, but it's not what the Hell Squad needed. If someone has lost even the most basic humanity, who would dare fight alongside them? Who would trust them to watch their back? That's why Yama decided to bring Eujiming back to the path of humanity while he was still young. The crying went on for a long, long time. The raw anguish in Eujiming's voice made everyone's ears ring. The intensity of his emotions was contagious, dragging everyone nearby into his sorrow. "Captain, don't make me play the bad guy anymore," Mamian said, his voice thick with emotion. For some reason, he felt like crying too. The sound of such soul-wrenching grief actually brought a tear to his eye. A cigarette suddenly appeared in front of Mamian. He turned and saw Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei was a smoker, always carried cigarettes, but never lit up in front of others. He hated the lingering smell, and even if he had cigarettes on him, he'd make a point not to smoke. But today was different. He held one between his lips, clearly planning to make an exception. Mamian took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. He didn't know how to smoke, but today he wanted to try. "Zhong Kuei, give me one too," Bai Wuchang said, reaching out. Dizong was even more direct, grabbing a cigarette from Zhong Kuei's pack himself. None of them had a lighter, so they all looked to their captain. Smoking was usually forbidden on the team, but this time Yama didn't object. He even asked for a cigarette himself. So the seven of them sat together, sharing a smoke, their eyes fixed on the depths of the valley, listening as Eujiming's sobs gradually faded into silence. No one knew how much time had passed before the sound of crying gradually faded away. Nyoto carried the sleeping Eujiming on his back and slowly walked out of the valley. He paused for a moment when he saw 7 figures ahead, smoke curling from their bodies, then shook his head and continued toward them. Tired from crying? Mamian looked at Eujiming. Even though he was asleep, tear stains still marked the corners of his eyes, stirring a sense of sympathy in Mamian's heart. Yeah. Nyoto kept walking toward the SUV, Eujiming still on his back. "Let's go?" The captain waved his hand, signaling everyone to head back as dusk settled over the mountains. Eujiming lay in bed, sweating profusely despite the cold winter night. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking into the pillow and spreading dark stains, a clear sign he was still sweating. In his dream, he found himself back at that familiar base. He watched bodies being carried out, the sharp stench of decay filling the underground room, where piercing cries echoed off the walls. The desperate wails of women and the anguished curses of men mingled together, while the reek of rotting flesh drew swarms of flies and mosquitoes. Their buzzing wings sounded like the lament of the dead. Suddenly, a woman's face loomed close, her eyes full of hatred for Eujiming. Her hands reached for his throat again and again. "Mom," Eujiming murmured. The woman's expression gradually softened. She stared at him, and then cracks began to spread across her body. Her organs slipped through the fissures, her body crumbling piece by piece, until she dissolved into darkness. The sounds around him faded, leaving only the grotesque noise of pigs feeding. Eujiming clamped his hands over his ears, desperate to escape, but the sound bored into his mind like a blade, nearly unbearable. Yet he had no one to confide in, no one who could truly understand. He was left alone to sink into this endless darkness. "Wake up, little celestial." A voice suddenly pierced the darkness. Eujiming didn't want to listen. He curled up tighter in the deepest shadows, hiding from every gaze. But the voice persisted, gentle and insistent. "Wake up, you're having a nightmare." Annoyance flared in Eujiming as if someone were dragging him from the darkness and exposing all his pain to harsh sunlight. He gasped for breath, suddenly opening his eyes and gulping in fresh air. The first thing he saw was Nayuta's face. "You okay?" Nyoto asked softly, patting Eujiming's back in reassurance. Without warning, Eujiming threw his arms around Nayuta's neck, desperate for even a shred of comfort, even if it was only an illusion. Nyoto didn't push him away, letting him cling in silence. Eujiming buried his face in the crook of Nayuta's neck, letting all his vulnerability show. "It's all right. No one can hurt you anymore," Nyoto said gently, his hand moving in soothing circles on Eujiming's back. Eujiming replied in a muffled voice, his words lost against Nayuta's neck. "Come on, everyone's waiting for you." Nyoto lifted him up and continued walking. Eujiming looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. Everyone's waiting for me, he wondered. Was this some kind of interrogation, or did the captain have another prank in mind? A wave of reluctance washed over him. He lowered his head, avoiding everyone's eyes, and asked in a small voice, "Can I not go?" The childish tone softened Nayuta's heart. This was how a normal child should sound. "No training tonight. We're taking you to meet your teacher," Nyoto said, ruffling Eujiming's hair and giving him a sense of quiet security. A teacher? Eujiming froze. Was someone really planning to take him as a disciple? He didn't want that at all. He didn't want to form any new bonds. Solitude had become his safest refuge, and he didn't trust anyone, not even those closest to him, not even Huatongue. Years of guarding himself had built walls too deep to tear down all at once. He just couldn't adjust. But Nyoto didn't slow down or argue. He carried Eujiming straight to the meeting room. The 7 figures shifted aside as they entered. All eyes turned to Nyoto, or more precisely, to the boy in his arms. In that instant, Eujiming's face cooled into its usual mask. He swept his gaze over everyone, then slowly lifted his head to meet their eyes. Just then, Nyoto gently pressed Eujiming's head back into his embrace. "Don't worry. They're just here as witnesses, NPCs," Nyoto whispered softly in Eujiming's ear. Mamien clicked his tongue and was the first to find a seat. "Poof. That's right. Little immortal child, we're just NPCs." The judge chuckled and found a place to sit down. King Yen waved his hand, signaling the others to disperse. "All right, don't crowd around. Find a seat for yourselves." He glanced at everyone present. The children who had just vented their emotions were already fragile. If forced back into their previous states, it would be even harder for them to recover. Oxhead gently set Eujiming down on the ground, waiting until he was steady on his feet before taking the main seat. Eujiming stood there in a daze, looking lost and unsure of what to do. His fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of his clothes. Oxhead's voice rang out clearly beside him. "Little immortal child, would you like to become my apprentice? I'm willing to teach you everything I know." Eujiming didn't quite understand why such an ancient ceremony was happening here. He looked around, confusion in his eyes. Everyone else was watching him, waiting for his response. Noticing his bewilderment, Horseface stepped forward and explained in a low voice. "Oxhead is the inheritor of an ancient art. The family art is never shared with outsiders. To take on a disciple, tradition must be followed bowing and serving tea." Eujiming still didn't react, and Horseface, growing impatient, grabbed a teacup from the table and shoved it into his hands. "Aren't you going to kneel?" Horseface gave him a little push toward Oxhead. The push was a bit too strong, and Eujiming's legs buckled, causing him to fall to his knees right in front of Oxhead. "Well, that was quite a kneel, little immortal child. So sincere and so steady," King Yin teased, looking at Eujiming. The judge gave King Yin a smack on the head, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. King Yin gave an awkward laugh, then slipped back into his usual stern captain demeanor. "You're supposed to say, 'Master, please accept your disciple's bow.'" Oxhead looked at Eujiming with a gentle smile. "You need to bow 3 times when becoming my apprentice," he said softly. His tone was calm and gentle, not at all imposing, yet it stirred something deep inside Eujiming. Maybe it was the days they'd spent together that had gradually made him let down his guard. Like he was under a spell, Eujiming blurted out, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Oxhead took the teacup from him, smiling kindly. Eujiming, still in a daze, bowed 3 times, officially becoming Oxhead's disciple. It was only when it was all over that he realized Oxhead had intended to take him as a student from the very beginning. Thinking back to the training days, when everyone else seemed to exclude him on purpose, it was always Oxhead who patiently taught him various skills. Eujiming finally understood that this care and guidance hadn't been by chance. He looked down at the wrist-mounted crossbow Oxhead had given him as a gift for becoming his apprentice. He had tested it himself. The power was incredible, easily piercing through a millimeter of steel. Everything that had happened today felt surreal, and he struggled to recall the details. The next morning, Eujiming was awakened by loud noises around him. He opened his sleepy eyes to see 3 strangers standing in the dorm room. Startled, he asked, "Who are you?" All 3 turned to look at him. A well-built boy with delicate features walked up, shook his head, and said in a teasing tone, "Your alertness needs work. You'd never know if someone slit your throat in your sleep." Before he could respond, a scruffy man clapped Eujiming on the shoulder and shoved him aside. "You've had your look. Now it's my turn." From the way they acted, Eujiming sensed something unusual. He frowned slightly, wondering to himself, "I don't think I've ever seen these 3 before." Eujiming's hand, hidden under the blanket, felt for the sleeve arrow stashed beside his pillow. In that tense moment, a bearded man quickly pinned his wrist. "Relax, kid," the man said, flashing a friendly smile that didn't match his rugged appearance. "We're the Demon Squad, just back from a mission. My name's Evil Dragon." He turned and pointed to a burly man with a baby face. "That's Devil Vine." Then he gestured toward a sharply dressed man standing at the door. "And that's Evil Ghost." Eujiming nodded slightly, but every muscle in his body remained taut. With his left hand restrained, his right hand had quietly shaped itself into a blade, ready to strike at any moment. This instinctive fighting stance didn't escape Evil Dragon's notice. The demon squad had only just returned last night, and upon hearing that the Hell Squad had a new little immortal, curiosity brought them over first thing in the morning. Evil Ghost, dragged along by Devil Vine, wasn't interested at all. At first, seeing that the new arrival was just a strikingly good-looking child, they felt a bit let down. But now, Evil Dragon could see something different in Eujiming's fierce gaze eyes that had already witnessed bloodshed. Noticing the growing hostility in Eujiming's eyes, Evil Dragon grew uneasy, worried that they might have gone too far and risked angering the Hell Squad. He slowly released his grip. "Take it easy, we'll be on our way." Devil Vine tried to linger a bit longer, but Evil Dragon pulled him away. Evil Ghost gave Eujiming one last, lingering look before turning to leave as well. Once they were gone, 9-year-old Eujiming finally relaxed a little. He knew he was no match for these people, and that gap in strength only made him more determined to grow stronger. In his mind, this dormitory was his territory. Any intruder would trigger his hostility. By now, daylight had filled the room. Eujiming realized he was probably going to be punished for being late and might have to spend the night outside. He quickly got up, washed, made his bed, and hurried to the training field. There were already 8 people at the training field, including the 3 who had barged in earlier. They even waved at him enthusiastically when they saw him. In the center of the field, Zhong Kuei was sparring with a stranger. Zhong Kuei's moves were powerful, but always a beat too slow, while his opponent slipped away like a slippery eel, impossible to catch. Oxhead beckoned Eujiming over, and he obediently walked to his side. Just then, a familiar figure crouched next to him. Horseface slung an arm around his shoulders and grinned. "Our little immortal is still as quiet as ever." Eujiming shot Ma Mian a cold look, decisively pushed his arm away, and moved to the other side of Nyo Tu, deliberately keeping his distance from Ma Mian. Ma Mian glanced helplessly at Nyo Tu, his eyes clearly saying, "I'm helping you train a new recruit here, so you'd better appreciate it." Nyo Tu, however, simply smiled, took Eujiming by the hand, and led him out of the training area. "Captain, that's not fair. Nyo Tu gets all the credit while I end up as the bad guy." Ma Mian began to complain, only to be interrupted by a training board landing squarely on his head. The judge, holding a laptop, was busy recording every bit of their data, from punch speed to agility, missing nothing. Nyo Tu brought Eujiming to the indoor combat arena. The room was filled with all kinds of fighting equipment, including Western fencing gear, but Nyo Tu had no intention of teaching any of those. In their traditional martial arts, the focus was on lethal precision, every move aimed directly at a vital point. For the first lesson, Nyo Tu gave a detailed explanation of human pressure points, which ones were fatal, which could cause temporary paralysis, and exactly how much force was needed for each. Eujiming absorbed the theory quickly, though he still lagged in practical application. Nyo Tu was patient. After all, true strength takes time to build. In the afternoon, Eujiming started firearms training, with all 8 mentors showcasing their specialties. Ma Mian taught him assault rifles, Zhong Kuei focused on explosives, and Dizong explained the differences between light and heavy machine guns. During shooting practice, Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang nearly fought Nyo Tu for the chance to coach. Zhiming showed remarkable talent, intuitively adjusting for wind and range with uncanny accuracy. However, physical strength remained his weak point. He struggled with the sprinting required for assault rolls and had trouble carrying the weight needed for demolition. Even with a light machine gun, he could barely manage to walk, let alone run. The judge wanted to teach him computer skills, from hacking systems to breaking through firewalls. After a month of intensive training, the Hell Squad received a new mission. Because of the difficulty, Eujiming's 9th member had to stay behind. Alone, his daily routine became monotonous and repetitive. Practicing ancient martial arts at dawn, studying firearm mechanics at noon, focusing on marksmanship and explosives in the afternoon, and stubbornly seeking out the demon squad for sparring at night, even though he ended up beaten every time. At first, the demon squad went easy on him, but as Eujiming kept pestering them day after day, they were driven nearly crazy. Even their captain, Demon King, wasn't spared. Eventually, they resorted to subduing him quickly and making a hasty exit, hoping the Hell Squad would return soon to take this little maniac off their hands. 2 months passed, but the Hell Squad still had not returned. Eujiming developed a new training method. He would listen to computer science lectures through headphones while assembling guns with his hands. He learned to assemble weapons by touch alone, even identifying dud rounds by feel, while his mind focused on building coding frameworks. Yet, as soon as he took off the headphones, the instinct vanished, and he had to consciously think through each step again. Without a mentor to guide him, he could only rely on instinct and keep exploring on his own. By the 3rd month, the members of the Hell Squad still hadn't returned. Eujiming couldn't help but go look for the team leader. Standing at the office door, his fingers unconsciously traced the seam of his pants as he hesitated, unsure how to begin. It was only his 2nd time here. The first had been when he was summoned. The team leader looked up, spotted the small figure at the door, and motioned for him to come in. The office was softly lit, with a few tactical maps and certificates of honor hanging on the walls. The team leader was a middle-aged man with a strong, resolute face. Crow's feet had begun to form at the corners of his eyes, but his gaze was still sharp. Had once served in the N135 Special Operations Unit before retiring. When the company found itself short on management talent, his family had sent him over to run the security firm. He studied the 9-year-old boy in front of him. Compared to other children, Eujiming seemed unusually composed, his emotions so restrained it was almost unnatural. If the boy hadn't come here himself, the team leader would never have guessed what was on his mind. They looked at each other in silence, neither willing to speak first. How long do you plan on just standing there? The team leader finally sighed, breaking the silence. Eujiming straightened his back. Should I report first, or just state why I'm here? After 3 years in the Special Forces training camp, had gotten used to always reporting before speaking to an instructor. But this wasn't a military camp, and he wasn't sure if he should change that habit. The team leader hadn't expected him to be hung up on this detail. He frowned slightly, then said with some exasperation, just say what you came for. Can I go look for them? Eujiming asked directly, his voice calm but firm. The question nearly made the team leader jump out of his chair. Head thought Eujiming only wanted to know when the Hell Squad would return, but hadn't expected the boy to ask to go find them himself. The team leader drummed his fingers on the desk, masking his surprise. No, you can't. He replied firmly, then softened his tone. They'll be back soon anyway, and there might be a new assignment for you all. He deliberately changed the subject, silently reminding himself to stay vigilant. Eujiming was sent here by his own family, and was a long-term project and himself couldn't be allowed to act on his own. Eujiming nodded slightly. Thank you, sir. He'll go back now. He turned and left, his step steady, showing no sign of emotion. The team leader watched him leave, then immediately called his deputy over and quietly instructed him to keep a closer eye on Eujiming. The boy kept his thoughts so well hidden, no one could tell what he was really thinking. The team leader worried had actually tried to sneak off in search of the Hell Squad. Eujiming returned to the training ground and resumed his daily routine. During the day, he completed all his training tasks as usual. At night, he quietly sought out members of the Demon Squad for sparring or more accurately, for one-sided beatdowns. During this time, another team returned to the company, the Baiyao Squad, made up entirely of girls. They'd been sent home to study for a while and had only just rejoined. The missions they took on were all special assignments, though Eujiming had no idea what they involved. On their first day back, the Baiyao Squad cornered Eujiming in a corner of the training ground. The girls surrounded him, one pinched his cheeks, another tugged on his ears, and someone else hugged him tightly, leaving lipstick marks all over his face. Eujiming had wanted to challenge them, but was so startled by the ambush that he could only flee, his cheeks bright red from all the pinching. The Demon Squad members who witnessed this scene burst out laughing, but their amusement didn't last long because that very night, Eujiming cornered them for a rematch. The Demon Squad was at their wits' end. They could no longer take Eujiming down with a single move, and had to go all out just to escape. Life had become a torment, but the pain didn't last long. Soon, the Demon Squad received a new assignment and packed up to leave for their mission. Now, only Eujiming and the girls of the Baiyao Squad were left at the base. Eujiming didn't dare provoke them. Those girls were like wolves, pouncing on him to plant kisses on his cheeks and forcing him to call them big sister. They wouldn't let him leave until he did. What frustrated Eujiming most was that he couldn't even beat them. In the 4th month, the Hell Squad finally returned. By now, the weather had warmed up, and Eujiming, dressed in a thin camouflage uniform, sprinted toward the company gate the moment he got the news. From afar, he spotted the 8 dust-covered figures, and his pace quickened involuntarily, as if drawn by some invisible force. He had spent 4 months training Alanino 1 to instruct him, no one to make plans for him, and no one to kick open his door every morning. The dormitory door had been replaced, and the lock never broke again. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but inside, Eujiming felt like a stormy sea, anxiety and restlessness surging like relentless tides. That feeling took him back to his days at the scam base, standing in line for food by himself, returning alone to the room he once shared with his mother. Every night before falling asleep, he would hear blood-curdling screams echoing in his ears, night after night, with only the person screaming changing each time. Children starved for affection always long for someone's company, even if it's just someone silently watching over them. None of the 8 members of the Hell Squad expected that the usually reserved boy, who always kept himself apart from the group, would run toward them without hesitation. Oxhead quickly tossed his gear to Zhong Kuei and crouched down with open arms, ready to welcome the apprentice who had never once called him master. Like a cannonball, Eujiming crashed straight into Oxhead's embrace, burying his face in his mentor's neck and clinging to him tightly, as if afraid he might disappear again. In that moment, a wave of warmth washed over the 8 exhausted soldiers. They finally understood what their comrades meant when they talked about longing for the comfort of family. Horseface leaned in, studying Eujiming closely, wondering what exactly had happened to him over the past 4 months. He even found himself hoping to see the boy cry, thinking it would be adorable. You all stink, Eujiming mumbled, his voice low but trembling slightly. The group exchanged helpless glances. There was nowhere to bathe during missions. Wearing the same clothes for days, sometimes weeks, was the norm. Now that the weather was warmer, the smell of sweat had fermented on them. It was, indeed, unpleasant. What do you mean stink? This is what a real man smells like. Kids like you wouldn't understand. Horseface shot back, scratching his dusty hair defensively. Hey, the Hell Squad is back. A few female members of the 100 Demons Squad walked by, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Horseface froze, his face turning bright red. He instinctively glanced down at his grimy clothes, suddenly too embarrassed to meet the girl's eyes. Once they were out of sight, he hurriedly urged King Yin and the others to head to the bathhouse. With the Hell Squad's return, the anxiety and restlessness that had plagued Eujiming vanished. It felt as if he had finally found a place where he belonged. Training resumed as usual, but now he wasn't practicing blindly on his own. His master was there to guide him. No matter how hard Eujiming trained, he still struggled to meet the physical standards. His speed and endurance always fell just short of expectations. But when it came to sniping, he displayed extraordinary talent. It was as if the rifle was an extension of his own body, his third hand. His aim was lightning fast and needed only a glance before pulling the trigger. Although he occasionally missed fast-moving targets, his performance was so impressive that black and white impermanents were over the moon, as if they had struck gold. Every day, they would shove Oxhead the official mentor to the side and drag Eujiming to the shooting range. Oxhead could only watch helplessly as his apprentice was stolen from him, unable to bring himself to interrupt their training. Eujiming has been doing well lately, the judge said to Nyoto, his eyes filled with approval. Especially when it came to learning code. Every lesson he taught, Eujiming could memorize and flawlessly repeat on the first try. However, Mamien and the others had some complaints about Eujiming's physical training. Even when they deliberately slowed down, he still struggled to keep up with the team's pace. His endurance was just barely acceptable, and his speed left much to be desired. Whenever they wanted to give him a tough lesson, Heibai Wuchang would step in like overprotective parents, shielding him so much that even Nyoto, as his mentor, could hardly get a word in. If it weren't for the fact that Eujiming always quietly completed every assigned task, Mamien and Dizong would have long since lost patience with these two overbearing parents. A month passed like this. Despite his physical exhaustion, Eujiming gradually found his place in this unique team. He no longer felt out of place. He had truly become the 9th member of the Hell Squad. In the days that followed, the team took him along on minor assignments, always placing him in a rear observation role so he could slowly get used to the atmosphere of death and understand the gravity behind pulling the trigger. Then, in the summer of the following year, a major mission arrived. This time, they were to travel to Country M to retrieve a very special elder professor, Mei Xian. She was one of the core members of China's first nanotechnology chip research team, having participated in related research back in 1988. Although that project ultimately failed and the team was disbanded in 1997, under the pressure of developing domestic chips, this elderly woman, now over 70 and walking with difficulty, still answered the call to restart the research. But now, Professor Mei was under house arrest in Country M, supposedly for her protection, with armed guards surrounding her home. Ordinary people couldn't get anywhere near her. That's where Eujiming came in. Anywhere in the world, the presence of a 10-year-old child was the easiest way to lower suspicion. This would be Eujiming's first real mission. Outwardly calm, Nyoto knew he was nervous inside. When it came to choosing weapons, Eujiming surprised everyone by picking an M14 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Though not the most powerful, it was lightweight, fast-firing, compatible with scopes and attachments, and could double as an assault rifle in a pinch. His reasoning was sound. He needed something easy to carry when approaching the target alone, but also capable of providing rapid support once he rejoined the team. The explanation convinced everyone, including Heibai Wuchang. In addition to the sniper rifle, Eujiming also chose a compound bow. Not only could it fire explosive arrows, but more importantly, it was light enough for someone his size to handle. His teammates also prepared special equipment for him. Nyoto gave him a ring with a hidden blade that could sever an enemy's tendons if he lacked the strength. Zhongkue gave him a bracelet set with 12 explosive gems. The judge provided a communication earring and a cross-shaped necklace. Before Eujiming could react, the judge had already pierced his ear for the earring. The sudden sting made him frown, but he quickly composed himself, as if this pain was just another rite of passage to becoming a true member of the team. The judge fastened the necklace around Eujiming's neck, carefully trimming off the extra length of chain. As the team leader, King Yin looked at Eujiming with a stern expression. "Little immortal, this is your first mission. Remember, no matter what happens, your only job is to protect Professor Mei Xian. Even if you see your teammates fall, you must not leave the professor's side for a single step. Do you understand?" Eujiming glanced around and saw that everyone's eyes were on him. He hesitated, inwardly cowed. He really do this? At that moment, King Yin suddenly gave his shoulder a heavy slap, the force making Eujiming stumble. Eujiming realized he couldn't afford to hesitate now. If he said he couldn't do it, This mission would no longer be his. He straightened his back and answered loudly, I can. Satisfied, King Yin withdrew his hand and stood up, shouting, let's move out. At the airport, Oxhead changed into an ordinary shirt and took Eujiming by the hand as they headed toward the boarding gate. Eujiming was dressed casually, a cool t-shirt with shorts and a small backpack featuring a Transformers design, filled with snacks. This father and son pair drew no attention at all, as they easily boarded the flight to Country M. The rest of the equipment would be smuggled into Country M separately by King Yin and the others, to rendezvous with them in the city where Professor Mei Xian was located. They had local contacts providing logistical support, so the squad only needed to bring their personal firearms. When Eujiming skipped into the Villa district, the judge watched his every move through hacked surveillance cameras. Armed soldiers from Country M were eyeing the unexpected Chinese child warily. It was only because Eujiming looked so harmless that they didn't take immediate action, merely shouting at him in their own language. Eujiming put on an innocent, confused act, pretending not to understand, and continued wandering through the villa area. Meanwhile, King Yan's team members dispersed, avoiding soldiers when spotted and marking each outpost they found on their map. Zhong Kuei had his own unique approach, dressed in a streetwise manner and chewing gum. He would spit his gum on the ground at each marked point before walking away as if nothing had happened. The judge, watching Eujiming draw closer to the target, couldn't help feeling nervous for the rookie. But outwardly, Eujiming remained calm. Even as the soldiers pointed their guns at him, he acted like any ordinary tourist, as if those black gun barrels were nothing more than props for a photo. The soldiers didn't really understand people like this, but they knew that was just how people from Hua country acted, so they didn't immediately pull the trigger. Eujiming shouted toward the small courtyard, Grandma, it's Xiaotong, I've come to see you. Please come out. Outside the door, the soldiers exchanged wary glances. They couldn't understand Mandarin and hesitated about whether or not to shoot. The boy in front of them seemed completely harmless, just an unarmed little kid. At that tense moment, the villa's door slowly opened, and an elderly woman with a hunched back stepped out. She squinted, studying Eujiming with a puzzled look, as if trying to recognize this unfamiliar child. Eujiming didn't give her a chance to speak. He darted forward, hugging the old woman tightly around the waist, and said in a sweet, affectionate voice, Grandma, I've missed you so much. My family sent me to check on you. The old woman froze, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Cautiously, she glanced at the armed soldiers standing outside. Seeing what was happening, the soldiers slowly lowered their weapons, though they remained on guard. Their orders were only to keep watch over the professor and prevent her from returning to Hua country, not to stop family visits. In fact, their superiors actually hoped the professor's whole family would settle in M country, making it even less likely she'd go back. The old woman looked more closely at the boy in her arms. She was sure she had never seen him before. Grandma, I'm so tired from the journey. Could I have some water? Realizing her confusion and worried about blowing his cover, Eujiming quickly took her hand and led her into the house. Yin Wang, Xiaoxiantong has made it inside. Now that Eujiming was out of danger, the judge immediately switched the surveillance feed. The screen showed a carefully drawn map with the villa complex at its center, surrounded by a dense cluster of red dots, each marking the patrol route of M country soldiers, as noted by the Hell Squad. The judge analyzed the map intently, searching for at least 2 viable escape routes. Before long, the rest of the Hell Squad had returned to the hotel room and began working out a detailed plan. They knew that time was of the essence. The faster they acted, the better. Any delay would only increase the risk of exposure. After thorough discussion, they decided to move that very night. The judge contacted Eujiming and relayed the plan in a few clear words. They would act at 3 a.m. The squad would draw the soldiers away from the villa area, while Eujiming's task was to ensure Professor Mei Xian's safe escape beyond the villa's perimeter, where Mum Yin and Dizong would be waiting to pick them up. Once the professor reached the port in M country, the mission would be complete. Someone from home would take over from there. Eujiming didn't dare speak openly, worried there might be listening devices in the villa. He could only hint to the professor that her family missed her dearly and hoped she could come home for a visit. Professor Mei Xian looked into Eujiming's eyes, clearly picking up on the deeper meaning behind his words. She gave a slight nod to show she understood. Seeing such a young child caught up in something so dangerous, she felt a pang of sympathy. She reached into her pocket and slipped a piece of candy into Eujiming's hand, treating him as gently as if he really were her grandchild. Eujiming looked down at the candy, unsure how to react. Go ahead, have it, Professor Mei said kindly, gently stroking his hair. Kids your age usually love these. Eujiming felt the warmth and kindness radiating from her, but didn't know what to say. He unwrapped the chocolate and put it in his mouth. A wave of bitterness spread across his tongue, and he nearly spat it out, but when he glanced at the professor's gentle face, he forced himself to swallow. After a moment, a faint sweetness emerged, but it couldn't quite mask the lingering bitterness. After finishing the candy, he opened his backpack and took out a pistol painted in bright colors. At first glance, it looked more like a toy than a real weapon. Inside the backpack, There was also a dagger wrapped in a black sheath, along with several bullets painted in bright, colorful patterns. These disguises were meant to help them slip past the soldiers' inspections after all. It was perfectly normal for a boy to carry toy guns. Even if they were discovered, it would buy Eujiming a few extra minutes to retreat. He carefully checked the condition of each piece of equipment. Once he was sure everything was in order, he waited quietly for midnight to arrive. The villa district was shrouded in an eerie silence, the kind of oppressive calm that comes before a storm. Eujiming and the old woman hid inside a room in the villa. He had inspected this room several times to make sure there were no surveillance devices. The window looked out onto the backyard, separated from the neighboring yard by a meter-high wall. For someone as agile as Eujiming, climbing over wouldn't be difficult, but the old woman clearly couldn't manage it. Fortunately, Head found a stepladder, which solved the problem. He sat on the sofa at the foot of the bed, closely watching the outside through a gap in the curtains. The old woman tried to stay awake, but exhaustion soon got the better of her, and she started snoring softly. Suddenly, a gunshot ripped through the night. Eujiming sprang to his feet, carefully surveying the scene outside. Soon after, a barrage of gunfire broke out. He worried about Yen Wang and the others. Their time was limited here on M country's soil. He immediately woke the groggy old woman. "Professor, we have to go now." As he spoke, he saw her grabbing the documents she had prepared earlier that day. At that moment, Bai Wuchang's voice crackled in his earpiece. "The guards have been lured away. Move now." Then, silence returned. Eujiming quickly pulled back the curtains and opened the window. They made their way to the courtyard wall and set up the stepladder. He strapped the dagger to his leg and gripped his gun, keeping watch. The old woman climbed slowly, making Eujiming even more anxious. This was his first mission, and he couldn't afford to fail. "Xiao Xiantong, some guards are returning. Stay alert," Bai Wuchang warned. Clearly, the soldiers had seen through their diversion. Seeing the old woman finally reach the top of the wall, Eujiming knew there was no time to let her climb down slowly. He vaulted over the wall himself, and without bothering with the ladder, wrapped his arms around her and jumped down together. They landed hard. Eujiming cushioned the fall for the old woman, pain shooting through his chest. She was shaken by the impact, but there was no time to recover. Gritting his teeth, Eujiming pushed himself up. "Go." They dashed toward the neighbor's front gate. The house was eerily quiet. Either no one was home, or the residents were hiding from the gunfire. The door opened easily, but as soon as they stepped out, they ran straight into a soldier. The old woman shrieked and stumbled back. Eujiming seized the moment, flipping onto the soldier's shoulders. As the man reached for his leg, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air. Blood sprayed, spattering Eujiming's face. He quickly rolled off the fallen body, gun in his left hand and dagger reversed in his right, eyes scanning the area. In the distance, heavy crashes signaled that soldiers were already breaking into the villas. "Move." Eujiming half-dragged, half-supported the old woman forward. At that moment, a Buick burst through the soldiers' blockade and screeched to a stop outside the villa fence. Dizong manned the machine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets that forced the soldiers back. Seizing the opportunity, Mamian pressed himself against the car, using hydraulic cutters to make a large hole in the fence. "Xiao Xiantong, hurry up!" Mamian's shout rang out over the gunfire. Eujiming, dragging the old woman, charged toward the gap in the fence. Bang! A bullet slammed into the iron fence, sending sparks flying. The professor trembled in terror, his legs barely able to hold him up. "Move!" Eujiming turned and fired, forcing the pursuing soldiers to scatter for cover. Mamian yanked the shaking professor into the car, shouting, "Hurry up, little immortal!" The assault rifle in his arms spat fire, its muzzle flashes slicing through the darkness, providing cover for Eujiming's retreat. On the high platform, He Wuchang gripped his sniper rifle, eyes sharp as a hawk, tracking Eujiming's every move and ready to eliminate any threat. This was Eujiming's first time experiencing battle up close, facing death heat. The team had worried he might freeze from fear and hesitate to shoot, costing him his life. But Eujiming seemed born for the battlefield. His instincts were almost supernatural, dodging every lethal attack by mere inches. Using his small frame and agility, he even managed to take down 2 pursuers. He emptied the 6 rounds in his pistol in just 2 seconds. Now, only 2 meters separated him from the safety of the fence, a distance that could have cost him his life several times over. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening blasts of grenades shook the night. The machine gun had fallen silent, its barrel cooling. In its place, grenades arced toward the enemy, forcing the soldiers near the Buick to retreat. Bang! From a kilometer away, He Wuchang fired with pinpoint accuracy, clearing a path for Eujiming. Eujiming knew he couldn't wait any longer. Even if it meant braving a hail of bullets, he had to make a run for it. Like a leopard, he sprinted through the darkness, trusting He Wuchang to cover his back from afar, ignoring the danger behind him as he dashed for the Buick. Bang! 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 3 crisp shots rang out, and the leading soldiers fell. The remaining enemies shouted, "Sniper!" and scrambled for cover. Seizing the fleeting chance, Eujiming darted into the front passenger seat. The Buick's engine roared as Mumien yanked the wheel, sending the car skidding and crashing through the makeshift barrier, speeding away. Unprepared, Eujiming was slammed against the door, the impact leaving half his body numb with pain. Here, take these. Dizong tossed Eujiming an M14 sniper rifle, a compound crossbow, and a bulletproof vest loaded with magazines. The professor huddled on the floor, fumbling to put on his own vest. Watch out, they have a sniper. Bai Wuchang's voice crackled through the earpiece, strained and clearly wounded. Gunfire raged on Yin Wang's, and they hadn't shaken off their pursuers. Bai Wuchang's been hit in the left side. We need to evacuate the sniper's nest. Pan Guan is finding us the best escape route, He Wuchang said, supporting the wounded Bai Wuchang as they retreated from the building. There are 3 people in the elevator fastest to the top, 11 on the stairs, guards on the first floor, so I'll have to jump from the second. He Wuchang analyzed quickly. The stairs are too chaotic for an ambush, but the elevator is ideal. He pressed himself against the wall, watching the elevator numbers climb toward the top floor. Ding! The elevator arrived. A booby trap rolled through the crack as the doors opened. Boom! The explosion rocked the elevator, leaving those inside with nowhere to hide, torn apart in an instant. He Wuchang rushed forward, firing several shots to finish the job, not bothering to check if anyone survived. Another 2 elevators were about to arrive. He quickly pulled Bai Wuchang inside the now empty elevator, frantically jabbing the close button. Ding! Another elevator reached the top floor. The moment the doors opened, the soldiers burst out, only to see the elevator in the middle with its doors slightly warped and closing. They didn't have time to pry it open and could only watch helplessly as the elevator began to descend. Cut the power now? One of the soldiers shouted urgently into his earpiece to his teammates on the lower floors. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor, the power was suddenly cut. The entire car jolted violently and came to a halt, suspended between floors. We're out of time, He Wuchang said, drawing his combat knife, its blade glinting in the dim light. He forced the elevator doors open with the knife. The elevator was stuck between the 3rd and 4th floors, and through the gap, He Wuchang could see armed enemies already searching the 3rd floor corridor, their footsteps drawing closer. Without hesitation, he leapt up to the 4th floor, then quickly turned and reached back to pull Bai Wuchang up. Captain, we'll have to climb down from the 4th floor. We need to buy ourselves some time, He Wuchang said as he helped the injured Bai Wuchang stagger toward the window. Zhong Kuei, hold them off. Yin Wang's order came through the earpiece, his voice low and resolute. On it. As soon as Zhong Kuei responded, a series of explosions erupted nearby, lighting up the entire floor like fireworks in the dark. The blasts echoed through the narrow space. In the distance, sirens wailed, growing louder and closer. Damn it! Fall back. Enemy reinforcements are on the way. Zhong Kuei cursed, clutching his assault rifle as he sprinted for the exit, his boots thudding heavily on the floor. Niu 2, cover He and Bai Wuchang, Yin Wang commanded, then slipped quickly into a nearby alley and silently entered a bar through the back door. He kicked his gun under the kitchen freezer and closed the door behind him. Before anyone could notice, he grabbed a bottle of cooking wine, splashed it over himself, and staggered forward, pretending to be drunk. Sir, this is the kitchen. You can't be here. A waiter spotted Yin Wang and quietly warned him in English, his face wary. Yin Wang nodded unsteadily, unclear if he understood. But he continued toward the dance floor, his steps shaky but purposeful. Seeing Yin Wang move farther away, the waiter decided to ignore him and went back to work. Meanwhile, Niu 2 drove a stolen truck, its engine roaring as he pulled up beneath the high-rise. Hearing the noise, the U.S. soldiers raised their weapons and began to surround the building, their boots marching in unison. He Wuchang, carrying the injured Bai Wuchang, leapt from the window, clearing the 3rd floor and landing solidly on the truck's roof with a heavy metallic thud. Hold on tight, Niu 2 shouted, slamming the accelerator. The truck roared forward, smashing through the formation of soldiers, forcing several to dive aside. Bang! 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 Bullets rattled against the truck, the sound sharp and relentless as metal was pierced again and again. They've deployed helicopters. Pan Guan's anxious voice crackled through the comms. His fingers flew over the keyboard, lines of code scrolling rapidly across his screen as he tried to hack into the helicopter's system and disrupt its weapons. Shit! Zhong Kuei crushed his cigarette between his teeth and quickly ducked into a stairwell. Before the pursuers could catch up, he pulled off his headscarf and tossed his jacket in a trash can. He grabbed a piece of tattered cloth, wrapped himself up, smeared black soot on his face, and lay down next to a group of homeless people, looking listless and exhausted. The soldiers chasing him thundered past, not even sparing a glance at the huddled figures in the corner. Elsewhere, Ma Mian's Buick was being chased by police cars, sirens wailing behind them. Dizong leaned out the window with a machine gun, spraying bullets at the police cars, the muzzle flashes lighting up the night and forcing the pursuers to keep their distance. From the back seat, Eujiming pulled out a grenade, checked the pin, and used pliers to loosen it. Satisfied, he bit off the safety clip and hurled the grenade behind them. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward and buying them a few precious seconds. Nice one, Ma Mian cheered, a grin spreading across his face. But before he could celebrate, 3 military jeeps roared out from a crossroad ahead, blocking their path in a fan formation and leaving the Buick with nowhere to go. Take cover. Maman slammed his foot down on the gas and jerked the steering wheel hard to the right, sending the Buick careening up onto the curb. The car jolted violently, making Eujiming's stomach churn nearly threw up. Professor Mei Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't take the impact and passed out cold. The helicopters, here get ready. Dai Zhang's shout echoed through the car. Fighting through the nausea, Eujiming reached for the sunroof. Don't do anything reckless. Dizong tried to stop him, but Eujiming had already reassured him. Relax, I'm not climbing out. He sprawled across the passenger seat, compound crossbow aimed skyward, a special Koei lay arrow at the ready. Give me coordinates. You barked into his earpiece. The judge quickly switched to the surveillance feed, only to find the footage shaking violently. Someone was attacking the firewall. Eyes glued to the flickering monitor, the judge managed to catch the helicopter's last known location right at the final second. Maman, Eujiming yelled. Maman instantly understood, steering the car along the side steps. The steep stairs threatened to tip the car at any moment, but you paid no mind. One foot braced against the door, the other knee on the seat. He focused on the open sunroof above. The instant the helicopter's shadow crossed the sunroof, you released the bowstring. A volley of gunfire and explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The helicopter's machine guns and Koei Lay's explosive arrow. Ugh! You grunted as the crossbow slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the passenger seat. Kid. Maman heard the noise but couldn't risk turning to check. One wrong move and the car would flip. I'm fine. You gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain in his arm as he quickly pulled gauze from his vest, wrapping it around the wound without bothering to disinfect it. Meanwhile, the helicopter, its tail missing, spiraled out of control and slammed into a building, erupting in a fiery explosion that lit up everyone's faces. Nice shot. Maman nearly jumped for joy. That kind of pinpoint accuracy, relying solely on eyesight, was something even a veteran soldier might not pull off. Don't celebrate just yet, you're still on our tail, Dizong said, firing back. Kid, toss a grenade. Maman sped the car toward the underground parking lot. You bit the pin off a grenade and hurled it out the back. As soon as it left his hand, the Buick swerved into the garage, circled once, and came face-to-face with a white van. Without hesitation, Dizong transferred the unconscious Professor Mei to the van. What are you doing? You hadn't caught up with the plan. No time, these guys will get the professor safely to the port, Maman explained briefly. Seizing the brief moment of safety, you redressed his wound. He ripped off the gauze and poured alcohol onto the bullet graze. The searing pain made him tremble, but he clenched his jaw and stayed silent, not wanting to give away their position. Tough one, Dizong couldn't help but admire. Yes, grit. Once bandaged, you slumped weakly into the seat. The car soon burst out of the underground garage, immediately drawing a hail of machine gun fire. Maman weaved the car in a serpentine pattern, dodging bullets. We're low on gas, heading out of town, Maman shouted, swerving through the chaos and making for the city outskirts. With police cars and helicopters chasing the Buick, no one noticed the white van quietly slipping away from the parking garage. Meanwhile, Nyodo and his crew had shaken off the police cars, but still had a helicopter to contend with. The helicopter would swoop down for a burst of gunfire before quickly climbing out of range, making it impossible for He Wuchang to get a shot. Bai Wuchang had been hit in the side, blood pouring from the wound. Barely able to hang onto the roof of the car, his consciousness was starting to fade. I can't hold on any longer, Captain. He Wuchang struggled to keep his form together while firing at the pursuing police cars, all the while keeping an eye on the helicopter circling above. Damn it. Just wait, Judge, get over here. Yan Wang cursed under his breath, then immediately issued an order to the judge. Copy that. The judge scanned the battlefield. He could no longer maintain control. The enemy had retaken surveillance, and there was no point in staying any longer. His gaze dimmed as he turned to retreat. Without hesitation, Yan Wang rushed into the bar's kitchen. Sir, you can't go in. A waiter hurried over to stop him, panic flickering across his face. Yan Wang sneered, brushed him aside with a wave of his hand, and the waiter collapsed instantly, unconscious. Two chefs were smoking in the corner. When they saw Yan Wang's menacing expression, both raised their hands in surrender, too terrified to resist. Yan Wang ignored them, strode past, and quickly retrieved a hidden firearm from the freezer. After making sure no one was around, he pushed open the back door, pressing his ear to the frame and listening for a moment. Sure enough, there were people outside. Two men in American agent uniforms leaned against the wall, looking relaxed, clearly just getting into position, not yet fully engaged. When they saw the gun in Yan Wang's hand, they froze, faces going pale as they stood rooted to the spot. Yan Wang didn't spare them a glance, heading straight for the mouth of the alley. Zhong Kuei, where are you? His low voice cut through the cold wind. At that moment, Zhong Kuei was still among the homeless, anxiously searching the area. He had just shaken off his pursuers, but now, by a pile of garbage, His eyes darted around restlessly. Damn it, Zhong Kuei muttered, growing more frustrated by the second. He had searched every possible hiding spot for his gun, but it was nowhere to be found. He plunged into the group of homeless people, his anxiety written all over his face. The crowd was in chaos, no one daring to move or make a sound. Zhong Kuei couldn't tell who had stolen his weapon. Captain, I can't find the gun. He finally reported to Yin Wang up ahead. Get over here. Forget the gun. Yin Wang replied, already stepping out of the alley. Not far away, a convertible screeched to a halt, kicking up dust. The judge was at the wheel, pulling up beside Yin Wang. Without wasting a second, Yin Wang jumped in and asked quickly, where are Ma Mian and the others? Inside the car, Yin Wang pulled out an 82A2 Barrett sniper rifle, his fingers deftly flicking the safety. After checking the weapon, he frowned, knowing things were far from simple. We've lost contact with all three of them, the judge said grimly, his brows furrowed. Yin Wang fell silent for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Either way, we have to find them first. The judge nodded deeply, determination in his eyes. He slammed the accelerator, and the car sped toward Nayuta's last known location. Nyoto was behind the wheel of a battered truck, barreling toward the highway. He crashed through several guardrails, the truck shrieking like a rampaging beast. The helicopter above wasn't letting up. Soldiers began dropping explosives onto the roof almost without hesitation. Each blast rocked the truck violently, the shockwaves nearly tearing it apart. The battered highway and shaking caused the whole vehicle to tilt dangerously. Hold on, Nyoto shouted, yanking the steering wheel and slamming the truck into the guardrail. The vehicle flipped over with a thunderous crash, sliding nearly 100 meters in a shower of sparks and debris. Hei Wuchang and Bai Wuchang were thrown from the roof, slamming hard into a tree before finally coming to a stop. Hei Wuchang hit first, several ribs snapping as he spat blood, collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Brother! Bai Wuchang gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself up and crawling toward Hei Wuchang despite his injuries. Nyoto was lying on his back beneath the driver's seat, blood streaming from his head. Dizzy and disoriented, he shook his head, forced himself to ignore the spinning in his vision, and kicked the car door open with all his strength, struggling to crawl out. Through blurred eyes, he saw a helicopter closing in on Hei Wuchang and Bai Wuchang. With a shout, Nyoto raised his gun and fired at the helicopter. Bang! 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 The shots rang out, but not a single bullet found its mark. The helicopter's machine gun quickly swiveled toward him, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Nyoto dove underneath the overturned truck for cover. Suddenly, he felt something slick and sticky beneath his feet. Alarmed, he glanced down, barely paying attention to the gunfire overhead, and scrambled to get out. A burst of gunfire tore through the fuel tank, igniting a roaring fire in an instant. Luckily, the truck didn't explode right away, giving him a brief window of escape. Nyoto ran for his life. Boom! A massive explosion split the air, sending a fireball skyward and forcing the helicopter to pull back. The shockwave hurled Nyoto to the ground, leaving him dazed and reeling. His head throbbed with pain, his vision swam, and every attempt to stand was met with weakness. A sharp pain finally registered in his leg. He reached down and felt warm liquid trickling down his pant, leg been shot. The helicopter circled back, locking onto him. Nyoto spotted his submachine gun lying just a couple of meters away. He stretched toward it with all his remaining strength, but the distance felt impossibly far, like a chasm he couldn't cross. Time was running out. In his final moments, he pressed his earpiece and said hoarsely, "Captain, take care of my apprentice. He's a good kid." Before he could finish, Yin Wang's cold laughter came through the comms. "Take care of him yourselves, too much trouble for me." As the words faded, the thunderous crack of Yin Wang's 82A2 Barrett sniper rifle rang out. The shot struck the helicopter deadened, the bullet piercing the fuselage. The helicopter exploded midair in a burst of flames and debris. Nyoto instinctively shielded his head from the flying shrapnel. At the same moment, Yin Wang's convertible sped onto the devastated scene. The car doors flew open, and Yin Wang and his team jumped out. Nyoto, gasping for breath, looked at them with a mixture of shock and gratitude. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Yin Wang grinned at him. "Hey, don't get all emotional. Don't expect me to marry you just because I saved your life." Nyoto rolled his eyes. "Captain, can you be serious for once?" Yin Wang smirked. "Your whole team's a mess, none of you are in one piece." With that, he pulled Nyoto to his feet, and turned to see Hei Wuchang and Bai Wuchang lying on the ground. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind him. A metal panel fell from above, landing squarely on Yin Wang's head. He cursed, "A little help here? All three of them need to get to the hospital." The judge helped Bai Wuchang up. His face was deathly pale. Hei Wuchang was unconscious, blood streaming from her mouth, her internal organs clearly badly injured. Zhong Kuei carefully lifted Hei Wuchang, his expression complicated, as if he were using every ounce of effort to avoid hurting her, more cautious than had ever been with any woman. Yin Wang glanced over and said nothing, helping Nyoto into the car. The judge started the engine and sped toward the hospital. Zhong Kuei opened the first aid kit and quickly disinfected and stopped the bleeding for Bai Wuchang and Nyoto. The bullets would have to wait for the hospital. There was no anesthetic here. Cold sweat beaded on Nayuta's forehead, his whole body trembling from the pain. "Where's my apprentice?" he asked. Zhong Kuei instinctively glanced at his team captain after hearing those words. The captain was fully focused on keeping watch and didn't spare them a glance. Zhong Kuei's Adam's apple bobbed as he hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Nyo too, picking up on Zhong Kuei's uneasy expression, sensed something was wrong. With a trembling hand, he gripped Zhong Kuei's shoulder, his fingers shaking with anxiety. Did something happen to them? Not exactly. Zhong Kuei, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, actually stammered, his eyes darting away from Nyo Tu's questioning gaze. Then what happened? Why won't you say it? Nyo Tu's voice was hoarse with anger and worry as he nearly shouted the words. The sudden outburst drew everyone's attention inside the vehicle. Yin Wang strode over and firmly grabbed Nyo Tu's hand, whose nails were digging into his palm from agitation. "They're just missing, that's all. We'll get them back." Yin Wang's tone was steady as he tried to calm Nyo Tu. When he saw Nyo Tu finally relax, his eyes unfocused, Yin Wang didn't hesitate. He delivered a swift chop to the side of Nyo Tu's neck. Nyo Tu's body went limp, and he passed out instantly. Yin Wang carefully supported Nyo Tu and laid him flat on the seat. When Nyo Tu woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. His wounds had been neatly stitched up and the bullet removed. Turning his head, he saw Bai Wuchang lying on the bed next to him, eyes tightly shut, still under the lingering effects of anesthesia. Nyo Tu tried to sit up and get out of bed, but a black nurse reached out to stop him. She addressed him in English. "Your friend is still in surgery. The people who brought you here said that if you wake up, you should stay and look after your friends, so they don't get distracted." Hearing this, Nyo Tu slowly sat back down. He understood his current condition. Going out would only slow things down. It was better to trust the captain's judgment. Meanwhile, Ma Mian and the other two were being chased deeper into the forest. Their ammunition was running dangerously low. Daizang's machine gun had been out of bullets for some time, and now he was limited to firing short bursts with a submachine gun to conserve what little they had left. From dawn until dusk, they had been forced to hide and run all day. But with military dogs on their trail, every hiding spot was quickly discovered. Eventually, the three gave up on concealment and focused on running for their lives. During this desperate flight, Eujiming's lack of stamina became painfully obvious, was slowing Dizong and Ma Mian down. Eujiming realized that if things continued like this, all three of them would be caught. It might be better for the other two to go on without him. With that thought, Eujiming suddenly stopped. Dizong, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, stopped the moment Eujiming did. Ma Mian ran a few more steps before noticing the absence of footsteps beside him and turned back in confusion. "Go on without me," Eujiming shouted, turning around to prepare to cover their retreat. He still had 2 booby traps, a box of bullets, and 3 arrows, enough to stall their pursuers for a little while. But before he could finish, Dizong grabbed him around the waist with one arm. Gritting his teeth, Dizong growled, "We're both grown men. Since when do we need a kid to save us? Don't make me laugh. What can a kid your size do? Feed the enemy's dogs a snack?" Each word was forced out through clenched teeth. Ma Mian finally realized what Eujiming was trying to do. He smacked himself on the forehead. "My fault. I should have pushed you harder in training when I saw you couldn't keep up." By now, dusk was falling and Eujiming was completely spent. Dizong quickly found a hollow high up in a tree and hid Eujiming inside. "Stay put and keep quiet. Grown-up problems are for grown-ups to solve." He patted Eujiming on the head, then left with Ma Mian to draw the pursuers away. Eujiming didn't dare peek out. He curled up inside the tree hollow, straining to listen for any sounds outside. They hadn't eaten all day, and his stomach kept rumbling in protest. He pressed his hands against his belly, trying to muffle any noises that might give away his position. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, followed by the furious barking of military dogs. Footsteps pounded past below, and the pursuers shouted urgently into their earpieces in English. Eujiming couldn't quite make out the words, but he could tell they were chasing after Dizong and Ma Mian. Anxious, Eujiming wanted to stick his head out for a look, but he was afraid of giving himself away and drawing the enemy's attention. He pressed himself tightly against the inside of the hollow, holding his breath, waiting in the darkness. For hours had passed, and aside from the constant chirping of insects, not a single sound could be heard. Only then did Eujiming cautiously climb down from his hiding spot. The forest at night was shrouded in complete darkness. Tall trees formed a natural barrier, blocking out almost all the moonlight. Only a few scattered beams of silver filtered through the canopy, but they were quickly swallowed by the dense shadows. Gripping his combat knife tightly, Eujiming let his fingertips brush the blade, using the faint sensation as a guide as he felt his way forward through the darkness. His stomach let out a loud, untimely growl, the hollow sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the forest. Pressing a hand to his abdomen, Eujiming felt hunger surge over him like a tide. He knew all too well that if he didn't replenish his energy soon, he'd be completely spent, and if he ran into enemies, he wouldn't stand a chance. By the faint moonlight, Eujiming spotted a few grubs gnawing on a tree trunk. Gritting his teeth, he fought down his instinctive revulsion, snatched up a bug, and stuffed it straight into his mouth. The insect squirmed as it slid down his throat, the slimy texture making him gag. He clamped a hand over his mouth, forcing himself to swallow and suppress the urge to vomit. Suddenly, something struck his foot. Eujiming's body reacted faster than his mind, almost by reflex. He drove his knife downward. Warm liquid splattered across the back of his hand, the sensation unmistakable even in the cold night. He crouched, groping across the ground until his fingers closed around a furry body, a plump bamboo rat. The rat struggled violently for a few seconds in Eujiming's grip. Then its limbs went limp and it fell still. With practiced efficiency, he snapped its neck, tilted his head back, and drank the blood straight from the animal. The strong, metallic taste filled his mouth, making his stomach churn. Overwhelmed by nausea, he forced himself to keep going. Survival demanded it. The blood was gone in moments, barely enough to wet his throat. He quickly skinned the bamboo rat, tore the meat into small pieces, and chewed them with difficulty. Had learned these survival skills during training, but putting them into practice was another matter entirely. The urge to vomit grew stronger, and he had to pause to let his body adjust. As his stomach gradually filled, the gnawing hunger finally subsided. Eujiming stopped eating, dug a shallow hole, and buried the rat's remains, carefully covering any traces to keep bloodhounds from picking up the scent. After a brief rest, he set out again. The presence of the bamboo rat meant there had to be a bamboo grove nearby, and finding it was now his top priority. He only had 3 arrows left for his compound bow, nowhere near enough to handle any potential threats. His Mini 14 sniper rifle had just 17 rounds in the magazine, with only 30 total. That kind of firepower wouldn't last long if he was hunted. He needed bamboo to craft new arrows. Bamboo arrows were not only strong and flexible, but most importantly easy to make in large quantities, ensuring he wouldn't run out of weapons. It didn't take long before Eujiming spotted the wavering silhouette of a bamboo grove. He approached cautiously, not daring to enter right away. Bamboo groves were teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents, and in the darkness, he had to rely on his sharp hearing to avoid danger. Sticking to the edge of the grove, Eujiming used his knife to carefully cut suitable bamboo shoots. He measured them for length, whittled them to a point, and trimmed away any branches, crafting simple arrows one by one. His quiver gradually filled until he had about 30 new arrows. Now, it was time to turn the tables. The advantage of bamboo arrows was their near-silent flight, allowing him to stay hidden. The downside, however, was obvious. Their accuracy was terrible. The shafts tended to wobble in flight, easily veering off course. How far they missed depended entirely on luck. Using such weapons demanded every bit of a sniper's control and skill. Eujiming drew an arrow and tried to aim, but noticed the tip leaned slightly to the right. He adjusted it to the left, only to find it now veered in that direction instead. After closer inspection, he realized the shaft was subtly curved, causing the aim to shift off target. He understood that objects from nature were rarely perfect, and, with this in mind, got up and headed in the direction the M-Nation soldiers had left. He had no idea what had happened to Dizong and Mamien, but he trusted they wouldn't slow down because of him and would be running at full speed. However, with military dogs on the enemy's side, it would be difficult for them to shake off their pursuers. At that moment, Dizong and Mamien were hiding in a dark corner of the village, their bodies smeared with foul-smelling mud to mask their scent. They crouched together in a stinking ditch while enemy soldiers searched house by house outside. The military dogs pressed their paws to the ground, sniffing carefully, but couldn't pick up any scent. The entire village was filled with cries and screams from the arrival of the soldiers. Some who resisted were shot, and women and children wept as the soldiers cursed in frustration over their fruitless search. Animals. Mamien couldn't help but curse. Dizong shook his head at him. In this world, only the soldiers of Huan Nation protected their own people. Soldiers from other countries were little more than bandits, ruthless to their enemies, and even more merciless to unarmed civilians. After a long wait, things finally quieted down outside. The two waited a bit longer before slowly crawling out of the filthy ditch. The stench was so overwhelming that Mamien's face turned pale, as if he were trapped inside the fermenting innards of a dead animal. If it weren't for the open air, methane would have built up here long ago. Let's go. Dizong took the lead, running toward the hillside at the edge of the village. Their muddy footprints left a clear trail, but they didn't have time to worry about that, and could only hope luck was on their side, that the soldiers wouldn't return right away. Unfortunately, luck was not with them. A soldier came back to silence any witnesses. After all, people had been killed in the village, and if word got to the city, the whole squad would face punishment. The captain ordered someone to return and eliminate any survivors, planning to blame the killings on the fleeing terrorists. The returning soldiers spotted the muddy tracks and became instantly excited. Ignoring the villagers, he rushed to report to his captain that had found traces of the terrorists. The whole squad doubled back, following the footprints. The military dog, after sniffing the trail, dashed toward the back of the mountain, leading the soldiers in pursuit. Woof, woof, woof. The barking rang out. Dizong and Ma Mian exchanged glances, surprised the enemy had found them so quickly. Now, their only hope was to run for their lives. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Dizang's leg was pierced by a bullet. Pain shot through his body, and he staggered, dropping to one knee. Dizong! Ma Mian tensed, instantly on alert. He knew there was a sniper. Dizong struggled to support himself on one leg, trying to get behind cover. Bang! Another shot. Dizang's other leg was hit, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Ma Mian wanted to drag Dizong into cover, but Dizong stopped him. Go! Now! Dizong shouted, lying on the blood-stained ground. His voice was fierce and brooked no argument. Ma Mian was shielded by a thick tree, making it impossible for the sniper to get a clear shot at him. But Dizong was completely exposed, his legs already hit by precise bullets, blood soaking through his pants. The enemy's plan was obvious: shoot Dizong in the legs to lure Ma Mian out for a rescue, forcing him into the sniper's sights. Go! Don't try to save me. Can't you see they're using me as bait? Dizong shoved away Ma Mian's hand, his face twisted in pain. They were out of bullets, and if the enemy caught up now, it would mean certain death. Ma Mian stayed behind cover, his eyes fixed on his wounded comrade, refusing to leave. He understood the enemy's trap, but in his mind, as long as a teammate was still alive and there was even a sliver of hope, he would never abandon them. If he left now, Dizong would have no chance. Ma Mian, do you remember what the captain told us when we first joined the team? Dizong stopped struggling, his voice growing calm. Had accepted the reality was as good as dead, but at least he could make sure Ma Mian survived. Better one of them live than both die together. Ma Mian said nothing, pain flickering in his eyes. Of course he remembered. The captain, cigarette dangling from his lips, had stared off into the distance, as if remembering lost comrades, maybe many of them. We walk the edge of death, the captain had said, and few make it to retirement. Death is where our road ends. Mine just stops here, Dizong said, his voice lighter now, almost relieved. But you, Ma Mian, you can keep going. I'm just heading out a little ahead of you. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, a wild, jarring sound on the silent battlefield. He didn't know why he laughed, only that he wanted to let loose one last time before the end. Dizong turned toward the sniper, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Come on, kill me if you can." Dizong. Ma Mian's lips trembled. Usually the one with the most to say, now he was at a loss for words. Enough talk. Get out of here, don't waste my chance at a second life. Dizong barked, his eyes shining with determination. Ma Mian watched as the enemy closed in, gritting his teeth as he prepared to leave. At that critical moment, a sudden commotion erupted behind the enemy. Their ranks quickly fell back, panic and shouts filling the air. From the mountain came frantic barking, followed by the agonized yelps and whimpers of military dogs. Seeing this, Ma Mian immediately rushed back, dragging Dizong into cover and keeping a wary eye on the chaos outside. Gunfire erupted on the other side, but it wasn't aimed at Ma Mian and Dizang instead. The enemy was shooting toward their own rear. It seemed they'd been ambushed by someone unexpected. But who could it be? Ma Mian and Dizong exchanged a puzzled look. Their first thought was Eujiming's 10-year-old boy, but that seemed impossible. For a child to escape the forest was already a miracle. How could he possibly be capable of tracking and ambushing their enemies? They tried to convince themselves it must be the captain leading a rescue. But when they saw a spent bamboo arrow lying on the ground, realization dawned that it really was Eujiming. Only he carried a composite bow, and only he used bamboo arrows for sniping. It's the little immortal, Ma Mian said, quickly drawing the combat knife strapped to his leg, ready to help. Dizong, watch yourself. Ma Mian ducked and darted to the next piece of cover, preparing to get close enough for hand-to-hand combat, and buy Eujiming time to snipe. Ma Mian, Dizong called, his voice tight with worry. He knew just how dangerous it was for Ma Mian to go out there. The enemy still had a sniper, and even if Ma Mian got close, he could easily be overwhelmed and killed in the crossfire. But he also knew that if Ma Mian didn't go, Eujiming would be in just as much danger. The boy's strength and speed were no match for adults, and no matter how good his aim was, he couldn't hold off a crowd alone. Without someone to buy him time, he'd never get a clear shot. In the end, Dizong only managed to say, "Be careful." Ma Mian nodded, then sprinted for the next hiding spot, vanishing into the dense forest like a hunting leopard. On Eujiming's side, his first arrow pierced straight through the sniper's throat. The bamboo shaft was razor-sharp, slicing cleanly through and jutting out from the back of the man's neck. The sniper, crouched on a tree branch, never sensed the fatal strike from behind. Taken completely by surprise, he toppled from the tree and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Immediately, a wave of frenzied barking exploded in the air. The military dogs, catching Eujiming's scent, strained against their leashes and broke free, lunging toward him without hesitation. Eujiming remained calm, quickly knocking another bamboo arrow, but this time his shot went wide, missing the mark. The dogs snarled with rage, trying to intimidate him with their ferocity, but he didn't hesitate. He drew another arrow, and this shot found its mark, burying itself in a dog's chest. The animal collapsed with a whimper, blood gushing from its wound as it died, with its eyes still open. The enemy had yet to catch a glimpse of Eujiming. All they could do was fire blindly toward the source of the arrows. Leaves and bark flew everywhere as gunfire echoed through the forest. Despite several volleys, Eujiming remained out of sight. The soldiers, wary and on edge, began to spread out, slowly closing in on his hiding place. Switching to an explosive arrow, Eujiming moved quickly. He drew his bow and stood up, loosing the arrow with precision. The enemy, anticipating his move, immediately dropped to the ground and rolled for cover. The arrow missed its target, but just as the soldiers thought they were safe, it exploded violently nearby. With a thunderous blast, one of the soldiers was caught in the explosion, his face mangled beyond recognition. He screamed in agony, blood streaming from his ruined eyes. The others, furious and shaken, cursed loudly and clutched their submachine guns, aiming at Eujiming's last known position. They advanced cautiously, every step deliberate, muzzles tracking where they believed Eujiming was hiding. He put down his compound bow and calmly picked up his gun, his fingers brushing lightly over 2 booby-trap grenades. Realistically, he knew he couldn't take on so many by himself. Every enemy he could take out was a victory. As the soldiers drew closer, their footsteps growing louder, Eujiming waited until they were just 20 meters away before hurling both grenades. Boom, boom. Twin explosions rocked the air, followed by the panicked shouts of soldiers. Get down. They dove for cover, but couldn't completely escape the grenade's blast. No one was killed, but the attack threw the enemy into chaos. Seizing the moment, Eujiming rolled aside to dodge a hail of bullets, then quickly drew another explosive arrow. He aimed at one soldier's head and fired. The arrow shot out, striking its target. With a deafening blast, the soldier's head exploded, brain matter and blood splattering the ground as his body convulsed violently. The others froze, stunned by the gruesome sight. Their rage boiled over, and they unleashed a wild barrage of gunfire at Eujiming's hiding spot. Stones were shredded to pieces, bullets tracing deadly lines through the air. If not for Eujiming's small frame, he would have been riddled with holes. The rock he was hiding behind was now in ruins, and with enemy fire pouring in from all sides, Eujiming knew he couldn't stay put any longer. With a sudden movement, he slipped away to find a new place to hide. He now had only one explosive arrow left, 17 bullets, and a handful of bamboo arrows that lacked accuracy. As the enemy's gunfire paused for a moment, Eujiming quickly rolled behind a large tree for cover. Bullets rained down behind him, kicking up clouds of dust where his feet had just been. The enemy's gun barrels were trained directly on Eujiming's position. The nearest tree was too far away. If he tried to dash for it, he'd be riddled with bullets before he got halfway. Just as he was trapped with nowhere to go, urgent footsteps suddenly sounded behind the enemy. All the soldiers were focused on Eujiming, oblivious to the threat at their backs. Like a specter, Mamian slipped up and slit the last soldier's throat with a single stroke. The enemy spun around in panic, guns swinging toward the attacker. But just as they squeezed their triggers, Mamian lunged at the next target, grabbed him by the throat, and dragged him forward to use as a human shield. Bang, bang, bang. Eujiming seized the opportunity, raised his sniper rifle, and fired several quick shots. At such close range, it only took a split second to land a headshot. Surrounded on both sides, the soldiers quickly shifted into a back-to-back formation, fighting off enemies from both directions. They unleashed a hail of bullets at Mamian, showing no hesitation as they riddled their fallen comrade's body, determined to kill the attacker hiding behind it. Seeing the danger, Mamian immediately let go and retreated. Bullets whizzed past his face, close enough to graze his cheek. Even the slightest delay would have been fatal. Eujiming had already taken down 5 men, with 12 bullets left in his magazine. But the dark muzzles aimed his way kept him pinned in place. Watching Mamian fall into peril, Eujiming had no choice. He rolled out of cover, clutching his sniper rifle, and fired all 12 remaining rounds in rapid succession. Suddenly, a bullet tore through his chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he tossed aside his empty rifle, quickly changed position, and drew his last explosive arrow, knocking it to his bow and letting it fly. Boom. His weakened arms caused the arrow to veer off course, but the blast shockwave still sent the enemies shooting at Mamian sprawling to the ground. Mamian seized the moment to strike back, and as the remaining soldiers turned to face him, Eujiming's bamboo arrows came whistling through the air, each one finding its mark. The ground was awash with blood. Of the more than 30 enemies, Mamian had killed 5 barehanded, while Eujiming had dispatched over 20. Blood soaked into the earth, turning the scene into a grisly mess. You really are something, little celestial, Mamian said, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent. His arms and knife hand were trembling, had never been so close to death. But there was no reply. Little celestial? Mamian's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself up and staggered to Eujiming's hiding spot, only to find him pale-lipped and unconscious. Little celestial, Mamian shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. Eujiming still didn't respond. It was only then that Mamian noticed blood continuously seeping from Eujiming's chest, staining his clothes a deep red. Mamian immediately panicked. His hand trembled as he reached out to check Eujiming's pulse. There was still a faint beat, almost imperceptible, but it was there. He let out a small sigh of relief. "Hang in there. They'll get you out of here," Mamian said, taking a deep breath to calm himself as he spoke softly. He tried to lift Eujiming in his arms, but after 2 days without food and constant exertion, his own strength was nearly depleted. The fierce hand-to-hand fight from earlier had pushed his body to the brink of collapse. As soon as he picked Eujiming up, Mamian's legs gave out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Thankfully, he managed to hold on to Eujiming tightly, preventing further injury. "Whoa, look at all these bodies." Mamian heard the captain's voice nearby. He scrambled out from behind the tree, clutching Eujiming tightly, and called out, "Captain, over here. Check on the little celestial boys in bad shape." Normally stoic and composed, the 6-foot Mamian had tears and snot streaming down his face in his panic, unable to hold back his emotions. Upon hearing this, Yin Wang's expression immediately grew serious. He set aside his earlier jokes and rushed over, with the judge close behind, carrying a first aid kit. Zhong Kuei, weighed down by carrying Dizong, stayed put, knowing he couldn't slow the team down any further. "What happened?" Yin Wang asked in a low voice as he arrived. Mamian quickly revealed Eujiming in his arms. Everyone's heart tightened at the sight of Eujiming's pale face, colorless lips, and the blood welling from his chest. "Let me see," the judge said, expertly pulling out tools from the first aid kit. He quickly tore open Eujiming's shirt, and more blood spilled out. Although the blood wasn't gushing, the wound was dangerously close to the heart. The judge swiftly cleaned the wound and disinfected it with alcohol. Eujiming groaned in pain. Yin Wang gripped Eujiming's face, forcing his jaw open to prevent him from biting his tongue. The judge packed the wound with sterile cotton, his movements decisive and efficient. "We need to get him to a hospital right now. If we don't remove the bullet and disinfect the wound soon, the risk of infection is too high," he said quietly. "I'll carry him," Yin Wang said, picking Eujiming up as gently as possible to avoid putting pressure on his chest. Although the bullet hadn't hit the heart, it was dangerously close. Any jolt could be fatal. They were all seasoned veterans and knew every second mattered. Eujiming remained unconscious in Yin Wang's arms until they returned to China. Although the medical facilities in Country M were good, it was too risky to stay with soldiers searching everywhere for them. As soon as the surgery was done, they contacted Eujiming's family and prepared to leave as quickly as possible. When Eujiming awoke, he found himself staring at a familiar white ceiling. He blinked, still groggy. "You're awake?" Daizang's voice came from nearby. Eujiming slowly turned his head and saw Dizong sitting in a wheelchair, both legs in casts, watching him quietly. "What happened to your legs?" Eujiming asked weakly. "It's nothing, just took 2 bullets, Dizong replied casually. He then raised his hand near Eujiming's chest and added, "But I'm more curious, what does your heart look like on the right side?" Daizang's usually fierce face looked even more intimidating at that moment, and there was a hint of teasing in his voice. Eujiming felt a chill and swallowed nervously. "Dizong, stop scaring him," He Wuchang said as he entered the room, moving slowly with bandages wrapped around his abdomen. His injuries had kept him from fully recovering. "I heard you saved Dizong and Mamian this time. That makes you a hero, doesn't it?" He Wuchang asked with genuine concern. Eujiming managed a faint smile. Though he was still exhausted, there was a gentle warmth in his expression. He Wuchang and Dizong exchanged a glance. This was the first time they had seen Eujiming smile. He had hardly spoken in the past year, and a smile was even rarer. In that moment, his silent smile moved everyone in the room. Almost without thinking, Dizong took out his phone and snapped a photo, sending it to the team's group chat, so those who couldn't be there could also witness this rare smile. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" Mamian stared at his phone screen, his fingers flying as he frantically tagged everyone in the group chat. In an instant, the phones of Yin Wang, Zhong Kuei, Nyoto, Bai Wuchang, Pan Guan, and He Wuchang all lit up. "Guys, look at this. Xiaoxiantong is actually smiling at Dizong." Mamian sent a photo showing Eujiming with a rare hint of a smile on his face. Mamian was both surprised and a little indignant. "I've been trying to make him laugh for over a year and haven't even gotten an eye roll. Why does that weirdo Dizong get to see him smile?" Yin Wang looked at the photo, unable to hide the smile tugging at his lips. He still remembered the first time he met Eujiming, how lifeless he looked, his face as solemn as an old man's. "Adorable," Pan Guan replied, clearly busy, keeping it short and to the point. "I saw it happen in person," He Wuchang added, immediately sharing a new photo showing Eujiming back to his usual icy demeanor. Bai Wuchang shook his head as he looked at the photo. "He's so much more likable when he smiles. That cold expression he wears most of the time is tough to take. Who doesn't like a lively kid?" Zhong Kuei said, scratching his head. Mamian eagerly nodded in agreement. Nyoto glanced at Zhong Kuei and suddenly messaged the group. "Zhong Kuei, let's do some sparring." "Oh, someone's about to get their butt kicked." Mamian jeered gleefully. Zhong Kuei shot back, "Shut up. Wasn't it you just a few days ago, clinging to the captain and bawling, Save Xiaoxiantong? I remember that pitiful look like it was yesterday. Holy crap. Ma Mian jumped up and dashed toward the training field. Nyoto, leave some for me. I want a piece of Zhong Kuei myself. 10 days later, Eujiming returned to the company and was immediately surrounded by everyone. They were all curious, their eyes drawn to the right side of his chest. Ma Mian even tried to reach out and touch it, only to have his hand slapped away by Eujiming. Good thing your heart's on the right side, Ma Mian said, rubbing his hand in relief. That bullet had nearly gone straight through his left chest. If his heart had been in the usual place, there's no way he would have survived. Ma Mian didn't even want to imagine the alternative. Time passed quickly, and with everyone's company, Eujiming gradually grew up. When he turned 14, the country announced the development of a nanochip that would soon be rolled out across all industries. By that time, Zhong Kuei and Dizong were already 29, with just 6 months left before they'd retire and return home. Yan Wang, at 28, had 2 years left in service and was training Nyoto to take over as team captain. The Hell Squad had become legendary for years without a single casualty. By comparison, the Demon Squad had already replaced 4 or 5 members, and Moteng's remains were still missing. The 100 Demon Squad had also added 2 new recruits that year, including an 18-year-old girl named Zhiming Mao, who loved hanging around the Hell Squad. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that she had a thing for Yan Wang. She would find any excuse to get close to him every day. But Yan Wang was as unresponsive as a block of wood. Whenever he saw the young girl coming his way, he'd immediately contact the captain of the 100 Demon Squad and, expressionless as ever, gesture for her to take the girl back. The squad members would joke about Yan Wang in private, encouraging him to give things a try with the girl, but all they got in return was a doubling of their training workload. Eventually, everyone learned their lesson and stopped mentioning 9 lives cat in front of Yan Wang, because whenever those words came up, the day was sure to be miserable. At the age of 10, Eujiming nearly lost his life during a mission in Country M. Ma Mian and Dizong reacted as if they'd lost their minds, immediately ramping up his physical training several times over. By the end of each day, Eujiming would collapse on the ground, completely spent, barely able to move, often falling asleep right then and there. For years flew by in a flash, and Eujiming had grown up. His features were fair and striking, reminiscent of those eye-catching young idols, and his cool, detached expression made him even more irresistible to the older sisters of the 100 Demon Squad. Every time the squad captain came to pick up 9 lives cat, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Eujiming's cheek. At first, the boy couldn't dodge in time, and she always got her way. Later on, she couldn't even get within 3 steps of him, let alone touch his face. Left with no choice, the captain would sheepishly pull her hand back. After all, she just wanted to pinch the kid's cheek, not actually hurt him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp gunshots shattered the silence of the training ground. Eujiming hit a fast-moving arrow with precise shots, the 3 bullet holes lined up neatly along its shaft. He Wuchang applauded from the sidelines, admiration shining in his eyes. At this point, Eujiming's marksmanship was as precise as a machine, fast, ruthless, and accurate. Even He Wuchang, a seasoned sniper, knew he couldn't match that level. Eujiming's movements as he put away his gun were crisp and efficient, his face devoid of any pride, as if this was just another ordinary practice session. He was always quiet, his aloof demeanor now second nature. The dazzling smile had flashed 4 years ago had become a distant, almost dreamlike memory. Still, every member of the Hell Squad secretly held onto a photo of that moment. They'd watched Eujiming grow up and already considered him family. New mission. Meeting room now? Yan Wang's message popped up in the team chat. Little Celestial, let's go. We've got a new assignment. Hey, and Bai Wuchang waved Eujiming over as he finished up at the shooting range. He quickly packed up his weapon and fell in step with them. In the meeting room, Judge was explaining the details of their next mission. This time, it was an evacuation operation in Libya. They needed to help evacuate Chinese workers stranded at local factories. Because Chinese troops couldn't directly enter Libya, it would be seen as a provocation against a sovereign nation. And even if Libya didn't object, the international community might use it as an excuse to sanction China. Their task was to secretly infiltrate Libya and extract the trapped Chinese nationals. On the surface, the mission sounded simple. But Libya was overrun with armed groups, constant outbreaks of conflict, and new factions emerging all the time. The entire country was a quagmire of power struggles. War had turned everyone there into fugitives, and the danger was unimaginable. China had set up several factories in the area, and their job was to safely escort the Chinese workers from those factories to designated extraction points, making sure they could return home unharmed. This time, both the Hell Squad and the Demon Squad would be involved. The Demon Squad was still on another mission, but would head straight to Libya once finished, while the Hell Squad would travel there alongside the Chinese military. This mission will probably take us right into the conflict zone between armed groups and government forces. Stray bullets don't discriminate, Judge said gravely, his fingers tapping lightly on the wooden table. In the quiet meeting room, his voice sounded particularly clear. Whoa, living side by side with death, Yan Wang exclaimed, clapping his hands with a look of excitement on his face. Judge frowned, then smacked Yin Wang on the head with his tablet. Be serious, Captain. Yin Wang winced, rubbing the spot on his head. If you keep hitting me, you'll end up brainless one day. A chorus of laughter broke out among the team. In this elite squad, only Judge dared to treat the captain's head like a watermelon. The tension in the room instantly eased. All right, let's go. Same as always, pick your weapons. Yin Wang waved his hand and stood up. The group headed out towards the armory, their footsteps echoing down the hallway. But just as they reached the door, they almost collided with someone rushing toward them. It was Nine Lives' cat. Captain, someone's here to see you, Ma Mian called out excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh, they're here. Yin Wang, still in the meeting room, replied as he looked up and saw Nine Lives' cat being let in. In an instant, Yin Wang tensed up. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialing the Bai Yao team. But before the call could go through, Nine Lives' cat snatched the phone from his hand and hit the cancel button. Seriously? Why are you here again, little cat? Yin Wang clicked his tongue, brows furrowing. Had never been pestered by a woman before, and it felt more troublesome than taking out 100 enemies. I heard you're about to head out on a mission. Can I come see you off? Nine Lives' cat plopped herself right down on the table in front of Yin Wang, legs crossed, looking down at him with an air of authority. Sure, see us off. We're just about to pick our gear, though. Shouldn't you be at the door if you want to say goodbye? Yin Wang rubbed his temples, eager to end this conversation and move on. Nine Lives' cat ignored him, boldly leaning in closer until her face was just inches from his. Yin Wang tried to pull back, but she grabbed his collar and yanked him forward, planting a bright red kiss on his cheek. Her voice was full of possessive confidence. You're mine now, so if you see any other women out there, keep your distance. With that, Nine Lives' cat turned and strode out of the room, her steps light and full of confidence. Hey, my phone. Yin Wang called after her, worried she'd really take it. That phone was his only way to contact home. Useless straight guy? Without looking back, Nine Lives' cat flipped him off, then tossed the phone back over her shoulder. Yin Wang reacted quickly, catching the phone and breathing a sigh of relief. When Yin Wang entered the armory, all eyes turned to him, every team member staring intently at his face. What are you all looking at? Do I look like some kind of beauty queen? Yin Wang asked, confused and a little uneasy. But no one answered. They just kept staring, struggling to hold back their laughter. Eujiming pointed at the side of Yin Wang's face, barely suppressing a grin. Did you just get it on? Yin Wang instinctively wiped his cheek, smearing the bright lipstick onto his hand. TCH, that little cat actually wore lipstick. He scrubbed at his face with his sleeve, trying to get it off. Ma Mian couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Did Nine Lives' cat just get all dolled up for a blind man? Captain didn't even notice she put on makeup just for him. Yin Wang's face darkened, and he kicked at Ma Mian's rear. The others quickly edged away, not wanting to become collateral damage. Enough fooling around. Captain, hurry up and pick your weapon. You're the last one, Judge said, tone leaving no room for argument. Everyone immediately sobered up, knowing Judge meant business. Unlike the captain, he wouldn't hesitate to dish out real punishment. There were 9 of them, each choosing the weapon they knew best. Eujiming picked up an SG-3 automatic sniper rifle and slung a compound bow across his back. If he ran out of ammo in the field, the bow could be used with whatever materials were at hand, a big advantage over most modern weapons. Why are you using an automatic sniper again, little immortal? Bai Wuchang frowned, unable to understand Eujiming's choice. Everyone knew that automatic snipers, with their extra ejection mechanisms, were less stable and had shorter range than single-shot rifles. Snipers who used them were more like assault troops. With Eujiming's talent, putting him on the front lines seemed like a waste. This mission is about finding those Chinese nationals in Libya. We don't need that many snipers, but we do need more people searching. I plan to stick with the captain and join the assault team to find them as quickly as possible. The sooner we find them, the safer we'll be. As for keeping watch, you and He Wuchang are more than enough, Eujiming explained. Fine, Bai Wuchang conceded, convinced by the logic. With all regular routes into Libya cut off, they'd be joining the company's rescue convoy to get in. The company would drive them to the Libyan border, where they'd meet up with the vehicles sent by their own organization to pick them up. As they approached the border of Libya, a massive crowd of refugees had gathered there. Their eyes were vacant, wandering like lost souls along the border. The roads were completely blocked by people. The cries of children echoed constantly, and despair was etched across the faces of the women. The whole scene looked like something out of a zombie apocalypse movie. Eujiming noticed there were hardly any elderly or able-bodied. Old died first, followed by children and women. As for the men, they either died in silence or joined one of the many armed groups, becoming executioners with blood on their hands. There was no hope left in the eyes of the refugees. Each person was simply surviving, numb to their circumstances. Even some women had taken up weapons and joined the chaotic fighting. Under such extreme pressure, ordinary people were forced to become instruments of violence. This land had become a paradise for war profiteers. The convoy sent by China to pick up its citizens could barely move through the dense crowd, and had to consider taking an alternate route. Eujiming quietly watched through the car window, observing the lifeless eyes of those outside. These people had long since given up hope. Every extra day they survived felt like a gift from above. Don't look. A rough hand suddenly covered Eujiming's eyes. It was Nyoto's hand, calloused from years of holding a gun, the rough skin scraping lightly against Eujiming's eyelids, making him itch a little. I've seen that look before, Eujiming said calmly. 8 years had passed, but he still sometimes dreamed of that bass and the desperate screams. He turned away from the window, no longer watching the crowd, and hugged his gun close, carefully tracing its outline. In a place like this, a gun was the only thing that mattered. Nyoto looked at the teenager and couldn't help but pat his head. Getting sentimental? The chaos here has nothing to do with us. He looked ahead, his tone firm. Don't worry. Back home, there will never be war again. We won't allow it. Our children won't allow it, and the millions of people in China won't allow it. Yeah, Eujiming replied softly. Most of Libya had already fallen, and the government was collapsing rapidly. In contrast, the armed factions were growing stronger, looting and killing without restraint. The government was increasingly powerless against so many enemies, and every bit of weakness only made the militias more brazen. Fortunately, the route they were on was still under government control, and the convoy was flying the Chinese flag, so the soldiers at the checkpoints didn't stop them. Most Chinese citizens had already gathered at the embassy, and the convoy's mission was to bring them home. However, some Chinese nationals were still trapped in conflict zones, and a few Chinese workers were hiding in areas that had already fallen. Most of them worked at Libyan factories. Although they'd contacted the embassy, they couldn't get out on their own. Since China couldn't send in troops directly, the Hell Squad was dispatched as mercenaries to enter these dangerous areas. After arriving at the embassy, the Hell Squad was equipped with 3 off-road vehicles, preparing to head into the fallen zones. The conflict areas were too dangerous, taking civilians through might get them caught in crossfire, so it was safer for them to hide for now. The fallen zones, on the other hand, had become relatively stable. Unless the armed groups wanted to provoke a powerful nation like China, they wouldn't dare harm Chinese citizens. We're about to enter the conflict zone, the captain reminded them. Mercenaries aren't protected by international law. In some ways, it's even more dangerous for us than for civilians. Stay sharp, everyone. Yin Wang spoke quietly into the communicator. If they want to enter the occupied zone, they'll have to pass through the combat area. Dizong carefully collected each of the strange minds and tucked them into Eujiming's arms. Little Celestial, you're the only immortal in our squad. You've got to keep that divine aura safe for us. Otherwise, would be nothing but ghosts. Eujiming paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. He secured the sleeve arrow that Nyoto had given him when he became his apprentice, and strapped on the wristband Dizong had prepared, which had small slots to hold the mines. Around his neck, along with his communicator, he wore an emergency distress beacon usable anywhere with satellite coverage a device Judge had given him before they left. Strapped to his leg was a custom knife made by Nyoto, slim and razor-sharp, more refined than any standard military blade. His pockets held an emergency medical kit and 3 doses of adrenaline. Hidden in his shoes were 3 vials of scent disruptor, specially formulated for his own scent to confuse military dogs, essential for any retreat. Everyone in the squad carried this, but only Eujiming had 3 doses. Judge's reasoning was that 2 would be enough for everyone else, but had need 3 to shake off pursuit. The saying the worse the student, the more gadgets he carries seemed to fit Eujiming perfectly. When we reach the combat zone, everyone be careful and steer clear. Judge's voice came through the communicator. Copy. The 3 vehicles moved cautiously through the shattered remains of the city. The combat zone had just seen fighting, leaving the streets in ruins. Crumbling walls, debris everywhere, the ground sometimes littered with severed limbs, bullet holes riddling the walls. The wind kicked up dust, and the tense atmosphere kept everyone on high alert. Finding any surviving Chinese nationals in a place like this was no easy task. Stop. Suddenly, the 3 SUVs were blocked by rebel troops. Yin Wang quickly issued instructions through the communicator. Don't make any sudden moves. Hide your weapons. They had run into rebel forces. The situation was complicated, but generally, the rebels wouldn't attack Chinese people without cause. They were wary of provoking a major power and usually avoided unnecessary trouble. But if they found armed Chinese, it was a different story. To protect themselves, they'd see them as a threat and might shoot first. Judge got out to negotiate with the rebels, while Yin Wang stayed alert, ready to act at the first sign of trouble. He knew that if things went south, their extraction mission would become even more difficult. Unless absolutely necessary, Yin Wang would never resort to force. Just then, a deafening explosion shattered the standoff. A shell detonated nearby. Yin Wang reacted instantly, throwing open the car door and tackling Judge to the ground. The shockwave rocked the vehicles. Rebel soldiers scattered, yelling and diving for cover. Let's go. Yin Wang quickly brushed the dust from his head, pulled Judge to his feet, and rushed back to the car. Rat-a-tat-tat. Machine gun fire erupted, and the Hell Squad's 3 vehicles spun around almost simultaneously, dodging the incoming bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Several stray rounds struck the car doors, but the heavy metal held firm against the assault. Hold on tight. The cars swerved sharply. Eujiming was thrown by the inertia, landing right up against Dizong. Dizong reached out and pressed Eujiming's head down hard against the seat, making sure he didn't raise it even a little. All around them, artillery thundered and explosions rattled their eardrums, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Dizong cursed under his breath. Damn it. Wasn't this area already taken by the rebels? Why the hell is there still fighting? Ma Mian's voice crackled through the comms, frustration clear in his tone. Yin Wang, however, remained calm, his breathing steady as if none of this fazed him. We're too close to the combat zone, he said coolly. Other armed groups are probably fighting for control. Let's move now. Dizong growled, teeth clenched. This place is chaos. There's probably more than one group here. Yin Wang scanned the ruined buildings around them, alert to any hidden threats. He knew snipers could be lurking anywhere, and with their Chinese faces just having appeared, they'd be easy targets. Armed groups here harbored deep prejudices against the Chinese, viewing them as weak and timid easy prey, calling them lambs, ripe for plundering at any moment. 3 off-road vehicles sped along the rough, uneven road, gradually leaving the combat zone and entering the fallen territory. The devastated landscape weighed heavily on everyone. Corpses were scattered everywhere, some already decomposing, others so fresh they were terrifying. The air was thick with the stench of death, making Eujiming pale as he leaned against the window. The scene outside was like a vision of hell. Flocks of crows gathered on the bodies, utterly unfazed by the decaying flesh. For them, this place was paradisian, endless supply of food. As the vehicles passed, the crows took flight with harsh cries, as if announcing a symphony of death. Dusk was falling when Yin Wang spoke quietly into the comms. Heads up, we're approaching the factory where the Chinese workers are. Be ready for a fight. His eyes were sharp, fully aware that the factories were likely already occupied by armed groups. With so many supplies inside, they were prime targets for any faction. Looting and violence were second nature here, and the workers could easily have been driven out, the factory turned into someone's base. The factory was isolated, surrounded by rugged, rocky terrain. The 3 vehicles found a concealed spot to park, and the team quickly regrouped. Black and white impermanents scrambled to high ground, securing sniper positions. The judge took cover behind a large boulder and launched 4 drones to scout the area around the factory. Dizong, with a row of explosives strapped to him and a rocket launcher in hand, looked formidably so much so that Eujiming was momentarily stunned. Xiantong, find yourself a sniper spot, Yin Wang said, glancing at Eujiming, a hint of concern in his voice. At 14, Eujiming still couldn't match the others physically. If fighting broke out, he'd be the weakest link. Eujiming was well aware of the gap between himself and the others. He didn't object, simply stating, the effective range of the SG-3 is 800 meters. You'll need to move in closer to cover you. Understood. Yin Wang nodded and instructed, maintain radio silence. Get ready to move. With a wave of his hand, the team silently began to surround the factory. There seemed to be people moving inside the factory. Though their faces were hidden by scarves, their movements and clothing bore a resemblance to the Chinese workers. The judge's drones reached the vicinity first, their cameras catching glimpses of figures around the factory, but the blowing sand made it impossible to see anything but scarves, no way to confirm who they were. The open terrain here meant the Chinese often wore scarves and masks, so outsiders couldn't easily tell them apart. Suddenly a sharp crack rang out. One of the drones was hit dead, its frame shuddering violently before losing power and plummeting to the ground. The judge's face darkened. Careful, he warned quietly. There are armed fighters inside. The drone's been spotted. That shot alone proved the people inside were far from ordinary workers. Even if the workers had armed themselves, they wouldn't have such deadly aim. Only hardened fighters, seasoned by countless battles, could shoot a drone out of the sky with a single shot. Copy, Yin Wang replied coolly, immediately directing everyone to spread out and encircle the factory. Eujiming stopped about 800 meters from the building, found cover, and kept his eyes trained on the factory, fully focused. Yin Wang led the others as they continued to close in. The judge quickly piloted the drone into the air to prevent all their drones from being shot down. He Wuchang and the young celestial attendant followed closely, ready to provide cover. Yin Wang and the rest of the team didn't dare let their guard down, swiftly making their way to the factory's outer wall. At the top left corner of the wall, a sentry was on alert, likely to spot any movement. The judge streamed the drone's video feed to Yin Wang and the others. How many people can you see in the target area? About 70 by my estimate. Yin Wang replied as the 5 of them pressed against the base of the wall, quickly scanning their surroundings. The judge caught glimpses of figures in the video, but he was well aware there could be even more enemies hidden from view. He Wuchang's eyes turned cold as he took aim and eliminated the sentry in one swift shot. Yin Wang gave the order without hesitation. Go. A gunshot rang out, and the sentry's body dropped, tumbling from the rooftop. Yin Wang signaled, leaping over the wall with ghost-like agility, followed closely by Nyoto and Mamian. The three of them charged ahead, leading the assault. After several more gunshots, Dizong, clutching his machine gun, vaulted over the wall as well. Zhong Kuei remained concealed outside, ready to back them up at any moment. Watch the rooftop, the judge warned as several figures appeared above. A series of sharp shots rang out, and the enemies on the rooftop were immediately hit, their heads bursting in a spray of blood as their bodies collapsed. Eujiming silently changed position, careful not to expose himself to the enemy sniper's line of sight. Chaos erupted inside the factory, followed by a fierce exchange of gunfire. Bai Wuchang quickly reported, West, 95.78. As the spotter, he had a keen eye and had just spotted the enemy sniper. He Wuchang calmly adjusted his aim toward the reported direction. Sure enough, he saw the dark muzzle of a gun appear at that spot. But to his surprise, the enemy was inexperienced, aiming directly at Yan Wang's position instead of scanning the area. He Wuchang fired without hesitation. The bullet sparked as it struck something hard, a dull thud echoing back it had hit a steel plate. He Wuchang was caught off guard, but Bai Wuchang immediately pulled him down into cover. A bullet grazed He Wuchang's scalp, leaving a long, burning wound. Cold sweat and blood dripped down his forehead. The muzzle they'd seen hadn't been the sniper's actual position, it was a trap. The cunning enemy had been waiting for them to take the bait, ready to pinpoint their location. Captain, Celestial Attendant, watch out for the sniper. Bai Wuchang's voice came through the earpiece, his tone grave. If he hadn't noticed the muzzle flash and instinctively tackled He Wuchang, the consequences would have been dire. Change positions, Bai Wuchang ordered. Both he and He Wuchang quickly moved to a new sniping spot. The enemy sniper had surely locked onto their previous location, so this shift would throw him off. Eujiming frowned, gripping his sniper rifle as he stared fixedly at the second floor across the way. He couldn't risk moving. From his low vantage point, even the slightest movement could give away his position and attract a deadly shot. Inside the factory, Yan Wang's team used the complex terrain to their advantage, turning the fight into a one-sided slaughter. Most of their opponents were locals who had been forced into the terrorist group by harsh circumstances. Their marksmanship was poor, and only a handful had any real experience with violence or bloodshed. But in front of Yan Wang's team, none of that mattered. It was clear these enemies were completely outmatched. These guys are playing like it's an arcade game. Yan Wang sneered, unfazed by the chaos around him. Ma Mian kept a close watch on the armed men pouring down the stairs. They charged straight into the line of fire as if they had no regard for their lives, swinging sticks wildly, but never hitting anyone. This strange behavior put him on high alert. These might just be local villagers. The real militants could be hiding upstairs. Stay sharp, Yan Wang said, his brow furrowed and his voice low and tense. Amid the intense gunfire, Ma Mian found himself wondering why would these people keep rushing down when it was clearly a death sentence? Don't shoot, please. Suddenly, a clear voice speaking Mandarin cut through the gunfire. Yan Wang quickly signaled for everyone to cease fire, and his team immediately slipped back into cover. At the same time, Nyoto silently faded into the shadows, preparing to climb up the exterior wall to the second floor. I have a wife and child at home. I don't want to die, the man sobbed in fluent Mandarin, his gun discarded on the floor. He knelt there, covering his face with his hands, his cries filled with despair. The familiar language made the three men downstairs tense up. He's Chinese, Dizong muttered, pulling the scarf from a corpse on the ground to reveal a clearly Asian face. In that instant, the truth hit them like a punch to the gut. They hadn't been fighting militants, they'd been slaughtering defenseless workers. A wave of guilt and pain crashed over them. These were the very people they were supposed to protect, the ones they were responsible for, and now they had killed them with their own hands. How could this happen? How could they do this? Ma Mian's voice trembled, barely audible. From upstairs, the man's desperate pleas echoed again. Please, let us go. Our families are waiting for us. My son is only 5 years old. Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. The militants upstairs continued to force others down, but the remaining workers were too terrified to move. More gunshots rang out, and again figures stumbled into view at the stairwell. By now, Yan Wang's team dared not fire another shot. The brutal truth had shattered them. Everyone coming down the stairs was a factory worker, held captive by the militants, forced to dress as locals, and driven downstairs as human shields. No wonder they didn't know how to use the guns. No wonder they kept rushing forward like they weren't afraid to die, they were being forced. Ma Mian shouted, his voice raw with pain and fury. The people they'd killed were the very ones they'd come to protect. Get a grip. Yan Wang's eyes were red with anger, but he forced himself to stay calm. As the team leader, he knew that if he lost control, the entire squad would be doomed. He grabbed Ma Mian and pulled him away from the area. Everyone felt suffocated, as if cotton had filled their chests. The workers and militants all wore scarves over their faces, making it impossible to tell them apart. The team dared not fire again and could only retreat further. Suddenly, a single gunshot rang out from outside, followed by more shots from the second floor. Neo 2 made it up. Let's move. Yin Wang ordered, no longer hesitating. He left cover and started climbing up the building by hand. Ma Mian and Di Zong ducked into cover, warily watching the workers coming down the stairs, searching for any militants hidden among them. But their confidence was shattered. Their guns felt impossibly heavy, and even when they spotted a militant, they couldn't pull the trigger. Their hands were shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Bai Wuchang, watching through binoculars, spotted another group of militants rapidly approaching the factory. He pressed his earpiece and said urgently, "Captain, hurry, your Panther group is heading our way." Yin Wang was carefully climbing up to the second floor, every movement deliberate and cautious. Suddenly, his hand slipped, and he lost his grip. At that very instant, a bullet whistled past, leaving a deep hole where he had just been. A chill ran down Yin Wang's spine as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. In the distance, the sharp crack of a sniper rifle rang out He Wuchang's shot. Moments later, a muffled groan came from a corner of the second floor, indicating the enemy sniper had been hit. The fighting upstairs was still fierce. Neo 2 was holding off the armed attackers alone, with gunfire and the sounds of close combat echoing non-stop. Yin Wang took a deep breath and continued climbing. Meanwhile, enemy reinforcements were closing in fast. Bai Wuchang's voice came through the comms. "He'll intercept them and buy time for the captain and the others." "He'll go?" Judge ordered at once. "Hey Wuchang, keep watching the factory." Without the threat of the enemy sniper, Eujiming sprang up and dashed across the road. Judge guided him with a drone, calling out warnings from time to time. "Careful, little immortal." Bai Wuchang set up his sniper rifle, aiming at the approaching convoy of armed vehicles. By now, Eujiming was within 800 meters of the enemy, but still out of effective range. "Can Bai Wuchang shoot out those tires?" Eujiming asked. "He'll give it a shot." Despite the distance over 1,200 meters, Bai Wuchang fired decisively. The lead vehicle lurched violently, then flipped over, blocking the entire intersection. The vehicles behind couldn't stop in time, causing a chain collision. "Nice shot," Eujiming exclaimed. Bai Wuchang quickly reloaded and kept up his cover fire. As the panicked enemies scrambled out of their vehicles, Eujiming found the perfect spot for cover. Looking through his sniper scope, he entered a state of intense focus, every detail standing out with crystal clarity. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, enemies fell, each with a precise bullet hole in the forehead. Even Bai Wuchang, watching from a distance, was stunned. Achieving such accuracy with a semi-automatic sniper rifle was unheard of. When his magazine ran dry, Eujiming ducked back behind cover just as a hail of bullets peppered the area around him. "They've taken cover, about 50 left," Bai Wuchang reported. "Get ready, little immortal," Judge ordered through the earpiece. Suddenly, a drone dove down, crashing into the vehicles hiding the enemy. With a thunderous explosion, the militants were forced out into the open. Eujiming seized the moment, picking off targets one by one. "Take cover," Bai Wuchang shouted suddenly. Eujiming barely dodged a burst of gunfire, but an explosion nearby left his ears ringing. As he struggled to regain his bearings, Bai Wuchang's urgent warning came through. "They're searching your way." Eujiming immediately grabbed his compound bow and notched an arrow. "Bai Wuchang, cover me." Before he could finish, Bai Wuchang had already taken out the lead attacker from a kilometer away. Taking advantage of the distraction, Eujiming loosed an arrow. With a loud explosion, he used the chaos to slip away from his cover. "He'll draw them away." Eujiming spun to his left and sprinted, bullets whistling past his ears and leaving behind scorching trails of air. The footsteps of the militants pounded close behind, their shouts mingling with the metallic clash of their weapons. "Come back, little immortal." The judge's voice crackled urgently in his earpiece. Eujiming pressed the earpiece, forcing out 3 words between ragged breaths. "Trust me." Then he cut the comms, leaving only static and the distant calls of his teammates. He threw himself fully into the run, his legs moving with mechanical precision over the uneven ground. Bullets kicked up dust at his heels, forcing him to keep up his relentless pace. Behind him, curses in a foreign tongue mixed with the crisp sounds of weapons being readied. Wind roared in his ears as Eujiming quickly scanned his surroundings. His lungs burned, muscles protesting his lack of stamina was a deadly weakness. If he kept running like this, he'd be caught. He needed to fight back, needed a turning point. The rocky terrain of the Libyan region became his lifeline. Spotting a jutting outcrop, Eujiming's eyes lit up and he dove behind it without hesitation. He swapped out the sniper rifle's magazine in one fluid motion, wasting no time. Moonlight spilled across the wilderness like mercury, outlining the shapes of his pursuers. Eujiming closed his left eye and peered through the scope with his right, keeping his left half open to watch for flanking attacks. Enemy bullets hammered his cover, sending up clouds of dust and chips of stone, a few shards grazing his cheek. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper rifle's recoil slammed into his shoulder as he fired 3 rounds, each one finding its mark. The 3 leading pursuers stumbled and fell, blood gleaming black under the moonlight. "Take cover." The remaining militants yelled, dropping to the ground and melting into the shadows, hiding among the rocks like desert reptiles. Suddenly, A blinding beam of headlights swept over him. Eujiming instinctively ducked deeper behind the outcrop. Pickup trucks that had been on the road now barreled off-road, crushing stones beneath their tires, engines roaring like starving beasts as they charged straight at him. Eujiming's heart clenched. The Libyan landscape, all exposed rock and sparse vegetation, offered wide-open sight Linus' sniper's dream, but now a deadly vulnerability. The militant's high-clearance pickups could traverse this terrain with ease, and he had no chance of outpacing mechanized units. He quickly shifted tactics, grabbing his compound bow and aiming at the nearest pickup's cab. But as soon as he poked his head out, he saw the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof already trained on him. The instant he exposed himself, the machine gun spat orange-red fire. Eujiming ducked back just in time as bullets hammered the stone, spiderwebbing cracks across the outcrop. I can't stay here. Eujiming calculated. If he didn't move, this rock would become his tomb. But the machine gun suppressing fire had every escape route covered. He was pinned down, forced to make himself as small a target as possible. Whoosh. Boom. A rocket streaked through the night, slamming straight into the machine gun pickup. The explosion was deafening, sending a wave of dust and shrapnel through the air. Even dozens of meters away, Eujiming felt the searing heat and was showered in dirt. Dazed, he shook his head. Flames leapt skyward, gunfire of all calibers merging into a deadly symphony. Hey, little immortal, are you still alive? Bai Wuchang's worried voice came through the earpiece. Eujiming caught his breath, pressing the earpiece and rasping, not dead yet. Bai Wuchang audibly relaxed, the background echoing with gunshots. Eujiming set up his sniper rifle again, picking out targets in the firelight from the burning vehicles. Each pull of the trigger meant another life snuffed out, no wasted motion. Most of these militants were just ordinary people with guns, untrained and unchecked in their cruelty. They bullied unarmed civilians and rarely faced real soldiers, let alone special forces like the Hell Squad. Despite outnumbering them by over 50, the militants were forced into a chaotic retreat, like wild animals hunted by a professional predator, fleeing in panic as their numbers dwindled. More than 50 people were quickly reduced to just over a dozen. Eujiming coordinated with Bai Wuchang, picking off targets with precise shots through his sniper scope. Gunfire echoed non-stop, and spent casings clinked to the ground. In the end, only 2 managed to escape the sniper's range. The rest all fell on that patch of land. Little Celestial. Zhong Kuei's shout suddenly rang out. I'm here. Eujiming brushed the dust off himself and crawled out from behind a boulder that had shattered into several pieces. Zhong Kuei dashed over with a rocket launcher slung across his back, grabbed Eujiming by the collar, and hoisted him up. What were you thinking, kid? Are you hurt? Eujiming could barely breathe and struggled to answer. I'm fine, let me go first. At that moment, the judge walked over, cradling his rifle, and kicked Zhong Kuei squarely on the backside. Can't you see his face is turning red? Let him go. Zhong Kuei quickly released his grip. Eujiming finally got a breath of fresh air, but started coughing violently. Zhong Kuei tried to help, giving his back a hearty pat with his fan-sized hand, which only made Eujiming stagger forward, nearly falling over. Let's go. The captain's side is done too. Time to regroup, the judge said, stopping Zhong Kuei from trying to help further. How's the captain? Eujiming asked. The judge fell silent for a moment, then shook his head with a sigh. The footage from the drone was harrowing. Bodies of their compatriots littered the ground, some still clinging to life and crying out for help in Mandarin, but there was nothing the captain and his team could do. Every bullet fired had come from their own hands. When the 3 entered the factory, the scene was heartbreaking. Furious workers surrounded the captain and his team, beating and kicking them while they could only defend themselves and occasionally took a hit. The judge and Zhong Kuei started forward but forced themselves to stop. Fighting back now would only make things worse. But Eujiming shot forward like a cannonball. He kicked an angry worker off Ma Mian, grabbed a flying fist, and tossed its owner aside. As the workers turned their fury on him, he didn't back down. Like a raging bull, he charged into the crowd, every kick swift and brutal, knocking his attackers to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The judge fired 3 shots into the air, instantly freezing the chaos. Eujiming wiped blood from his nose, glaring fiercely at the workers who stared back at him in anger. Apprentice, over here. Nyo Tu called out to him. As Eujiming walked back, he met the workers' hateful stares. He didn't flinch, took off his gun, and aimed it directly at one of them. Little Celestial, put the gun down. The moment Eujiming raised his gun and aimed at the worker, everyone froze in shock and rushed to stop him. But they were a step too late. With a sharp bang, the bullet skimmed across the ground and struck precisely at the worker's feet, making him jump back in terror, his face etched with fear. Nyoto, who was closest to Eujiming, reacted quickly, pressing down on the barrel of his gun. His voice was grave and steady. Our guns are meant for the enemy. Eujiming turned toward Nyoto, noticing the footprints and dust on his clothes from being trampled. His gaze was icy as he shot back. If they're not the enemy, then why did they attack you? His eyes swept over the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression growing colder. Many of the faces were clearly Chinese, but they wore headscarves and veils, dressed like Libyans. Without removing their coverings, it was impossible to tell who they really were. On the way here, Eujiming had heard the backstory from the judge, but standing here in person, the reality hit differently. Why? You killed my son, that's why. A middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly stood up, his voice hoarse with rage, eyes bloodshot as he glared at Eujiming. His body trembled with anger, like a wounded lion ready to pounce. He had brought his son to this war-torn country, hoping to earn enough to buy a house for him back home. Now his son was dead, his dreams shattered, and his pain had turned into hatred. Eujiming let out a cold laugh. So what? Instead of blaming the armed groups who used you as human shields, you're turning your anger on us, the ones who came all this way to save you? He slowly lowered his gun, his tone icy. We're mercenaries, not soldiers from China. We're here for the job, but if our lives are at risk, the money doesn't matter. He glanced around, his gaze sharp as a blade, making the air feel heavy. Though only 14, he already spoke of life and death with chilling indifferentia, coldness forged from countless battles. Mian Mian, head down, sidled over to Nyoto and muttered, when did the kid get such a sharp tongue? Did you teach him that? Nyoto didn't answer, just kept his eyes on Eujiming. He was usually quiet, rarely saying much in a whole year, but today had spoken more than ever to defend the squad. Zhong Kuei wanted to intervene, but the judge held him back. Their mission was to rescue the workers, but in reality, nearly half had died at their hands. If they failed to keep things under control now, these resentful survivors would become ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. The judge knew they couldn't let the Hell Squad die at the hands of their own charges. You took the money, so you should finish the job. But you've killed so many of us, don't you owe us an explanation? Another man stepped forward from the crowd. His brother had died here too. He couldn't imagine facing his family back home, so he vented all his anger on the heavily armed strangers in front of him. There's nothing to explain, Eujiming replied coolly. The moment you were sent to the front as human shields, you should have known this could be the outcome. Either fight to survive, or accept your fate as puppets and die under our guns. With that, he walked straight toward the man. Eujiming wasn't tall, maybe 5'9", but the pressure he exuded made the other man back away with every step. His eyes were sharp, his voice low. By staying silent, you accepted being the enemy's meat shield. This is a battlefield. No one will spare a shield's life out of pity. Before he finished speaking, Eujiming suddenly bent down, pulled a sharp dagger from his boot, and with a swift motion, stabbed it into the wall right beside the man's face. The blade quivered, the metallic scrape echoing in the silence. The man collapsed to the floor, face drained of color, his pants damp with fear, eyes wide with terror. If you hate us so much, then there's no reason for us to keep going with this mission, Eujiming said coldly to the captain. This place is too dangerous. Other armed groups could show up at any moment. We can't stay here. He slowly pulled out the dagger, wiped the blade clean with his sleeve, and slid it back into its sheath, his expression calm as if what had just done was nothing out of the ordinary. Eujiming took the lead, walking out of the factory with a straight, resolute back. Mamian hesitated, glancing at the captain and then at Eujiming's retreating figure. After a moment of thought, he said, "I'll go talk to the little immortal." With that, he hurried after Eujiming. Nyoto let out a deep sigh and also started walking toward the main gate. Yan Wang truly felt guilty toward these workers, but he had to admit that Eujiming made sense. Couldn't let personal guilt jeopardize the whole team. People are made of flesh and blood, and naturally, some things have to take priority. He might be willing to sacrifice his life for his beliefs or for the people, but asking his brothers to pay that price was something he just couldn't do. Yan Wang walked over to the man kneeling on the ground. When the man saw Yan Wang approach, he instinctively shrank back, though the hatred in his eyes didn't fade at all. "I'm sorry," Yan Wang said in a low voice. "I didn't mean to kill him. At the time, we all thought he was part of an armed group." He paused. "Let's go. More armed men will be here soon. We need to leave quickly." Yan Wang reached out to help the man up, but the man shoved him away. With a helpless sigh, Yan Wang stood and led the remaining judges toward the factory gate. The workers, still lost in grief, hesitated. They had no weapons, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to use them. Aside from the sturdy muscles earned from years of labor, they had nothing. If they missed this chance, there might never be another opportunity to escape this hellish place. Despite their sorrow for lost friends and loved ones, they had to pull themselves together and follow the Hell Squad. Even the middle-aged man who had lost his son trailed at the back. Torn by conflicting emotions, she hated the Hell Squad for killing his son, but he also had no choice but to rely on them to get out of this chaos. The young man had been terrified into collapsing by Eujiming saw everyone leaving and forced his trembling legs to stand. A co-worker who was usually friendly with him sighed and helped him up. Outside the factory, He Wuchang kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Bai Wuchang had found a truck and parked it at the gate. It was usually used to haul mud around the factory, with a high chassis and an extra tall cargo bed. It was more than enough to hold the 20 or so survivors. Bai Wuchang signaled for everyone to get on. No one tried to make trouble. They all scrambled aboard, afraid of being left behind. After all, They all wanted to survive. The convoy drove down the highway, with Mamien at the wheel and Bai Wuchang on guard. In this chaotic land, danger could appear at any moment. Eujiming sat silently at the back of the truck, carefully loading bullets into a magazine, one by one. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his head. Eujiming turned in confusion and saw Nyoto smiling at him. Still upset? Nyoto asked. No, Eujiming shook his head. He hadn't grown up in a military family. Raised in chaos, he was never taught to have faith in his country, love for his people, or loyalty to the military. Darkness had always shrouded his world. When he acted, he did so for his own interests. Compared to strangers from his homeland, he was more inclined to protect those close to him. The word sacrifice was too foreign to him, preferred to be selfish. That was why Eujiming could throw caution to the wind. He never felt a need to protect his compatriots, had no faith, and felt no pity for the workers used as human shields. Suddenly, Eujiming was pulled into a warm embrace. I don't know what happened before you joined the company, but as long as I'm here, they'll protect you. Nyoto looked at Eujiming, a wave of pity rising in his heart. He always felt there was an invisible barrier between them, something that kept him from truly reaching this young man's inner world. Eujiming seemed to always keep his true self carefully hidden, only showing them a masked version of himself. Eujiming had never mentioned anything about his childhood, and the others quietly avoided the subject as well. During training, he acted no different from anyone else. But in quiet moments like this, he seemed to fade into the Shadowsa ghostly presence that could vanish at any moment. It was this sense of distance that made Nyoto ache for him. He hoped Eujiming could find something in this world worth holding on to, something to keep him from disappearing without a trace. That's why Nyoto treated him with such special care, as if he were family. Okay, Eujiming replied, his voice muffled as he nestled into Nayuta's arms. This was how he usually was, quiet and reserved, speaking only when necessary. Watch out, Dizong suddenly shouted. The next second, their vehicle was sent tumbling. With a heavy thud, the car was thrown into the air before crashing violently back to the ground. Get out of the way, someone yelled, just as another car collided with theirs, the sound of metal crunching together filling the air. Look out for the rocket. As the warning rang out, a rocket-propelled grenade slammed down, blocking the path of a vehicle that was about to turn around and come to their aid. Ma Mian, take the workers and go, Yan Wang shouted, slamming on the brakes and skillfully steering away from the blast zone, then turning the car around with Pan Guan to help the others. Gunfire erupted, bullets pounding Yan Wang's vehicle like a torrential rain. The tires blew out instantly, sending the car careening out of control toward the roadside. Yan Wang had no choice but to brake hard. Pan Guan grabbed his submachine gun, but a hail of bullets shattered the window. If Yan Wang hadn't reacted in time, tackling Pan Guan and pinning him down, Pan Guan would have been killed on the spot. On the hillside, a group of armed militants charged down, firing relentlessly at Yan Wang and his team, pinning them so they couldn't even lift their heads. Thick black smoke was already pouring from the two wrecked vehicles. If no one acted fast, those inside would be burned alive. Captain, hurry, the car is going to blow, Pan Guan shouted anxiously, pushing Yan Wang aside, his eyes fixed on the billowing smoke. Yan Wang was just as desperate. All 6 of his team members were trapped in those cars, waiting for him to save them. But as soon as he raised his head, a bullet whistled past, grazing his scalp. They've got a sniper, Pan Guan realized, freezing in place. Were they really going to have to watch helplessly as their teammates burned alive? At that moment, Zhong Kuei managed to crawl out from the driver's seat. Their car, which was at the back, had suffered less damage. Though dazed, he could still move. Staggering, he made his way to the front vehicle. The car Eujiming was in was badly mangled. Dizong in the driver's seat was completely unconscious. In the back, Nyoto was slightly better off. His head was covered in blood, but he was still barely conscious. Nyoto, little immortal, are you okay? Zhong Kuei gasped, struggling to wrench open the twisted car door. With a weak hand, Nyoto tried to push Eujiming out. My apprentice is hurt, help him, please. Even though Nyoto had shielded Eujiming during the crash, a second impact sent a sharp shard of glass into Eujiming's abdomen. No one could tell how deep it had gone, but it was enough to leave him unconscious. Blood soaked not only Eujiming's clothes, but also stained Nayuta's body red. Zhong Kuei gripped the shattered edge of the car window, pulling Eujiming out inch by inch. Just then, a stranger's hand reached in to help, working in tandem with his efforts. Zhong Kuei assumed it was the captain coming to assist, but when he turned, he saw several unfamiliar people in uniforms belonging to an armed group. Who are you? Zhong Kuei asked warily, though he didn't pause in his efforts to save Eujiming. The strangers didn't answer. They just focused on pulling Eujiming out. Although Zhong Kuei remained on guard, he relaxed slightly when he realized they meant no harm and were helping with the rescue. Given their current situation, if these people had any ill intent, there would be nothing they could do to resist. Soon, Eujiming was successfully pulled from the wreckage. Zhong Kuei immediately turned to rescue Nyoto, only to find the strangers weren't helping anymore. He had no choice but to drag Nayuta's heavy body on his own. Meanwhile, after breaking through the sniper's blockade, Yanwang realized the snipers seemed to have retreated, and the armed group had also disappeared. There was no time to question why. Rescuing their teammates was the highest priority. Dizong was far too large to be pulled out through the window, so Yanwang simply tore the car door off by force. Smoke poured from the vehicle, gasoline spilled everywhere, and a single spark could set off an explosion. Racing against time, they dragged Dizong out as quickly as possible. At last, Dizong was pulled to safety. There was no time to check his injuries, they just dragged him away from the scene as fast as they could. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them as the gasoline ignited. Where's the little immortal? After the blast, Haiwachang and Baochang climbed out of the car and looked around, only to realize Eujiming was nowhere to be seen. Panic set in. Zhong Kuei froze. He was certain had already pulled Eujiming out. He scanned the area but saw no sign of him. Suddenly, he remembered the group of strangers who had helped with the rescue. Captain, the little immortal's been taken, Zhong Kuei said urgently, blaming himself for letting his guard down. But given the chaos at the time, he hadn't had a chance to think it through. After them, Yanwang ordered, his brow furrowed. No matter what those people wanted with Eujiming, they couldn't just give up. Protecting Eujiming was not only the Hell Squad's mission, but also a matter of loyalty to a teammate. Let me go too, Captain. Zhong Kuei volunteered immediately. Since Eujiming disappeared on his watch, it was his responsibility to get him back. We're going too, Haiwachang and Baochang said in unison. Baochang, stay behind. Someone needs to look after the wounded. Yanwang decided quickly after glancing at the unconscious Dizong and the barely conscious Nyoto. The rest of you, come with me. Yanwang led the others, following Eujiming's tracker signal. Eujiming woke up to find himself in a windowless, sealed room. A harsh white light shone directly into his face, making his already pale complexion look even more sickly. He closed his eyes, trying to adjust to the glare. Instinctively, he reached for his earpiece to contact the captain, only to discover that both the earpiece and all his gear had been taken away. He's awake. A stranger's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Eujiming instantly became alert. Who's there? He rolled over and sprang up, muscles tense, ready to defend himself. But the sudden movement pulled at his abdominal wound, sending a sharp, tearing pain through his body. The bandages around his waist were quickly soaked with blood, a deep red stain spreading fast. If you want to stay alive, you'd better lie still. A commanding voice ordered. The tone was authoritative, the kind of voice that belonged to someone long accustomed to holding power over life and death. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Eujiming quickly took in his surroundings. He was locked in a completely sealed room, unnaturally clean and bare, with not a single piece of clutter, just a small bathroom. The layout was almost identical to a standard hospital ward. Two people were in the room with him. One wore a white coat and had a stethoscope around his neck, clearly a doctor. The other, dressed in a trench coat, sat with his legs crossed in a chair, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Who are you? Eujiming ignored the doctor and fixed his gaze on the man in the chair. Oh, who am I? The man suddenly leaned in close, their faces almost touching. Only then did Eujiming notice a faint resemblance in their features. The man reached out and ruffled Eujiming's hair, his voice turning unexpectedly gentle. I'm your brother. The words hit Eujiming like a hammer. His pupils shrank, and he instinctively tried to back away, only to find himself pressed against the wall with nowhere to go. Which brother? Eujiming asked warily. He knew, no matter which brother this was, the reason for his visit would be far from a friendly family reunion. Yu Xiaofeng, the man replied calmly. I used to have another younger brother, Yu Qiumian, but he died 8 years ago. Yu Xiaofeng's expression remained gentle, but when he mentioned Yu Qiumian, a coldness flashed in his eyes, chilling the air between them. Eujiming knew exactly who Yu Qiumian was the one who pulled the trigger, the bullet passing through Yu Qiumian's skull. Yu Xiaofeng's deep gaze was as sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Eujiming's bones and sending a chill through his body. Yu Jianhua isn't dead yet? Eujiming suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. The question clearly caught Yu Xiaofeng off guard. After a moment, Yu Xiaofeng let out a low laugh. No, he's still alive. He's waiting for you. He reached out, placing his hand over Eujiming's chest, feeling the strong heartbeat beneath his palm. It's a powerful heart. Eujiming met Yu Xiaofeng's gaze heated, his eyes calm and unflinching. You're not afraid of me? Yu Xiaofeng sounded surprised. Over the years, had grown used to holding life and death in his hands. Sometimes, even he could smell the scent of blood on himself when he looked in the mirror. Yet this young man showed no fear, and that unsettled him. Unexpectedly, Eujiming reached out and touched Yu Xiaofeng's chest in return. Yu Xiaofeng immediately grabbed his wrist, his tone turning icy. Are you looking for trouble? We've both seen ghosts, no need to put on a horror show for me, Eujiming replied calmly. Because of his torn wound, his strength was almost gone and his reactions were slower than usual. He withdrew his hand and slowly lay back on the hospital bed. You're not afraid he'll kill you? Yu Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask, watching Eujiming relax. You want kill minute before the heart transplant. At least, Eujiming replied with certainty. This is war-torn Libya. Even if Yu Jianhua is still alive, he's probably bedridden and definitely not here. If the host body dies, the heart can only survive in a container for 24 hours. There's no way you could get the heart to Eujiming in such a short time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bothered to patch me up. You'd have just taken my heart and been done with it. Eujiming knew what he needed most right now was rest. He had to recover as quickly as possible if he wanted any chance of fighting back. Pretty clever, Eujiming said, eyeing the boy lying quietly on the bed with a hint of interest. But that interest wasn't nearly enough to make him give up on his father. The reason he hadn't killed Eujiming yet was exactly as Eujiming had guessed. He was waiting for the mercenaries, and even after they arrived, he wouldn't act hastily. In a place as unpredictable as this, he had to account for every possibility. That was a habit Eujiming had developed over the years, and it was the reason had survived this long. I'm hungry. Eujiming lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His voice was weak, but there was a hint of defiance in it. Then stay hungry, Eujiming replied coldly, looking down at him from the bedside. All I need is for your heart to keep beating. It doesn't matter to me if you're half dead. Suddenly, Eujiming's hand shot to the wound on his abdomen, pressing down hard. The movement was so quick that Eujiming instinctively straightened up, caught off guard. Blood immediately seeped through the bandages, soaking them in seconds. Eujiming's expression darkened, a flash of murderous intent crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. What do you think you're doing? Just don't want to live anymore, Eujiming replied, his breath ragged from pain, yet his tone oddly light. Blood had already spread across half the bedsheet, the stark red blooming against the white fabric. Unable to watch any longer, the doctor finally stepped forward, trying to stop Eujiming from hurting himself. But to his surprise, the supposedly frail patient's grip was unyielding, couldn't pull him away. Eujiming's face was deathly pale, as if he might faint at any moment. But he stubbornly held on, locking eyes with Eujiming in a silent, open challenge. Give him some porridge. Eujiming frowned, finally forcing out the concession through gritted teeth. Only then did Eujiming release his wound. He slowly raised his bloodstained right hand and flipped Eujiming off. It was a gesture Ma Mian had once taught him for provoking enemies. Had never had a chance to use it before, but now it came in handy. Eujiming shot him a cold look, then turned and walked out of the room, leaving behind a scornful comment. Flipping the bird? That's child's play. The doctor immediately rebandaged Eujiming's wound. The ordeal had left him dangerously low on blood, so the doctor quickly hung a transfusion bag to replenish what had lost. Soon after, a steaming bowl of porridge was brought in and set on the bedside table. The doctor instructed Eujiming not to eat, he needed to calm down first. The bowl sat within arm's reach, but all he could do was look at it. Not that Eujiming had any real intention of eating. Suddenly, he grabbed the bowl and hurled it to the floor with all his strength. The porcelain shattered loudly, immediately drawing the attention of the armed guards outside. In the brief moment before the guards burst in, Eujiming quickly snatched a sharp shard from the floor and hid it skillfully in the bandages around his waist. As the door swung open, Eujiming yelled, "If I can't eat it, what's the point of bringing me this porridge?" Eujiming stood in the doorway, surveying the mess with a chilling gaze before turning to the doctor, his expression dark and menacing. The doctor understood at once, pulling a sedative from his pocket and expertly injecting it into Eujiming's fore. Eujiming tried to resist, but several armed men pinned down his limbs, holding him firmly in place. Within minutes, the drug took effect. His eyelids grew heavy, the figures around him blurred, and he finally slipped into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the judge traced Eujiming's tracker to a discarded device on a deserted street. The city was a war-torn ruin, littered with shattered buildings and scorched by explosions. The chaos made it nearly impossible for the rescue team to find any useful clues. Spread out. If you spot any armed groups, report immediately, Yan Wang ordered curtly. At his signal, the team split into 4 directions. He Wuchang instinctively chose the tallest building, climbing up to scout from above. Zhong Kuei was more meticulous, placing infrared sensors in every corner. If anyone triggered them, the judge would be alerted right away. The judge himself sent a drone to scout dangerous areas from a distance. Each team member had their own unique approach to searching. Only Yan Wang seemed to rely solely on intuition and luck. Strangely enough, his luck always seemed to be better than anyone else's. As he passed above a parking lot, Yan Wang suddenly caught the faint sound of voices. He dropped to the ground, held his breath, and listened intently for a few seconds, confirming it was indeed people talking, accompanied by the crisp echo of combat boots striking hard pavement. His eyes narrowed as he quickly found a shadowy corner to hide in. Pressing his earpiece, he whispered, "Target located." The other 3 team members froze for a moment upon hearing this, clearly surprised that their captain had pinpointed the target so easily. They immediately rushed in Yan Wang's direction. Due to the exceptionally complicated situation in Libya, there was no way to call in helicopter support. The only option was to escape the volatile area by convoy. And Eujiming's goal was to rendezvous with the vehicles sent to pick them up. Over the past few years, Eujiming had learned almost everything there was to know about Eujiming, down to the details of the hell squad he belonged to. Every member of this squad was a top-tier solo operative, and facing a team like this, Yu Xiaofeng knew he couldn't afford to be careless. To throw the Hell Squad off his trail, he had set up 8 different safe points throughout the abandoned city. Today, their objective was to hide out in an abandoned hospital and wait for the convoy. Eujiming was lying on a stretcher, sound asleep. His body, still not fully developed, looked thin and frail. The people carrying him were clearly relieved. At least he wasn't as heavy as an adult. As the convoy drew near, more than a dozen armored vehicles quickly approached the hospital and came to a steady stop. Yu Xiaofeng stood by, expressionless, watching the vehicles arrive. Several mercenaries got out and met with their employer, Yu Xiaofeng. They didn't care why he was bringing along this burden Eujiming. Their only concern was completing the job. Their employer's private affairs were none of their business. "Hello, sir. We're with the Dark Knight Mercenary Corps," said the leader of one group. They were a mid-sized force of 20, active for years in war zones and consistently ranked in the top 20. "Hello, we're the Wolfpack Mercenaries," another leader introduced himself confidently. Once the kings of the mercenary world, Wolfpack had been scattered 2 years ago, but after regrouping, they still held the number 3 spot. Even so, their fees remained sky-high. Yu Xiaofeng gave a slight, indifferent smile. He didn't care about their rankings or reputations. Had also hired 2 smaller, unremarkable groups, just to serve as cannon fodder. He didn't even bother to remember their names. Once the convoy was assembled, everyone prepared to depart. The situation in Libya was too unstable. Staying any longer would only drag them into a larger conflict. Yu Xiaofeng knew time was running out. There was no room for delay. Eujiming was carefully loaded into the back of a vehicle. A few mercenaries glanced at him. The boy seemed out of place here, of little value in their eyes. But they knew their job was just to follow orders. Anything else was irrelevant. The convoy slowly started up, heading for the highway out of the city. Just as everything seemed calm, a sudden explosion rang out up ahead. Bang. The leading vehicle lurched violently, crashing into a row of nearby houses. A massive cloud of smoke and dust instantly engulfed the area, filling the air with chaos and confusion. Yan Wang's battered figure appeared up ahead, the heavy machine gun in his hands looking especially unwieldy. This was the 4th armed group base they had taken down today, thanks to Pan Guan's drone, which had spotted the convoy in time. Yan Wang gripped the machine gun tightly and unleashed a fierce barrage at the convoy. Bullets rained down like a storm, shredding the lead vehicles in an instant. The people inside didn't even have time to scream before they were torn apart in the hail of gunfire. The sudden ambush caught the convoy off guard, but the seasoned mercenary groups, Dark Knight and Wild Wolf, quickly reacted. The rear vehicles scattered, and a female sniper seized the moment, aiming her rifle as the cars sped past an obstacle. Bang! A bullet whistled through the air. Relying on years of battle instinct, Yan Wang dove forward. The bullet grazed his cheek, cold sweat soaking his back. But that brief dodge gave the mercenaries a chance to spread out, the convoy splitting into multiple targets. "Captain, get down." Pan Guan's warning came through the earpiece. Yan Wang instinctively rolled into cover. Bullets tore up the ground where had just been. If had been a second slower, had be dead. "Captain's clear," Zhong Kuei shouted, then fired a rocket, flipping 2 vehicles onto their sides. "Idiot. Xiao Xiantong might be in those cars." Pan Guan snapped. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Zhong Kuei tossed aside the empty launcher and switched to the machine gun slung on his back. He Wu Chang, following orders, began picking off the tires of the scattered vehicles with precise shots. Meanwhile, as Pan Guan tried to coordinate the battle via drone, 3 sharp gunshots rang out. Every drone dropped from the sky. "Careful, there are at least 3 enemy snipers," Pan Guan warned, now unable to oversee the battlefield. With the convoy splitting in different directions, they had no way of knowing where Xiao Xiantong was. By now, the armed fighters who had been blocked had gotten out of their vehicles and were returning fire from behind their pickups. With no more rockets, Zhong Kuei and Yan Wang were pinned down. Once they confirmed Eujiming wasn't in any of these vehicles, retreat became their only option. "Fall back," Yan Wang shouted. Pan Guan's car barreled through the chaos, drifting to a stop in front of them. Bullets sparked off the metal as they hit the car. "Captain, get in." The judge kicked open the car door with swift precision. Yan Wang and Zhong Kuei leapt into the vehicle almost simultaneously, moving with the agility of leopards. As the judge slammed his foot on the gas, the engine roared and the car shot forward like an arrow, tires screeching against the pavement. After a few sharp turns, they vanished at the end of the street. "Black Wu Chang, report the direction the convoys are heading," Yan Wang said into his earpiece, his voice low and urgent. "There's one group heading northwest and another heading southeast," Black Wu Chang replied through the communicator. "I'm already downstairs, getting ready to pursue the southeast convoy." His hurried footsteps and slightly ragged breathing could be heard over the line. "Earlier, I intercepted one convoy on instinct, but they turned out to be regular mercenaries. Eujiming wasn't among them." "Copy that. Use the satellite phone to stay in contact from here on," Yan Wang replied sternly. "Be careful. If anything happens, don't try to handle it alone. Wait for us." They had to split up now, doing everything they could to pursue every lead. Eujiming could be hidden in any of the convoys, so they couldn't afford to overlook a single one. Understood. Black Wuchang responded curtly. As the signal was about to drop, he switched off the communicator. Meanwhile, Yu Xiafeng's convoy sped down the highway. His face was grim, brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected the Hell Squad to track them down so quickly. With just a handful of people, they had managed to hold back over 100 elite mercenaries. Their strength far exceeded his expectations. Forced off their original route, they would now have to spend more time on the road. Inside the vehicle, Eujiming's eyelids fluttered slightly before returning to a lifeless stillness. His mind was clear, but he knew he couldn't make any sudden moves. Only by pretending to be unconscious could he lower his captor's guard. Holding his breath, he listened intently for any useful information. The steady rocking of the car told him they were still moving, and he could clearly hear at least 5 or 6 people breathing nearby. Although his abdominal wound had stopped bleeding, it was far from healed. He was in no shape to take on so many enemies. His only option was to bide his time and wait for the right moment. The sharp shard of porcelain hidden beneath his bandages dug painfully into his side, but its presence gave him a sliver of reassurance. Suddenly, the convoy slowed and came to a halt. Eujiming strained to make out what was happening outside. It turned out a local armed group in Libya was blocking the road, demanding a toll. Members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were negotiating with them. The Wolf Mercenary Corps had a formidable reputation in the mercenary world. Even those outside the business had heard of them. They'd spent years operating in these chaotic countries and were used to dealing with all kinds of armed factions. When it came to handling these groups, only 2 things mattered: money and firepower. You needed both. Yu Xiafeng had plenty of money, and the Wolf Mercenary Corps had the kind of strength that made others wary. While these armed groups were prepared to die, they picked up their guns for profit, not martyrdom. Given enough incentive, who would risk their life for nothing? Soon, the convoy was allowed to pass. The vehicles started up again, continuing along the rough roads. Eujiming waited patiently, knowing there would eventually be a moment when their guard was down. Everyone had to rest or relax at some point. His chance came sooner than expected. The convoy suddenly drove into an active combat zone. Explosions thundered between the vehicles, shaking the ground. The convoy tried to retreat immediately, but the opposing force clearly saw them as enemies. Under intense fire, they were forced to fight back as they withdrew. Gunshots rang out all around him. In the chaos, Eujiming slowly sat up. As he suspected, no one in the car noticed his movement. They were all focused on returning fire, their guns aimed out the windows. Silently, Eujiming slipped his hand to his waist, gripping the shard of porcelain between his fingers. The enemies, utterly absorbed in the battle outside, had no idea that death was creeping up behind them, inch by inch. Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered one man's mouth before he could make a sound. A flash of cold steel cut through the air. The sharp blade sliced open his throat. Warm blood spurted from the wound, soaking his collar. He struggled desperately, trying to warn his companions, but the burst of gunfire drowned out any trace of his movement. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out from up ahead. The driver had been struck by a stray bullet. The vehicle immediately veered out of control, swerving off the convoy's route. Eujiming seized the fleeting opportunity, quickly adjusting his position and bracing himself with his left foot against the seat. It was only then that the others realized Eujiming was there. But as they turned, they found themselves staring down the barrel of their fallen comrade's gun. In the cramped confines of the vehicle, there was nowhere to hide. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out in quick succession, each bullet finding its mark. Blood spattered across the interior, painting the car red in an instant. Suddenly, the vehicle slammed into a massive boulder, the impact jolting it backward. Regaining his balance, Eujiming immediately exited the car, crouched low, and moved to the driver's seat. The driver's temple had been pierced by a bullet. Blood and brain matter slowly oozed out. Without hesitation, Eujiming yanked open the door, dragged the driver out, and took the wheel himself. Although the engine had stalled, aside from a crumpled front bumper, the rest of the car was intact. With practiced hands, Eujiming restarted the engine, reversed, and steered away in one smooth motion. The firefight outside raged on, but Yu Xiafeng's convoy had already broken through the siege. Only Eujiming's vehicle remained at the edge of the conflict zone. He immediately drove in the opposite direction, fleeing the chaos. The wound in his abdomen tore open again with the violent motion, the pain nearly unbearable, but he had no time to worry about it. In the darkest hour of the night, he switched off the headlights and relied solely on his sharp eyesight to navigate through the darkness. The terrain around him gradually changed. Vegetation gave way to bare rock and sand. According to the geographic information distributed by the judge, this road led straight into the Sahara Desert. Although Eujiming had no experience fighting in the desert and knew venturing in could mean certain death, there was no turning back now. He floored the accelerator, the frigid night wind threatening to freeze his blood. He had to rub his hands together constantly to keep his fingers from stiffening and losing control of the wheel. The desert held more threats than just the harsh weather-spotted hyenas, giant lizards, and pythons lurked in the sands. He had to stay alert at every moment. As dawn broke, golden sand finally stretched out before his eyes. Eujiming drove straight into the desert. The edge of the sands blurred in his rearview mirror as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, as soon as Eujiming and his group realized that the vehicle carrying Eujiming had vanished, they immediately turned back. They didn't dare approach the combat zone, but soon discovered the clear tire tracks left behind. Eujiming's only goal on this trip was Eujiming. There was no way he would give up now. He frowned, clearly surprised that Eujiming had woken up early and stolen a car to escape. He went toward the desert, a member of the Fierce Wolf mercenary group said, pointing at a blinking red dot on the map. The convoy followed the tire marks, their navigation system indicating they were about to enter the desert. The mercenaries exchanged worried glances. Going into the desert meant enormous risk. Once inside, making it out safely would be nearly impossible. This goes beyond our contract, said Kokaf, the burly, bearded leader of the Fierce Wolf mercenary group, turning to Eujiming. Chasing Eujiming is extra. Entering the desert will cost more. Eujiming nodded almost instantly. Money's not a problem, he replied coolly, as if it were just a trivial figure. I just want Eujiming. With his promise, the convoy pressed on without hesitation, crossing the desert's border. Kokaf explained the plan to his team. If they moved quickly enough, they might intercept Eujiming at the edge of the desert. But if he got too deep, none of them might make it out alive. The convoy drove for hours under the scorching sun. Temperatures soared, water bottles were opened one after another, but there was still no sign of Eujiming. Tension spread through the vehicles, sweat beading on everyone's forehead. Eventually, Kokaf stopped Eujiming's car. We can't go any farther, he said, pointing to the tire tracks nearly swallowed by sand and wind. Any further is a dead end. Eujiming clenched his jaw, determination flashing in his eyes. One more hour. If we don't find him, we turn back. Kokaf stroked his beard, weighed the risk, and finally agreed. They drove for nearly another hour. Just as they were about to give up, they spotted the car Eujiming had taken. It sat quietly beside a sand dune, its fuel gauge on empty. Four bodies lay behind the vehicle. All the weapons and supplies had vanished. The desert wind had already blurred any footprints, making it impossible to tell which way Eujiming had gone. On foot, he can't get far in the desert, Eujiming said, pulling out more cash from his pocket. We can still catch up. Tempted by the extra reward, the Fierce Wolf mercenaries pressed deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, Eujiming was trekking across the sands with a small backpack containing supplies and ammunition scavenged from the bodies. 2 water flasks hung at his waist. In Libya, where water was scarcer than oil, fresh water was a precious commodity. Even the water Eujiming's group carried was only enough for basic survival. Panting, Eujiming found a stone pillar and sat in its shadow to rest. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his face was streaked with fine sand. He reached for the pendant around his neck, the signal device Judge had given him. It looked like a gemstone and had once been stolen by someone in the car who wore it as jewelry. Eujiming had grabbed it back before he left. He stared at the signal device in his hand. One press of the button, and the company could locate him instantly. But after a moment's hesitation, he tucked it back under his shirt. Then he took off his backpack, pulled out the sleeve crossbow Bullhead had given him, and dug deeper for the ring with a hidden blade. Carefully, he put each piece of equipment on, his eyes shining with resolve. Unfortunately, the strange thunder bomb that Zhong Kuei had given him was gone, and those weapons inlaid with colorful gems had clearly been taken by someone else. Eujiming looked around. Aside from the remaining compound bow, not a single arrow was left. He hid the empty bag in the shadows at the base of a stone pillar, keeping only a handful of ammunition with him. Without a reliable sniper rifle, this barren land, dotted with stone columns, had become his final refuge. Days of pursuit and escape had left him utterly exhausted, his strength completely drained. Since there was no way out, he decided to make his stand here. The scorching air felt like an invisible blade, burning every inch of his skin. With ground temperatures soaring above 40 degrees Celsius, the area resembled a giant steamer. Eujiming treasured the little water left in his canteen, allowing himself only a small sip when his throat became unbearably dry. His wounds began to itch, but he resisted the urge to touch them. He kept wondering whether they were healing or becoming infected. There was nothing on the bare ground that could be used to set traps, so he could only wait for an opportunity. An entire day passed, but the pursuers he expected never arrived. Just as he started to wonder if Eujiming had lost his trail, the roar of engines suddenly broke the evening silence. A battered convoy of government troops burst into the stone pillar field, their vehicles riddled with bullet holes, and the soldiers anxiously watching their rear, clearly being chased by some armed force. Seeing those well-equipped vehicles, Eujiming felt a surge of longing. If he could seize one, perhaps he really could escape this deadly desert. But with hundreds of fully armed soldiers present, that idea would have to wait. As the government convoy was about to leave the stone pillar area, a rebel force waving their banners appeared in pursuit. The pillars prevented them from attacking the convoy directly, but the open desert ahead would surely become the next battlefield. Hiding in the shadows, Eujiming listened to the gunfire erupt and witnessed yet another brutal conflict unfold on this war-torn land. Night fell, and the cold crept in quietly. He wrapped himself tightly in his clothes, trying to preserve what little warmth remained. Weighed down by pain, exhaustion, and the biting cold, he drifted into a daze. It wasn't until distant gunshots jolted him awake that he struggled to his feet, only to find his legs weak and nearly collapse. Touching his feverish forehead, he realized that a fever had struck without warning. Today, the sky was unusually overcast, and a light breeze carried sand across the landscape. Eujiming was coated in a fine layer of dust, his cracked lips gritty with sand. He took out his canteen and poured the last drop of water into his mouth, feeling only slightly better afterward. In the distance, at the edge of the desert, the government forces had already been wiped out by the rebels. At this moment, the rebels were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the other side, making Zhiming's heart tighten. His first thought was Yu Xiaofeng had caught up. But who were they up against? Eujiming forced himself to stay alert, struggling to figure out what was happening. Without a binocular or scope, all he could make out were blurry shapes in the distance, the details lost to him. However, the distinctive vehicles seemed to belong to Yu Xiaofeng's convoy. They were under fire, but their opponents appeared to be only a handful of people. The swirling sand obscured his vision, making it hard to see clearly, but one thing was certain. Whoever those few were, they were enemies of Yu Xiaofeng. No matter who they were, Eujiming knew he had to help. He couldn't take on the entire wolf mercenary group alone, but this was an opportunity to use their enemies against the man opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Eujiming quietly circled to the rear of the rebel ranks. The rebels, exhausted and demoralized after the recent battle, didn't notice his approach. He knew he couldn't get too close. In his current condition, he stood no chance in a direct fight against the battle-hardened rebels, let alone their vehicles. He didn't need perfect aim, just a few shots to draw their attention. The M16 assault rifle in his hands cracked through the desert silence, 3 sharp shots ringing out in quick succession. The rebels shouted in alarm, scrambling for cover. Eujiming fired one more round without hesitation, then immediately slipped away from his position. He knew a rebel sniper could appear at any moment, so he vanished into the desert as soon as he revealed himself. The rebels quickly gathered themselves, jumping into their vehicles to give chase. Eujiming darted between stone pillars, breath coming in ragged gasps, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. His fever was pushing his body to the brink, but he knew this was no time to quit. If he collapsed now, he'd never make it out alive. Forcing himself to focus, Eujiming pressed on. His strength was fading, his heart pounding, but he gritted his teeth and kept running. The gunfire behind him grew louder, the enemy vehicles drawing closer with every second. He was reaching his limit. If he kept running, he would be caught. Suddenly, Eujiming skidded to a halt, dropped to one knee, braced his shoulder against the rifle stock, and took aim. The rebels were now less than 300 meters away. Bullets whistled past his ears, but he had no scope. He'd have to rely on his eyes alone. Even so, at this distance, it was enough. Eujiming held his breath and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot blew out the front tire of an approaching vehicle, sending it lurching violently into a stone pillar. The pillar, weathered by years of wind and sand, stood firm. The armored vehicle slammed into it and came to a forced stop. This gave Eujiming a brief reprieve from his pursuers. The rebels quickly regrouped, steering around the wrecked vehicle and resuming the chase. Once again, gunfire echoed from the distant battlefield. Yu Xiaofeng and their group were getting closer. Hope flickered ahead. The cold wind bit through him, leaving him chilled to the bone, but he had no time to dwell on it. He kept running, driven by one goal: to survive long enough to see Yu Xiaofeng again. He knew a severe illness was waiting for him, but right now, all he wanted was to escape before it struck to in this desperate fight for survival. Huffing and puffing, Eujiming gasped for air, his lungs burning with scorching sand, making him extremely uncomfortable. Up ahead, he could already see Yu Xiaofeng and the others in their armored vehicle, locked in a fierce firefight with the enemy. Eujiming stopped, turned, and flipped off the pursuing rebels behind him. The rebels cursed furiously at the gesture and opened fire without hesitation, even though they were still far away. Eujiming didn't flinch. Instead, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, help me." Yu Xiaofeng froze for a split second before recognizing the voice. His eyes quickly swept across the battlefield and locked onto Eujiming's figure. He saw Eujiming running toward them, gasping for breath, his steps faltering clearly at the end of his strength. Yu Xiaofeng's gaze turned cold, a sense of urgency rising within him. "Get him over here," he ordered in a low, commanding tone. He didn't know what Eujiming was planning, but one thing was certain: he couldn't let him fall into enemy hands. 2 members of the wolf mercenary group immediately broke away and rushed toward Eujiming. But just then, a warning came from a sniper hidden on the high ground. "There's an armed group chasing Eujiming, about 300 strong. Recommend immediate withdrawal." The news sent a chill through Yu Xiaofeng. 300 armed fighters against their team of only 18. It was hopeless. If they kept dragging this out, they'd all die here. The two mercenaries covering Eujiming fired back without hesitation, but suddenly, Eujiming seemed to transform. With lightning speed, he dodged around them and sprinted toward a parked armored vehicle. He ducked behind it, quickly assessing the situation. Before anyone inside could react, a few shots rang out, and the occupants slumped over, bleeding out. Eujiming jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and floored it. Bang! A sharp crack shattered the window. Instinctively, Eujiming ducked, catching a glimpse of Eujiming aiming at him. Eujiming quickly curled up under the dashboard as bullets rained down, turning the vehicle into Swiss cheese. He counted the seconds in his mind, knowing the enemy hadn't fully caught up yet, but if he didn't move now, they'd be trapped in the desert. At that moment, Black Wuchang from the Hell Squad spotted Eujiming through binoculars and immediately radioed the captain. Meanwhile, Yu Xiafeng's team clashed with the Hell Squad at the desert's edge. Although Yu Xiafeng's forces were larger and the Wolf mercenaries were stronger, the Hell Squad managed to suppress them with superior tactics. Suddenly, the enemy's gunfire died down. The Hell Squad members exchanged uneasy glances. "What's going on?" Zhong Kuei muttered, peering through his binoculars. Just then, Black Wuchang's eyes lit up. He shouted, "No, it's the little Celestial. Captain, cover him." The shout rang out like thunder. Judge snatched the binoculars and looked into the distance, catching the same scene. Eujiming was spraying bullets at an armored vehicle, whose occupants couldn't even react. From Black Wuchang's vantage point, he must have confirmed what was happening inside. Fire! Yin Wang's order was swift and decisive. Gunfire erupted again. As Yu Xiafeng was about to adjust his formation, a bullet whizzed past his shoulder. A teammate tackled him to the ground, narrowly saving him from a deadly shot. Eujiming saw this, and his heart tightened. He knew the enemy would arrive any second, and if Yu Xiafeng's team didn't retreat now, they'd be wiped out. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the vehicle, spun the wheel, and sped the car off the battlefield. "Boss, should we kill him?" A female sniper from the Wolf mercenaries asked. "No, we're pulling out." Yu Xiafeng gritted his teeth, watching Eujiming drive away, a complicated look in his eyes. "You little fox, they'll get you sooner or later," he muttered under his breath, then turned to order a swift retreat. Surrounded on both sides, if they didn't withdraw immediately, they'd all die here. A dozen people braved a hail of bullets, scrambling into the armored vehicle. The female sniper set up her rifle, providing steady covering fire for them. Only after the last person was safely inside did she leap from her high vantage point behind cover. Bang! A bullet struck the rock beside her, sending shards flying. The howling wind disrupted the bullet's path, causing what should have been a deadly shot aimed at her head to miss its mark. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She knew that if not for the fierce wind, she'd be dead already. She kept moving, eyes locked on the direction the bullet had come from the hiding place of He Wuchang. Their gazes met across the distance. Suddenly, she grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth, looking every bit like a leopard ready to pounce. The taunting gesture made He Wuchang pause for a split second before he snapped back to his senses and fired again. The bullet tore through her calf, a burst of pain throwing off her leap toward the roof of the vehicle. She nearly fell, almost getting caught under the wheels. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she clung desperately to the roof with one hand, finally managing to get a firm grip after several tries. Using her uninjured leg, she pushed herself up and hauled her body onto the roof. "Nagi, are you okay?" The captain's anxious voice crackled in her earpiece. She glanced down at her bleeding leg and growled through clenched teeth, "I'm fine. Ran into a bastard who'll blow his head off one day. I swear." By now, Eujiming was barely conscious. The earlier burst of energy had drained the last of his strength. His vision was doubled, and had completely lost his sense of direction, mindlessly flooring the gas pedal. After watching Yu Xiafeng and the others take the rebels away, Hell Squad immediately started searching for Eujiming, but he was nowhere to be found. The desert winds grew fiercer, signaling the approach of the rainy season. The howling gale whipped up clouds of yellow sand, burying all traces of Eujiming's passage. "Captain, we can't stay. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried alive," Zhong Kuei shouted. Yin Wang frowned, taking one last, long look at the sandstorm before finally ordering a retreat. The armored vehicle rocked under the force of the storm. Exhausted, Eujiming lay flat in the driver's seat. Both side windows were shattered, offering no protection from the biting sand and wind. He strapped himself in with the seatbelt, hoping it would keep him from being swept out by the gale. Sand poured in, quickly piling over his feet. His abdominal wound throbbed and itched, clearly infected, the source of his fever. Eujiming gave a bitter laugh. Trouble never comes alone. When fate decides it's your time, disaster always comes in waves. He no longer had the strength to treat his wound. All he could do was lie there and wait for the end. "I got 8 extra years, I can't complain," he thought, though he found himself reluctant to part with everything he'd gained in those years as master, his friends, his teammates. He was no longer alone. His mind faded, and Eujiming slipped into unconsciousness. In the endless darkness, he found himself back at that familiar base. The same gut-wrenching screams, the same sickening blood, the sounds of pigs feeding, and the stench of rotting flesh filled the air. But this time, Eujiming stood outside the scam operation base, watching as his teammates, friends, and instructors carried out the raid inside. Suddenly, a bomb exploded right in front of him, its blinding white flash forcing Eujiming to instinctively squeeze his eyes shut. He's responding. Chun, come quick, the kid's still alive. A muffled male voice cut through the haze. Water, Eujiming managed to croak, his throat feeling as if it was packed with gravel, the words coming out painfully hoarse. Soon, a cool liquid slid down his throat, soothing his parched tongue. He coughed violently, the gritty feeling scraping his airway, making him want to retch. Are you all right? A gentle female voice sounded above him. Eujiming struggled to open his eyes and saw a woman's silhouette haloed by light. Are you a fairy? He blurted out, his foggy mind not bothering to filter his thoughts. The woman paused, then laughed. If you like, you can call me fairy sister. Laughter rippled around them. As his vision cleared, Eujiming saw a woman in her late 20s with a kind, gentle face. Auntie, he blurted out. Thunk. No sooner had he spoken than something thumped against his head. A moment ago you called me a fairy, and now it's Auntie? I should have left you lying there, she teased, tapping his forehead with her finger and leaving a red mark. Rubbing his forehead, Eujiming silently took in his surroundings. He was lying in a temporary tent on a farm. Why did he suddenly go quiet? The woman, Chun Yuyao, glanced at the doctor beside her. When the doctor shook his head, indicating he didn't know, she waved her hand in front of Eujiming's face. Eujiming grabbed her hand, his expression turning serious. Where am I? The change in his demeanor was so abrupt, it was as if he had become a different person, leaving Chun Yuyao momentarily stunned. It turned out they were in an oasis in the desert. Chun Yuyao worked as a translator for Ningbo Huafeng Company, Limited. She and some colleagues had fled here after being caught up in the civil war in Libya and were taken in by a local farm owner. While scouting routes through the desert during the rainy season, they stumbled upon Eujiming, unconscious inside a vehicle. At first, they thought he might be a Libyan militant, but after seeing his Asian features, they decided to rescue him. According to the doctor, Eujiming's abdominal wound had already begun to fester when they found him. With limited medical resources, they could only remove the dead tissue, apply herbal antiseptics, change his blood-stained clothes, and do their best to keep the wound clean. Now that you're awake, try to get up and walk around a bit. It'll help with your recovery, the doctor advised Eujiming. Chen Yuyao smiled and reached out to help Eujiming. However, Eujiming gently shook his head, indicating he could manage on his own, and then carefully got out of bed. How long was I unconscious? His voice was a little hoarse. You've been out for 3 days since we brought you back, Chen Yuyao replied softly. I'm not sure what happened while we were in the car. Eujiming noticed the tenderness in Chun Yuyao's manner, which made him more talkative than usual. He looked around and saw that they were inside a simple, makeshift shelter, crowded with nearly 1,000 people. Everyone looked exhausted, but when they saw Eujiming and Chun Yuyao, they still managed to offer a smile. In their eyes, Eujiming caught a glimmer of hope. Hey, soldier, are you here to rescue us on behalf of the country? A man with a scruffy beard and a strong Sichuan accent stopped Eujiming, smiling apologetically. He scratched his head, his expression turning sorrowful. We've been stuck here for days. We don't know when we'll be able to go home. My wife and son must be worried sick. Just then, the sound of a baby crying echoed nearby. Not far away, a woman frantically tried to calm her child, picking up her shirt to nurse. With a towel wrapped around her head, it was clear she was still in postpartum confinement. Eujiming glanced around and noticed many people standing at the entrance of the shelter, looking at him with trusting eyes. He couldn't fully understand all the emotions behind their gazes, but the unwavering faith they had in their homeland deeply moved him. The strength of their country gave them the courage to leave home and travel to a distant land. Even in the midst of conflict, they still believed that their nation would come to their rescue. Maybe this is what faith looks like, Eujiming thought to himself. I was sent by the government to rescue you, but I got separated from the main group, Eujiming said. Although he wasn't skilled at comforting others, he knew these people needed reassurance. Don't worry, they'll find us soon. His words were like a shot of reassurance, sparking cheers among the workers. As long as their country hadn't abandoned them, they believed they would make it home. Eujiming soon learned that when the conflict broke out, the factory where these workers had been staying was looted several times by armed groups. At first, they just took valuables, but later, they grabbed everything they could: supplies, computers, anything of worth, and destroyed what they couldn't take. The smell of burnt oil lingered everywhere. These armed groups specifically targeted Chinese factories, knowing the workers had money and wouldn't fight back, hoping to avoid trouble by paying up. This only made the looters bolder, returning time and again. Once there was nothing left to steal, the armed groups turned their attention to the people, seeing them as valuable resources. The workers, led by the deputy factory director, were forced to flee into the desert, eventually finding temporary shelter at this farm. Now, with the desert's rainy season causing floods, they were trapped, unable to leave, and no one able to get in. This small oasis had become a temporary refuge. But as soon as the rainy season ended and the desert dried out, there was a real risk that the armed groups would find them. "You're awake, young man." A man whose clothes were similar to the workers but carried himself with a different air approached. "This is our deputy factory director. He's the one who saved you," Chen Yuyao introduced. Eujiming paused for a moment, then saluted the man. The deputy factory director waved him over to speak privately, and Eujiming followed him into a larger tent. The deputy director poured a glass of water for Eujiming, while Chen Yuyao, who had been following him, quietly stepped outside. Eujiming watched as she left, instantly understanding clearly. The deputy director wanted this conversation to remain private. "Young man, you don't look very old. May I ask which unit you're from?" The deputy director lowered his voice, his eyes filled with caution. Eujiming frowned, his tone growing guarded. "Special National Forces. Sorry, but the details are classified." I see. The deputy director quickly waved his hands, trying to reassure Eujiming that he meant no harm, his face breaking into a placating smile. "As you can see, we're all stuck here. Most military units have special communication channels. Can you get in touch with your team?" The question hit Eujiming like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the pendant around his neck. He hurriedly pulled it out from under his collar, his fingers trembling slightly. Inside this seemingly ordinary pendant was a signal device to request rescue from his company. But with all communications down in Libya, none of their electronics could connect to the network unless they had a satellite phone. Eujiming wasn't sure if the device would still work. "I'll give it a try," Eujiming said, eyes fixed on the pendant. "If it doesn't work, we'll need to find a place with a functioning network." The deputy director had only asked out of habit, not expecting Eujiming to actually have a way to contact the outside world. But now, hope sparked in his eyes. They had been stranded in this unfamiliar place for days, unable to reach anyone beyond the farm where a local had taken them in. After being robbed by armed militants, their trust in the locals had dropped to zero. The sooner they could get out, the safer they'd be. Eujiming carefully opened the pendant, but the red light that should have indicated a signal stayed dark. The deputy director's shoulders slumped, disappointment etched across his face. He forced a smile at Eujiming, as if to say he understood after all. With Libya's network down, there was no way any signal would get through. "We could try using an antenna." Chen Yuyao's voice came from the doorway as she walked in. "If we connect to a satellite network with an antenna, we can bypass the local system and reach home directly." She gestured toward the sheets of rain pouring down outside. "But it's the rainy season. With this much rain, even if we set up the antenna, the connection probably won't work. We'll have to wait for the weather to clear." Even though they couldn't leave right away, it was still a glimmer of hope. The deputy director's eyes brightened. The workers might have been joking around on the surface, but everyone was barely holding it together. What they needed most was something to hold on to, something called hope. Eagerly, the deputy director spread the good news. Cheers echoed around the camp. Night fell. Hundreds of people gathered inside the greenhouse, sitting in small circles, laughing and eating flatbread provided by the farmer. The air was thick with the smell of oil and wheat. They chatted excitedly about their families. Someone talked about his wife and kids. Another calculated his savings and figured it was finally enough to buy an apartment in the city. "When I get back, I'm never leaving home again," said a weathered worker as he bit into his bread. "It's too chaotic out here. Back home, at least it's safe. You don't have to worry about someone robbing you at gunpoint every minute." The greenhouse was stuffy and warm. Groups of workers lay down, staring up at the wooden rafters above them. This place had once been a shelter for camels. To accommodate so many people, the farmer had to move his camels outside, tying them up in the open. The camels grumbled in the rain, but the workers' spirits weren't dampened at all. For the first time in days, they slept soundly, finally able to set aside their fears. But Eujiming tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The weight of more than 900 lives now rested on his shoulders, something he was far from used to. He stared into the darkness above, the chorus of snores filling the air, while the responsibility pressed on his chest like a 1,000-pound weight. In the past, it was always the captain who shouldered these burdens. All he had to do was follow orders. But now, left to face everything alone, uncertainty crept in. He even felt a bit afraid. So many people looked to him as their savior. What if he still couldn't make contact with the outside world? Was he really up to the task? Eujiming began to doubt himself. The wailing of a child pierced through the shack, abruptly pulling him from his thoughts. A woman's gentle voice followed, soothing and calm, like a clear stream bringing comfort. Suddenly, Eujiming chuckled, amused at how timid had become. When had he started acting so scared and weak? At 5, had survived alone for a whole year in a scam compound, staying in touch with the outside world thanks to his mother. At 6, he had taken Eujiming's life with his own hands. After turning 10, had followed the Hell Squad on missions, risking his life time and again. Now at 14, was he really losing his nerve? He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. In his short life, had weathered storms most people would never face in a lifetime. He was supposed to be fearless, If the captain saw him like this, he'd definitely get a stern scolding. The heavy rain continued to drum against the roof, the steady rhythm lulling him to sleep. The downpour lasted nearly 5 days. Outside, the desert was flooded, and the oasis was filled to the brim, with water starting to encroach on the surroundings. Yet the farm owner wasn't worried. Every summer, rain fell on the desert, but the sand couldn't hold the water for long. It would soon seep away and disappear. As soon as the rain stopped, the desert would dry up in no time. Eujiming's abdominal wound had scabbed over, leaving a harsh, ugly scar. When Chun Yuyao removed his bandages, her fingers brushed lightly over the mark. Her eyes filled with pain for someone so young already bearing such visible wounds. But Eujiming remembered the words of Instructor White Wolf from the special training camp. This is a badge of courage. Don't be ridiculous. Chun Yuyao flicked his forehead, frowning. Why did you join the army at such a young age? She was certain the legal age for enlistment was 18, and the boy in front of her didn't look anywhere near that. Eujiming said nothing. These were military secrets, and he chose to keep silent. The rains finally stopped. Come out here, kid. A man with a Sichuan accent rushed over to the entrance of Eujiming's shack, his face lit up with excitement. Eujiming quickly followed him outside. The rain had indeed stopped. The desert ground was still wet, but the water had already begun to vanish. The deputy manager and a few others were busy propping up an antenna with wooden poles. When they saw Eujiming, they all greeted him, hope shining on their faces. Eujiming felt a bit awkward under their warm attention, responding with only a cool nod. Fortunately, they didn't seem to mind his reserved manner. Maybe the hope of getting home made everyone more tolerant. Smiling, they bent over their work, fastening bits of metal and copper wire to the poles, shaping the antenna. Eujiming didn't really understand the technical details, so he simply stood by and watched. No one minded his presence. To them, he was still just a boy. Even if he was a soldier, they saw him as a child and didn't begrudge him any special treatment. With everyone working together, the antenna was quickly assembled. They inserted the wire into the signal receiver, carefully pulling a thin thread from Eujiming's pendant and connecting it to the device. The wooden pole was lifted high, casting a long shadow beneath the scorching desert sun. Just as the pole reached its highest point, the signal receiver flickered briefly, then went dark again. The joy that had just appeared on everyone's faces was quickly replaced by confusion as the signal light died out. No matter how they adjusted the height or angle of the pole, the signal light refused to come back on. Maybe we should try outside the desert? The farm owner came over, offering a simple suggestion. Chun Yuyao quickly translated for Eujiming. He says the signal here is always unstable. It might be better if we move somewhere else. They used to go farther away to get a better signal when making phone calls. The farm owner was a dark-skinned, sturdy middle-aged man, holding several freshly baked flatbreads in his hands. The aroma wafted through the air. It was their lunch. The deputy factory director stared at the unresponsive signal light, thinking for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let's try going farther out. The farm owner soon brought over a few camels for them to ride. After thanking him, the deputy director led a group of workers and Eujiming onto the camels, heading deeper into the desert. Signal in the desert was as elusive as a mirage. Occasionally, the signal light would give off a faint glow, but it always faded in an instant. They spent the entire afternoon searching among the rolling dunes. As dusk fell and the temperature plummeted, they had to consider giving up for the day and returning to try again tomorrow. Just as they were about to turn back, Eujiming suddenly felt the sand beneath his feet begin to tremble. The surrounding sand started to slowly shift, and his instincts immediately went on high alert. Pack up the antenna. Eujiming shouted sharply. We need to get behind the dune now. Before anyone could react, Eujiming was already charging down the slope on his camel. Seeing the others still frozen in place, he turned and yelled, "If you don't want to die, get over here now." The deputy factory director snapped out of his daze and hurriedly urged everyone to follow Eujiming. Once they reached the safety of the dune's far side, Eujiming gave a stern warning, "Stay quiet and don't move." He then crawled up to the top of the dune, lying flat against the sand as he carefully observed the source of the tremors. What he saw was a heavily armed group of nearly 1,000 people. They drove armored vehicles and even towed artillery, forming a long convoy snaking through the desert. Eujiming frowned, puzzled. Why would such a large armed group appear in this desolate wasteland? Was it just for control of an oasis? With their strength, they could easily seize richer territory elsewhere. Why choose this barren place? What was even more worrying was the direction they were heading, straight toward the farm. Eujiming's heart clenched. There were nearly 1,000 Chinese people there, all unarmed civilians. They stood no chance against these militants. If captured, the best-case scenario would be expulsion. The worst could mean a massacre. A force that size was far beyond what Eujiming could handle alone. He rapidly ran through possible responses in his mind, but every scenario seemed to end in disaster. There's a signal. The light's on. A worker hiding below the dune suddenly called out in excitement. Eujiming quickly signaled for silence. The worker immediately fell quiet, mouthing, "Quick, connect your pendant." Eujiming carefully backed down to the base of the dune and glanced at the signal light. It was indeed on. He cautiously pulled the pendant from beneath his shirt. He connected the signal above and pressed the emergency device. Instantly, a cloud of smoke puffed out from the pendant, clearly a single-use survival tool. Once activated, it sent out a distress signal, and its circuit board was destroyed. Eujiming glanced at the now useless pendant and tossed it aside without hesitation. He then turned to the group and said firmly, "Stay here for now. An armed group is heading toward the farm." The workers, who had been robbed by armed groups before, immediately showed fear on their faces when they heard this. After speaking, Eujiming stood up to leave, but was stopped by a hand grabbing his arm. "I'm their deputy manager. I promised to bring them home, so I'm going back with you," the deputy manager said. He knew his return might not change much, but his presence could at least bring some comfort to the others. Seeing the determination in the deputy manager's eyes, Eujiming hesitated and asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Of course I'm afraid. Who isn't?" The deputy manager replied, his voice tinged with resignation. "But if I don't keep my promise, I'll never be at peace for the rest of my life. That's even scarier than death." People with a strong sense of responsibility often place invisible shackles on themselves. It might trap them, but it also earns others' trust. Perhaps that's the secret to their ability to unite people. "Don't do anything reckless. Just follow my instructions," Eujiming said sternly. "All right." The deputy manager agreed without hesitation, showing no discomfort at having to take orders from a teenager. With the decision made, Eujiming led the deputy manager back. They left all the camels behind. The animals were too conspicuous. If they rode them back, the camels would likely head straight for the farm and risk revealing their whereabouts. It was safer to leave them for the workers to look after. The two of them crept back cautiously. As they approached the farm, screams echoed all around, flames lit up the night, and the sounds of gunfire and shouting filled the air. The deputy manager, anxious and restless, started to move, but Eujiming grabbed him. "Stay calm. Do you speak Libyan?" "I speak Arabic." "There are Arabs in Libya too," the deputy manager answered quickly, his worry obvious. There were nearly 1,000 workers here. How could he face their families if something happened to them? "Good. Come with me," Eujiming said, tugging him along. The armed group hadn't set up any defenses yet, making it the perfect time to sneak in. Eujiming led them to the back, where the farm owner had temporarily kept the camels. Their large bodies provided excellent cover. These camels were valuable assets, so the armed group wouldn't harm them. If anything, they'd assign people to guard them. Approaching from this direction was the least likely to draw attention and left the fewest traces. Eujiming didn't let the deputy manager get too close, worried about being spotted. He crawled forward alone and finally reached the center of the herd. The camels stirred slightly at his arrival, which caught the attention of a nearby militant. Rifle in hand, the man approached slowly, searching for anything suspicious. But it was too dark, and he didn't expect anyone to be hiding among the camels. After all, lying here risked being trampled by these large animals, so the guard let his guard down. The moment the man turned away, Eujiming sprang up. The ring on his finger slid open, revealing a sharp blade. He quickly clamped a hand over the man's mouth and drew the blade across his throat. A cold sensation bloomed at the man's neck. He tried to cry out, but Eujiming held him tightly, forcing him to watch helplessly as blood gushed out. Eujiming grabbed his head and slammed it into the muddy ground. The freshly rained-in earth was soft enough to absorb the spreading blood. The sound of the fall was loud, drawing the attention of another armed militant who approached the camels with suspicion. The camels stomped uneasily, letting out low, anxious grunts. The man shoved aside any camels in his way and suddenly caught sight of Eujiming, who was pinning down his companion. In an instant, the militant raised his gun and opened his mouth to shout. Eujiming's heart tightened. In a split second, he grabbed a handful of mud mixed with camel dung from the ground and hurled it precisely into the man's open mouth. The shout was choked off, reduced to a muffled, indecipherable whimper. Worried the militant would pull the trigger, Eujiming quickly seized the bolt, preventing him from releasing the safety. At the same time, he yanked hard with his left hand and brought his right down like a blade onto the man's wrist. The rifle slipped free, and Eujiming snatched it away. In a place like this, any gunshot would give away their position. Eujiming tossed the rifle aside. As the militant lunged at him, Eujiming twisted, redirecting the force, and drove his elbow hard into the man's jaw. A blade sprang silently from the ring on his finger. Eujiming closed in, driving the blade straight into the man's throat. The man's eyes widened in terror. He thrashed desperately, trying to throw Eujiming off. But Eujiming was merciless, drove his knee sharply into the man's groin. Blood seeped from the wound, and the pain nearly made the militant lose consciousness. Without hesitation, Eujiming drew the blade through the man's throat, severing it completely. Blood sprayed, instantly covering half of Eujiming's face, with a droplet even splashing into his eye. The militant's struggles grew weaker and finally ceased altogether. Eujiming didn't have time to wipe the blood from his face, had to deal with the scene before anyone else arrived. He dragged one of the bodies and quickly returned to where the deputy plant manager was hiding. When Ni Yonghua saw Eujiming, his heart skipped a beat. In the darkness, The blood-soaked figure looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Eujiming's blood-red eyes shifted slightly, causing Ni Yonghua to instinctively step back. Eujiming seemed not to notice his reaction. He simply tossed the two corpses in front of Ni Yonghua and ordered curtly, "Take off their clothes. We'll use them to blend in." Eujiming stripped off his own bloodied clothing and wiped himself down. These Libyan militants were of Middle Eastern descent, their skin much darker, making Eujiming's wheat-toned Asian complexion stand out. However, due to religious customs, they typically kept themselves well covered, which now provided Eujiming and his companion with the perfect disguise. Ni Yonghua's hands trembled as he undressed the bodies, apologizing under his breath. As a Chinese, he found it hard to shake the deep-seated belief that the dead deserved respect, even if they were enemies. The clothes were smeared with blood, dung, and sand, reeking with a nauseating stench. Forcing down his disgust, Ni Yonghua threw the clothes into the camel's water trough for a quick rinse. The camels let out disgruntled calls at the sudden disturbance. Eujiming glanced over, surprised to see them fall silent almost immediately. Only Ni Yonghua knew the reason for their sudden calm. At this moment, Eujiming radiated a restrained, lethal aura. He might not have noticed it himself, but Ni Yonghua could sense it clearly. Only now did he truly understand the difference between an ordinary person and a soldier. "Ready?" Ni Yonghua asked in a low voice. Eujiming didn't reply. Instead, he calmly picked up a headscarf from the ground and quickly wrapped it around his head. "Ready," he finally said. Ni Yonghua wrung his clothes until they were just damp and handed them to Eujiming. "You glanced at the wet clothes, said nothing, and pulled them on." Ni Yonghua did the same. The clothes were still clammy, and he couldn't help but worry that wearing them like this might give him rheumatism. Eujiming zipped up his jacket, covering half his face so that only his eyes were visible. Even though Ni Yonghua had never seen it done before, he knew this wasn't something ordinary people did. He nodded, took the rifle, and followed Eujiming's lead. Together, they walked straight through the herd of camels and blended into the ranks of the armed group. This 1,000-man militia was unlike other scattered bands. They were well-organized and structured. The two men Eujiming had just killed were low-level guards assigned to watch over the camels. You had planned to check on the workers' situation, but just as he and Ni Yonghua stepped out from the camels, a patrol of armed men approached. "What are you doing here?" one of them demanded. Ni Yonghua reacted instantly, answering in Arabic, "We need to use the bathroom." But the gunman motioned for them to stay put and not wander off. With no other choice, Ni Yonghua stepped aside and pretended to relieve himself, managing to bluff his way through. Eujiming stayed silent, kept his head down, and slipped back into the camels, taking the opportunity to retrieve the rifle head dropped earlier. For now, they had no choice but to wait there for the patrol to leave and look for another chance. Ni Yonghua kept glancing anxiously toward the distant greenhouse, where the firelight was fading but shouts and cries could still be faintly heard. His heart raced with worry, but he didn't dare do anything that might expose them. Eujiming, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed, calmly tending to the camels, grooming their fur, and occasionally feeding them camel thorns. The camel thorns were long and sharp. Eujiming sat on a rock, snapping off the longer thorns one by one, feeding the shorter ones to the camels. He worked quietly, as if he were completely indifferent to everything happening around him. "Aren't you worried? What do you think is happening over there?" Ni Yonghua paced nervously, unable to hide his anxiety. "What's there to worry about?" Eujiming's tone was calm, his eyes cold, his entire demeanor exuding an almost eerie composure. The screams and cries nearby seemed to have no effect on him. If anything, they only made him more focused and serene. Ni Yonghua remained uneasy, growing more restless by the minute. Eujiming continued sorting through the camel thorns. The upper parts were thin and short, but closer to the base they were long and thick. He carefully separated them, breaking off the long ones and slipping them between his fingers, as if quietly preparing for what was to come. Minutes ticked by. The screams in the distance gradually faded, and the shouting grew more subdued. From afar, Ni Yonghua could see the workers, tied together like grasshoppers on a string, guarded by a dozen armed men. The greenhouse had been taken over by the militia, and even the farmhouse was now under their control, though the farm owner and his family were nowhere in sight. Ni Yonghua craned his neck to look, worry etched across his face. "Stop looking," Eujiming said coldly without lifting his head. "If you don't want to get caught, keep your head down." Ni Yonghua lowered his gaze, his mood growing heavier. Eujiming looked up at the sky. The air after the rain was fresh, and, surprisingly, stars were visible above. The desert weather was truly unpredictable, one moment choked with sand, the next glittering with starlight. "It's not easy," Eujiming murmured, pulling some of the camel thorns from his headscarf and wrapping them up carefully. He turned and walked toward Ni Yonghua, his gaze steely and resolute, as if fully prepared for whatever would come next. He tested it to see how easy it was to use. As soon as he reached out and touched it, the sharp spike pierced his fingertip. The sensation was tolerable. Satisfied, Eujiming nodded, then turned to Ni Yonghua and asked in a calm voice, "Deputy Director, Do you know where the equipment I left before is? And Yonghua nodded quickly. Back when they rescued Eujiming, he had gathered up those weapons and hidden them in his own shed. At the time, he figured that if Eujiming didn't make it, at least he could use the guns to protect himself and offer some security to the others. Take me to them, Eujiming said as he stood up, brushing wooden splinters off his clothes. Then he looked at Yonghua. What about now? Now Yonghua was caught off guard, but then he understood. Now we feed the camels first. Eujiming patted the camel's head as it leaned in, his eyes sharp. What? Yonghua was baffled. How can you think about feeding the camels at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? Eujiming ignored him and adjusted the rifle slung over his back. He didn't quite understand why these armed groups were so fond of this type of gun, but there weren't any better options right now. Anything was better than nothing. So when are we going to get them? Yonghua asked anxiously, seeing that Eujiming was about to leave. Eujiming lowered his head and thought for a while before replying slowly, when things get chaotic. Yonghua looked confused. Chaotic? There's only two of us. How are we supposed to stir up chaos among these armed groups? Eujiming said nothing more, just lowered his head and observed his surroundings. He watched the armed men on patrol, memorizing every shift change and patrol route. In just 4 hours, 2 different groups had already made their rounds, each passing by every 10 minutes. Eujiming knew that as long as he moved during the gaps between patrols, he could slip through unnoticed. His sharp gaze conjured a complete mental map of the area, plotting the safest route. He carefully calculated how to avoid every blind spot between the sentries' fields of vision. The sentries stationed at higher vantage points were the toughest to deal with. One was lying in a tree, another stood on a rooftop, and 2 more were positioned at opposite corners of a shed roof. Their eyes covered almost every angle, but people weren't machines. There was always a brief gap when their gaze shifted. As long as Eujiming could dart into the bushes while they looked away, he'd have a chance to slip past. The most challenging part was the open ground ahead. There was almost no cover, so he'd have to find a way around it to avoid being exposed. As a patrol squad passed by, Eujiming didn't hesitate. He followed closely behind, disguising himself as one of them. The moon was bright, illuminating everything clearly, but Eujiming remained on high alert. Tonight was not the night for any action, especially not an ambush. He moved as quietly as a cat, always keeping his shadow merged with the patrols, minimizing any risk of being spotted. Luckily, these armed men weren't professional soldiers. Their counter-surveillance skills were poor, and Eujiming managed to blend in without being noticed. When he reached an area with bushes, Eujiming rolled silently into them, instantly blending in with the undergrowth. Just then, a patrolling gunman wandered over, half squinting and humming to himself, looking drowsy. Eujiming tensed, immediately pulling out the camel thorn and holding it between his fingers, waiting quietly for the man to approach. The man entered the bushes, oblivious, and started undoing his belt, muttering to himself. Eujiming crept closer, moving like a shadow. As soon as the man lowered his head, Eujiming squeezed the thorn and drove it straight into his neck without hesitation. The man tried to shout, but Eujiming quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and stuffed a handful of dirt inside, silencing him completely. Pinned to the ground by someone pressing down on his back, Eujiming was forced face first into the dirt. Sharp spikes pierced deep into his body, tearing through muscle and skin in an instant. His entire body convulsed violently as blood, blocked by the spikes, surged back into his throat, nearly suffocating him. His eyes rolled back, and he struggled in vain for breath, his strength fading fast. 3 minutes later, with a final shuddering gasp, his body finally went limp. There was no spray of blood, only a single spike protruding halfway through his neck. Eujiming carefully pushed the body into the bushes, doing his best to make it look as if the man was simply asleep. If anyone found him, it might buy him a little more time. He scanned his surroundings, waiting until the patrolling militants looked away, then slipped silently through their blind spots, moving quickly toward his next target. The desert night was bitterly cold, making the guards less alert than usual. Eujiming knew this was his chance to break through. As the night deepened, his objective became even clearer: the artillery shells. He couldn't possibly confront the entire armed group hidden, but if he could detonate those shells, the entire situation would change in an instant. Blending into the darkness, he moved like a ghost toward the cache of shells. He hadn't seen the storage location firsthand, but his experience told him such a conspicuous target wouldn't be hidden too far away. The hay warehouse outside the farm looked like the most likely spot, and sure enough, a squad of militants was stationed nearby, spread out enough for coverage, but close enough to support one another. Anyone could see that something important was being guarded there. They weren't fools, but they never expected anyone to move so swiftly. This squad consisted of 20 men, positioned at intervals so they could cover each other and keep the area tightly secured. Eujiming knew he couldn't act rashly or risk making any noise. One gunshot would give away his position immediately. He hid quietly beneath a large tree, watching the area intently and waiting for the perfect opportunity. The shadows of leaves flickered in the breeze, making his figure blend in and out of sight. Patience was a hunter's essential skill, and Eujiming had plenty to spare. As time passed, Yonghua grew increasingly uneasy. Eujiming's plan showed no progress, and he hadn't returned. Anxiety gnawed at him. He knew that without Eujiming's help, there was no chance for the Chinese captives to be rescued. Eujiming was their only hope. The cold air made him shiver, and his sweat-soaked clothes offered no warmth at all. At that moment, two militants approached, their voices loud and clear even from a distance. Dawaji, are you two doing all right? We're here to take over your shift. Sorry we're 2 hours late. Yonghua's heart skipped a beat, anxiety rising into his throat. He lowered his voice, trying to imitate the rough accent of a local, and replied, no problem, we're fine, we can keep watch a bit longer. But as soon as the two militants heard his voice, their expressions changed, growing wary. They quickly drew their weapons, aiming at Yonghua. One of them demanded coldly, you're not Dawaji. Who are you? Before he could answer, other guards rushed over, guns raised and pointed at him. Even the militants around the warehouse noticed the commotion. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Yonghua's forehead, soaking his already damp clothes once again. What a great opportunity. Eujiming sprang into action. He quickly pulled out a sharp camel thorn and silently crept up behind one of the armed men. Grabbing a handful of sand, he clamped it over the man's mouth and drove the thorn precisely into his throat. The man struggled desperately, but Eujiming held him down with a firm grip, and soon his resistance weakened. Swiftly, you snatched the man's rifle, watching coldly as he writhed in agony on the ground. Sand filled his mouth, a sharp thorn jutted from his throat, and blood flooded his windpipe. There was no escaping a slow death by suffocation. Meanwhile, Yonghua stood off to the side, his legs slightly shaky but doing his best to appear calm. Hey, relax, my friends. Don't point those guns at me. You might have an accident, he said, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. Dawaji and the others waited a long time for you guys, but since you didn't show up, he asked me to cover for him. If you don't believe me, go ask Dawaji yourself. The two armed men exchanging shifts glanced at each other. Though their suspicion hadn't completely faded, they clearly lowered their guard. Slowly, they lowered their guns, but one still asked warily, how come we've never seen you before? I just got here not long ago. I know Dawaji pretty well, so he asked me to watch things for a bit, and Yonghua lied without missing a beat. Since Dawaji was already dead, anything could be pinned on him, and these men had no way to check. All right, the two finally relented, waving Yonghua off and signaling for him to leave so they could take over watching the camels. Yonghua hesitated inside. He didn't really want to leave. He was waiting for Zhiming's signal. But with the two men watching him, he had no choice but to walk away. The warehouse doors were tightly locked, guarded by 3 armed men. Eujiming knew he couldn't take out all 3 at once. But his target had never been the main door. Instead, he was aiming for the high, narrow ventilation opening just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Bracing his hands on a stack of firewood, Eujiming climbed up nimbly. Suddenly, there was a thud as a piece of wood slipped and fell to the ground. Damn, you cursed himself for being careless. Who's there? The guards around the warehouse instantly raised their guns, aiming toward the pile of wood. The area fell silent, with only a stray stick of wood lying on the ground. The squad leader scanned the surroundings, on edge. Something fell off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Suddenly, he realized someone was missing. Looking around, he spotted a shadow on the ground. Cautiously, he called out, but there was no response, so he crept closer. By then, Eujiming had already slipped inside the warehouse. In the moonlight streaming through the window, he could see the place was packed with weapons and equipment. The organization was clearly well-funded. He quickly grabbed an RPG launcher and aimed it out the window. Outside, a commotion erupted. Someone had likely found the body. At the warehouse entrance, he heard the sound of the lock being opened. Eujiming knew he was running out of time. He aimed roughly at the shed area and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a deafening boom, the rocket struck its mark, blowing off a corner of the shed. Armed men, jolted from sleep, scrambled for cover in panic, not even bothering to dress as the roof began to collapse. Eujiming didn't pause to check the results. He immediately set fire to the piles of fodder inside the warehouse, the camel feed stored by the farm owner. Flames quickly spread, lighting up the entire interior. The flames spread rapidly, as if they had found the perfect fuel, with blazing tongues of fire devouring everything in their path. The warehouse was packed with ammunition, and once the temperature hit a critical point, the resulting explosion would be powerful enough to reduce the entire place to rubble. Enraged, the militants kicked the door open, not even bothering to look for a key. But instead of an empty warehouse, what greeted them was a grenade. Get down, one of the militants at the door shouted, hitting the ground the instant he saw the grenade drop. In the next moment, a figure darted past them like lightning. No one dared to lift their heads. The air was thick with the imminent threat of an explosion, but the grenade never went off. The intense firelight cast eerie shadows on the militants' faces, and in an instant, their expressions changed drastically. Get up, run, they shouted almost in unison, just as one of the bombs inside the warehouse reached its critical temperature. Boom! A deafening blast erupted, triggering a chain reaction of explosions one after another. The ground shook violently, and even the surrounding buildings trembled from the shockwaves. In the distance, a group of camels tied together panicked and struggled, sensing the threat of death and desperately trying to escape the area. Eujiming ran for his life, but the blast wave still threw him to the ground. Blood sprayed from his back as shrapnel tore into him, the wounds gushing with blood. Lying there, he couldn't move for a moment, but he knew he had to recover quickly if he wanted to keep going. The noise around him grew louder, and the sound of chaotic footsteps drew closer. Damn, I've been found, Eujiming thought grimly. His strength was fading, and the pain from his back felt like it was burning through him. He tried several times to push himself up, but failed each time. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Eujiming tensed, a ring blade sliding out and ready to strike. But the owner of the hand wasn't an enemy, it was Ni Yonghua. Easy, it's me, Ni Yonghua said, his voice low and steady in Eujiming's ear. Eujiming froze for a moment, then retracted the blade and turned to look at him. Are you alright? Ni Yonghua asked, helping him up as he spoke. I'll live. Just let me catch my breath. Eujiming replied, breathing heavily and gritting his teeth against the pain in his back, while his eyes stayed alert and scanned the surroundings. Explosions still echoed from the warehouse, keeping the militants from getting close. Instead, they searched frantically for anyone wounded by the blasts. At that moment, the leader of the armed group, Cardi, stormed out of the warehouse, machine gun in hand, cursing under his breath with a face full of frustration. How is this possible? I never even saw the enemy, and my entire ammo depot is gone. He raised his machine gun and fired into the air. Blue flames burst from the muzzle as bullets flew, ringing out in sharp, rapid bursts. Rat-a-tat. The bullets struck the ground, and the chaotic farm fell suddenly silent. The Chinese workers nearby dropped to the ground, trembling with fear. Quiet. Gather up, Cardi roared, his voice filled with fury. As the leader of the armed group, he was beside himself with rage. He had brought his team to this barren desert, planning to build a military base, but on the very first day, he lost his most important ammunition depot and hadn't even seen the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Cardi scanned the crowd as they gathered, convinced there must be a spy among them. He held his machine gun at the ready, letting his gaze linger on those who were slow to assemble. With a cold sneer, he aimed the gun at the back of one man's head. What's your name? He asked in a low, menacing voice. Ni Yonghua stood anxiously among the crowd, his eyes fixed on Eujiming. Standing tall and imposing, Carter looked down at the young man before him, whose eastern features were nearly 2 heads shorter than his own. What's your name? Carter asked with obvious disdain, clearly not regarding the slight figure as any kind of threat. He was certain he could lift him with one hand if he wanted. Eujiming didn't understand the foreign language. He simply held a camel thorn stick in his hand, quietly sliding his right hand toward the grenade hidden at his waist. If things took a turn, he was ready to take the leader hostage at any moment. Answer me. Carter's voice suddenly rose in anger when Eujiming remained silent. He needed someone to vent his frustration on, to maintain his authority among the troops. He's called Luofias, just a kid, and Ni Yonghua quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. But as soon as he spoke, Carter's fierce gaze locked onto him, making Ni Yonghua swallow nervously. You know him? Carter pointed at Eujiming. Yes. We came in together with Dawaji, Ni Yonghua replied, once again invoking the name of the deceased. Just as Carter was about to press further, an RPG streaked across the night sky and crashed into the crowd. Get down. Someone shouted in panic, and the explosion thundered, sending blood and dirt flying everywhere. Another rocket whistled in immediately after. Spread out. Everyone get ready to fight. Snipers, find their position and fire. Carter roared out his orders. Though the flat oasis terrain was hardly ideal for snipers, he had to show he was in control to steady his men. The militants scattered for cover, firing blindly toward where the rockets had come from. The attackers seemed to vanish, but soon sporadic gunfire rang out again. These taunting, precise shots didn't cause casualties, but they were enough to set off the nerves of the militants, already on edge from the destruction of their ammunition depot and the deaths of their comrades. Eujiming seized the moment and moved quickly toward where the workers were held, with Ni Yonghua close behind. Suddenly, an armed man blocked their way. Hey, where do you think you're going? Eujiming glanced around, expressionless, noticing that everyone else was distracted by the gunfire. In a flash, he drove the camel thorn stick straight into the man's throat. The man's scream was muffled by Eujiming's hand. He eased the dying man to the ground, making it look as if had been hit by stray fire. The militant, in his last moments, clung desperately to Eujiming's arm, his wide eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. But he found his struggle quickly suppressed. Eujiming pinned his opponent down with unyielding force. As the choking sensation in his throat intensified, he seized the man's resisting arm and, with a swift, decisive twist, snapped the bone. The sound of breaking echoed in the darkness, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Go! Eujiming climbed out of the pit and whispered a warning to Ni Yonghua. It was Ni Yonghua's first time witnessing Eujiming kill someone with his own eyes. The fluid, practiced movements sent a chill down his spine. Such skill could only be honed through countless deadly encounters. Distant gunfire flashed across the night sky, casting eerie shadows over the area and making it feel even more sinister. The guarded workers huddled together, barely daring to breathe. A woman clutching a baby carefully covered the child's mouth, terrified that the slightest sound might bring disaster. Ni Yonghua approached the two guards, pretending to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, Eujiming, silent as a predator in the night, crept up behind them. The workers noticed his shadow, but, seeing him dressed like one of the militants, they quickly averted their eyes, not daring to make contact. In a split second, one of the guards suddenly turned around. Eujiming reacted instantly, driving his dagger straight into the man's throat. The other guard moved fast, raising his gun to fire. At that critical moment, Ni Yonghua lunged, forcing the muzzle upwards. Bang! A shot rang out. Eujiming barely had time to turn, but Ni Yonghua was already tackling the gunman. Bang! Another shot, this time from Eujiming's pistol, struck the militant right between the eyes. The gunfire drew the attention of other militants. Just as Eujiming prepared to intercept them, a voice with a Sichuan accent called out, "Are you that soldier, brother?" It was the man from Sichuan. He grabbed Eujiming, speaking urgently, "Soldier brother, Chen the translator was taken by the bandit leader while trying to save us." Eujiming glanced around and saw that everyone was present except for Chen Yu, including the farm owner's family. Although the workers were now free, none of them left. They all waited anxiously, hoping for news about Chen Yuyao. The woman with the baby paused before leaving and told Eujiming, "They took the translator into that building over there. He'll go get her. You all leave now," Eujiming said firmly. "Staying here will only slow me down." Ni Yonghua immediately led everyone along a hidden path shown by the farm owner, starting their escape. Now, the fight belonged to Eujiming alone. He pulled out a grenade, bit out the safety pin, gripped it tightly in his right hand, and held his gun in his left. Concealed behind cover, he waited for the enemy to draw near. Eujiming destroyed the armed group's ammunition depot. Although the enemy still had numbers on their side, they were running low on supplies and wouldn't last long. Eujiming had a pretty good guess. The people fighting these militants were likely the ones responding to his distress signal. By all rights, they should have arrived an hour earlier, but something must have delayed them along the way. A squad of militants was quietly approaching Eujiming's position. He counted 7 of them, all spread out. Clearly, they were taking precautions to avoid being wiped out in one go and were on high alert. Eujiming knew he couldn't wait any longer. He needed to draw them away and buy time for Ni Yonghua and the others. When the group was about 30 meters away, Eujiming suddenly hurled a grenade with a swift motion. The 7 enemies reacted quickly, dropping to the ground with practiced ease, clearly seasoned fighters. Eujiming didn't give them a chance to recover. He grabbed the AK next to him and opened fire without hesitation. The AK packed a punch. Even though it wasn't well maintained and his aim was off, the wild spray of bullets effectively kept the enemies pinned down, making them too afraid to show themselves. Boom! The grenade exploded, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. The enemies were lucky none of them were hit. But Eujiming didn't care about casualties. His goal was simply to buy time. Before the enemies could get back on their feet, he ditched the empty rifle and sprinted toward the ruins. He knew the area well, and Ni Yonghua was somewhere in the shanty section, and if he searched there, he should be able to find his weapon. Nightfall gave him natural cover, making it hard for the enemies to track his movements. The militants realized something was wrong. Even though they saw the area where the Chinese workers were held was empty, they hesitated, unsure of what to do. One of the 7 quickly turned back to report to Carter. Eujiming made it to the shanty area without being noticed. The ruins around him were deserted. This place had never been suitable for living, and now there was even less reason to linger. He started searching through the debris as quickly as possible. Even though he remembered the general location, the ruins were piled up in a confusing mess, and he had to check each spot one by one. He couldn't afford to waste time. He knew the enemy could start searching at any moment. As he searched back and forth through the rubble, he suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his back, a warning. At that instant, a bullet whizzed past, grazing his back. 6 militants were closing in fast. He quickly dropped to the ground and rolled aside, but accidentally pressed down on his wounded back, sending a surge of pain through him and forcing a muffled groan. But beneath his wound, his hand suddenly hit something. It was his missing weapon. In a flash, he realized he had found his gear. Just as the enemies were about to open fire, Eujiming dodged the bullets and rolled over, grabbing the M16 assault rifle. The M16 was far more accurate than the AK, less powerful, maybe, but the best option for now. A hail of bullets rained down as Eujiming ducked behind a ruined stove, protecting his head and body. The enemy fire sparked off the stove surface. Seeing that he was temporarily pinned down, the 6 militants cursed angrily and moved in. But as they prepared to close in, Eujiming suddenly sprang up, raised his rifle, and fired. The M16's precise shots broke through the enemy's defenses. He quickly pulled the other person into his arms, crouching low with his body pressed close to the cover. Without hesitation, he took aim, leveling his gun at the heads of the 6 armed men. 3 rapid shots rang out, each one deadly accurate. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a target fell. As soon as he finished, Eujiming rolled swiftly to a new position, never pausing. In the midst of his movement, he locked onto another target. The moment he rose to his feet, bullets were already flying. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots. In the span of 6 bullets, 3 enemies went down, while Eujiming remained unscathed. The remaining gunmen realized the tide had turned and quickly ducked behind cover, not daring to show themselves. The air grew tense, and a standoff settled over the scene. Eujiming kept his sights trained on their hiding spot, his gun poised and ready, but none of them dared to peek out again. Suddenly, something heavy landed in front of their cover with a dull thud. Instinctively, the armed men dropped to the ground. They didn't have time to wonder what it was. Footsteps approached rapidly, sweeping past their cover and coming up behind them. As the 3 men turned, panic struck their faces. They raised their weapons, but it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots echoed, and all 3 dropped instantly, bullets to the head. The object that had landed in front of them turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary stone. Their hypersensitivity and jumpiness had become their undoing. They'd been too nervous, too alert, and it cost them their lives. Eujiming glanced around, quickly realizing his ammunition was running low. He had 4 bullets left and no way to resupply. Without hesitation, he headed back to the ruins, where he found his compound bow. To keep his load light, he hadn't brought much gear, but now he remembered the single grenade he carried. It might be enough to change the course of the fight. In the ruins, he spotted a rough stick, not ideal, but suitable as an arrow for his bow. Without a second thought, he used his knife to sharpen it to a point. Even with his bullets gone, he wouldn't be defenseless. The compound bow was his secret weapon. The battle at the farm continued, but the gunfire was thinning out. The enemy's ammunition was clearly running low. Eujiming paused, not wasting time observing the fight across the way. Instead, he sprinted straight for the main house. The path was clear. The remaining enemies were focused on the ongoing fight, leaving the house unguarded. The main house was simply 2-story building. The first floor held the kitchen and living room. The bedrooms were upstairs. Without stopping, Eujiming hurried to the second floor. The door was open, and moonlight spilled through the window, casting the room in a dim glow. Standing at the threshold, he froze. The sight before him seared itself into his memory. Despite his excellent eyesight, he almost wished he couldn't see so clearly. On the floor lay a bloodied body, lifeless and still. The room bore the marks of her desperate struggle. Her fingers were pierced by splinters, blood dripping from her hands, stains covering the floor and even smeared on the walls. Eujiming's heart sank. Despite the horror of the scene, he couldn't help but notice the faint scent in the air. A smell had encountered before, up close with Carter, one he'd never forget. He took a shaky breath, his voice catching as he stepped slowly into the room. He recognized the body immediately. It was Chen Yuyao. Her eyes were wide open, as if she still couldn't believe her fate at the moment of death. Not a single part of her body was unscathed, her wounds gruesome and her blood already dried. The vibrant, radiant woman he once knew was now just a cold, lifeless corpse. Eujiming remembered the first time he met her, when moonlight bathed her figure, making her seem like a fairy from a legend. Now, all that remained was a sense of irreparable loss. Eujiming originally wanted to pull the bedsheet over Chen Yuyao, but it was filthy as well. Unable to hold back any longer, he retched. The heavy stench of blood mixed with other unspeakable odors filled the room, churning his stomach. Even he, man who had once been unfazed by the stench of a cesspit, felt bile rising in his throat. Chen Yuyao had always been fastidious about cleanliness. Even in the harsh environment of the desert, she kept everything spotless. Eujiming thought to himself that she would never want to lie in such filth, even in death. Without hesitation, he tore down the curtains and carefully wrapped her body. At that moment, the roar of engines sounded outside. The armed men were beginning their retreat. "Sorry, we'll have to leave you here for a moment," Eujiming whispered to the shrouded Chen Yuyao. He grabbed his rifle and quickly climbed out the window onto the roof. In the darkness, Eujiming raised his gun. He had no scope, no night vision, just his eyes to track the lead vehicle. Inside sat Carter, barking orders for a faster withdrawal. All outside noise faded. Eujiming's focus narrowed to a single target. Dawn was near. This was the last darkness before the light. Bang! The shot rang out. As if sensing danger, Carter jerked his head toward the rooftop. The bullet struck the glass in front of him with a sharp crack. He froze, then realized a sniper was targeting him. "Damn it! Kill him now!" Carter yelled, ducking beneath the car. Bang! 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 Eujiming fired his last 3 rounds, but each one was stopped by bulletproof glass. The M16 simply didn't have the power to break through. Without hesitation, Eujiming slung the compound bow off his back at close range. Its arrows could pierce deeper than bullets. Gunfire rained down around him, bullets whistling past his body and grazing his cheek, but he remained steady, drawing the bowstring to its limit. "Go!" Go! Carter screamed, and the driver floored the accelerator. The vehicle roared as it shot forward. Suddenly, a bullet struck Eujiming's calf, sending a wave of pain through him and forcing him to one knee. But he kept the bow drawn, unwavering. The car sped up, turning sharply. At that instant, Eujiming released the arrow. It sliced through the night, shattering the already cracked bulletproof glass and driving deep into Carter's body. Carter never imagined Eujiming would risk a hail of bullets just to take his life. He barely had time to register the pain before the arrow's impact made everything clear been pierced through. Fear of death swept over him, slow and overwhelming. As he looked up, Eujiming's silhouette had already disappeared from the rooftop, as silent and deadly as a shadow in the night. Carter tried to curse, but blood filled his mouth instead. Dizziness washed over him, and he knew his end was near. He couldn't believe that after surviving the chaos of Libya, he would die here, on a small farm. Just then, a ray of sunlight broke over the horizon, slicing through the convoy like a sword, sweeping across the farmhouse and the ruins. Only the camels, lifting their heads at the first light, seemed to welcome the coming dawn. Eujiming, dragging his injured leg, returned to the filthy room. With the curtains gone, the entire space was now exposed to the morning light. Sunlight spilled over Chun Yuyo's body. Filtering through the white curtains, the gentle light cast a soft halo around her, just as she had appeared when Eujiming first met her. He carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and gently wiped the dirt from her face. Her features remained gentle and serene, but her bloodshot eyes were frozen with a deep, unrelenting hatred from her final moments. Rest now. He's dead, Eujiming said quietly. He didn't know if hell truly existed, but if it did, those who had done evil would surely fall into its deepest depths. At some point, Chun Yuyo's eyes slowly closed, as if she intended to chase her enemy to hell itself to settle the score. Eujiming bent down and lifted Chun Yuyo's body. Death had made her unexpectedly heavy. His injured leg gave out, forcing him to steady himself against the doorframe. Taking a deep breath, he continued to move downstairs. Daylight had fully broken, revealing a landscape of charred ruins. After a night of relentless shelling, this oasis was unrecognizable. This was the reality of Libya, whether desert or city. War had already drained the land of all vitality. Little Celestial, a voice called from the distance. 7 blurry figures were rushing toward him. Eujiming's vision was hazy, but the figures seemed strangely familiar, almost like his teammates. Limping, he moved to meet them, puzzled that after just a few days, he could barely recognize them. Captain, what happened to all your beards? He called out. Before he could finish, the tension that had gripped him for so long suddenly snapped. Eujiming collapsed, still holding Chun Yuyo's body, onto the scorched earth. The others rushed to catch him, but they were too far away to reach him in time. Nyoto was the first to arrive, his hands trembling as he checked Eujiming's breathing. The judge followed, carrying a medical kit, while Yan Wang and the others kept watch. The judge examined Eujiming and found that the wound on his back had split open, the bandages soaked through with blood. There was also a bullet lodged in his calf, compressing the blood vessels and causing severe bruising. There was no anesthesia, only the most basic life-saving supplies in the judge's kit. With Nyoto holding Eujiming down, the judge immediately began treating the wound. The sting of iodine made Eujiming flinch instinctively, but he did not wake. The judge worked quickly, slicing open the wound to release the trapped blood, then skillfully removed the bullet with a pair of forceps. Throughout it all, Eujiming kept his dull, unfocused eyes open, his lips bitten so hard they bled, cold sweat pouring from his skin. It was only as the judge stitched up the wound that Nyoto realized Eujiming had been conscious the entire time, enduring the pain in silence. Judge, hurry up, Nyoto urged anxiously. Almost done. Don't rush me, the judge replied, moving as quickly as he could. Years of stitching wounds on the battlefield had made him exceptionally skilled, but Nyoto couldn't help but worry about his apprentice, prompting him to urge again. At last, the judge tied a knot and quickly cut the thread. All done. If it hurts, just let it out, he said, gently rubbing Eujiming's head with obvious concern. Still, Eujiming clenched his jaw and endured the pain in silence, refusing to make a sound. This kid is great in every way, just too stubborn, Yin Wang sighed, resignation clear in his voice. Damn it, those bastards. Suddenly, Zhong Kuei's furious shout rang out. Everyone turned to see Zhong Kuei pulling back the curtain covering Chun Yuyo. One glance at the marks on her body told him everything he needed to know. Eujiming froze for a moment, then struggled to his feet and staggered toward Chun Yuyo's body. Carefully, he pulled the curtain back over her and said quietly, she was a hero. No one should look at her body, not even the captain or the others. Zhong Kuei was taken aback, not understanding why Eujiming reacted so strongly. Dizong patted Zhong Kuei on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. Let him be, he said softly. Our little immortal has learned what it means to take responsibility. After gently wrapping Chun Yuyo's body, Eujiming lifted her into his arms. His movements were awkward, but unwavering. Zhong Kuei wanted to help, but Eujiming stepped around him, his voice hoarse. This was my promise. They'll do it myself. Zhong Kuei opened his mouth as if to argue, but Yin Wang stopped him. Let him go, Yin Wang said gently, but with an authority that brooked no refusal. The five of them followed closely behind Eujiming, moving slowly forward. Black and white impermanence stood at a distance, keeping watch. Eujiming's steps were heavy. Blood still oozed from his wounds and his strength was nearly gone, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Behind him were his master and his teammates as solid support. He knew that if he fell, someone would catch him, but he refused to fall. He wanted to be both a shield and a spear, not a child who needed protection. Far across the desert, Anai Yonghua stood on high ground, craning his neck to see. Surrounded by the Chinese task force, he and a group of anxious workers were being protected as they waited. Relief was written on the workers' faces, the hope of finally returning home, easing their fear and exhaustion. Each of them longed to reunite with their families and dreamed of a home-cooked meal. But one person was missing: Chen Yuyao. Their eyes kept drifting toward the oasis, watching anxiously as distant figures gradually came into view, hoping to see her among them. They're back, Anai Yonghua suddenly shouted. Everyone jumped to their feet, straining to see into the distance. As the figures became clearer, Anai Yonghua's heart tightened. Chen Yuyao was not among them. Frowning in confusion, he started forward to ask Eujiming. But before he could get far, a soldier stopped him. Mr. Anai, please return, the soldier said firmly. We still have a mission to complete. Please don't wander off. I just want to ask them something, Anai Yonghua said, pointing to Eujiming and the others. Mr. Anai, please stay here. The team will come over, the soldier replied, unmoved. Our job is to get you and the other workers home safely. Let's avoid any unnecessary trouble on the way. Anai Yonghua grew increasingly anxious, a sense of unease gnawing at him. The other workers also began to sense the shift in atmosphere. Their smiles faded, replaced by worry and uncertainty. All eyes stayed fixed on Eujiming and his group as they drew nearer, hopeful, but filled with dread. Eujiming moved slowly but never stopped, carefully cradling Chen Yuyo's body as he walked through the crowd staring at him. The workers kept glancing behind him, searching for the translator, calling out, "Hey, where's Chen the translator?" Without a word, Eujiming walked to the center of the crowd. With trembling hands, he gently lifted a corner of the curtain covering Chen Yuyao. Her pale face was marred with bruises, her body bearing horrifying wounds. Those bastards! A burly man from Sichuan burst out, his voice shaking. They'll get what's coming to them. Even in their next life, they'll come back as animals. Before he could finish, the man, well over 6 feet tall, dropped to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. All around were workers whose lives Chen Yuyao had saved at the cost of her own. The militants had injured many, and in the end, Chen Yuyao had volunteered to go with them just to protect the others. No one had expected such cruelty. Now, the crowd was filled with sobs and muffled cries. Eujiming, weak from blood loss, listened to the voices around him, his ears ringing and vision dimming. Having fulfilled his promise to Chen Yuyao, he could hold on no longer and collapsed backward. Ma Mian caught him just in time, but Eujiming soon lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke up in the back of a vehicle. It was pitch dark except for a few campfires flickering nearby. You're awake? A familiar voice said it was his captain. Yin Wang was on watch with another man in combat gear. Want some water? Yin Wang offered a canteen. Eujiming struggled to sit up, his body wrapped in bandages that made it hard to move. As he tried to loosen them, the captain quickly stopped him. Don't touch those. Judge spent a lot of effort patching you up. Just picking out all the shrapnel took over an hour. You had more than 100 wounds, big and small. Yin Wang took a sip of water and continued. At first, they'd thought Eujiming was only injured on his back and legs. But when they removed his clothes, they found his entire body covered in tiny cuts from the explosion, each one embedded with shrapnel, sealed in by his own clotted blood. Despite these injuries, Eujiming had kept fighting behind enemy lines. His sheer willpower moved even Yin Wang. Now, Eujiming's throat was so dry he could barely speak. He hobbled over to take the canteen, but as soon as Head had a sip, it was empty. He looked at the captain in frustration, but the captain just shrugged. Judge said you can't drink too much. A nearby soldier spoke up. If you've lost a lot of blood, drinking too much water can dilute it and cause problems. After that, he fell silent, watching Eujiming with a complicated expression. There was something strange about the way that man looked at him. Eujiming stared at the stranger before him. Although it was their first meeting, he couldn't shake off a sense of familiarity. He searched his memory, trying to recall whether they had ever crossed paths, or even been enemies. But his usually reliable memory told him this was indeed their first encounter. Still, the open hostility in the man's eyes was unmistakable. It's time to switch, the man suddenly announced, standing up and brushing the dust from his clothes. As he glanced at Eujiming one more time, the hostility was still there, barely concealed despite his efforts. Captain, who was that? Eujiming asked, watching the man's departing figure as he boarded a vehicle. He's the acting leader of the Fierce Tiger Assault Team, Yin Wang replied. He's not one of us. This time, we're just traveling together because we're both here to pick up workers from Huafeng Company. We won't be working together again. Having spent years on the battlefield, Wang could easily see the animosity the acting captain held toward Eujiming. He added, he's got one thing you should know: fiercely protective of his people, and he won't let anyone look down on his soldiers. Eujiming nodded. Since they wouldn't be meeting again, the man's hostility didn't really matter anymore. The team moved on. Chun Yi's body had already been cremated by Nai Yonghua, and her ashes were sealed in an earthen jar, waiting to be returned to her family. Perhaps it was Chun Yi's spirit watching over them, but their journey to the awaiting Navy ship went smoothly. Before leaving, Nai Yonghua handed Eujiming a string of phone numbers, promising that if he ever needed help in the future, he would do everything he could. It was the only way he could think of to repay his debt. Eujiming accepted the gesture, not expecting to ever use it, but unwilling to refuse the kindness. Carrying the jar of ashes, Nai Yonghua boarded the ship, silently vowing never to set foot in this war-torn land again. The ship would remain docked for another day, waiting to pick up more Chinese citizens. Eujiming turned to rejoin his teammates. Wang waved him over, and everyone's expression was unusually grim. Noticing Eujiming's confusion, Wang got straight to the point. Two things: Ma Mian has gone missing, and the company has ordered us to capture the traitorous Demon King. The news hit Eujiming like a bolt from the blue. The Demon King, the leader of the Demon Squad, why would he be declared a traitor? And when had Ma Mian disappeared? Eujiming was full of questions. We'll talk on the way, Wang said. Ma Mian has been missing for 2 days. I'm still trying to figure out what happened. He turned to Eujiming. Xiantong, you stay behind. You're too injured to go out again. From the looks on his teammates' faces, Eujiming could see the same concern. They didn't want him involved in this mission. You're just going to leave me here alone? What if Yu Xiaofeng comes back, knocks me out, and takes me away? Eujiming asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. The members of the Hell Squad exchanged knowing glances. It was truly a chaotic evacuation site like this, with so many people and limited Huahua military presence. There was always a risk that someone could slip through the cracks. All right, Wang finally relented after a brief consideration. Just stick close to us, and don't wander off. Eujiming nodded in agreement. By now, he understood that the company's latest orders confirmed both Ma Mian's disappearance and the Demon King's betrayal. The judge was focused on his laptop, prioritizing the search for Ma Mian's last known location. As for the Demon King, the judge deliberately avoided tracking him. After all, both squads had worked together for years, and no one wanted a direct confrontation with him. The tracking results were perplexing. After escorting the workers, Ma Mian should have rejoined the team directly, but instead, he suddenly changed direction. After that, all traces vanished. He had clearly abandoned his vehicle. There were generally only 3 reasons for this: running out of fuel, impassable terrain ahead, or a deliberate choice to proceed on foot to avoid drawing attention. Along the way, the convoy was stopped several times by armed groups. Fortunately, the Huahua flag displayed on the vehicles served as a deterrent. While these militants might attack Huahua nationals in secret, none dared openly provoke such a powerful military nation. When they arrived at the spot where Ma Mian had abandoned his car, Wang was the first to get out and inspect the area. Black and white impermanents stood guard, alert to any threats. Ma Mian's car was carefully camouflaged in the bushes, covered with a net. Through the window, Wang saw the fuel gauge indicated a full tank, confirming Ma Mian had left the car by choice. In this part of Libya, where there was hardly any jungle, terrain couldn't have been the reason for abandoning the vehicle. The only logical explanation was that Ma Mian wanted to move undetected. The windblown, sandy ground made it almost impossible to find tracks, but Neo 2 managed to spot 3 stones that had been deliberately disturbed and agreed upon signal within the team. The smallest stone pointed the way forward. Seeing the scattered stones, everyone had the same thought: the Demon King. If the Demon King was involved, this pursuit would be far more dangerous. Not only were they up against a former teammate who knew all their tactics, but also a top-tier special forces operative who had been through the same rigorous selection as they had. To make matters worse, they were exposed, while the Demon King remained hidden. Expand the search area. From now on, no one goes off alone, Wang ordered. The 8 of them spread out to search, and soon Zhong Kuei discovered another set of disturbed stones. Although the stones had been scattered, the surrounding terrain made Ma Mian's route clear a treacherous mountain valley. They'll take the lead. Pair up, 10 meters apart, Wang instructed, then entered the valley with the judge. Neo 2 escorted Eujiming close behind, while black and white impermanents took positions on higher ground to keep watch. Dizong and Zhong Kuei brought up the rear, staying vigilant for any sudden landslides. This split valley owes its lush vegetation to the underground river that flows beneath it, allowing both sides of the mountains to flourish with dense plant life. The tangled terrain and thriving foliage form a natural web of ambush, like a carefully laid trap silently waiting for its prey. And the Hell Squad is that unfortunate prey. Wang was on edge, his eyes sharp and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Every step he took was deliberate, always landing on clear ground within his sight, wary of triggering any hidden mechanisms. A sudden, Crisp click shattered the silence, the sound of a pressure plate being triggered. Pan Guan froze as if struck by lightning, sweat trickling down his forehead. Don't move. Yin Wang quickly pressed a hand onto Pan Guan's shoulder to stop him from instinctively lifting his foot, his voice low and tense. Captain, it's a landmine, Pan Guan confirmed, feeling the pressure underfoot. The mine was already armed. I know. Yin Wang gritted his teeth. Stay put. Everyone else, don't move. Maintain your positions and await further orders. His tone was steely, brooking no argument. The rest of the squad instantly froze, nerves stretched taut. There could be more mines hidden in the area. A single misstep could make the situation even more deadly. This was basic battlefield knowledge. No one would make a rookie mistake at a time like this. Once he was sure everyone was steady, Yin Wang knelt down and carefully brushed away the dirt around the mine with his fingers, never taking his eyes off the deadly device. It's a standard, unmodified PMN anti-personnel mine, Yin Wang announced, his voice tinged with hope. That was good news. While the PMN's blast was powerful, it didn't contain large fragments. If they could put enough distance between themselves and the mine at the moment of detonation, they might survive the blast. Neo-2, Yin Wang called out, his gaze conveying silent instructions. Got it. Neo-2 quickly surveyed the area, his eyes lighting up with hope when he spotted the trees lining the gorge. These trees could be their lifeline. He quickly chose a poplar tree, tall, strong, and nearly branchless, making it the perfect choice. After inspecting the trunk to ensure there were no traps, he grabbed hold and climbed nimbly upward. Meanwhile, Yin Wang carefully looped a rope around the mine, his movements as precise as if he were disarming a ticking bomb. Neo-2 moved with astonishing speed, reaching the top of the poplar in seconds. His weight caused the treetop to bend downward. He swiftly tied the rope to the top, then tossed the other end down to Pan Guan. Catch! Pan Guan caught the rope steadily and pulled hard, bending the poplar even further into a taut arc. Yin Wang joined in, helping to pull the rope and stretch the tree to its limit. Pan Guan wrapped the rope around his waist, gripping it tightly with both hands, every muscle straining to maintain the poplar's extreme bend. Seeing this, Yin Wang slowly let go and picked up the rope attached to the mine, cautiously backing away. Xiao Xiantong, come here, move slowly. Yin Wang's eyes never left the mine, watching for any sign of change. Eujiming squads, Xiao Xiantong inched forward with utmost care until he reached Yin Wang's side. Yin Wang tilted his head slightly, signaling him to look at a pine tree in the distance. Climb up and bend it down, just like Neo-2 did, Yin Wang instructed curtly. Eujiming approached the pine tree, checked for traps, and then quickly climbed up. The pine was stiffer than the poplar, making it harder to bend, so he pressed down on a thick branch instead. Yin Wang seized the moment, pulling the branch as far as it would go and tying it off securely. Xiao Xiantong, hold on tight, Yin Wang warned sternly. Eujiming immediately moved back to the trunk, wrapping his arms around it and bracing himself. Pan Guan, are you ready? Pan Guan was holding his breath, every muscle tense as he fought against the pull of the poplar. He could only nod in response, veins bulging on his face. 1, 2, 3. At Yin Wang's count, he and Pan Guan released their grip at the same time. The tension snapped back instantly, launching both the mine and Pan Guan in opposite directions, arcing through the air like arrows released from a bow. A powerful force yanked the judge out of the landmine's blast radius. Boom. The mine exploded midair, showering Yin Wang in dust and debris as the deafening blast echoed through the canyon. The judge was flung toward a poplar branch by the shockwave, his body swaying violently as his vision blurred. Crack! A sharp gunshot split the air. The bullet struck the rope above the judge's head, slicing halfway through it in an instant. His face turned pale as cold sweat ran down his back. If the bullet had been an inch lower, it would have gone straight through his skull. The chill of death raced through him. Just 1 inch made the difference between life and death. Take cover. Yin Wang reacted instantly, shouting as soon as the shot rang out. With a swift flick of his wrist, he tossed a smoke grenade, which quickly filled the canyon with thick white smoke, creating a natural barrier to shield the judge. At that moment, Neo-2 caught the falling judge securely, deftly untying the rope. Hei Bai Wuchang, guns raised, stood back to back in a defensive formation, covering Neo-2 and the judge. Yin Wang pulled Eujiming down from above, and the two of them quickly ducked behind a jutting rock, guns trained on the direction the bullet had come from, ready to return fire at any moment. Bang! Out of the corner of his eye, Hei Wuchang caught a glimpse of a moving figure and fired without hesitation. The figure darted back behind cover. Both side snipers were now locked in a silent standoff, each hidden and waiting for the right moment to strike. Neo-2 and the judge were now safely on the ground, quickly adjusting their positions and preparing for combat. Yin Wang fired off a series of hand signals, instructing Zhong Kuei and Dizong to be ready to provide support, while Neo-2 and the judge were to cover them. Yin Wang then led Eujiming deeper into the canyon to prepare for an assault. Stay right behind me, Yin Wang said, advancing with his gun raised. Every step was carefully calculated, deliberately avoiding noisy underbrush and landing only on solid ground. Eujiming followed precisely in his footsteps, mirroring every move. Both scanned their surroundings like hawks, searching for potential cover and ready for any sudden attack. Watch out. There's a butterfly mine on the ground. Yan Wang suddenly crouched, gently parting the grass to reveal a green butterfly mine hidden beneath. These small mines contained liquid explosives not enough to be fatal, but easily capable of blowing off a leg and causing permanent injury. During World War II, they were mainly used to slow down enemy infantry and drain their medical resources. There won't be just one butterfly mine. This whole area must be heavily mined. Yan Wang's expression was grim as he surveyed the area. This place is a death trap, waiting for us to walk right in. Fall back. Yan Wang signaled a retreat. The unknown minefield ahead was a deadly trap. Pushing forward would be suicide. But just as they began to withdraw, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted at the canyon entrance. Bullets ricocheting off the rock walls and sending shards flying. What's happening? Yan Wang pressed his earpiece, his voice tense. Captain, someone's ambushing us at the entrance. Enemy numbers unknown, but they have 2 heavy machine guns. Zhong Kuei's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Forced to take cover nearby, they had been the first to spot the ambush. They're trying to force us into the canyon. Yan Wang's gaze swept down the gorge. The canyon wasn't long, the end was clearly visible. At that moment, a wounded figure was hanging from a cliff deeper inside, swaying slightly in midair. That's everyone in the Hell Squad was drawn to the sight. It's Ma Mian, Captain. The judge's voice was hoarse, nearly a shout. Stay calm, you're provoking us. Yan Wang stared at the suspended Ma Mian, fury burning in his eyes, but as captain, he forced himself to stay rational. The gunfire at the entrance paused for now, but the enemy still blocked the exit. Anyone who tried to break through would be instantly cut down. Dizong and Zhong Kuei cautiously concealed themselves, ready to break out at any moment. Yan Wang quietly retreated behind a massive boulder, his gaze fixed on the depths of the canyon. At this moment, the group had hoisted Ma Mian up, clearly not just to torture him. Sure enough, a distorted voice came from a loudspeaker mounted on the cliff. Despite the distortion, Eujiming could still recognize Yu Xiaofeng's voice. He just won't give up, Eujiming muttered through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaofeng to be so relentless. It was clear that Yu Jianhua's life must be hanging by a thread for Yu Xiaofeng to act so desperately, resorting to any means necessary. His voice continued coldly through the speaker. I don't know your names, but I know you're all from Wagwo's Special Forces. Each of you is impressive, but now you're trapped in this canyon. If I wanted to kill you all, it would only take a little effort. After a brief pause, Yu Xiaofeng continued, but that's not what I want. I can let you go, even your teammates. All I ask is one thing, leave the young man in your team behind. How about it? One young man in exchange for your entire team. Seems like a fair deal, doesn't it? His voice carried an undeniable arrogance, as if he was certain Eujiming would agree. After all, Hell Squad was now trapped in the canyon, and if they refused, everyone could die here. Yu Xiaofeng knew, too, that even for seasoned special forces, losing too many mercenaries would be a heavy blow. If his losses were too great, the mercenaries might turn against him, and the plan for Libya would fall apart. A heavy silence fell over the canyon, the oppressive atmosphere almost suffocating. Though Hell Squad said nothing, each member was frantically working through possible escape plans in their mind, yet none of them seemed feasible. I'll go and exchange myself for Ma Mian. The rest of you should get out first. Eujiming suddenly broke the silence. Go. What for? We don't need a kid like you to save us. Yan Wang snapped, kicking him in frustration. Eujiming winced in pain, but didn't back down. He looked at Yan Wang with unwavering determination. Our only way out is for me to trade myself for Ma Mian. Once you're out, you'll have a chance to save me. It's the only way. Yan Wang grabbed Eujiming's wrist, stopping him from standing up. You can't go. Suddenly, Neo 2's voice came over the earpiece. Captain, let him go. He knows what he's doing. Trust him. Yan Wang hesitated, glancing at Eujiming, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I can take care of myself, Eujiming said quietly, but with absolute resolve. Yan Wang finally let go, but left him with a warning. If anything happens to you, we'll bring your body back no matter what. That's a family order, non-negotiable. There was no hint of humor in Yan Wang's tone. Every member of Hell Squad understood that this was not just a promise, but a duty. No matter what, they had to protect Eujiming. With Yu Jianhua still missing, this mission had become Hell Squad's responsibility. If Yu Jianhua ever returned, with the power he now commanded, he would become a formidable force for Wagwan no one could afford to underestimate. Yu Xiaofeng's voice came through the loudspeaker again, still cold and commanding. Have you made your decision? Eujiming slowly rose from behind cover, every movement radiating caution. They'll go with you, but release my teammate first. His eyes were fixed on Ma Mian, who hung unconscious in midair. His voice was steady and resolute. You're in no position to negotiate, came the cold reply from across the way. A figure stepped onto the rocky ledge, holding a weapon unlike any standard military blade. It was slender, irregular, and its edge glinted with a chilling light. With his sharp eyes, Eujiming immediately recognized it as the custom-made knife Nyoto had crafted for him, now eerily in the enemy's grasp. My dear brother, Yu Xiafeng's voice was as harsh as sandpaper. From now on, if you're even a second too slow, your teammate gets another wound. Be careful, too much blood loss can be fatal. Eujiming gritted his teeth. Then, my good brother, you'd better hope he doesn't die. Well, aren't you a true Yu always ready with a threat? Yu Xiafeng laughed smugly, convinced Eujiming was firmly in his control. But in the next instant, his smile froze. Eujiming had pressed his pistol to his own chest. I know what you want, Eujiming said coldly. If you want it intact, don't push me. As much as I hate to admit any connection to Eujiming, his blood runs in my veins and we're all a bit mad. The canyon was littered with butterfly mines, and with his injured leg, Eujiming could only move with extreme care. The judge opened up a laptop, displaying a map of the safe route. Yu Xiafeng repeatedly pointed out which areas to avoid. It was clear his goal was to capture Eujiming alive. Both sides of the canyon were bare rock, bad for an ambush, but excellent as cover. As he advanced cautiously, Eujiming reported the terrain to his teammates. The cliffs on both sides are too steep for anyone to hide. Aside from the mines, there's no need to worry about an ambush on this path. When he reached the canyon floor, the sight before him made his face go pale. A layer of lime water covered the ground, streaked with shocking traces of blood. What have you done? Yu Xiafeng strolled out from the depths of the gorge, a chilling smile on his face. Nothing much, just a little trick to lure you here. See how much I value you, little brother? Want to know where the bodies are? Throw away your gun, and I'll show you. Following Yu Xiafeng's orders, Eujiming discarded his pistol, the weapon on his back, and his compound bow one by one. Even though Eujiming was injured, Yu Xiafeng didn't dare let his guard down for a moment. Two burly mercenaries stepped out from behind Yu Xiafeng and quickly approached Eujiming, expertly forcing his hands behind his back and cuffing them. Eujiming was bent over by the pressure, but he stubbornly kept his head held high, staring straight at Yu Xiafeng. You should let my teammates go now. Yu Xiafeng slowly shook his head, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. No rush. I keep my word. I said I'd show you the bodies, so let's do that first. Under Yu Xiafeng's lead, they walked through a winding corridor. Dark, brownish blood stains still marked the floor, standing out starkly in the dim light. At the end of the passage was a cliff only about 10 meters high, but the sight below made Eujiming's pupils contract. Piled below were countless corpses, all Chinese, some still wearing their work uniforms. Even more shocking, among them were several bodies clad in combat gear. That's Eujiming's lips trembled, the words catching in his throat. Yu Xiafeng leaned in close to his ear, his voice tinged with mockery. Those are members of your other squad, the Demon Squad. They died because of you. If you'd just come with me back then, maybe they'd still be alive. As he spoke, he tapped Eujiming lightly over the heart. You're the reason they're dead. Eujiming's eyes burned red with emotion, but Yu Xiafeng's expression suddenly shifted back to icy indifference. You've got a strong mind. I admire that. But unfortunately, you're just a vessel for a heart. He clapped softly, then pointed at the bodies. Do you want to know how they died? Your other squad's captain put a bullet through each of their foreheads himself. That's impossible. Eujiming cried out. He knew the Demon King, a man from the northeast who treated every team member like family, fussing over them like a mother hen. There was no way he could have done such a thing. Yu Xiafeng gave him a meaningful smile. But what if these people had no chance of surviving anyway, my good brother? In order to lure Eujiming out, he had captured 200 Chinese nationals, which unexpectedly attracted the Demon Squad. Each captive had a remote-controlled bomb strapped to them, set to detonate if the Demon Squad got too close. He demanded that the Demon King bring Eujiming as a condition to release the hostages. When the Demon King refused and requested a reassessment of the mission, Yu Xiafeng immediately unleashed dichloroethyl sulfide, an infamous poison gas grenadiers, his final, deadly move. Its volatility was extremely high. Once someone came into contact with it, their body would begin to rot almost immediately. The victims would have to watch themselves decay, fully conscious, until death claimed the process as cruel as it was agonizing. With just a small release of the toxic gas, Yu Xiafeng had already infected more than 20 people. Seeing the mission target facing imminent death, the Demon King had no choice but to call the Hell Squad for backup, as Yu Xiafeng demanded. However, the Hell Squad was deep in the desert, searching for Eujiming, in a place so remote that even satellite phones couldn't get a signal. Only Mamien, who was on a mission outside, received the Demon King's distress call. With Eujiming still nowhere in sight, Yu Xiafeng lost his patience. Without hesitation, he detonated the gas grenade. In an instant, a thick toxic fog engulfed the area where the Chinese captives were held. Even members of the Demon Squad, unable to retreat in time, were caught in the poisonous cloud. The gas came and went quickly. Within minutes, the fog had dissipated, but those exposed were already suffering from irreversible decay. The canyon echoed with waves of agonized screams. The Demon King, shielded by his teammates' bodies, had inhaled only a small amount of the poison and was the only one left standing. He looked around at his comrades' bodies, watching as flesh and blood seeped into the earth. One teammate, trembling, grabbed his pant leg and rasped, "Captain, please, kill me. I can't bear to watch myself rot away like this." With a sudden cough, the Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood, a sign he, too, was poisoned. Realizing there was no hope for anyone present, he raised his pistol, first aiming it at the mission target, then turning toward his comrades. The gunshot shattered the silence, ending their suffering. Eujiming felt a measure of respect for these soldiers and their calm acceptance of death, but it didn't slow his actions. Now that he had what he came for, it was time to leave. But before withdrawing, he had prepared a special gift to ensure there would be no repeat of past failures during their escape. 2 mortars were set up at the edge of the canyon. Eujiming had chosen this battlefield carefully. The terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack, and the canyon was filled with dry grass. A single spark would be enough to turn the whole place into a funeral pyre. With Eujiming now captured, he had no more worries. He always believed in eliminating threats completely. At that moment, Eujiming was carefully prying at his handcuffs lock with a blade hidden in his ring. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the canyon as a shell landed, making his hand slip and the blade slice into his palm. He looked anxiously toward the direction of the blast and saw that the shell had ignited the dry grass. Flames leapt skyward, right where the Hell Squad was hiding. "I thought you said you'd let them go," Eujiming demanded angrily. Eujiming looked at him coldly. "Brother, you're too naive. Let them go, just so they can ambush me on the way out? Do you really think I'm that foolish?" Another explosion came as the second shell fell. Eujiming grew desperate, struggling fiercely to break free and stop the mortar fire. Eujiming simply watched, indifferent to his brother's struggle. Although he couldn't kill him, at least for now watching his mental breakdown was pleasure enough. With only a limited number of shells, the bombardment would soon be over, so Eujiming didn't bother stopping him. But what he didn't expect was that just as Eujiming was sprinting toward the mortars, he suddenly changed direction and lunged straight at him. At that moment, Eujiming broke free from his shackles with a sudden burst of strength. Eujiming was startled, instinctively stepping back. But Eujiming's target wasn't him, it was the 2 mercenaries rapidly closing in. Both of them carried the formidable SRM-1216 shotguns, weapons renowned for their immense firepower, fast reloading, high ammo capacity, and exceptional stopping power in close combat. Their unique revolving drum design made for flexible ammunition feeding and significantly increased firing speed, capable of discharging up to 120 rounds per minute, lethal in any close-quarters fight. As the 2 mercenaries drew near, Eujiming was already calculating how to seize their shotguns. A direct confrontation was out of the question. These men were battle-hardened veterans, and he was outmatched in both reflexes and hand-to-hand combat. So he quickly decided to use Eujiming as a shield, pretending to take him hostage. When the 2 mercenaries rushed over, Eujiming turned on them, biting back the pain in his leg as he launched a sudden attack on their weapons. Gunfire echoed through the canyon. His teammates were locked in a fierce firefight. Eujiming had underestimated the mercenaries' reactions. Just as he made his move, they quickly pulled back, widening the distance. His hand grasped at empty air, his heartbeat racing. Bang! A bullet tore toward him. He ducked and rolled, narrowly evading the deadly shot. A muffled groan escaped him as blood seeped rapidly from his wound, staining his clothes. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Eujiming forced himself to his feet, knowing he had to get out fast. "Don't kill him," Eujiming shouted. The approaching mercenaries hesitated, holstering their guns and pulling out knives, preparing to capture him instead. But Eujiming gave them no chance to get close. Clenching his jaw, he spun around and sprinted toward the inner cliffs of the canyon. This place had once been a secret stronghold for the Libya armed group, and though Eujiming had since taken it over, he didn't fully know its layout. The maze of tunnels and blind corners became Eujiming's best cover for escape. The gunfire in the canyon was growing more intense. Eujiming knew he was running out of time and had to find an opportunity to fight back. The terrain was complex, and he couldn't risk running blindly, fearing he'd trap himself in a dead end. He was better at counterattacking than running. Bracing his feet against the rocky walls of the passage, Eujiming struggled to climb up, his wounded leg trembling with pain, muscles quivering uncontrollably. He bit down hard, stifling any sound, and waited in silence for his pursuers. Finally, the 2 mercenaries came after him. As they passed beneath, Eujiming sprang down, wrapping his arms around one man's neck and slamming him to the ground with all his strength. His ring slipped off, and the sharp blade slashed across the mercenary's throat. The move was almost instinctive, but as soon as he touched the man's neck, a cold gust warned him, rolled away just in time, narrowly dodging a retaliatory kick. The mercenary on the ground quickly scrambled up, and as he rose, he saw Eujiming aiming the deadly shotgun straight at him. Bang! The SRM-1216 roared, its barrel flashing as steel pellets burst out, slamming the mercenary to the ground. The recoil forced Eujiming back 2 steps, pain flaring in his chest where the force had left a bruise. His gaze was icy as he stared at the shotgun still clutched in his hands, fully aware that, though he had barely won this fight, his chances were slipping away. The two men in front were instantly shot through, blood spurting out as the bullets pierced their bodies. Crimson liquid sprayed rapidly from their wounds, staining their clothes red. Before their brains could even register what had happened, their bodies were riddled with holes, completely out of control. Like puppets with their strings cut, they collapsed to the ground, blood foaming from their mouths, showing no signs of life. The gunshots echoed deafeningly through their bodies and out into the open. Kakafo, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, quickly called his team through his earpiece, but two members failed to respond. Kakafo's cold gaze fell on Eujiming, and he said in a low voice, "Boss, the boy you want probably already has a gun. I'm afraid we can't guarantee to take him alive anymore." Eujiming frowned deeply, sensing trouble. He had poured countless hours and a fortune into this operation, and if all he ended up with was a corpse, everything would be for nothing. The trip to Libya would be meaningless. He couldn't let it come to that. No, he must be taken alive. Even half dead is fine, he said firmly. As long as his heart is still beating before the transplant, nothing else matters. Kakafo pressed his earpiece and issued swift orders. Everyone fall back and switch to handguns. They swapped out their shotguns for compact, moderately powerful pistols, firearms with better range and more suitable for tense, close-quarters situations like this. At the moment, the night mercenaries were besieging the Hell Squad, while around Eujiming, aside from his own elite team, only the Wolf mercenaries remained. The Wolves desperately needed this victory to restore their honor, so even after suffering casualties, they wouldn't give up easily. Eujiming, carrying two shotguns on his back, hid at a corner, his clothes soaked with blood. He could feel his life draining away, his strength ebbing with each drop. He knew that if he didn't act soon, he would bleed out and die here. But retreat was no longer an option, as the mercenaries were closing in on his position. Yet, unexpectedly, those pursuing mercenaries suddenly slowed down and even began to withdraw. Eujiming froze, momentarily confused, but finally breathed a sigh of relief, seemed to have escaped danger, at least for now. Not daring to linger, Eujiming quickly collected himself and pressed forward. He had to find the squad leader and Ma Mian. As for Eujiming, there would be time to settle that score later. Staggering slightly, he felt his way through the passage, heading toward the cliff where Ma Mian was hanging. The tunnels were a confusing maze, and Eujiming kept replaying his route in his mind, but unease grew. After all, the human brain isn't a machine and can't remember every detail precisely. He ended up taking two wrong turns. The mercenaries seemed to have stopped chasing him, but Eujiming only grew more anxious. Night slowly fell, and the canyon's outlines blurred. Gunfire outside continued in fits and starts, sometimes near, sometimes far, and Eujiming's anxiety only deepened. He started to worry about the squad leader's safety, his mind a tangled mess. Meanwhile, at the cliff where Ma Mian had been suspended, Eujiming and his men were also growing increasingly anxious. The night mercenaries had yet to break through the Hell Squad's defenses and had suffered heavy losses. Their elite fighters were more than half wiped out. Unlike the Wolf mercenaries, the night mercenaries were not as strong overall. Once their casualties crossed the halfway mark, panic and confusion set in. Breaking through the Hell Squad's defensive line now was nearly impossible. With no other choice, the night mercenaries requested support from Eujiming. Kakafo immediately sent Najir to assist. Though Najir was a woman, her sniping skills rivaled those of any top male marksman. Najir stretched her limbs, feeling cramped from crouching for so long. She had been lying in wait here for ages, but there was still no sign of her target. Frustration began to set in. Meanwhile, Yin Wang and the rest of the team were locked in a fierce battle with the night mercenaries. The fight had dragged on for over 3 hours. Ammunition was running low, flames continued to rage all around, and the air was thick with acrid smoke, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Yet, there was still no signal from Eujiming. If they ran out of ammo, hand-to-hand combat would be their only option. The 7 of them had already braced themselves for the worst. Just then, the night mercenaries suddenly opened fire behind them, leaving Yin Wang and his team stunned. The night grew darker, shadows filled the canyon, and visibility dropped to almost nothing. No one could tell what was happening. Were the enemies retreating? Or was someone coming to their aid? As confusion set in, a familiar voice echoed through the darkness. "Yin Wang, stop standing there. Get out now." It was Mo Wang's voice. Without hesitation, Yin Wang charged forward, trusting his teammate completely. In the darkness, the team's figures blurred as they broke through the siege. Caught in a crossfire, the night mercenaries were forced to retreat, giving the Hell Squad a chance to escape. "Follow me," Mo Wang shouted, firing as he led the team in a swift retreat. The flames in the canyon were still spreading, smoke filled the air, and the heat scorched their throats. Desperate to avoid suffocation from the toxic fumes, they searched for cover, waiting for Eujiming's signal. Mo Wang led Yin Wang and the others into an underground cavern, an old riverbed carved out by an underground river that had long since dried up, leaving the tunnel narrow and cold. Mo Wang couldn't help but cough a few times, then suddenly collapsed to his knees as blood gushed from his mouth. "Mo Wang, you're hurt?" Yin Wang, who was at the front, noticed Mo Wang's unsteady figure and felt a chill in his heart. The rest of the Hell Squad stopped in their tracks, looking at the man who had always been the backbone of their team. In their memories, Mo Wang was always strong and fearless, a rough-looking man who silently looked out for his teammates. But now, his back was bent, his face pale, and he seemed unusually frail. Mo Wang spat out the blood that had been choking him and finally managed to catch his breath. He waved his hand to show he was all right and forced himself to stand against the cave wall. "Why did you come looking for me?" Mo Wang managed a weak smile, his voice noticeably strained. Yin Wang looked at Mo Wang's pale face, his mind filled with questions. "Why did the company issue a bounty on you?" Mo Wang paused for a moment, a flicker of emotion in his eyes before he regained his composure. "Because I killed our target. I killed all of my teammates." He continued deeper into the cave, his steps faltering, clearly exhausted. Realizing the others had stopped, he turned to look back. Yin Wang didn't press for more answers. He just watched Mo Wang in silence, his gaze full of complicated emotions. After 8 years fighting side by side, they knew each other better than anyone else. Mo Wang suddenly smiled through his tears, unable to hold them back any longer. He lowered his head, letting the tears fall freely, making no attempt to hide them. "I thought this was just another rescue mission. I never expected it would become the graveyard of our demon squad," he murmured. After saying this, he paused briefly before moving on, his eyes now filled with determination. But Yin Wang could still sense the deep exhaustion and helplessness weighing on him. "Go on ahead. He'll get Ma Mian out. I owe him that much." The Demon King didn't want to say more. He was already struggling not to relive that moment the instant had been forced to pull the trigger on his own teammate. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of his holster, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Thoughts of ending his own life had crossed his mind countless times, but the horse-faced ghost had drawn and now served as bait, luring the Hell Squad into a deadly trap. The weight of this guilt had become his sole reason to keep going, at least for now. His body was deteriorating under the assault of the toxic gas. Every breath felt like swallowing shards of glass, his organs burning as if eaten away by acid. But before death claimed him, he had to get the others out. "Keep moving forward, I'll find an exit," the Demon King rasped, pointing deeper into the tunnel. "He'll go back for the others. You need to leave." Yet the members of Hell Squad stood their ground, eyes fixed on him with unwavering resolve. Yin Wang leaned against the wall, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "Demon King, after all these years, don't you know us by now? 2 of our teammates are still in there. Do you really think would abandon them and run? Do you want revenge?" Yin Wang met the Demon King's gaze. His throat tightened. Of course he thought about it every second. But the horror of the mustard gas grenade still haunted him the way it had dissolved flesh and blood, the agonized screams of his teammates. Those images replayed endlessly in his mind. It was mustard gas. The Demon King coughed up blood, the same kind the Japanese used during their invasion. "One shell can kill hundreds." He paused. "We were all poison enemy target, my teammates and me. They stayed conscious as their bodies dissolved, begging me to end it quickly." Yin Wang saw the determination in the Demon King's eyes, but didn't press further. "If it's revenge you want." The Demon King wiped the blood from his mouth and straightened his hunched back. "Then let's go. You're the ones choosing to stay, so don't blame me if it ends badly." Meanwhile, Eujiming finally found the right path through the maze of underground tunnels. After 2 hours of searching, he knew the layout by heart. Pressing himself against the wall near the platform, he held his breath and listened for any movement outside. The gorge was pitch black, with only faint lights flickering in the darkness. The horse-faced ghost, hanging from the cliff, was unconscious, his body crusted with blood, legs twisted at unnatural angles. Usually so cheerful and playful, he now hung like a broken ragdoll, swaying in the wind. Eujiming fought back a wave of guilt, knowing that he was the reason the horse-faced ghost was in this state. After carefully scanning the area, he slipped back into the tunnel, retrieved a battery-powered lantern, and tossed it from around the corner. In the shifting light, the silhouettes of several figures crouched in the shadows became visible. "This kid's pretty clever," Kekifa whispered. "Looks like we'll have to split into 2 teams to block him." Their original plan to wait in ambush had completely fallen apart. The lightless corridor was about to become Eujiming's battlefield. In the darkness, his eyes were sharp as a leopard's, fixed on the mercenaries sweeping the area with their flashlights. He crouched in a corner, patiently waiting for his prey to step into range. Bang! The roar of a shotgun echoed from the right passage, and a figure dropped instantly. The pursuers locked onto Eujiming's position, but he had already turned and slipped away after firing the shot. 7 mercenaries gave chase, their footsteps pounding through the corridor. Wounds slowed Eujiming down, and going head-to-head with all 7 would be suicide. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up the corridor wall, leaving smears of blood behind with every move. In the dim light, those bloodstains blended in with shadows cast by the rough stone, and the pursuers raced past below without noticing a thing. Soon, the mercenaries doubled back, realizing the footsteps had vanished, and Eujiming must be close by. Flashlights swept every corner, but they found nothing. Suddenly, one of them felt a chill and pointed his beam upward. Still, there was no one. Just as they were starting to relax, someone noticed that the number of flashlight beams had increased from 7 to 8. "There's an extra person with us," someone shouted, but before the words had faded, Eujiming's voice rang out from the darkness. "You really should have brought night vision." The shotgun thundered again and again, shaking the corridor as 7 figures fell in rapid succession. When the gunfire stopped, Eujiming melted back into the shadows. The mercenary group, the wolf pack, was rattled. Kakafo immediately ordered everyone to fall back. He turned to Eujiming and said, "These corridors are perfect for a lone wolf. The more men we send, the worse it gets. We'll have to seal every exit and trap him inside." Eujiming's patience was wearing thin. 9 days of captivity in Libya had left him on edge, and his father's heart transplant couldn't wait. "Bring me the man hanging from the cliff," he ordered coldly. "If Eujiming won't come out, we'll force him." Mian, tortured to the brink of death, was dragged over. His legs were useless, and he collapsed on the ground like a rag doll. If he weren't still valuable, he'd have been dead long ago. Eujiming pressed a gun to Mian's forehead, picked up a megaphone, and shouted into the corridor, "My dear brother, your teammate is in my hands. If you don't come out in 10 minutes, he'll put a bullet in his head." Mian's battered mind struggled to process the threat, blood trickling from his cracked lips. In just 2 days, the once spirited warrior had been reduced to a wreck. Forcing his bloodshot eyes open, he stared straight at the muzzle. As a soldier trained to withstand both physical and psychological torture, he knew exactly what kind of torment awaited him. But when you're really captured, the enemy doesn't bother with tricks. Their only goal is to destroy you physically, to break you completely. Mians knew he was already finished. He used to be a top soldier in a special operations unit, a member of the Hell Squad, and had been in countless battles. His pride was something not even a bullet could erase. But now, as his fingers tightened around Eujiming's gun, his eyes were filled with a desperate resolve. Eujiming froze for a moment, then suddenly kicked hard at Mian's ribs. Mian's grunted, pain etched deep into his voice, but he held on to Eujiming's finger with a death grip, refusing to let him pull away. The sight left Eujiming momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Mian's other hand lunged forward. His fingernails were torn and bloody, the pain so sharp that Eujiming almost jerked his hand back. "Lunatic!" Eujiming cursed through gritted teeth. He always thought he was crazy enough, but he hadn't expected Mians to fight even harder when backed into a corner. It was as if Mians no longer felt pain. He kept forcing Eujiming's finger toward the trigger, inch by inch. The pain of having his teeth pulled out was long gone, and the many wounds covering his body had numbed him. Pain didn't register the way it once did. Now, only one thought remained: release. "Shoot!" Mians shouted hoarsely, his bloodshot eyes burning with longing. Eujiming hesitated for an instant, then his finger tightened, and the gun went off. Bang! Mians collapsed slowly, regret still lingering in his eyes. As he hit the ground, Eujiming saw Eujiming limping desperately toward them through the pool of blood. Mians weakly raised a hand, as if urging Eujiming to hide. But his consciousness was already slipping away, and he could no longer give any orders. In the end, his fingers twitched slightly, and then his life was gone. Eujiming watched Mians fall, his eyes burning with a fury and grief that words couldn't express. With a high-pitched roar, he charged forward, aiming his gun straight at Eujiming. Eujiming's mind snapped into focus. He had planned to use Mians as leverage against Eujiming, but hadn't expected him to lose control completely. As he moved to adjust his stance, a sudden, sharp gunshot rang out. Kakafo tackled Eujiming, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, Eujiming fired again. The shotgun's recoil almost tore the weapon from his hands, and the shock rattled his chest and organs, nearly knocking him out. But he grit his teeth and didn't let up. Bang! A bullet whistled through the air from a distance, tearing the skin from Eujiming's left cheek, ripping away a chunk of flesh, and spraying blood everywhere. Still, Eujiming gripped the shotgun tighter, firing wildly. Kakafo watched Eujiming's madness, bewildered but not daring to hesitate. His pistol was no match for a shotgun, so he turned, trying to find cover. But Eujiming wasn't after him. His target was Eujiming. His eyes burned like fire. Bang! A bullet hit Eujiming square in the arm. Eujiming groaned in pain, his arm pierced through, and the gun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Eujiming's shotgun also fell, slipping from his numb hands, but he forced himself to stay upright, a surge of willpower making him drop to his knees. "You're tougher than I thought," Eujiming sneered, then kicked Eujiming hard, sending him crashing into the wall, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Eujiming advanced step by step, walking through the blood on the floor, until he stood before Eujiming, his gaze cold and unyielding. "You put up quite a fight. If it weren't for the need to bring you back alive, you'd have died 100 times over already," Eujiming said through gritted teeth. "You're softer than I thought," Eujiming replied, blood frothing at his lips as he gave a low chuckle. "Indifferent. He'll use anything and everything to survive." With every word, blood sprayed from Eujiming's mouth, making his condition look even more desperate. At the same time, four bloody wounds bloomed across Eujiming's back, with blood streaming down his spine. You can't kill me, but I have no such restraints, Eujiming whispered coldly, forcing himself closer to Eujiming's ear. Eujiming, you've lost. As the words left his mouth, Eujiming's pupils began to dilate, and his body slowly collapsed. In Eujiming's hand was a smoking pistol one had taken from another mercenary and hidden until this very moment, just in time to deliver the final blow. If you want to win, you use every resource you have. Unfortunately for you, I had one and you didn't. Eujiming coughed up blood, a cold, twisted smile on his lips as his gaze lingered on Eujiming's corpse. In his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction was barely visible. Eujiming was still laughing, even as he lay motionless in a growing pool of blood. Had spent his life dancing on the edge of death, soaked in blood and violence, having killed countless people and escaped death more times than he could count. Every time, Head turned the tables with his cunning and composure, doing whatever it took to survive. But in the end, he hadn't expected to fall here. Eujiming let out a bitter laugh and, with great effort, raised his hand and pulled the trigger once more at Eujiming's body. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, and a fresh bullet hole appeared in Eujiming's head. His pupils faded, and his breath left him for good. Despite the blood spilling from his mouth, Eujiming couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Softly, he murmured, "A life for a life." At that moment, a shadow loomed before him. He looked up with effort and saw Kekafu standing there, his gaze fearless. Kekafu stared at him for a moment, a hint of approval in his eyes. "I have to admit, I'm impressed. You'd fit right in with our wolf pack mercenaries." Then his attention shifted to the depths of the canyon, where the gunfire had finally ceased. When Eujiming had burst out and fired the first shot, Yin Wang and his team had already begun their assault on the night squad. Zhong Kuei quickly gathered the butterfly mines from the ground and scattered them across the path the night mercenaries would take. As soon as their targets were locked and chased, Zhong Kuei tossed a fragmentation grenade packed with metal shards that would tear into anyone nearby. The only way to survive was to hit the ground and minimize exposure. The night squad dove for cover just as the butterfly mines detonated. Though not powerful enough to kill, the blasts were more than enough to blow off legs, leaving the wounded unable to fight back. A hail of gunfire followed, cutting down those who were already in a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Najir, hidden high above, hadn't paid much attention to the night mercenaries under attack. Her sights were set on Eujiming, who had just been knocked to the ground. She aimed and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. The shot tore through Eujiming's cheek, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Seeing that Eujiming was still alive, Najir prepared to fire again. But when she saw him lying helpless on the ground, she shifted her aim toward the others in the canyon. Just then, Kekafu's voice crackled through her earpiece. "Retreat." The employer was dead. Kakafu glanced around at the bodies scattered across the ground and realized that holding their position any longer was meaningless. He looked at Eujiming, who sat slumped against the wall, covered in blood, and hesitated, unsure whether to finish him off. In the end, perhaps out of respect for this tenacious opponent, or maybe to avoid provoking the madmen lurking in the canyon, Kakafu chose to leave with Najir. Eujiming leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath. The searing pain from the missing flesh on his cheek was the only thing keeping him conscious. Otherwise, he would have already passed out from blood loss. After wiping out the night mercenaries, Yin Wang's squad, led by the judge, set out to search for their missing teammates. The depths of the canyon were riddled with landmines, but only the judge remembered the safe path Eujiming had taken earlier. The others carefully stepped in the judge's footprints, while Heibai Wuchang guarded the rear. On the blood-soaked battlefield, the judge instantly recognized Eujiming by his mutilated face and blood-stained body. With trembling hands, Eujiming pointed not far away and managed to utter two words, "Ma Mian." Everyone's gaze followed his direction. There lay a broken corpse, its teeth all pulled out, legs twisted at unnatural angles. It was Ma Mian, who used to be cheerful and mischievous, always teasing Eujiming. His eyes stared blankly into the depths of the passage, as if he were waiting for something. Mo Wang knelt beside Ma Mian's body, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I've let you down." He bowed deeply. "You go on ahead. He'll repay you in the next life." Zhong Kuei silently lifted Ma Mian's body onto his back, while Niu Tu gently picked up the battered Eujiming. As they prepared to leave, they realized Mo Wang was still kneeling in place. Suddenly, Mo Wang began to cough violently, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of organs. He waved his hand, signaling the others to go. Yin Wang stood his ground, eyes red, staring at the comrade he had once been so close to. "Go on." Mo Wang's voice was weak, but resolute. He was no longer the towering figure of before, but looked instead like a dying old man. Eujiming forced himself to turn his head, indicating the depths of the passage with his eyes. "Keep going straight. They're just ahead." "Thank you." Mo Wang nodded to Eujiming, then dragged his battered body and slowly disappeared into the darkness. "Let's go," Yin Wang said, holding back his grief. We need to let the company know that Mo Wang never betrayed us. His service record must be restored, and his name should be forever engraved on the hero's monument. The entire squad moved in silence toward the canyon's exit, carrying their fallen comrade, tending to the wounded, and bearing the weight of their final promise to Mo Wang. The 9 who set out full of confidence returned with 1 dead, 1 wounded, and 7 dejected survivors. The entire demon squad was wiped out. With this mission over, both Dizong and Zhongkue were set to retire. Hell Squad suddenly lost 3 members. While new recruits would be sent from home, no one could ever truly replace them. Hell Squad reached the returning fleet before dawn. Eujiming's injuries were critical, and the medical team rushed him into the emergency room for immediate treatment. His wounds were severe, especially his face beaten so badly that it was impossible to recognize his original features. Although Judge had performed some basic first aid, blood still soaked through the bandages, refusing to stop. The gunshot wounds in his limbs demanded urgent surgery to remove the bullets. Eujiming had lost a dangerous amount of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips had turned an unhealthy shade of blue. With the upcoming surgery to extract the bullets, his blood supply was at a critical low. A doctor burst out of the operating room, sweat beading on his forehead. Eujiming needs a blood transfusion, but we're out of type O blood in the medical storage. The doctor called out urgently, scanning the crowd for potential donors. Several people responded, but most either had the wrong blood type or weren't fit to donate. The process of checking everyone wasted precious time. The doctor's gaze finally landed on the soldiers. Any type O blood among you? He called out. Soldiers undergo strict annual checkups, and their blood type is clearly marked on the badge on their uniform. They know their type, are physically fit enough to donate, and are guaranteed to be free from infectious diseases. The soldiers exchanged glances. Then, one tall soldier stepped forward. Reporting, sir. I'm type O, he announced, standing at attention. The doctor shook his head. One person isn't enough. There's a limit to how much blood one can give. Judging by Eujiming's needs, we'll need at least 2 donors. At that moment, another soldier stepped out from the ranks. His uniform was a bit rumpled, but his eyes were resolute. Reporting. I'm Zhou Anren, acting captain of the Tiger Squad. He tore off his badge, revealing the clear O marking. Good. Both of you come with me. The doctor hurried the 2 men into sterile gowns and led them into the operating room. Inside, Eujiming lay on the surgical table, already under anesthesia. Under the harsh surgical lights, his injuries looked even more shocking. He was only 14, with baby fat still lingering on his cheeks, a face that, on normal days, the older girls from the 100 Demon Squad loved to pinch. Now, half his face still retained that youthful softness, while the other half was a bloody mess, his jawbone faintly visible, looking like a demon risen from hell. Wounds that couldn't be stitched were temporarily sealed with special medication. Zhou Anren and the other soldier each donated 400 milliliters of blood, leaving clear puncture marks on their arms. Carefully, the doctor extracted 1 mangled bullet after another from Eujiming's limbs, each metallic clink echoing through the silent operating room. Even so, Eujiming's condition remained unstable. The ship's constant motion made healing slow, though his wounds weren't getting worse. He was still far from being out of danger. The doctor wiped his brow and told Yin Wang, as long as the wounds don't get infected, he should recover in time. But his face, there's no way to fully restore it right now. He'll need reconstructive surgery once he's stable, but the facilities here are too limited. After a moment of silence, Yin Wang requested a helicopter to transfer Eujiming to the military hospital for specialized treatment and recovery. When Eujiming woke again, he found himself in a pristine hospital room. He tried to shake off the fog in his head, but a sharp pain shot through the left side of his face, making him gasp. Hey, don't move. A young nurse in a white uniform wheeled a medicine cart into the room. She immediately noticed Eujiming's movement and called out, Stay still. You're covered in injuries. Even moving a finger could pull at your wounds. The nurse changed the forebag for Eujiming. How long have I been unconscious? Eujiming asked, his gums aching as he spoke, his voice so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. Half a month, the young nurse replied, expertly adjusting the foreline. You'll need at least 6 months to recover from injuries like yours. You soldiers always act like your lives don't matter. After finishing up, she paused, then picked up the water cup from the nightstand, slipped a straw into it, and carefully placed it within Eujiming's reach. If you get thirsty, try to prop yourself up and drink through the straw, she said, nudging the cup a little closer to make sure he could reach it just by lifting his head. Here, is this close enough? Eujiming watched as the nurse hurried out with her medication cart, the door closing softly behind her. He slowly lay back down, his empty gaze fixed on a crack in the ceiling. His thoughts surged like a tide. He missed his company, wondered about his teammates, worried about Mom Mion's fate, and whether the company had managed to clear the Demon King's name. So many questions crowded his mind, but there was no one to ask. There was no phone, nothing to contact the outside world. He could only lie there, helpless, waiting for someone to come. Head considered borrowing the nurse's phone, but every time she came in, she'd start talking nonstop about the weather, the hospital food, her adorable cat never giving him a chance to get a word in. 5 more days passed this way. Instead of a visit from his captain, Eujiming was greeted by the disciplinary team. 3 soldiers entered the room in crisp uniforms, each holding a notebook, their expressions as stern as if they were interrogating a war criminal. The hostility in their eyes was unmistakable, making Eujiming instinctively bristle from his hospital bed. "Don't look at me like that," said one of them, a thin man with a sharp, grating voice. "Everyone in your hell squad is in the detention room awaiting investigation. If you weren't so badly injured, you'd be there too." The words hit Eujiming like a punch to the chest. His body trembled slightly, his eyes darting around the room, instinctively searching for anything he could use as a weapon. "Shin Nan, would you just watch your mouth for once? Every time you open it, I want to smack you," snapped another officer, a woman with a clear air of authority. She turned to Eujiming, her tone softening a little. "Shin Nan talks too much, but he's not a bad person." "Zhujia, I'm not wrong," Shin Nan retorted. "Didn't their hell squad kill our own people? Why can't I say that?" As a third-generation soldier from a military family, Shin Nan had grown up with the belief that soldiers should serve the party and the people selflessly. In his eyes, abusing military power was unacceptable, let alone harming fellow citizens. Had heard that the families of the workers who died had already reported the incident to military headquarters, which was why the entire hell squad was under investigation. The officer called Zhujia silenced Shin Nan with a look, then turned to Eujiming, her tone deliberately gentle. "The hell squad is only being held temporarily. Once the investigation is complete, they'll be released." Behind Zhujia, 2 other investigators remained silent, heads down, recording every word spoken in the room. Clearly, Zhujia was in charge. "Your real name is Eujiming, codename Little Celestial Child, correct?" Zhujia opened her notebook, officially beginning the questioning. Eujiming glanced at Shin Nan, still lingering nearby, and said to Zhujia, "Can you ask him to leave?" Shin Nan looked displeased, but Zhujia gestured for him to go. He left reluctantly, shooting Eujiming a glare before the door closed. Once the room was quiet again, Eujiming answered briefly, "Yes." Seeing that head calmed down, Zhujia got straight to the point. "Do you remember what happened when your hell squad entered Libya in early June? I need you to walk me through everything, in as much detail as possible." Eujiming's eyes were steady, his voice low. "You've probably already asked my teammates, right? My answer will be the same as theirs." Eujiming's voice was barely above a whisper. In fact, he couldn't speak any louder. Every word pulled at the wounds on his battered face, making each one sting. Sister Zhu's tone suddenly turned stern, her eyes sharp and her body leaning forward. She slipped fully into interrogation mode. "I'm asking you now. Your teammates' answers won't affect what you say." Eujiming was silent for a moment, staring straight at Sister Zhu. "If an enemy was pointing a gun at you, would you kill them?" Sister Zhu's brow furrowed, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. She was clearly frustrated by Eujiming's refusal to answer directly, but her professionalism held her in check. "Of course. What if those workers were disguised as enemies? Would you kill them too?" Eujiming pressed further. His voice was quiet, but each word was clear. Sister Zhu's expression shifted slightly, her lips tightening. Instead of answering, she sat up straighter, her gaze growing sharper. "I'm the one conducting this interview. I want to answer your questions." A faint smile tugged at Eujiming's lips, but the movement made his wounds throb. The smile froze for a moment before he steadied his breathing and forced his face back to calm. "You know you'd pull the trigger, so you're afraid to say it, aren't you? Because if you admit it, it means Hell Squad wasn't wrong. It means you've imprisoned the wrong people." Sister Zhu shot to her feet, her chair screeching across the floor. She frowned deeply, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. According to her files, Eujiming was supposed to be a quiet, withdrawn teenager, but after just a few exchanges, she realized he was frighteningly perceptive. He picked up on the smallest changes in her expression, and even while being interrogated, he was able to subtly shift the balance of power. "Kids shouldn't be too clever. It makes people dislike you," Sister Zhu said through gritted teeth, stepping up to Eujiming with a voice low and dangerous. Eujiming tilted his head, genuine confusion in his eyes. "Do you have a grudge against Hell Squad?" "No," Sister Zhu replied curtly, suddenly realizing she had slipped into following Eujiming's lead. "If you don't, then why are you afraid of me being clever? If I was foolish and inarticulate, would you be ready to convict our squad?" The more Eujiming spoke, the more his wounds ached, each word a fresh reminder of his injuries. He wanted to end the conversation, but he worried that Hell Squad would be blamed for killing their own people. Suddenly, Sister Zhu's expression softened, and she gave him a meaningful smile. She leaned in close, winking. "You'd be perfect for the inspection team. I almost want to recruit you." "Good luck with that," Eujiming said, closing his eyes and leaning back slightly to signal the conversation was over. From the look on Sister Zhu's face, he was sure this interrogation wouldn't cause any serious trouble. There might be some consequences, but the captain and the others wouldn't get into any more trouble. Sister Zhu gave Eujiming an appreciative look for his calm composure, nodded to the note-taker, and led her team out of the room. Their footsteps faded down the hall. Eujiming settled back into the long days of recovery. Now that he had news of his captain and teammates, his anxiety eased a little, but time still crawled by. He counted the days until he could leave the hospital, often asking passing nurses for the date. Though only 3 days had gone by, it felt like a year. But before he could be discharged, Eujiming received his first visitor. The team leader walked in with a bag of fruit, his step steady but tinged with exhaustion. He seemed to have aged years in just a short time. He was only 40, but his hair was streaked with gray. Before Eujiming left for Libya, the team leader didn't have a single gray hair, but now, half his head was white. Eujiming struggled to sit up, staring blankly at the team leader, unsure what to say. The team leader looked at his dazed expression and suddenly laughed. Did you get so bored lying around that you turned stupid? He found a chair and sat down, holding a pear in his hand. The fruit, with its golden skin and white flesh, looked especially delicate in his rough palm. Want some? The captain shook the pear in his hand, his gaze falling on Eujiming, who was lying in the hospital bed. Eujiming nodded lightly, his Adam's apple bobbing. The captain then took a small knife from his pocket and began to peel the pear with practiced ease, the blade making a faint rasping sound as it moved through the skin. Are the others okay? Eujiming couldn't help but ask, a hint of hope in his voice. By now, the others should have been released, so why had no one come to see him? The captain's hand paused abruptly, the peel breaking into 2 pieces. He stared at the broken peel, as if looking at a fate that could no longer be mended. After a long silence, he finally spoke with difficulty. They'll be here in a few days. Eujiming's heart tightened, sensing there was more to the story. Had something gone wrong? He quickly recalled the expression on Sister Zhu's face when she visited a few days ago. She had seemed completely fine then. Eujiming kept his eyes fixed on the captain's tired face, searching for the truth. Noticing Eujiming's unease, the captain quickly set the pear aside and tried to reassure him. They're all right, it's just. He hesitated, then continued. The entire demon squad was lost. They need to bring the squad's memorial belongings back to their families. The captain rubbed his forehead, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. The loss of the entire demon squad, Ma Mian's sacrifice, the Hell Squad being imprisoned and awaiting review, and the need to submit evidence that the Demon King hadn't betrayed them, all of it was weighing on him alone. Bloodshot eyes and slumped shoulders showed he hadn't had a decent night's sleep in days. He closed his eyes for a moment, then abruptly stood up and placed the half-peeled pear back in the fruit basket. Little immortal, they'll come pick you up from the hospital in a few days. Okay, Eujiming replied. Although he could see that something was clearly wrong with the captain, he chose not to ask, not wanting to add to the burden of a man already carrying so much. And so, Eujiming spent another week in the hospital bed. The bandages on his face remained, but the gunshot wounds on his limbs had mostly healed. The weather was strange these days. Dark clouds hung overhead, refusing to release a single drop of rain, as if waiting for something. On the day of his discharge, the captain came to pick Eujiming up himself. Instead of heading toward the company's overseas branch, the car drove out to the outskirts of the city and finally stopped in front of the Martyrs' Cemetery. On the hillside, rows of tombstones stood in neat lines. The faces in the photos were mostly young, all dressed in crisp uniforms, full of spirit as they posed for their final portraits. The captain led Eujiming along the paths, their footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. At the far end of the cemetery stood 9 freshly erected tombstones. 2 groups of people stood before them, all holding black umbrellas and white chrysanthemums, silently waiting in the wind before the rain. The captain took 9 white chrysanthemums from a nearby basket and handed them to Eujiming, leading him forward without a word. 9 people, 9 tombstones. Su Li, codename Beast, the demon squad's demolition expert. Yu Zhigua, codename Tiger, the squad's assault specialist. Feng Zhong, codename Dragon, the machine gunner. Qiu Li, codename Ghost, the sniper. Fang Zhibua, codename Abyss, the scout. Zhua Hongyi, codename Leopard, the second assault specialist. Li Yu, codename Hound, the observer. Eujiming placed a chrysanthemum in front of each tombstone as he passed, until he reached the second to last. Lu Zhou, codename Demon King, captain of the demon squad. Eujiming pictured the hunched figure slowly disappearing down the corridor, shoulders bowed under the weight of responsibility, suffocating to witness. Finally, Eujiming stood before the 9th tombstone. Shangwan Hemming, codename Ma Mian, assault specialist of the Hell Squad. He never expected that the Ma Mian who always teased him would have such a beautiful name. Eujiming slowly knelt, his knees sinking into the damp earth. In the photo, Ma Mian wore his uniform with pride, his bright smile showing 8T, the smile so familiar, yet now forever out of reach. Eujiming realized the photo was blurring before his eyes. He reached out to wipe it, but the image only grew fuzzier. It was then he realized it was his own tears clouding his vision. A crack of thunder finally split the sky after days of gloom. Dark clouds gathered, blotting out the last traces of light. The wind howled before the rain, whipping the trees into a frenzy. The chrysanthemum Eujiming had placed in front of the tombstone was swept up by the wind. He tried to catch it, but it soared higher and farther, until it vanished into the gray sky. Boom! Another clap of thunder echoed, followed by a streak of lightning tearing across the gloomy sky. In the dim light of the martyrs' cemetery, everyone stood in solemn silence, their faces grave. The captain looked up at the sky, where heavy clouds pressed down ominously. He turned to face the 9 freshly dug graves, each headstone marking a fallen soldier brother who would rest forever on the battlefield of Libya. Stand at attention, the captain commanded, his voice clear and strong. Pull yourselves together. These 9 simply arrived here before you. Look behind you, there are plenty of empty spaces left. This will eventually be the resting place for each of us. Today, you mourn for them. One day, others will mourn for you. From the day we put on this uniform, we accepted that a peaceful old age was never our fate. There was not a hint of tremor in the captain's voice, nor any visible sadness on his face. Yet the strands of white in his hair spoke silently of the pain he carried. These were the men he had personally led. Attention, everyone. At his command, every back straightened. Salute. Though everyone wore simple black clothes except for the martyrs whose military status had been restored, their posture carried the unmistakable bearing of soldiers. This was not something that came from a uniform, but from the indelible spirit of a warrior etched into their very bones. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, as if it had been ripped open. Everyone closed their umbrellas and stood unmoving in the rain. Perhaps this was their final farewell, for no one knew who would be the next to lie here. After the ceremony, the captain didn't lead the team back to their base. Instead, he arranged for everyone to stay at a hotel. He went to handle the paperwork to restore Dizong and Zhong Kuei's citizenship. These two would soon regain their military status and have no further ties to the Hell Squad. They had served their country with distinction for years and would be well taken care of when they returned, but this would be their last reunion. Eujiming sat alone on the balcony. The bandages on his face hadn't come off yet, but his wounds had already scabbed over. The other team members, worried about his mental state, hadn't let him see the scar beneath. But Eujiming had secretly looked. It was ugly, true, but he didn't mind. In fact, he thought it suited him. His face had always been too young, and no one took his threats seriously. Whenever Mom Mian bullied him, his angry glares only earned more teasing. Now, with his new face, a single look was enough to make people back off. What are you thinking about, apprentice? Nyoto sat down beside him. I'm pondering life, Eujiming replied, gazing into the distant sea of clouds. And what have you come up with? Nyoto asked with a smile. Eujiming considered for a moment. I've heard that life is just a process of gaining and losing. If we're destined to lose everything in the end, what's the point of having it at all? Eujiming felt a slight itch on his face, as if new flesh was growing, and he couldn't help but reach up to scratch it. Nyoto watched him, then reached out to ruffle his hair, noticing that Eujiming seemed a bit more talkative than usual today. Kid, it's good to be lively. Quiet children keep everything bottled up inside, and sooner or later, it gets to them. Whether you gain or lose something doesn't really matter. What's important is the process, enjoying every moment of life. We can't change the past, and we can't predict the future, but at least we can cherish the present. Nyoto and Eujiming looked up at the sky together. The rain had passed, the clouds had cleared, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Master, have I ever told you how gentle you are? Eujiming asked softly, his voice tinged with hesitation. Over the years, it was always Nyoto who cared for him, filling the emptiness his mother couldn't. Nyoto was caught off guard. In fact, Eujiming had barely even called him master all these years. He was so quiet, almost never speaking unless absolutely necessary. Nyoto smiled. What did you just call me? Eujiming tilted his head, looking at Nyoto in confusion, then tentatively repeated, Master? Nyoto paused. A hint of joy lighting up his face, couldn't hide it. After 6 long years, this was the first time Eujiming had called him that. Eujiming didn't understand why Nyoto was suddenly so happy, but he didn't mind, and ended up calling him a few more times, almost absent-mindedly. Nayuta's smile grew even brighter, stretching all the way to his ears. In stark contrast to their warm, father-son moment, inside the room, Yin Wang was being hounded by the 9 Lives cat, nearly diving under the bed to escape. Seeing this, he desperately signaled for help from the judge. The judge, meanwhile, was quietly packing up his computer and sneaking out with Heibai Wuchang. When Eujiming and Nyoto came back from the balcony, they saw the 9 Lives cat pinning Yin Wang to the bed with a commanding presence. Nyoto quickly covered Eujiming's eyes, muttering under his breath, not for kids. Ignoring Yin Wang's desperate pleas for help, he scooped Eujiming up and carried him away. Yin Wang was about to explode with frustration, but he couldn't help grumbling to himself. What kind of girl just forces herself on a man like this? He didn't dare fight back against the 9 Lives cat. If he so much as touched her, her screams would probably echo through the whole building. When they stepped out, they found their teammates crouched outside the door, peeking through the crack. Eujiming bent down and whispered to Nyoto, I want to watch too. Nyoto scolded him quietly, behave. You can't watch. But as soon as he finished, Heibai Wuchang excitedly pulled Eujiming over, pinning him down and dragging him into their little spying session. Nyoto was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that his disciple was bound to be led astray by this group sooner or later. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out from behind. "What are you all doing?" Startled, everyone turned around and urgently gestured for silence. The captain of the 100 Demons squad looked confused, clearly not understanding what was going on. At that moment, the door was yanked open. The force knocked several teammates off balance, sending them tumbling to the floor in a heap at the doorway. An awkward silence filled the air as they looked up to see their captain's face, dark as thunder. Captain, you're done already?" Hai Wuchang, who had landed on top of the pile, watched Yan Wang's expression grow darker and darker, feeling more embarrassed by the second. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Wang's scowl deepened. Hai Wuchang wanted to cry. He could have kicked himself for speaking without thinking. Bai Wuchang silently gave his brother a thumbs up from the side, as if admiring his boldness. "Could you guys get up? I can barely breathe down here." Eujiming was crushed at the very bottom, the weight of 3 men nearly suffocating him. The group immediately panicked, scrambling to their feet with all the strength they could muster. "Captain, where's the 9 lives cat?" one of them asked anxiously. The judge composed himself, slipping back into his usual refined but slightly lazy demeanor. "I knocked her out," he replied calmly. The King of Hell shot a cold glance at the 100 Demons squad's captain. "Take her away now and keep a close eye on her. Any more trouble, and I can't promise things won't get serious next time." The squad captain just grinned, unfazed. If something really did happen, wouldn't that little cat be thrilled? The King of Hell's face darkened, glaring furiously but unable to retort. He swallowed his anger and shot a cold look at a few people who were trying to sneak away. "It's been a while since we worked out. Let's go? Rooftop. The captain's putting you all through your paces today." "Wait." One of them suddenly remembered something. "I just realized the little celestial needs his bandages changed." At those words, the judge grabbed Eujiming and made a quick escape. "Shouldn't we change bandages in the room?" Eujiming whispered, noticing they didn't even have a first aid kit. "Do you dare go back there?" the judge asked in a low voice, holding his laptop as cover for Eujiming. Eujiming glanced back at the captain standing in the doorway, thought for a moment, and silently shook his head. "Then hurry up. The captain's like a volcano right now. If he erupts, we're all in trouble. Best to stay far away." Black and White Impermanence exchanged a glance. Black Impermanence spoke up first. "Brother, are you hungry?" "I am." White Impermanence nodded, playing along perfectly. Before he finished speaking, the captain grabbed Black Impermanence by the collar. White Impermanence reacted quickly, diving for Oxhead's leg to block him. Oxhead could only shrug helplessly, wondering how he got dragged into this when he hadn't done anything at all. Soon, cries and protests from Black and White Impermanence echoed from the rooftop. Eujiming shivered involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. An angry captain was truly terrifying. 2 days later, the chief captain and Dizong Zhong finally returned. This time, it would be their last meeting with the team. They found a restaurant together and began reminiscing about all their years together. Zhong pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, a hint of satisfaction on his lips. "I can finally smoke again. I've been forcing myself to quit these past few years. It hasn't been easy. Now, I don't have to hold back anymore." He took a deep drag, visibly relaxing as the smoke curled upward, as if all his pent-up stress was dissipating with each exhale. Dizong picked out a bottle of Maotai, 53% alcohol. "I've always wanted to try this. For our last get-together, I have to give it a shot." The glasses were filled one by one. When it was Eujiming's turn, he held out his cup, but Dizong passed him by and poured for Oxhead instead. "I want to taste it too," Dizong said. Eujiming stared at the bottle, a bit disappointed. Had never tried alcohol before, just curious why so many people liked it. He asked quietly, "Why do so many people like this stuff?" Dizong laughed. "Your face hasn't healed, yet drinking will slow your recovery." He then picked up the only bottle of soy milk, as if demonstrating, "This tastes just like the real thing. Give it a try and you'll get the idea." Eujiming shot Dizong a look that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Dizong just laughed harder. "Our little celestial isn't so easy to fool anymore." He couldn't help but remember the day Eujiming first joined the team. He was so small that Yan Wang felt he could sweat Eujiming with a single slap. Staring at the young man's thin frame, Yan Wang couldn't help but recall the many moments since Eujiming had joined their team. His arrival had brought a fresh energy to the group. Everyone enjoyed teasing him, and even the most tedious training sessions suddenly became fun. The team was always coming up with new ways to mess with Eujiming, and whenever they went out on missions, they grew more careful, protecting this little guy, and no longer charging ahead recklessly as they used to. "All right, let you have a taste," Dizong said, picking up the bottle and pouring a little Maotai into Eujiming's cup. It was Eujiming's first time trying strong liquor, and the fiery spirit burned his tongue, bringing tears to his eyes. The others burst out laughing and each took a sip themselves, only to cough and splutter, spitting out the liquor. It turned out they were all rookies when it came to drinking, whether in the army or at the company. Strict no-smoking and no-drinking rules had always been enforced, and they'd always played by them. Watching his usually imposing teammates reduced to such a sorry state, Eujiming couldn't help but laugh. So you're not much better than me after all. This stuff is way too strong. It'll get us in trouble, Bai Wuchang said solemnly, nodding as if making an official statement. Dizong quickly set the bottle aside, his throat burning, unable to comprehend why anyone would enjoy something like this. Only Zhong Kuei remained unfazed, leisurely smoking and sipping his drink, a faint smile flickering in his eyes as he watched the others struggle. Eujiming thought about trying a cigarette like Zhong Kuei, but seeing how practiced Zhong Kuei was, he realized these weren't things a newbie like him could enjoy just yet, so he gave up on the idea. The group chatted and laughed, clinking glasses late into the night. Before they knew it, it was already 2 in the morning. After repeated urging from the owner, they finally wrapped up the gathering. The 8 of them staggered out of the restaurant oddly enough. Though they'd barely drunk anything, they all felt tipsy. The street outside was empty, with hardly a car in sight. As they stood by the roadside, looking at the city around them, the mood suddenly turned heavy. From this moment on, Dizong and Zhong Kuei would be saying farewell to the Hell Squad for good. The cold wind howled, unsettling their hearts. This is as far as we go, Dizong finally said after a long silence. That's it, Bai Wuchang mumbled. Yin Wang gently nudged Dizong and Zhong Kuei forward. Go on. I was the one who brought you into the company. Today you'll see you off. Zhong Kuei turned to face his teammates. This is where our journey ends. The rest is up to you. He pointed down the road. We'll be watching from behind as you keep fighting for the nation's mission and its honor. Do you remember the oath we took when we joined? We remember. Everyone replied in unison, then began to recite. I am willing to be the spear of the People's Republic of China, to break mountains and shatter stones for my country, to vanquish all evildoers. I am willing to be the shield of the People's Republic of China, to defend the people and protect the nation's sovereignty. I am willing to be the cornerstone of our country, to guard the land of China from any foreign threat. The powerful words of the oath stirred something deep within each of them. With resolute steps, they headed toward their own battlefields. Dizong and Zhong Kuei stood firm, loudly joining the others in the oath. The echoes lingered in the empty street, fading slowly into the night. Don't be sad, this is something to be glad about. Not many of us make it to retirement in one piece. Dizong and Zhong Kuei are lucky, Yin Wang said with a smile, striding back toward the hotel. Tomorrow, it would be time to return to the company. This time, however, Eujiming was not among those returning to the company. He was about to head to the Air Force training camp, a spot the team leader had fought hard to secure for him. Every other member of the Hell Squad had already gone through similar training, but Eujiming had been assigned directly to the team due to his special background. While the team leader took the others back to the company, Eujiming was surprised by the person sent to pick him up. It was Zhu Jie from the inspection team. Eujiming stood still, expressionless, staring at Zhu Yishan sitting in the car, his eyes full of resistance. Hello, little celestial. Zhu Yishan greeted him with a smile, giving him a once-over. I'm your psychological evaluator, Zhu Yishan, but you can call me Zhu Jie. She opened the car door and gestured for him to get in. Come on, I'll take you to the Air Force base. Eujiming didn't move right away. A thought flashing through his mind was Zhu Yishan holding a grudge over the last inspection, and had she become his evaluator just to get even? Noticing his guarded expression, Zhu Yishan couldn't help but laugh. Relax, kid. I'm not going to do anything to you. She paused, a teasing glint in her eyes. Or are you growing up fast and hoping I will? As she spoke, she reached out to touch his face. Eujiming quickly dodged, his tone cold. Ma'am, reckless driving brings tears to your loved ones. That single word, ma'am, instantly set Zhu Yishan off. She pulled her hand back, her expression darkening. You really aren't likable at all. The mood in the car immediately cooled. Eujiming returned to his indifferent demeanor, saying nothing more. Zhu Yishan, losing interest in conversation, drove in silence. The scenery changed outside the window as the car sped along. During the 2-hour drive, neither of them said another word, and a subtle tension hung in the air. Along the way, Zhu Yishan briefly explained the situation. The Air Force typically recruits from specialized academies, which train not only pilots but also paratroopers, ground-based air defense soldiers, radar operators, and more, all of whom undergo years of systematic instruction. Someone like Eujiming, starting from scratch, would never be sent to a place filled with seasoned professionals. The training camp he was about to attend was designed for all-around Special Forces candidates. The trainees there were the best of the best from various units, soon to be assigned to elite teams and expected to excel in every domain: land, sea, and air. Anyone who makes it into the Air Force Special Forces training camp is already at the top of their original unit. Zhu Yishan suddenly said, her tone carrying a warning. You'd better keep that unlikable attitude in check. Okay, Eujiming replied with a short nod. Seeing his attitude soften a little, Zhu Yishan continued. There will be psychological evaluations and medical screenings when you get there. You've always had issues with your mental state, so don't go against the examiners during the tests. Okay, Eujiming nodded again. Zhu Yishan glanced at him, amused. Why are you suddenly being so obedient? Okay, Eujiming replied for the 3rd time, his voice flat. Zhu Yishan shook her head, giving up on further conversation. After the 2-hour drive, Zhu Yishan led Eujiming onto a helicopter. The rotors thundered as they took off, heading deep into the mountains. 3 hours later, the vast airfield hidden among the peaks finally came into view, with rows of military aircraft and personnel moving busily around. The helicopter touched down smoothly at its designated spot. Zhu Yishan guided Eujiming off the aircraft and led him to the registration office, where he submitted his military ID information. Eujiming's military status was temporarily reinstated. It would be erased again once he left the Air Force training base, unless he joined another camp in the future, retired, or, possibly, died in the line of duty. The training base was huge, several times larger than the company compound. Various types of aircraft were parked on the airfield, many of which Eujiming had never seen before. He couldn't help but slow his pace, examining each plane closely, a rare flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Eujiming simply nodded, his face still expressionless, making it impossible to tell if he was actually listening. You can go take a look at the fighter jets. That'll be your main training aircraft in the future, Zhu Yishan said, guiding Eujiming forward. The crisp sound of her boots echoed on the concrete ground. There were indeed bombers and transport planes on the tarmac, but Eujiming noticed there was only one of each type. As if sensing his confusion, Zhu Yishan explained, "We're not the Air Force, after all. In real operations, we rarely get to use these models. They're here just so trainees can get familiar with them, not to master them." She paused before adding, "Everyone's energy is limited, and it's impossible to become an expert in everything in just 6 months. That's why this training focuses mainly on helicopters and fighter jets." As they approached the cluster of fighter jets, Eujiming saw a crowd gathered there. These were also new trainees who had just arrived today, all staring at the silver-gray jets with eager anticipation in their eyes. Several uniformed ground crew members stood by, making sure no one got too close. Zhu Yishan lowered her voice and explained, "These newcomers don't have any technical knowledge. If they got inside and accidentally touched something they shouldn't, damaging a fighter would be bad enough, but worse would be if someone got killed on the first day. All these trainees are elite members of Special Forces units. If even one of them dies, the training camp would be in serious trouble. Come on, let's go to your psychological test and medical evaluation." Zhu Yishan patted Eujiming on the shoulder and led him toward another building. The questions in the psychological testing room caught Eujiming off guard. He had taken similar tests at the company, where the results showed he had severe psychological issues and inability to empathize, heightened perception of his surroundings, but a lack of understanding and response. The assessment concluded he was prone to getting stuck on his own during training, unsuited for teamwork, more inclined to operate solo, and likely to resist orders during missions. Despite undergoing multiple rounds of psychological therapy later, none had been successful. Fortunately, Yin Wang insisted on keeping him on the team, and over the years, Eujiming had learned to hide these fatal flaws so well that the team leader eventually stopped pushing for treatment and even canceled his therapy sessions. When Eujiming entered the testing room, he found it empty. To his surprise, Zhu Yishan walked straight over and sat in the examiner's seat. That's when he realized that when Shed told him earlier to behave and don't go against the examiner, Shed actually been referring to herself. "The psychological test starts now," Zhu Yishan said seriously. Question: "Do you love life?" "Yes," Eujiming answered briefly. Question: "If someone around you needed help, would you help them?" "Yes." The questions were strange, yet ordinary. Eujiming simply mimicked what a normal person would say. In the end, his psychological evaluation came back as normal. In truth, no matter how Eujiming answered, the result would have been normal. This wasn't Zhu Yishan going easy on him, it was just that his unit was unique. Most members of the company's special teams had some psychological issues from years of carrying out lethal missions. Their psychological tests were mostly a formality and rarely scrutinized. In a sense, it was something the country owed them. Zhu Yishan had given Eujiming a free pass on the psychological test, but he still had to go through the medical evaluation. Actually, today's assessment was simply to check whether Eujiming had any underlying health issues and to see if he was fit for the challenges of being a pilot. After all, when flying at thousands of meters above the ground, even the slightest instability could have fatal consequences. A pilot's physical condition had to be flawless. Fortunately, Eujiming was in excellent health. The only thing that stood out was that his heart was slightly to the right and a bit smaller than average. While a smaller heart might affect explosive strength, it wasn't a significant problem for a pilot, since their duties didn't require the same level of intense physical exertion as the Army. All in all, Eujiming met every requirement. "Training starts tomorrow. Take today to get familiar with the place," Zhu Yishan said as she showed Eujiming around. After picking up his uniform and bedding, she led him to the dormitory. The dorm was simple. 4 beds, 2 metal lockers almost identical to the setup at the 15 new recruits camp years ago. Since Eujiming was the first to arrive, he got to choose his bed. He picked the best spot and unpacked his things. 6 months wasn't exactly short, but it wasn't long either, so he had made sure to bring everything he needed and put it all away neatly. Just as he finished settling in, the second occupant arrived. Dressed in army green fatigues and heavy boots, the newcomer strode in with confident steps. Based on his experience, Eujiming could immediately tell this guy was likely from a jungle combat unit. Hey, are you underdeveloped or something? Shaoli joked, noticing Eujiming was half a head shorter than him and gesturing to his own height. Eujiming frowned and shot him a cold look. You're the one who's underdeveloped. Shaoli paused, touched his own face, and then burst out laughing. Looks like I've got an interesting roommate. He then noticed the bandage on Eujiming's left cheek, curiosity flashing in his eyes. What's with the bandage? Allergic reaction? Don't touch it. Eujiming responded quickly, stepping back and eyeing Shaoli warily. Shaoli blinked innocently. I just wanted to take a look, that's all. He reached out again to peel back the bandage, but this time Eujiming didn't back away. Instead, he moved fast, grabbing Shaoli's arms and twisting them behind his back with ease. Shaoli winced in pain, gasping. Easy, easy. That hurts. Shaoli muttered, unable to hide the discomfort. Eujiming eased his grip a little, and Shaoli seized the chance to break free. But Shaoli wasn't ready to give up. He spun around, grabbed Eujiming's shoulder, and drove his elbow toward Eujiming's chest. Eujiming dodged nimbly, stepping back to avoid the blow. The distance between them widened, and Shaoli laughed. Not bad. Quick reflexes. Come on, let's go again. He lunged forward with another punch, swift and forceful, aimed right at Eujiming. Eujiming sidestepped once more, just as the dormitory door swung open. With a smack, someone caught Shaoli's punch midair. Shaoli quickly pulled back and looked up to see two men standing in the doorway. Both wore navy blue combat uniforms, stood tall, and carried themselves with confidence. It was clear they were from the Navy. So this is your idea of a welcome? One of them joked as he stepped into the room, a friendly smile on his face. Shaoli hurriedly explained, Sorry, we were just sparring. He nodded toward Eujiming, looking a little helpless. Eujiming stood there, expressionless, gaze cool, neither confirming nor denying Shaoli's words. Come on, man, back me up here. Shaoli pleaded, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked to Eujiming for help. He just picked the wrong person. Eujiming didn't pay him any attention at all. Shaoli awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, the shorter Navy soldier stepped forward with a friendly smile. No worries. It's normal to spar. My name's Zheng He. He pointed to the tall teammate beside him and introduced, This is Ruan Qifei. We're both from the Navy Special Operations Unit. He's with the SEALs, and I'm with the Marine Corps. I'm Shaoli from the 13th Army, 2nd Field Army, South China. Shaoli stood up straight, answering as if making a report. Haha. Zheng He laughed and clapped Shaoli on the shoulder. No need to be nervous, man. It's fine you didn't even land a real hit on me. He glanced over at Eujiming, who had been silent the whole time. What about him? What's his name? Shaoli shook his head. I haven't heard him say a word yet. Zheng He walked over to Eujiming, who was sitting on the bed reading. The book was Anatomy of Aircraft, a gift from Zhu Shan. Eujiming only glanced up briefly and replied coolly, Eujiming, then returned his attention to the book. He was wearing his regular uniform, so there was no way to tell which branch he belonged to, which made things a bit awkward. He's been like that since I got here, totally normal. Shaoli quickly smoothed things over, leading Zheng He to put away their luggage. Let's get our stuff settled first. This guy's even colder than you. Zheng He whispered to Ruan Qifei. Ruan Qifei nodded silently, was just quiet, but Eujiming seemed to have built an invisible wall around himself. In the evening, the administrator announced that everyone should gather at the training ground after dinner for a welcome ceremony. Eujiming didn't care about the ceremony at all, but the other three were excited. After all, everyone here was a top soldier from their own unit, and they finally had worthy opponents to test themselves against. After dinner, Shaoli dragged Eujiming along, insisting he needed to protect the smaller guy, who looked like an easy target. The familiar excuse reminded Eujiming of Huatongui and the others, and he couldn't help but wonder if he really did have a face that made people want to pick on him. The training ground was buzzing with noise. Some were sparring, others were watching, and a few were cheering from the sidelines. The atmosphere made Eujiming wary if he was right. The instructors were about to give these proud, tough soldiers an initiation. He quietly edged backward. Ruan Qifei, sensing something, pulled Zheng He back as well. Though Zheng He didn't quite understand, he followed suit and tugged Shaoli with him. Just then, a deep rumble echoed from the Distancia bomber, returning to base after a training mission, was approaching as dusk settled in. Whoosh. Boom. A powder-filled bomb suddenly plummeted from the sky, bursting open and sending clouds of colored dust swirling through the air. Before the trainees could react, their faces were quickly coated in powder from the explosion. As they were still wiping the dust from their faces in confusion, the bomber didn't leave instead. It dove down again, flipped, and dropped another powder bomb onto the training ground. The powder rained down like a storm, instantly blanketing the entire field and everyone on it. Eujiming and his three companions watched from the shade of a tree, eyes fixed on the sudden performance. If they hadn't taken cover, they'd be just as covered in powder as the others, struggling to breathe. Eujiming wasn't surprised. He was used to this. He remembered how, back at the new recruits training camp for Class 15, The instructors often launched surprise attacks whenever the trainees let their guard down. Over time, everyone learned to stay alert at all times. Even walking down the street, you had to be ready for anything. Just then, a whistle blew. Several instructors strode confidently onto the field. The trainees quickly gathered. Shaoli was the first to step out, his shoes sticking to the powder-covered ground. The whole area was a mess, with colorful powder spread across the field like a giant patterned carpet. The trainees shuffled together awkwardly, weighed down by the thick layer of dust on their clothes. "Look at you lot, you look like battered strips of meat," one instructor joked, his tone casual as he stood at the front of the group. The others lined up behind him, making it clear he was the lead instructor for this camp. Shaoli grinned and whispered to Eujiming and the others, "I know that instructor. He used to be the commander of the Eagle Special Forces, his name's Xiao Sanqing. Our old squad leader idolized him, always telling us stories about him. I never thought he'd become an instructor after retiring. Is this the best the army has to offer?" Xiao Sanqing scoffed, shaking his head with a cold smile. "If an enemy bomber showed up, you'd all be cannon fodder." His words were sharp, and the tension in the air grew instantly. The trainees were frustrated but said nothing, swallowing their resentment as they clenched their jaws. Suddenly, Xia Kanking's gaze swept over the front row, and he pointed at one of the trainees with a frosty tone. "Report, instructor. You told us there'd be a welcome ceremony, so we let our guard down." A sturdy-looking soldier stepped forward, his voice full of protest. "What's your name?" Xiao Sanqing asked, glancing at him. "Reporting, instructor. Qin Mu, 2nd Lieutenant of the 9th Army, Liaoning Military District." The soldier replied loudly and clearly. A trace of disdain flickered in Xia Kanking's eyes. A soldier should always be alert. If you let your guard down just because of an order from above, that's how you get killed. He paused, then pointed at Eujiming and his group. "I know some of you aren't happy, you think it's normal to relax at a training base. But look at them, not a speck of powder on them. How come they didn't let their guard down?" Everyone turned to find these survivors. Soon, Eujiming and his three companions were the center of attention. Eujiming subtly stepped back, hiding behind Xiao Li and disappearing into his friend's shadow. Xiao Li, oblivious, just kept grinning. "See the difference?" Xia Kanking's voice was cold. "You're all supposed to be the best, but there's still a gap. Isn't that worth thinking about?" Then he pointed at Xiao Li. "What's your name?" Xiao Li stepped forward, standing tall as he answered loudly. "Reporting, instructor. Xiao Li, 13th Army, 2nd Field Army, South China." "Good." Xiao Sanqing nodded firmly, his gaze stern. "Xiao Li, for the next 6 months, you'll be their squad leader." Xiao Sanqing made the decision directly. For a moment, Xiao Li was stunned. This sudden stroke of luck left him at a loss for words. "Reporting, instructor." At that moment, Qin Mu stepped forward, eyes unwavering. "I have something to say. The position of class leader should go to someone who commands respect, not someone who just happened to get lucky." There was no room for argument in Qin Mu's tone. It was clear he felt nothing but disdain for this so-called luck. As one of the top cadets from his own military district, he brimmed with confidence and a hint of challenge in his gaze. He swept his eyes coldly around the room, noticing that several classmates from his district also wore looks of contempt. In truth, Qin Mu's words were as much for his own benefit. Troublemakers like him were hardly a rarity among the new recruits. He was used to applause and flattery thanks to his talent and achievements, and with that came a certain arrogance. Xiao Sanqing listened, and, instead of getting angry, he actually smiled. "Fine, I'll give you a chance," he said, his tone carrying a trace of amusement as his eyes swept over Eujiming and 3 others. "These 4 made it through without a speck of powder on them. If you can defeat each of them one by one, you can be the class leader. Of course, anyone else is welcome to join in." When Xiao Sanqing pointed at Eujiming, he paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What's your name? How old are you?" "Reporting, instructor. My name is Eujiming. I'm 14 years old." Eujiming's answer was brief but fearless, his eyes cool and resolute. The crowd erupted in shock. 14? That was incredibly young. The minimum age for military service was 18, and even those entering military academies were at least 17. 14 was just the age to graduate from middle school. Everyone turned to stare at Eujiming, whispering among themselves. Xiao Sanqing frowned slightly, his gaze deepening. "Where are you from?" he asked thoughtfully, recalling the sparse information in Eujiming's file. It only mentioned that he came from a mysterious place, with no clear background, but his combat skills were top-notch. Already participated in more than a dozen real-life missions. A playful glint appeared in Xia Kanking's eyes, and he smiled. "It seems we really do have an interesting kid here." Eujiming felt an indescribable sense of pressure, as if an invisible force was watching him. He clenched his fists a little tighter, feeling a wave of caution. He understood that there was no way to avoid this challenge that fate had placed in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Sanqing's smile grew more meaningful. "Don't say I'm picking on you. You'll start by fighting the youngest among them. If you win, then you qualify to challenge for class leader." He pointed to a thin recruit standing beside Eujiming. Qin Mu frowned, standing in the middle of the field with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Eujiming was a head shorter and looked so young that Qin Mu hesitated. "Isn't it a bit much to fight a kid?" But Xiao Songqing showed no sign of backing down. His eyes were cold. Don't hesitate. The opportunity is yours. Are you going to give up? Eujiming sighed inwardly. Faced with this situation, he knew he couldn't afford to appear weak, no matter what. He began to strategize, thinking about how to lose with some dignity if it came to that. Xiao Songqing seemed to see right through him, a sharp glint in his eyes as he added, "Whoever loses has to do the winner's laundry for a month." Eujiming felt his heart sink. There was no way out now. No matter how things played out, he would have to face this heathen. He met Xia Kangqing's gaze, quietly resigning himself to an uncertain future. Without another word, Qin Mu dropped his look of disdain, stretched out his limbs, and clenched his fists, radiating an intense energy. The other recruits quickly cleared a space, eager to watch the match. Qin Mu moved with lightning speed. As soon as he struck, his fist sliced through the air with tremendous force, aimed straight at Eujiming. Eujiming's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped with fluid grace, catching Qin Mu's fist and using the momentum to retreat, absorbing most of the impact. Then, with a swift turn, he drove his elbow into Qin Mu's chest. Qin Mu tried to brace himself with a solid stance, but he hadn't expected Eujiming's strength. The blow sent him flying several meters before a few recruits managed to catch him. He steadied himself, rubbing his aching chest. His eyes wide with surprise had clearly underestimated this seemingly frail boy. Qin Mu's face grew serious. He stood up, rolling his shoulders to loosen up, his gaze full of challenge. "Come on, let's go again." Without further words, Qin Mu let out a roar and lunged at Eujiming. This time he moved even faster, sweeping his leg in a powerful arc toward Eujiming's head. The attack was swift and fierce. Eujiming didn't try to block it heathen. Instead, he ducked low, hooking Qin Mu's supporting leg and pulling hard. Qin Mu reacted almost instantly, twisting his body in an attempt to pull his leg free. At that moment, Eujiming seized Qin Mu's leg before he could fully land, yanking hard and pulling him toward the ground. Startled, Qin Mu quickly braced himself with his hands and flipped backward, trying desperately to put distance between them. But Eujiming was already on him, moving swiftly and reaching out like lightning, his hand darting straight for Qin Mu's neck. Qin Mu's face went pale with shock. He knew this move from the army it was lethal. If Eujiming grabbed hold, a simple twist would snap his neck instantly. Reacting instinctively, Qin Mu jerked back just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly grip. On the sidelines, several instructors watched the scene unfold with astonished eyes. One standing next to Xiao Songqing couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who is that kid? He's so young, but his moves are incredibly skilled." Xiao Songqing hesitated for a moment, deliberately stalling. This one he was about to respond, but seeing everyone holding their breath for an answer, he only gave a cool, cryptic smile. "It's a secret. Come on, boss, don't keep us guessing." The instructors pressed him, their curiosity obvious. But Xiao Songqing said nothing more, leaving their questions hanging in the air. "DeLong, don't ask. His background is very special. His family has some sort of secret protection." With that, Xiao Songqing ended the discussion. He didn't know much himself, and even if he did, there wasn't much more he could say. Meanwhile, the situation in the ring had changed. Qin Mu had been knocked to the ground, his body numb and unable to move. Eujiming's strike had hit a nerve, leaving Qin Mu temporarily paralyzed. Even so, he stubbornly tried to get up, struggling to his feet with trembling arms after a few shaky breaths. Xiao Songqing watched coldly, his gaze fixed on Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, you've lost," he said, his voice carrying an undeniable chill. Qin Mu's face flushed red, his pride stung by the words. Anger surged through him, and he shouted, "I can still fight." Before anyone could react, he lunged at Eujiming again, fury burning out of control. But Eujiming had no intention of dragging things out. He slipped away with ease, dodging Qin Mu's wild attacks. Qin Mu, nearly consumed by rage, kept shouting, "Stop running. Come on, fight me." He roared, like a wild animal that had lost all reason. Xiao Songqing frowned, his tone growing colder. "Qin Mu, you've lost. Stand down." He sighed inwardly. I hadn't expected this soldier's pride to run so deep, and now it was too late to stop him. In the chaos, Qin Mu suddenly grabbed at the bandages on Eujiming's face. With a sharp rip, the cloth came away, revealing a face covered in scars. Qin Mu froze, stunned to see the boy before him despite the scars. Eujiming's fierce eyes were as cold and sharp as a blade, making Qin Mu instinctively step back. Eujiming touched the torn wound, his face tightening as a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. He stared at Qin Mu and said icily, "How dare you?" In that moment, his gaze was so chilling it sent shivers down Qin Mu's spine. Still clutching the torn bandage, Qin Mu suddenly felt a wave of dread. Before he could speak, pain exploded in his chest, and he was hurled backward by a powerful force. This time, Qin Mu's body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, all strength gone, his limbs limp, bones nearly broken. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and his vision blurred as blood surged up his throat and spilled out. Holy crap, the boss stepped in. His kid is something else. DeLong shouted in shock, rushing down from the platform. The other two instructors moved quickly as well, one already calling for medics to carry the injured Qin Mu away. Meanwhile, Eujiming remained still, his gaze sweeping calmly over the arena and landing on the remaining trainees. Despite the baby fat on half his face, he radiated little intimidation until he turned fully, and his eyes became piercingly sharp. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone could feel an overwhelming, indescribable pressure settling over the room. The half-human, half-ghost figure sent chills down everyone's spine. A cold wind swept through the training ground as Eujiming stared at the group, his expression blank. There was a disturbing coldness in his eyes that had seen blood before. Even though he tried to hide it, everyone present felt as if they'd fallen into an icy abyss. Dalong dashed to Qin Mu's side. "Cadet, are you all right? Still breathing?" Qin Mu managed a slight nod, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The medics arrived just in time, carrying him away on a stretcher. For using excessive force, Eujiming was punished with 2 days of solitary confinement. After this incident, Eujiming's image in the training camp changed completely. Some grew to respect him, others secretly disliked him, and a few even wanted to challenge him, not knowing their own limits. A week later, he naturally became the class monitor for the new recruits, but he handed off all the actual work to Shaoli. Shaoli didn't mind at all, was always the first to step up when something needed to be done. After 3 days of recovery and 4 more in confinement, Qin Mu was finally free. He headed straight for Eujiming's dorm, followed by a crowd eager to watch the drama. As soon as Shaoli heard what was happening, he rushed back, worried that something might happen to his precious class monitor. Zheng He and Ruan Qifei happened to be in the dorm. Seeing the determined look on Qin Mu's face, Zheng He immediately stepped in front of Eujiming, ready for a confrontation. Ruan Qifei, on the other hand, remained calm. Even he wasn't a match for Eujiming, let alone Qin Mu, who had already been defeated. Instructor Dalong arrived, cursing under his breath about this troublesome lot. Eujiming glanced at Qin Mu blocking the doorway, then looked back down at his book, The Anatomy of Aircraft. Thanks to a week of theory classes, he could finally understand some of it. Eujiming, Qin Mu called out, but then froze. The onlookers started egging him on, urging him to be more aggressive. Just as Eujiming was about to lose patience, Qin Mu finally managed, amid the crowd's jeers, to blurt out. Instructor Xia said the loser has to wash the winner's underwear for a month. The crowd groaned in disappointment and began to disperse. Zheng He realized had gotten worked up for nothing and returned to his bed, annoyed. "No need," Eujiming replied, not even looking up from his book. "I, Qin Mu, accept my loss. Am not someone who goes back on his word." Qin Mu stared at Eujiming's uncovered face, the rough scars stinging his conscience. To have such scars at just 14, and now, with the bandages removed because of him, Eujiming would have to endure even more stares. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. But Eujiming simply replied, "I don't need it." As soon as Instructor Dalong entered the dormitory area, he spotted Qin Mu, who stood nearly 2 meters tall, with his head lowered, looking like a scolded wife as he quietly asked to settle the bet. Dalong paused, expressionless, and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when someone suddenly burst into the room. Before Dalong could see who it was, Qin Mu was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing hard into a metal locker and denting it instantly. "Damn it!" Qin Mu cursed through gritted teeth, spun around, and launched a counterattack at the charging Shaoli. Shaoli wasn't backing down either. He kicked right back. The dorm was cramped, and both guys were big. Every punch and kick made the beds and lockers creak and bend. "Hey, stop fighting. You're wrecking everything. Where are we supposed to sleep tonight?" Zheng He rushed over to break them up, but his help was pretty biased. When Qin Mu started swinging, Zheng He pulled Shaoli away. When Shaoli struck back, he shielded Qin Mu. "Get out of the way." Qin Mu shoved Zheng He aside angrily. Had already taken several hits and was aching all over. Clang, clang. Ruan Qifei knocked on the wall with a metal cup, the sound echoing through the dorm. The 2 fighters broke apart immediately, both turning to the door. Instructor Dalong was leaning against the doorframe, looking amused. "What's wrong? Why do you stop? Weren't you both so tough just now?" They both lowered their heads, not daring to reply. "You two, come with me." "Eujiming, you too," Dalong said, pointing at Eujiming, who was still sitting on his bed. Eujiming sighed, put down his book, and followed Dalong out of the dorm. Xiao Li and Qin Mu glared at each other, eyes full of hostility, but seeing Dalong and Eujiming leaving, they quickly followed behind. Dalong led them to the office, where Xia Songqing was waiting. He had just returned from checking the helicopter maintenance, and looked surprised to see the 3 of them. "What's going on?" he asked Dalong. Dalong pointed at Qin Mu. "This one just got out, and already started a fight." Then he pointed at Shaoli. "And this one started swinging without a word." Xia Songqing glanced at Eujiming, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and turned to Dalong. "What about him?" "It's because of him," Dalong said helplessly, looking at Eujiming, who still looked like he couldn't care less. "Uft. Haha. If you guys were on TV, you'd have enough drama for a 35-episode series." Xia Songqing couldn't help but laugh. That comparison made both Qin Mu and Xiao Li shiver. What kind of analogy was that? Sir, I wasn't trying to fight Qin Mu. He was bullying a kid. Xiao Li pointed at Qin Mu, complaining. That's bull. Qin Mu glared, retorting through clenched teeth. When did you see me bullying anyone? Qin Mu's anger flared up instantly. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start another round. What? You want to fight again? Go ahead. You think I'm scared of you? Xiao Li puffed out his chest, refusing to back down. Enough. Xiao Songqing tapped the table not loudly, but with enough authority to instantly shut the two up. Qin Mu and Xiao Li obediently lowered their heads, falling silent. Xiao Songqing turned to Eujiming. You're the class leader. What do you think we should do? Now the question was thrown to Eujiming. He looked straight at Xiao Songqing and calmly asked, What do you want me to do, sir? The question caught Xiao Songqing off guard. He thought to himself, this kid isn't simple. Handle it however you see fit. Xiao Songqing replied casually. As soon as he spoke, the authority to handle the situation was handed over to Eujiming without hesitation. He wasted no time and let the two choose their own punishment. Take a whipping, be confined, or run 100 laps around the training field. The choice was simple. Eujiming made it clear that the decision was theirs, which allowed him to avoid being the villain while still earning their respect. In the end, both chose to run 100 laps almost simultaneously. Well, what are you waiting for? Eujiming urged without hesitation, not giving the instructors a chance to respond. Then, he turned to the two instructors. As class leader, I failed to keep my trainees in line, so I should be punished as well. I'll run 100 laps myself. Before his words had even faded, he dashed onto the training field, leaving the two instructors staring at each other in surprise. They knew exactly what was going on. Eujiming was clearly standing up for those two. It looked like a punishment, but for these well-trained elites, running 100 laps was barely a challenge. From the very start, Eujiming had set a trap with his authority, and the moment Xiao Songqing gave in, there was no taking it back. The instructors realized that this young man was definitely someone special. Dalong, do you see how dangerous this kid is? One of the instructors remarked with a sigh. A flicker of curiosity crossed Dalong's eyes. Eujiming was young, yet the aura he exuded was overwhelming. He fought ruthlessly, targeting vital spots with precision, and above all, he was incredibly smart, a true all-rounder. Dalong even started to wonder if Eujiming was hiding some kind of weakness. In fact, Eujiming's weakness was obvious: his stamina. No matter how hard he trained, his endurance never matched his peers. Had been checked by doctors, who discovered that his heart was on the right side of his chest and smaller than normal, resulting in poor blood supply and a stamina deficit he could never make up for. By the 50th lap, Eujiming's legs were giving out, and pain in his lungs forced him to slow down. Every step felt like a heavy burden, his chest heaving as if he couldn't get enough air. On the battlefield, stamina like this would never last through a long, intense fight. By the 70th lap, his vision started to blur, the world around him swallowed by a dark haze. The sense of impending collapse left him weak, but he gritted his teeth, determined to push through on willpower alone. But even the strongest will can't overcome the bonus limits. Just then, Eujiming felt a hand grab his arm. Weakly turning his head, he saw Xiao Li. In a low voice, Xiao Li said, Hey, you're still young. It's normal to have less stamina. Sometimes, you just have to let others help you. With that, he supported Eujiming and continued running with him around the field. At the same time, Qin Mu joined them. He had already finished his own 100 laps, but seeing Eujiming so exhausted, he couldn't just stand by. Class leader, I found your weakness. Next time, I'll have to beat you in running. Qin Mu laughed, grabbing Eujiming and running alongside him. Catching on, Xiao Li put his other hand on Eujiming's shoulder, sandwiching him between them. With their height advantage, they practically lifted Eujiming off the ground, dragging him along like a rag doll. With their help, Eujiming managed to keep going, completely unable to run on his own. Standing outside the training field, the four instructors watched this scene, ice creams in hand, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these two troublemakers had reached some kind of understanding and were now united. No wonder the boss made Eujiming class leader. Really does have what it takes, one of the instructors remarked, his gaze lingering on the scene unfolding on the field. Dalong looked at Eujiming, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This young man, usually quiet and never causing trouble, had always strictly followed every rule of the training camp. With him keeping the troublemakers in check, the next 6 months would undoubtedly be much easier. Standing nearby, Xiao Songqing was caught by surprise. He had always thought Eujiming was too withdrawn and unsociable, and only chose him as class monitor because of his impressive skills. Given Eujiming's age, he shouldn't be able to win everyone's respect, but the outcome had exceeded expectations. A stroke of luck, really. Xiao Songqing nodded in approval. After all, who wouldn't want the days ahead to go a bit more smoothly? After training, Eujiming, exhausted, returned to the dormitory, collapsed onto his bed without even changing clothes, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Mu began to honor his bet. Though he didn't actually wash Eujiming's underwear, he did take his outer clothes and started scrubbing them carefully in the dorm. He leaned against the doorframe, watching in surprise. Didn't the class monitor say you didn't have to wash his clothes? Qin Mu didn't pause, stubbornly replying, that won't do. A bet's a bet I'm not backing out. Shaoli stared at him. So you barged into our dorm all fired up today just to wash clothes? So the drama earlier was all a misunderstanding? What else? Qin Mu flicked water off his hands onto the floor. Want to fight again? I wouldn't win against the class monitor anyway. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. Eujiming's moves were just like those of a martial arts master. Qin Mu was itching to learn from him, but after just fighting, he felt too embarrassed to ask. He decided to build a good relationship first. Hey, sorry about earlier. Shaoli suddenly looked awkward, realizing had beaten someone up for no reason, which felt a bit wrong. It's fine. I'm tough, I can take it. Qin Mu waved his wet hands, forgiving Shaoli with a generous smile. Zhang he glanced at Ruan Qifei, confused by how quickly these two had become so friendly, as if they were about to swear brotherhood. But Ruan Qifei didn't notice Zhang He's look at all. He was completely absorbed in assembling his model airplane. The next morning, the assembly whistle cut through the silence of the training field. Still half asleep, Eujiming got out of bed with his eyes closed. From folding his blanket to washing up, he never opened his eyes. The other three had gotten used to this whenever the previous day's training had been intense. Eujiming would always be like this. What amazed them was how he could avoid every obstacle on the floor without looking, leaving the others in awe. Pilots didn't need to go through the same intense training as the Army, but as Special Forces reserves, they would eventually join the Special Operations units. The training camp held them to the same standards as regular infantry, ensuring they stayed in top physical shape. They couldn't let these trainees leave the Air Force camp in worse shape than when they arrived otherwise. Every unit would have complaints. Morning training consisted of running 30 laps around the field, which, according to Instructor DeLong, was just to wake up the body. The morning continued with theory classes, and the afternoon was devoted to basic physical training to build strength. After that, they had aircraft maintenance license, a complex subject. Most were interested but struggled to grasp it. The machinery was intricate and precise, making it hard for the average person to understand. Thankfully, the instructors only expected them to master basic maintenance skills, enough to keep the aircraft safe in an emergency when there were no technicians around. Eujiming showed a strong interest in this course. With his exceptional memory, he could easily recall the complicated structures of all the components, as if he were born for this field. The rest was just a matter of putting things into practice. The instructors were quite pleased with Eujiming's attitude toward learning and were willing to teach him seriously. In the days that followed, Eujiming spent nearly all his time in the repair room, repeatedly disassembling and assembling various parts. He often worked late into the night before heading back. However, because of his high-profile performance at the training camp, he would always run into one or two trainees blocking his way back to the dorm. Eujiming had long grown used to this. He usually kept to himself, showed little interest in what was happening around him, and rarely spoke to anyone. Despite this, he still held on to the position of class leader, so it was no surprise that many people were dissatisfied with him. Tonight was no different. It was late, with only 10 minutes left before lights out, when someone deliberately stopped him on the way. I know you, Eujiming. I saw you on the ship returning from Libya. The person wore the standard Air Force training uniform, looked about 18, and carried himself with a rebellious air. Eujiming gave a faint response, acknowledging him. The young man continued, after this training, you'll be assigned to the same place as you. Remember my name, Hu Yao. With that, Hu Yao turned and walked away, not giving Eujiming a chance to reply. Eujiming was left baffled. Did he really come all this way just to introduce himself? Would Hu Yao become his teammate in the future? Was he replacing Dizong, Zhong Kuei, or maybe Mumyan? With so many questions swirling in his mind, Eujiming watched as Hu Yao disappeared into the distance. As lights out approached, he had no choice but to push his doubts aside for now. That night, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He got up and stared at the moonlight outside the window. Even though he was now half a world away from those bloody battlefields, he couldn't shake the images of corpses piled beneath the cliffs, Mamian's final glance at him, or the hunched figure of the Demon King. These memories haunted him. Suddenly, he recalled how Zhong Kuei looked when he smoked, that dazed, relaxed expression that seemed to help him forget his troubles if only for a while. But smoking and drinking were strictly forbidden in the military, so it was just a passing thought. With classes waiting for him the next day, Eujiming forced himself to close his eyes and try to fall asleep. But when he woke up the next morning, he realized with shock that his underwear was damp. For a moment, he almost jumped up, but with his 3 roommates already washing up, he had no choice but to stay still, stiff with embarrassment. Come on, squad leader, get up. The whistle's already blown. Shaoli called out when he saw Eujiming still in bed. Eujiming, anxious, just wanted to get them out of the room. There was no way he could let anyone find out about his accident. Ironically, his odd behavior only made them more suspicious. Normally, Eujiming would answer their questions with a simple yeah or okay, but today he rambled on, clutching his blanket tightly and looking unnatural. Shaoli and Zheng, he exchanged a glance. Shaoli grinned mischievously and reached for Eujiming's blanket. What are you doing? Eujiming frowned. gripping the blanket with all his strength. Seizing the moment, Zhang He yanked it away, exposing the dark stain on the bed for all three to see. Yuan Qifei immediately covered his face and stepped back, unwilling to witness what happened next. As a result, Xiao Li and Zheng He spent the morning running laps around the training ground with swollen, bruised faces. Curious, the other trainees asked what had happened, but when Zheng He glanced at Eujiming's dark expression, he swallowed his words. Xiao Li, meanwhile, seemed unfazed, joking about Eujiming's nocturnal emission to anyone who would listen. By the end of the morning drill, everyone knew about it and a few instructors had heard the story. At lunch, Eujiming ate under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Zhu Yishan blocked the light in front of him, tossed him a book on human physiology, and left without waiting for a response, leaving Eujiming alone to endure the strange stares. With no other choice, he forced down a few bites and quickly escaped the cafeteria. Eujiming didn't take the human physiology book. Instead, he went straight into the repair room and locked himself inside for the entire afternoon. After nightfall, Qin Mu snuck into Eujiming's room, looking particularly suspicious. Although had been helping Eujiming with his laundry lately, it was clear he had another motive today. Glancing around to make sure the coast was clear, he pulled a tablet out from under his jacket. Where did you get that? Eujiming shot to his feet, his voice full of alarm. In this isolated training camp, electronics were strictly forbidden. If caught, the lightest punishment was solitary confinement. At worst, you'd be sent back to your original unit. Relax, squad leader. Qin Mu whispered. Instructor DeLong lent it to me. He wants you to watch some men's videos, you know, to learn a thing or two. Eujiming shoved Qin Mu away, his tone icy. I'm not watching. He was like a powder keg ready to blow, and Qin Mu had no idea he was playing with fire. Zhang He had already sensed trouble and dragged Yuan Qifei to the farthest corner of the room. Sure enough, the next second, the dorm erupted with a blood-curdling scream. Xiao Li had just returned from the infirmary and hadn't even pulled out his keys before he was bowled over by Qin Mu and the door, both flying out into the hallway. The doorframe even cracked from the impact. The other trainees stared in shock, realizing they had underestimated Eujiming's ferocity. The medics rushed over and carried off the two injured boys, while Eujiming was taken to the office by Xiao Sanqing. To his surprise, Zhu Yishan was there too. Director Zhu, take a look at this kid, Xiao Sanqing said, guiding Eujiming over. Teenagers are prone to mood swings and outbursts. It's completely normal, Zhu Yishan said with a smile, reaching out to pinch Eujiming's cheek. She noticed the baby fat on his face was fading, his features growing sharper though a deep scar marred one side of his face. I'm not impulsive or hot-tempered, Eujiming said stiffly, turning his head away. I don't like people touching my face or getting handsy. Director Zhu, please don't do that again. Zhu Yishan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is this kid rebelling now? She hadn't planned to touch him again, but his reaction amused her. Now, she was even more determined to mess with him. However, before her outstretched hand could make contact, Eujiming grabbed her wrist with a sudden force. He took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil inside him. Once he had regained his composure, he turned to look at Xiao Sanqing, who was standing nearby, and said in a low voice, I hit 2 people today. I'm requesting solitary confinement. With that, he shook off Zhu Yishan's hand and strode toward the office door. Xiao Sanqing watched Eujiming's figure as he walked away, her brows furrowed, her expression complicated. She turned to Zhu Yishan. Instructor Zhu, if I remember correctly, you stated in your psychological evaluation that Eujiming's mental state was normal. Zhu Yishan sat back in her chair and gave a relaxed smile. Yes, I did. Why do you ask? Why? Xiao Sanqing repeated, her tone tinged with anger and confusion. A normal man, when teased by a woman, might get shy, pretend to stay calm, maybe even blush. But Eujiming's reaction wasn't anywhere close to that. Didn't you see the storm of emotion hidden beneath his cold exterior? Zhu Yishan's expression shifted slightly, but she remained composed. His emotions are complicated, and he's usually very good at hiding them. This time, it's the onset of adolescence and years of suppressed feelings finally breaking through that made his temper flare. But he was still able to contain himself, wasn't he? Contain himself? Xiao Sanqing let out a cold laugh. He only held back so he didn't completely lose control. Didn't you just say he's always on the edge, that his indifference masks a deep unease? And yet you expect me to trust that his psychological evaluation is normal? Zhu Yishan hesitated, her expression suddenly grave. There are indeed issues with his psychological state. I can't say much more, but I can tell you Fish is capable of controlling it himself. She paused, her gaze turning sharp as she looked at Xiao Sanqing. But you're right. The Air Force is different from other branches. Many missions are carried out alone. If something goes wrong with someone's psyche at thousands of meters above ground, no one can help them. You're worried he might make a mistake, but those very instincts are what have kept him alive. In critical moments, it might be his control over these emotions that saves him. Trust me, Eujiming is far more stable than you think. With that, Zhu Yishan didn't wait for a response. She turned and left the office, her steps confident and decisive, as if everything was already settled. Xiao Sanqing remained where she was, unable to move for a long time. He had guessed at Eujiming's background many times, but it had never occurred to him that you came from the mysterious N135 Special Task Force. That was a unit with no official record. Every detail about it was tightly sealed, with no information about its size, location, or chain of command. The only traces that could be found were a few scattered mission reports. Her gaze darkened as she pondered. Eujiming's situation was even more complicated than she had imagined, and there might be even more secrets hidden behind him that she had yet to uncover. Xiao Songqing reached for his cup and took a sip of water. He hadn't expected to hear that unit's number again after all these years. Staring into the distance, his thoughts drifted to Eujiming. The young man's fierce, lethal aura and ruthless, deadly fighting style became vivid in his mind. These were instincts honed on real battlefields. Meanwhile, Eujiming hadn't gone to the detention room. Instead, he made his way alone to the rooftop of the academic building. It wasn't particularly high, and he couldn't see the full expanse of the training camp, but all he wanted right now was a quiet place. The emotions had suppressed for so long seemed on the verge of breaking through. He gazed up at the distant patrol car's searchlight, his eyes filled with confusion. So this is where you are. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Hu Yao? Eujiming didn't turn around, his tone calm. I guess I should feel honored that you remember me. Hu Yao sat down beside him, one knee drawn up casually. Do you know what I was thinking when I first met you? When Eujiming stayed silent, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. So cold, huh? It was on the ship, Hu Yao continued, looking at the moonlight. You were badly wounded and losing blood fast. The medics needed typo blood, and as luck would have it, I was a match. I donated with someone else to save you. He recalled the scene. A teenager covered in wounds, limbs riddled with bullets, a chunk of flesh missing from his face. Anyone else would have died from shock, but Eujiming stayed conscious through it, a testament to incredible willpower. That moment completely changed the course of Hu Yao's life. As the son of a military family, his path should have been straightforward. Gain experience, earn promotions, all according to his father's plan. The mission to Libya was just another stepping stone for his record, and had always managed to stay safely behind the lines. But seeing this younger, unbelievably resilient soldier awakened something in him, the dormant fighting spirit of a real soldier. He realized that being a true soldier meant being like Eujiming, not just acting as his father's puppet. He decided to break out of the shell that had always protected him. The first step was joining Eujiming's unit. N135, a unit his father described as the most mysterious in the army, with nothing but a number in the official records. But Hu Yao had learned from his father that the top performer in this Air Force training camp would earn a place in the N135 unit. The N135 only accepted the very best among Special Forces soldiers. Only the most outstanding would make the cut. Determination flashed in Hu Yao's eyes. Back in his old unit, he had just drifted through his days. The captain often frowned at him, accusing him of wasting his talents. He hadn't cared then, but now he was resolved to change. He was determined to stand out here, to join the N135 unit with the most impressive record possible. Thank you. The unexpected gratitude hit Hu Yao like a bucket of cold water, dousing his burning enthusiasm. In front of Eujiming, his excitement seemed insignificant. What happened to you? Hu Yao asked, defeated, his tone tinged with helplessness. Why are you so withdrawn these days? Eujiming's gaze darkened. The place I come from isn't as wonderful as you imagine. Death and injury are what we see the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Eujiming stood up and leapt down into the moonlight. The classroom was only 4 meters high, but even that short drop made Hu Yao's heart skip a beat. Instinctively, he reached out, trying to grab the boy who seemed about to fall into the abyss. But his fingers barely brushed the edge of Eujiming's shirt. Hu Yao hurried to the railing and looked down, only to see Eujiming land lightly, as agile as a cat. Don't follow me. I just want some time alone right now. Eujiming called up, his voice calmer than before, but still cold and distant. Eujiming found a quiet place where no one would bother him. The night breeze was cool, easing the restlessness in his heart. Puberty was something he couldn't control, and he didn't understand why he was so quick to anger lately. Lost in thought, he missed his company, his teammates, his captain, and his mentor. Wanted to go back. But he knew he hadn't learned enough yet. It wasn't time to leave. The moonlight cast a pale glow on Eujiming's slender figure, creating a picture of loneliness. He just sat there quietly, as if cut off from the rest of the world. The next morning, before training began, Xiao Songqing had just arrived at the office. Eujiming, under the watchful eyes of the other 3 instructors, walked straight up to him. Xiao Songqing looked at the boy with some confusion. Noticing the damp stains on Eujiming's clothes, he immediately guessed that he must have spent the night outside. I'm sorry, instructor, Eujiming said, head bowed. His voice was low but clear. Xiao Songqing was a bit surprised. In his experience, kids as aloof as Eujiming were usually proud and stubborn. Yet here he was, offering an apology of his own accord. Shouldn't you be apologizing to Instructor Zhu and the 2 classmates you injured? Xiao Songqing asked, puzzled as to why the apology was directed at him. I didn't go to the detention room yesterday. He'll apologize to them too, Eujiming replied, still with his head down, clearly in low spirits. Xia Sangqing silently marveled at the volatility of teenagers' emotions, but he could see that Eujiming was genuinely working to control his issues. This made him appreciate the boy a little more. It's fine. Go apologize to them, Xia Sangqing said casually, waving him off. Eujiming nodded and left. The other three instructors immediately gathered around. What's going on? Did your charm finally win that kid over? Dalong joked, grinning. Xia Sangqing fell silent. Eujiming reminded him of a lone wolf, brave and unyielding, yet hard to figure out. At the same time, the boy strictly followed the rules, never stepping out of line. This contradiction made Xia Sangqing even more curious about him. All right, time for morning training. Let's go see if those kids are slacking off, Xia Sangqing said, changing the subject. He picked up his whistle, pushed the others aside, and walked out of the office. When Eujiming entered the counseling room, Zhu Yishan wasn't there. He casually picked an empty seat and started flipping through the books on the desk. Most of the books on the shelves were about psychology. As he browsed, Zhu Yishan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. You know, it's not polite to go through other people's things. He had already sensed her presence as she spoke, and without looking up, he replied, sorry. He didn't put the book down and continued reading. Zhu Yishan stepped closer, eyeing him with a teasing tone. You really don't sound sorry at all, you know. This time, Eujiming didn't avoid her. He looked up and met her gaze, saying seriously, sorry. Zhu Yishan was caught off guard by his response. She had expected him, based on his personality, to either dodge the topic or push her away. But now he seemed different. Eujiming added, sorry for almost hitting you yesterday. He said it plainly, with no particular emotion, just stating the fact. Zhu Yishan paused for a moment, then took a step back and chuckled. You're just a kid. Even if you wanted to hit me, I doubt you could. Eujiming didn't argue, only nodded in agreement. Zhu Yishan raised an eyebrow, clearly not used to this version of him. She lowered her voice and said, you don't need to analyze my psychological issues anymore. I know what the problem is. With that, Eujiming handed the book back to her and headed for the door. Watching him leave, Zhu Yishan commented lightly, now that's the cold attitude I'm used to. Instead of returning to the counseling room, Eujiming went straight to the training field. The morning run had already started, so he joined the group. Before long, Zheng He jogged over, panting, squad leader, did the instructor chew you out last night? You didn't come back at all. Eujiming shook his head, glancing at Ruan Qifei, who was leading the pack. Suddenly, he called out, Ruan Qifei, let's have a fight. Ruan Qifei was so surprised he nearly slipped, but quickly regained his balance with a light roll. Standing up, he squinted at Eujiming. Why do you want to fight me all of a sudden? Eujiming replied easily, I just feel like it. Hearing this, Zheng He immediately stepped back, not wanting to get caught up in it. Ruan Qifei didn't seem to mind, and looked a little excited. All right. After dinner tonight. Eujiming nodded and kept running. Zheng He muttered under his breath. Maybe the squad leader's just frustrated and needs to blow off some steam? Ruan Qifei hesitated, then whispered to Zheng He. Maybe you should stay away from Shaoli? He remembered Shaoli had just come out of the infirmary and sneezed. Is someone thinking about me? Shaoli muttered, then headed for the cafeteria. After morning training, just as Eujiming was about to eat, Xia Sangqing called him away. The others started whispering, guessing that the instructor still wanted to talk to him about yesterday's fight. Eujiming was a bit puzzled, but followed Xia Sangqing anyway. After 2 weeks at the training camp, had already mastered all the theory, and now he was mostly just waiting for the chance to work with the real machines in a month. Xia Sangqing led him all the way to the tarmac. In the center, a gray fighter jet stood quietly. Climbing into the cockpit, Xia Sangqing grinned and asked, "Want to fly?" Eujiming hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed into the back seat. The ground crew carefully inspected the oxygen tanks, masks, power truck, and fuel tank. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, they signaled to Xia Sangqing and quickly cleared the way. "Kid, I'm making an exception and taking you up this time. Enjoy the ride." Xia Kangqing's voice came through the headset attached to his mask, the electronic distortion making Eujiming's eardrums ache. The aircraft slowly lifted off the ground. Inside the cafeteria, students who had just finished breakfast instinctively looked up. The jet climbing into the sky carried their shared dream. What once felt like a distant fantasy was now within reach. "How does it feel, kid?" As the altitude increased, gravity pressed Eujiming firmly into his seat. The canopy shielded him from the outside air, but the pull of the earth made it feel like a heavy weight was crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. Noticing Eujiming's silence, the experienced Xia Sangqing immediately instructed, "Relax your body, adjust your breathing, try to lift your hands, get used to the pressure from the forces." When the plane reached 3,000 meters, Xia Sangqing leveled off for a smooth cruise. Through the cockpit glass, Eujiming gazed into the distance, taking in the rolling mountains below. Although he had flown in a helicopter before, he had never truly appreciated such breathtaking scenery. He realized he had always been in too much of a hurry, missing out on so much beauty. "It's incredible." Eujiming's voice was steady, now had adapted to the pressure of high-speed flight. Suddenly, the jet began to turn, the tail carving a graceful arc through the sky. The ever-changing landscape and the rush of speed filled Eujiming with exhilaration. How's that, kid? Xiao Sanqing asked once the plane stabilized. It's amazing. Eujiming's voice rose with excitement, as if all the pent-up emotions of recent days were finally being released. Then let's kick it up a notch. Before he finished speaking, the jet performed a sudden 180-degree roll. The disorienting maneuver made Eujiming feel as if space itself was twisting around him. Like that? I love it. Eujiming's voice trembled, still caught up in the thrill. Xiao Sanqing chuckled. How about something even wilder? With that, the jet suddenly banked 90 degrees and then shot upward at a steep angle. The intense spinning made Eujiming dizzy, but he was also more exhilarated than ever. Do you know what a death dive is? Xiao Sanqing asked suddenly. Eujiming recalled the term from his theory Classiza maneuver in which the aircraft nosedives, accelerating rapidly under both thrust and gravity, and any mistake could end in disaster. When they reached 5,000 meters, the nose of the plane suddenly tipped back, then pointed straight down. Plummeting under the combined forces, the jet gained speed as the ground rushed closer and closer. Eujiming's heart nearly stopped. He tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. All he could do was gulp air from the oxygen tank, watching the ground race towards them. Eujiming felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. Adrenaline surged through his body like a tidal wave. In that instant, he broke through his mental barrier and finally shouted, "Instructor!" At that moment, the aircraft was only 600 meters above the ground. Suddenly, the jet swerved sharply, skimming over the treetops. The violent turbulence that followed whipped the branches below, filling the air with the sound of rustling leaves. The plane hugged the treeline for several seconds before soaring back into the sky. As the jet climbed, Eujiming's chest heaved as he gulped in fresh air, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. The rush of surviving a brush with death made his heart pound wildly, as if it would leap out of his chest. At last, the shadow of death faded away completely. The cockpit opened, and Eujiming unfastened his harness, removed his oxygen mask, and calmly stepped out of the fighter jet. You're something else. Still walking like nothing happened. Xiao Sanqing walked over with a grin, teasing him. But Eujiming ignored him and kept walking on his own. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Sanqing frowned in confusion. What's up with this kid? Did the flight mess with his head? Just as Eujiming took a few more steps, his knees suddenly buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, immediately retching. He vomited up everything he had eaten that morning. Seeing this, Xiao Sanqing couldn't help but laugh. Now that's more like it. Eujiming spent the rest of the day in a daze and had no memory of when Xiao Sanqing brought him back to the dorm. Still, this Air Force training camp seemed a bit better than had expected. After dinner, word spread quickly among the cadets that Eujiming had challenged Ruan Qifei to a fight. Yet, throughout the day, no one caught sight of Eujiming. They could only keep an eye on Ruan Qifei, hoping to follow him and watch the showdown. Even at dinner, Eujiming was nowhere to be seen. Ruan Qifei also sensed something was off, a vague sense of unease nagging at him. After dinner, he finally headed to the training field to find Eujiming already there. Unlike the gloom that had hung over him in previous days, Eujiming now looked much more at ease, even smiling, as if all his pressure had melted away. One of the cadets glanced at Zhang He and asked curiously, "Squad leader, what's going on? He looks really happy today." Zhang He shook his head, puzzled as well. He had no idea what had happened. "I know what's up," Xiao Li chimed in, grinning. "Come on, squad leader, spill it." Hearing this, the other cadets crowded around, eager for gossip. "Xiao Li, the squad leader's looking at you." Suddenly, a hand clapped Xiao Li on the shoulder. Xiao Li immediately straightened up, tense and uneasy. He thought, "It's just some gossip, surely I won't get in trouble for that, right?" "Xiao Li." Another hand landed on his shoulder. A chill ran down Xiao Li's back, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Had already been roughed up twice and had visited the infirmary twice today. The bruises on his face hadn't even faded yet. At this point, he had no interest in any more gossip. "You here to watch the squad leader throw down?" Qin Mu appeared beside him. Qin Mu was in even worse shape, his leg in a cast. Word was, when he heard Eujiming was planning a fight, had grabbed a pair of crutches from the infirmary and hobbled over. "Damn, it's you. Scared me half to death." Xiao Li relaxed as soon as he saw Qin Mu. "Hurry up, it's starting." Someone shouted, and everyone scattered, rushing toward the training field. Xiao Li ignored Qin Mu, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from under his shirt, and offered them to the group of spectators. "Come on, grab some seeds." Qin Mu, moving slowly with his cane, realized he was about to miss the excitement. He simply picked up the cane and hopped over on one leg to catch up. The training ground was already surrounded by a crowd, the constant sound of people cracking sunflower seeds providing an unusual soundtrack to the match. Eujiming and Ruan Qifei exchanged glances. What was supposed to be a serious duel had turned into pure entertainment. The onlookers didn't seem to notice how funny their actions were, and continued to munch on seeds with full concentration. Ruan Qifei looked around helplessly and asked, "Can we even keep going?" Eujiming shook his head with a sigh. "How can we fight like this? It feels more like a circus act." But the crowd wasn't having it. "You've been preparing for so long. How can you not fight now? Yeah, come on. We're almost out of seeds. Protest after protest rose from the spectators. At that moment, Eujiming and Yuan Qifei shared a knowing look. Go! Eujiming suddenly shouted. The crowd thought the real show was finally about to begin, but they didn't expect to become the performers themselves. Eujiming and Yuan Qifei moved swiftly and decisively, taking down the spectators one by one. Qin Mu, who had just hopped onto the scene, was especially unlucky before he even understood what was happening. Eujiming knocked him to the ground with a single move. The training ground was soon filled with groans and complaints. Xiao Li, quick-witted as ever, tried to rely on his stamina to tire out Eujiming by running circles around the field. But he forgot about Yuan Qifei, who caught him off guard, leaving him bruised and scattering his sunflower seeds all over the ground. In the distance, four instructors watched intently through binoculars. Xiao Songqing laughed. Not bad. These kids have spirit. Looks like we need to ramp up their training intensity, even match the army. Dalong whispered to the other two instructors. The boss is really taking things to a whole new level. The others nodded in agreement. On the training ground, the fallen trainees quickly learned the best strategy: playing dead was the way to go. After all, as fierce as Eujiming and Yuan Qifei were, they wouldn't actually go too far, so it was better to just lie down and wait it out. Soon, the ground was littered with people, chatting and laughing as if they were having a picnic. Even though Eujiming and Yuan Qifei had the upper hand, these were still elite members from their respective teams, and subduing them took quite a bit of effort. In the end, Eujiming looked at the bodies scattered across the ground and couldn't help but laugh at the absurd scene. Even his usually rough, scarred face seemed unusually gentle in that moment. Eujiming seemed to be blending in with the other trainees. During morning drills, every trainee who ran past him would greet him with a cheerful, "Good morning, squad leader." Although Eujiming still wasn't much of a talker, he would at least nod in response, a big step forward for someone with his reserved nature. After morning drills, instead of heading to the classroom with the others, Eujiming would follow instructor Xia Songqing straight to the flight simulator room to practice operating different aircraft. This became a daily routine, and over time, Eujiming couldn't help but wonder, why was instructor Xia giving him unknown lessons? He didn't think of himself as particularly special or worthy of such attention. Still, his naturally aloof personality kept the question bottled up inside. 2 months passed like this. While the other trainees were still struggling against the simulator's gravity, pinned to their seats, Eujiming had already mastered the controls like a seasoned pilot. He could turn, spin, take off, and even pull off advanced maneuvers like the death spiral with effortless skill. One day, after training, Eujiming brought his aircraft to a smooth landing on the runway. Standing nearby, Xiao Songqing couldn't help but applaud. Genius. I've never seen anyone master a fighter jet so quickly in just 2 months. Eujiming removed his oxygen mask, sweat running down his cheeks. For once, he approached Xiao Songqing and spoke up. Why are you teaching me so much? I don't think I have any qualities that deserve this much attention from you. Perhaps it was the good mood from the successful flight or Xia Kangqing's praise, but Eujiming finally voiced the question that had been on his mind for months. Xiao Songqing was caught off guard. Why do you think you don't have anything special about you? He teased, thinking it was rare for the quiet boy to ask questions, and hoping to coax a few more words out of him. But Eujiming's reaction was unexpected. He suddenly frowned, took several steps back, and instinctively raised his hands in a defensive stance, his eyes wary. Instructor, are you into kids or something? As soon as the words left his mouth, all the ground crew nearby turned to stare, their eyes burning with curiosity as if they'd just uncovered a huge scandal. Xiao Songqing froze for a moment, then exploded with anger. What the hell? Into kids? You little brat, stand right there. If my reputation gets ruined, you're coming down with me. Sensing trouble, Eujiming turned and ran. Xiao Songqing, even more furious, chased after him, determined to teach the reckless boy a lesson. Eujiming was as quick as a rabbit, and Xiao Songqing, in his frustration, took off his boot and hurled it at him. Eujiming heard the boot whistling through the air, dodged it with a quick sidestep, and even managed to kick it farther away as it landed. Hey, you little rascal! Xiao Songqing shouted, hobbling after him on one boot. But Eujiming had already disappeared from sight. Just wait until tomorrow morning. If I catch you, you'll be sorry. Xiao Songqing muttered as he retrieved his boot and watched Eujiming sprinting toward the dorms. Despite his irritation, he couldn't help feeling a bit pleased. Eujiming seemed much more cheerful now, his emotional wounds slowly healing. Of course, psychological issues have a way of spreading. When Xiao Songqing returned to his office, DeLong and the others huddled around him, whispering, "Boss, is it true you're into kids? Is that really true? That's a psychological disorder. Maybe you should ask Sister Zhu for help." As soon as Dalong finished speaking, Xia Kangqing's expression darkened. He kicked Dalong hard, sending him stumbling forward. The instructors nearby had only come over to watch the commotion, but before they could enjoy the show, they almost got caught up in the mess themselves. They quickly hit the gas and sped away. Dalong, relying on years of experience, knew he should make a quick escape, but Xiao Songqing wasn't going to give him the chance. In one swift motion, Xia grabbed Dalong and forced him into a rough demonstration of Bajiquan right there on the ground. Each punch and kick left Dalong seeing stars, and it was only when he collapsed and pretended to be dead that he finally escaped the ordeal. But the storm was far from over. As soon as Xia Sangqing returned to his office, Zhu Yishan came storming in. Xia yawned, sipping water and trying to relax, when Zhu appeared at the doorway, her voice booming. Xia Sangqing. Peach FF. Xia Sangqing spat out his water in surprise, instinctively wanting to duck under the desk. But in the next moment, he caught himself. What was he hiding for? He had nothing to be ashamed of. He calmly straightened his clothes, puffed up his chest, and walked out to meet her. Zhu Yishan, seeing how unfazed he looked, grew even angrier and barged into the office, slamming the door behind her. Did you hear? Xia Sangqing, are you a pedophile? Zhu Yishan grabbed him by the collar and demanded. Let me warn you. Eujiming is only 14. The captain put him in my care. If you try anything, you'd better rein it in. Xia Sangqing was stunned, her grip tight around his neck, and he felt helpless. He muttered, I'm not, I swear. I'm a normal man. Zhu Yishan eyed him suspiciously, as if trying to judge whether he was lying. She sneered, then prove it. Faced with her interrogation, Xia Sangqing was at a low show. Was he supposed to prove something like that? After a long pause, he finally gave in to frustration, grabbed Zhu Yishan, and quickly kissed her. Her eyes widened in shock, and she seemed to forget how to breathe. Feeling embarrassed, Xia Sangqing immediately let go, trying to defuse the awkward situation. But Zhu Yishan's hand suddenly relaxed, and then a sharp slap landed on his face. Smack! The blow left Xia Sangqing dizzy. It took him a moment to recover, just in time to hear Zhu Yishan's hurried footsteps as she ran out of the office. Rubbing his numb cheek, Xia Sangqing thought to himself, she really packs a punch. When he noticed some trainees peeking in from the hallway, he snapped. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, you'll be running 100 laps around the training ground. Instantly, everyone scattered like startled birds. Still, the rumors didn't die down. Gossip spread through the school, claiming Xia Sangqing was a pedophile, with even wilder stories circulating. Some even joked that instructor Xia kept bugs as pets. Others wondered aloud. This can't be true, right? He's so good looking, how could he be so disgusting? He's got a real manly vibe, though. That night in the dorm, Xiaoli was gossiping with Zheng He. Did you hear? That scene where instructor Xia chased the mad dog was epic. You should have seen a dog was going wild. No one could catch it, but instructor Xia looked like he had wheels of fire for legs. With one somersault, he pinned that crazy dog to the ground. It was like something out of a movie. Zheng He, completely lost, asked, Isn't the somersault cloud from Sun Wukong? Isn't it a bit much to go from flaming wheels to the somersault cloud? Xiaoli waved him off. It's just a metaphor, don't take it so seriously. He couldn't help but exaggerate. But Zheng He still looked confused. Meanwhile, Eujiming sat quietly nearby, listening. He was full of questions. When did Xia Sangqing ever chase a mad dog? How come he didn't know anything about it? The next day, Eujiming followed Xia Sangqing to training. After holding back all night, he finally spoke up. Instructor, when did you start chasing that mad dog? The question caught Xia Sangqing off guard. He tried to recall why he had chased a mad dog, but there was no memory of it at all. Still, the story had already spread like wildfire throughout the training camp. Everyone was saying that Xia Sangqing had fought with the mad dog for 300 rounds before finally subduing it. Eujiming couldn't help but wonder if it was really necessary to wrestle with a dog for that long. No matter what Xia Sangqing thought, the story became more and more exaggerated as it went around. Some claimed that the instructor hadn't fought a mad dog at all, but a lone wolf that had eaten several people before Xia Sangqing stepped in. The moment he acted, the wolf became as docile as a puppy. Because of this, Xia Sangqing was almost seen as a legend in the camp wherever he went. The trainees looked at him with awe. His classes went much smoother too, with the students behaving obediently, making his job much easier. Xia Sangqing didn't bother to clear up the rumors, letting them grow on their own. By the 4th month of camp, the weather had turned sharply colder. Just yesterday, the trainees were still wearing short sleeves, but today they all had sweaters under their uniforms. Winter was finally arriving. Although the camp was located in the south, where the seasons usually lag behind the north, the cold this time was unmistakably harsh. The wind was especially strong today, and dark clouds gathered quickly in the sky, hinting at an approaching storm. Because of the weather, the other trainees weren't allowed to handle the aircraft today. But Xia Sangqing still took Eujiming out to the airstrip. You had touched every aircraft there, from bombers to transport planes. Xia Sangqing had personally taught him how to operate each one, with special emphasis on what to check first and how to respond if something went wrong. Eujiming listened intently, and Xia Sangqing was patient in his explanations. Gradually, their relationship shifted from teacher and student to friends, and yes, usual aloofness began to fade. Sometimes, he would crack a joke, annoying Xia Sangqing to the point where he wanted to smack him. Whenever Xia Sangqing got truly frustrated, he couldn't help but miss the old Eujiming silent, cold presence who needed only a glance to command the room. Now, With yes occasional teasing, he almost wished for that silence back. The wind kept getting stronger. Xiao Sanqing told you, everyone else gets a break from flying today, but you need to go up. You glanced at him, a little surprised, but quickly nodded and followed. He put on his oxygen mask and adjusted his seat. The ground crew checked everything one last time, then signaled that he was clear for takeoff. The plane began to move slowly forward. This was Xia Kangking's second time taking Eujiming up in the air. Unlike the first time, when he had been both excited and nervous, Yu was calm now, able to control his body and adapt to the changes in gravity as they flew. The plane picked up speed. The clouds above grew even darker, the wind howled, and lightning flashed continuously between the clouds. The flight was clearly much more challenging, especially in these conditions, with the aircraft almost certain to become a target for lightning. Xia Kangking's voice came through the headset. Are you scared? Without hesitation, Yu replied, no. He had never been afraid of death. To him, death was just a release. He carried too many burdens, and the people who cared about him were the only reason he hesitated to let go. Even so, he had never feared dying. Haha, well done. Xiao Sanqing exclaimed loudly. That's what it means to be a soldier facing danger without fear, pushing through obstacles, and never backing down from death. Eujiming, one day you'll soar high like a great rock, riding the wind to the skies. The aircraft suddenly pulled upward. Gravity hit hard, and Eujiming instinctively flattened his body, struggling to adapt to the sudden pressure. They were flying straight into a headwind. An unseen air resistance battered the plane, causing it to shudder slightly off course. Xia Kangking's voice was steady as he said, today I'm going to teach you how to keep the aircraft steady in adversity. He made a slight adjustment to the wings. Instantly, the plane began to shake violently, the wings trembling with intensity. This was known as aeroelastic flutter, a fierce vibration caused by powerful airflow pressing against the wings. If the shaking grew worse and exceeded the structural limits, the wings could snap, bringing the whole aircraft down. The turbulence intensified, tossing Eujiming in his seat. He gripped the armrest with all his strength, trying to keep steady. The crushing gravity churned his stomach, and bile rose in his throat, making him feel nauseous. Hey, kid, you're not passed out, are you? Xia Kangking's voice held a hint of urgency. I'm fine, Eujiming replied calmly. But Xia Sanqing could tell he was holding back intense discomfort. To reassure him, he spoke gently, don't worry. Fighter jets are designed to handle storms and turbulence. This is nothing. The wings are equipped with supersonic flutter tunnels. When flying into a headwind, you just need to adjust the wings to balance with the wind, and sometimes the gusts can actually help stabilize the plane. As he spoke, Xia Sanqing adjusted the angle of the wings. Instantly, the aircraft steadied. The fierce wind rushed through the flutter tunnels, releasing the air pressure, and the resistance eased. The plane was stable again. In combat, agility often determines who wins, Xia Sanqing said, his voice steady and resolute. They climbed higher and higher, finally reaching their peak altitude. Just as they were slicing through the sky at high speed, a long brewing storm broke out. Heavy raindrops pelted the aircraft, thunderous against the hull at that speed. Eujiming could almost feel the impact of the rain against the plane's surface, and he wondered if the storm might actually punch through the metal. Stormy weather, wind, and rain wasn't much of a threat to a fighter jet. The real challenge was visibility. Xia Sanqing kept them steady at 5,000 meters, the fierce airflow constantly buffeting the aircraft's exterior. Is it because of the fog? Eujiming asked quietly. No, Xia Sanqing replied, calm as ever. The cockpit has environmental controls to manage temperature and prevent fogging, and the front is coated with a special mercury mustard layer that keeps moisture from sticking. Eujiming listened intently, though his mood grew heavier. Xia Sanqing continued, the real danger in the rain isn't the wind or water, it's visibility. The rain curtain blinds you, the navigation system can get thrown off, and you might not even know which way you're facing. Danger could be anywhere, but you can't find your way home. Although Xia Kangking's tone remained steady, Eujiming could sense the deep, hidden fear beneath his words. He realized that even this experienced pilot had once faced terrors he couldn't fully escape. Eujiming couldn't put his feelings into words. It was a heavy, stifling emotion that he couldn't express or release, so it simply lingered in his heart, leaving an indelible mark. I don't need your comfort, Xia Sanqing said seriously. As your instructor, my job is to teach you how to navigate and return safely in weather like this. While piloting the aircraft, he continued, modern fighter jets are equipped with radar systems that scan the environment. But if your plane doesn't have those, you have to rely on wind direction to find your bearings. We took off against the wind, so we'll return with the wind at our back. Xia Sanqing skillfully adjusted their course, steering into the wind and rain. Pay special attention in strong winds, he added, lowering their altitude. When wind hits a mountain range, it can become turbulent and unpredictable. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder exploded in the clouds, and lightning split the sky like a silver serpent. Eujiming noticed the curtain of rain ahead swaying erratically, a sign that the wind's direction was shifting. Instructor, are we close to the mountains? Before he could finish, a blinding arc of lightning struck a peak ahead, illuminating the mountain's silhouette through the rain. Instructor, we're going to crash. Eujiming shouted in panic. Don't panic. Xia Kanking's voice remained calm and steady. Focus. When you calm down, time will seem to slow. Breathe deeply, relax. We're not going to crash. Eujiming forced himself to breathe, trying to loosen his tense body. As his breathing steadied, he was surprised to find that everything around him truly seemed to slow down. The raindrops on the cockpit, the swirling clouds, even the once menacing mountain now seemed less intimidating. Why does everything feel slower? He asked, bewildered. That's because your awareness is tuned into the passage of time, Xiao Songqing explained, sharply pulling back on the control stick to skim the mountain's surface. When you focus, every detail becomes crystal clear. Another bolt of lightning struck the mountainside, but this time, Eujiming felt no fear. Fighter jets are built with lightning protection. There's no need to worry about getting hit, Xiao Songqing reminded him. Remember, up here, you're in control. As the jet climbed higher, the clouds thinned and the rain began to let up. The training camp's airfield came into view. The battlefield in the sky isn't as simple as you might hope, but it's not as complicated as you fear, either, Xiao Songqing said, landing smoothly on the tarmac. Removing his oxygen mask, he turned to Eujiming. Did you learn something today? Eujiming paused, then answered solemnly, Thank you, instructor. I understand now. Xiao Songqing suddenly laughed. He reached into his pocket, took out a medal, and tossed it lightly to Eujiming. You caught the medal, looking puzzled at the stern instructor. I have nothing left to teach you, Xiao Songqing said, his voice a little hoarse. This is a medal I earned in the army. It witnessed my moments of glory. Now that I've left the military, it's been locked away in darkness with me. As he spoke, there was a distant, unfathomable look in his eyes. Eujiming solemnly pinned the medal to his chest. This time, Xiao Songqing didn't wait for him. He turned and walked away, ending their brief mentor-student relationship. Instructor Xia, Eujiming called out, for once using a respectful tone, perhaps moved by the instructor's lonely figure. You never told Mui, did you choose to teach me alone? Normally, Eujiming struggled to understand other people's emotions, but now he couldn't help feeling a wave of sadness. Xiao Songqing paused. Because you're different. Your battlefield is different. I taught you these things because I hope you'll survive. He hesitated. Survive and make it home. A single raindrop landed at the corner of Eujiming's eye. Instinctively, he looked up, but the sky had already cleared. It was the last drop of rain. He raised his hand and wiped it away. Back in the empty dormitory, Eujiming sat on the edge of his bed, studying the medal in his hand. Before long, Xiao Li and the others returned. Squad leader, what are you doing here? Xiao Li asked in surprise, then noticed the medal in Eujiming's hand. What the heck? Where did you get that medal? He was so shocked he nearly dropped to his knees. Instructor Xia gave it to me, Eujiming replied, still confused. This time, Xiao Li actually knelt down in disbelief. Ruan Shifei explained seriously, that's the eagle emblem. Only those who've made significant military contributions can earn it. It represents the highest honor in the Eagle unit, and it stands for the mission to protect our country. Eujiming's hand tightened around the medal, feeling the warmth of it. He hesitated, thinking he should return it, but remembering Xia Kanking's final, forlorn expression, he decided to hold on to it for now. Does Instructor Xia have a story? He asked softly. Xiao Li and Ruan Shifei exchanged glances. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Eujiming. It's not exactly a secret in the army, he began, clearing his throat. 7 years ago, Instructor Xia and a new recruit named Qianfeng were sent on a maritime patrol. At the time, Instructor Xia was the captain of the Eagle Special Forces, and Qianfeng had only been with the team for less than a year. That was Qianfeng's first patrol at sea. The day started out sunny, but the weather on the ocean is always unpredictable. Not long after they took off, the wind picked up over the water. It wasn't strong at first, so they continued their patrol as usual. The wind gradually carried the rain with it, but for Xiao Songqing, a seasoned veteran accustomed to fighting in the skies, handling the situation was effortless. However, Qianfeng was just a rookie, and the rainy weather made him anxious. Flying ahead, Xiao Songqing spoke calmly to Qianfeng, stay close to me. He'll get you back safely. At that moment, the radar on their fighter jets was affected by the heavy rain, which disrupted the magnetic field and interfered with many of the instruments that relied on it for navigation. Qianfeng could only keep his eyes fixed on Xiao Songqing, trusting him to lead them home. Suddenly, an unidentified aircraft intruded into the airspace over the territorial waters of China. As a member of the patrol squadron, Xiao Songqing didn't hesitate to intercept the intruder. Unfortunately, the downpour seemed to be disrupting their communications. Xiao Songqing tried several times to hail the enemy aircraft, but received no response. They were too far from the carrier, and the rain made the signal weaker and weaker. With no other choice, Xiao Songqing requested permission to expel the intruder, but the flagship never received his message. In the end, he could only tell Qianfeng to stay close, preparing to handle the situation himself. Xiao Songqing made several attempts to intercept the enemy aircraft, but it evaded him with skillful maneuvers. Growing anxious, he decided to give chase, armed his weapons system, and launched an attack. In that moment, Xiao Sanqing forgot that Qian Feng was still a rookie with little flying experience. After about 15 minutes of pursuit, Qian Feng started to fall behind. The heavy rain blurred his vision. He could barely make out Xiao Sanqing and the enemy aircraft growing ever more distant, leaving him lost and disoriented over the vast sea. With no way to stop his jet, Qian Feng had to rely on his own instincts to find a way home. But the thick fog over the water made it impossible for him to find a way out. He considered trying to contact Xiao Sanqing, but didn't dare to distract his captain, so he pressed on alone. Meanwhile, Xiao Sanqing continued his pursuit, flying into the low-hanging clouds. The mist completely blocked his view as he carefully searched for any sign of the enemy. Suddenly, the enemy aircraft silently circled behind him. Realizing the danger, Xiao Sanqing reacted instantly, making a sharp turn to avoid being hit. It was then that he noticed Qian Feng had disappeared. With the situation critical, Xiao Sanqing had no time to think about it, had to focus on the relentless enemy on his tail. The enemy opened fire again, bullets raining down in a dense barrage. The roles had suddenly reversed, with Xiao Sanqing now the one being chased. The two jets raced across the sky over the sea, locked in a fierce dogfight. Both aircraft were rapidly burning through their weapons and fuel. In such a moment, it was a question of who could hold out longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Canking's fuel reserves were running much lower than the enemy's. Gritting his teeth, he decided to make one final, desperate move. He pulled his jet into a steep climb, and as the enemy drew closer, he suddenly flipped his plane and dove straight at the other aircraft, determined to risk everything in a heating collision. The intruding aircraft clearly didn't expect Xiao Sanqing to make such a reckless move. As the two jets closed in on each other, the enemy pilot made a frantic evasive maneuver, diving sharply downward. But the excessive speed and panic caused him to lose control, and the aircraft plunged straight into the sea, vanishing instantly into the depths. After skimming just above the ocean for a few seconds, Xiao Sanqing pulled his plane back up into the sky. He circled overhead, scanning the waters below. 7 minutes later, the wreckage of the downed aircraft finally surfaced, along with the body of a pilot who had tried, and failed, to escape. Thinking of Qian Feng, Xiao Sanqing immediately tried to make contact, but all he could hear was a harsh, busy signal. Meanwhile, the fuel warning light on his own dashboard was flashing red, and the damage to his plane was getting worse by the second. Thick sea fog was rolling in fast, and if he didn't return to the carrier right away, his aircraft could break apart at any moment. With no other choice, Xiao Sanqing turned back. He silently prayed that Qian Feng would find a way to make an emergency landing on a nearby island. Even if the plane was damaged, as long as he could use the escape system in the cockpit, there was hope he might survive. In the hours that followed, Xiao Sanqing flew back and forth between the carrier and the vast, empty sea, searching for any sign of Qian Feng. But there was nothing. Regret washed over him. If only he had paid more attention to Qian Feng, or hadn't been so eager to bring him on this patrol, or maybe if had spent more time teaching him how to navigate in harsh conditions. Maybe things would have turned out differently. 3 days later, the fleet recovered a fighter jet from the ocean. Xiao Sanqing recognized it immediately as Qian Feng's plane. Inspectors confirmed it had crashed due to fuel exhaustion. What hurt even more was learning that, in his final moments, Qian Feng had kept his hand on the radio, but chose to cut off communication. He didn't want the sound of his struggle to distract his commander in the middle of a mission. He gave up his last chance at rescue, choosing instead to protect his superior, even as he faced certain death. At just 27, Xiao Sanqing didn't have the experience to cope with a blow like this. No matter how many people told him it wasn't his fault, he couldn't escape the shadow it cast over him. The story spread through the military, known to almost everyone, but no one knew where Xiao Sanqing went after that until he appeared at this training camp, finally answering the questions that had lingered in Xiao Li and the others' minds. Eujiming carefully put away the eagle badhea symbol of a special mission passed on to him, proof that Xiao Sanqing believed he could carry it forward. Just then, Xiao Li came closer, wanting a better look at the badge. Zheng He, worried Eujiming would lose his temper, slipped away quickly. His experience told him that when something was about to go wrong, it was smart to leave immediately. But Xiao Li never seemed to learn, always testing Eujiming's patience. Suddenly, the door swung open and Qin Mu burst in. Seeing Xiao Li up to his old tricks, he quietly stepped back out and closed the door behind him. Eujiming rubbed his wrist, wondering if he really came across as that intimidating. Looking at Xiao Li's sneaky expression, he was tempted to give him a piece of his mind, but in the end, he held back because Zhu Yishan had come to see him. Zhu Yishan told Eujiming to pack his things, saying that his team leader had come to pick him up. Eujiming had been away from the training camp for several months. Even though he claimed he didn't miss it, that wasn't true. To him, the military camp was like home, and after being away for so long, he naturally felt a longing to return. Without a hint of hesitation, he quickly gathered his belongings. Squad leader, are you really leaving? Xiao Li was still fixated on the eagle badge, thinking about how he'd bragged to the team leader about having touched it once he was back in the unit. Can I see it one last time before you go? Eujiming ignored him and swiftly tucked the badge into his backpack. He watched Eujiming, feeling a pang of reluctance. Although they hadn't spent much time together, it was clear from Eujiming's hurried movements that he was eager to return to his old unit. Silently, He helped him pack. News of Eujiming's departure quickly spread throughout the camp. The trainees gathered at the entrance to see him off. Nearly everyone had been disciplined by Eujiming at some point. In the army, people were straightforward and respected strength, but they were never afraid. Although Eujiming's stern expression had always seemed unapproachable, everyone genuinely admired him. As Eujiming walked out of the dormitory, he saw a crowd craning their necks to watch him. Their eyes were full of anticipation, but faced with his indifferent expression, the words they wanted to say stuck in their throats. Squad leader, is it true you're graduating early? Qinmu finally spoke up. Eujiming nodded briefly. He wasn't angry or upset. He just didn't know how to handle situations like this. With so many eyes on him, he was unsure how to react, so he resorted to his usual cool demeanor. That's great news. Let us see you off, Qinmu said, reaching to help with Eujiming's luggage, but Eujiming deftly sidestepped him. You all go ahead. They'll wait here, Eujiming replied, then turned and walked out of the dorm. The trainees didn't disperse, quietly trailing behind him as he left. Eujiming wondered why these people seemed so reluctant to let him go. After thinking about it for a while, he could only come up with one reason: they'd all been beaten by him. Most of his training had been unknown with Xiat Sanqing. Looking back at the group, Eujiming realized that despite the tough training had put them through, their expressions weren't vengeful at all. Instead, they seemed genuinely sad to see him leave. This feeling confused him. He hadn't interacted much with these people, so why did their farewell feel so sincere? Lacking self-confidence, Eujiming always struggled to understand the emotions of others. Zhu Yishan was waiting at the dorm entrance. When she saw the group following Eujiming, she couldn't help but laugh. Looks like the kids are starting to show some team spirit, she said, leading Eujiming toward the camp gate. There, a black SUV was parked, with a man in his 40s leaning against the hood. From a distance, Eujiming spotted the team leader and quickened his pace, eager to go home. The team leader watched him rush over, a smile tugging at his lips. No matter how tough they act, kids are still kids. Even Eujiming is homesick, he thought, waving for Eujiming to slow down. But Eujiming only walked faster. Go on, squad leader. He'll wait for you here, Hu Yao suddenly called out. Eujiming turned to see Hu Yao standing in the crowd, flipping him the middle finger. Childish, Eujiming muttered to himself, unfazed, and kept walking. Although Eujiming said those words, he still stopped and turned to face the trainees he'd spent the past 4 months with. He slowly raised his arm and waved goodbye. Squad leader, don't forget us. The trainees called out in unison, their voices tinged with reluctance. Eujiming's gaze swept over the training ground that had grown so familiar to him, taking in every corner, every blade of grass. His eyes lingered, as if he wanted to imprint it all in his memory. He promised softly, then turned and walked toward the captain waiting nearby. The captain looked at Eujiming's face, now free of bandages, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He paused, then reached into the car and took out a black baseball capone that Nyoto had specially prepared for Eujiming. He gently placed the hat on Eujiming's head, the brim perfectly shielding the scar on the boy's forehead when he looked down. Did you get taller? The captain gave Eujiming a careful once-over, noticing that he wasn't much shorter than himself anymore. Eujiming instinctively touched the top of his head. I think I did. 4 months of military training had not only toughened his will, but also spurred his growth, gradually shaping his features from those of a boy into a young man. Let's go? The captain, like a parent picking up his child, deftly took Eujiming's luggage and tossed it into the trunk. Eujiming nodded, opened the car door, and got into the front passenger seat. Lei Tian. Just then, Zhu Yishan suddenly called out, her voice clear as it cut through the air. Eujiming saw the captain turn at the sound. After all these years, it was the first time he learned that the captain's real name was Lei Tian. Curiosity piqued. He looked at Zhu Yishan, wondering what she would say next. When will you retire and come home? Zhu Yishan looked straight at Lei Tian, her eyes filled with complex emotions that finally condensed into that single question. Lei Tian didn't answer. He stood in silence for a moment, then opened the car door, started the engine, and drove Eujiming away from the training camp. Zhu Yishan shifted her feet, but ultimately just stood there, watching as the SUV disappeared into the distance. Inside the car, Eujiming couldn't help but steal glances at the captain's profile, hesitating to speak. Don't ask, Lei Tian spoke first, as if sensing Eujiming's thoughts. Every generation has its own story. I'm not ready to share mine. Eujiming sat quietly. Every generation has its own stories, and if he let his curiosity run wild, he'd never hear them all. Maybe it was better this way. The car made its way to the airport. A wave of anticipation rose in Eujiming's heart. After 4 months apart, he missed his teammates more than ever. He wanted to go home, to train with his squad every day, to hear his mentor's gentle guidance, and to laugh with his friends. When you're far from home, the loneliness can be overwhelming. If had never known warmth, Eujiming could have endured it. But now he longed for it. That afternoon, Lei Tian booked their tickets on his phone. He told Eujiming to wait in the departure lounge while he went to pick up the boarding passes. Normally, graduates from the training camp didn't need an escort. They would go straight to their assigned Special Forces unit. But since Eujiming was still a minor and didn't have an ID card, he couldn't fly alone and needed someone to accompany him. "Hey, young man, would you mind moving? Some of us old folks would like to sit together." An elderly man in a white long gown approached Eujiming, his expression kind as he made the request. There were plenty of seats in the waiting area, but most were scattered, making it hard to find 7 seats in a row. Because of his reserved nature, Eujiming had chosen a spot in the middle of an empty row, leaving both sides vacant. Eujiming looked up at the elderly man. "Whoa," the old man suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the ugly scar running down the side of Eujiming's face. His outburst immediately drew the attention of the other 6 elders, who shuffled over as if they'd discovered something rare. Eujiming instinctively wanted to get up and leave, but a spotted, wrinkled hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. The man in the white shirt gave him a kindly smile. "Don't be nervous, young man. We mean no harm." Eujiming didn't want to engage, but the hand on his shoulder stayed put. Looking at this group of frail elders, he didn't dare struggle, afraid he might accidentally knock one of them over. "Oh my, that scar." The man in white turned to an elderly man in a suit. "Lao Jiang, can you fix it?" "Fix it? Are you kidding?" Lao Jiang shook his head with a sigh. "What do you think I am, a miracle worker? You'd need a skin graft for something like that." He added with some regret, such a shame about his face. "If not for that scar, I'd be trying to convince him to marry my granddaughter." "Give it a rest," the man in white scoffed. "Your 30-something, chubby granddaughter can stay single a little longer. Don't drag him into it." With that, he finally released Eujiming's shoulder. The group of elders dispersed, and Eujiming was finally able to break away. He glanced toward the ticket counter and saw Captain Lei Tian frowning as he answered a call, clearly troubled. The elderly group sat together, soon lost in a discussion filled with technical terms Eujiming didn't understand. As boarding time approached, Lei Tian finally finished his call and returned. Just as Eujiming was about to grab his luggage and head to the gate, Lei Tian stopped him. "We can't leave just yet." "What's going on?" Eujiming asked, confused. Lei Tian explained, "I just got word from headquarters. 7 academicians from Nanshan are scheduled to go to countrywide today for a clinical medicine exchange." 7. Eujiming glanced over at the group of elders. "Is it them?" Lei Tian pulled out his phone and checked their photos, confirming it. He continued, "Last night, there was a sudden protest against Chinese products in countrywide. Our factories and shops there were damaged to varying degrees. Most of our people who could come back already have, only those who can't leave remain." "Then why are these academicians still going?" Eujiming asked, puzzled. Lei Tian's expression grew serious. "Because our clinical medicine still lags behind. The wealthy can go abroad for treatment, but the poor can only wait for the end. These elders want to bring advanced techniques back as soon as possible to save more lives. If it's not them, it'll be someone else. But they're determined to master these skills quickly, so they can help more people. They are risking their own lives to advance the nation's medical field." In the airport departure lounge, Eujiming frowned as he pondered this sudden assignment. The mysterious travel plans of the 7 elderly men were suspicious. They hadn't registered for the Clinical Medicine Exchange Conference. Their documents were issued at the last minute. And if not for the discovery of a large number of refunded tickets to countrywide, their movements as national treasures might never have been detected in time. Time was tight. The flight would depart in just half an hour. With no way to mobilize special forces, Lei Tian and his partner, who happened to be at the airport, became the only available option. Lei Tian handed Eujiming a children's smartwatch equipped with satellite tracking and briefly explained that this would be a solo operation needed to coordinate with the other protection teams. Eujiming stared in disbelief as Lei Tian, usually known for his integrity, calmly approached the group of elderly men and smoothly made up a story. "This is my nephew. I have to go to the police station because of a visa issue. Could you please take him with you?" "Of course, that's no problem." Professor Zhong immediately recognized Eujiming as the young man who had just given up his seat for them and agreed with a smile. The other elders also nodded in agreement. As the boarding announcement sounded, Lei Tian handed Eujiming his ticket and watched him join the group of elderly men to board the plane. The cabin was unusually empty, with only a few foreign passengers scattered throughout. To Eujiming's surprise, these esteemed national academicians had chosen the cheapest seats at the back of economy class, which were even more cramped than his own. Noticing Eujiming glancing back frequently, the elderly men gently reassured him in low voices, "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. We're right behind you." Eujiming didn't bother to correct their mistake in calling him Xiaoyu instead of Xiaoyu on a mission. A name was nothing more than a code anyway. Moved by their genuine concern, Eujiming nodded his thanks, but remained on guard. What kind of mission were these seemingly kind and amiable elders actually on? The plane cruised smoothly, and the cabin was unusually quiet. Only a few flight attendants moved up and down the aisle with the meal carts twice before quickly returning to the front section. As the aircraft began to enter the clouds, the world outside turned a brilliant white. Eujiming gazed out the window at the clouds, his fingers unconsciously reaching forward as if to grasp a control stick. But, of course, there was no control stick at his seat, just a phantom urge, a muscle memory left over from training camp. He sighed and looked around. Several elderly passengers had already dozed off, leaning quietly against one another. It was now 7 o'clock in China, and dusk would fall soon. The time difference between England and China was a full 7 hours, meaning that when the plane landed in the UK, it would still be only 2 in the afternoon there. Eujiming leaned back and closed his eyes for a short rest, preparing himself for the tasks ahead once they arrived. He knew that as soon as he set foot off the plane, he would need to be at his best. Protecting these 7 elderly people, 7 lives of great importance, left no room for carelessness. Any lapse could lead to unimaginable consequences. When the plane finally arrived at its destination, the situation was even more challenging than expected. The airport was crowded with stranded Chinese citizens, their hopes of reuniting with family suppressed by airport officials. They waited here, hoping for intervention from the embassy. As soon as they stepped off the plane, staff members eyed them warily. When they saw their passports marked them as Chinese, a barely concealed arrogance flickered in their gazes. Eujiming paid them no mind. He knew his mission was to protect these 7 elders, everything else was irrelevant. For these seniors, who were already used to unfair treatment, none of this was new. Even the youngest among them was around 60. They had all witnessed China at its most vulnerable. In the past, those who seemed to stand above others took pleasure in insulting and oppressing the Chinese. Without a strong nation behind them, Chinese people could only swallow their grievances, no matter where they went. But they also understood that humiliation was not forever. They endured in silence so that, when they could finally return home, they might use their knowledge and wisdom to help their country rise and stand tall. Today's patience was paving the way for tomorrow's strength. Each elder carried a worn cloth bag, waiting in silence. Airport staff checked their documents again and again, deliberately dragging out the process to see if they would lose their composure. But the elders no longer cared. They simply sat down on the floor and began discussing academic matters among themselves. Eujiming couldn't understand their conversation, but he chose to stand aside and quietly observe his surroundings. The crowd was chaotic and noisy, with many unfriendly glances cast their way. His vigilance heightened, ready to respond to any threat. Time ticked by until, at last, their documents were cleared. No one in the crowd had made a move against them, perhaps because, in such a public setting, any troublemakers would be quickly subdued by security. The scene was chaotic, but not violent. Xiaoyu, stay close to us and don't get lost. This place isn't like home. Mr. Zhong's voice suddenly broke the silence as he grabbed Eujiming's hand tightly. Which school are you attending? We'll take you there first. Mr. Zhong's hand pressed lightly against Eujiming's wrist, making him pause in surprise before realizing the old man's touch was precise, as if he could sense Yes' physical condition. Mr. Zhong nodded with a hint of satisfaction. You have a strong body for someone so young. The other elders gathered around, forming a protective circle around Eujiming as they walked forward with steady steps. A strange feeling welled up in him. He was meant to be their guardian, yet at this moment, it was as if they were protecting him. The role reversal left him momentarily stunned, as if the weight of responsibility had quietly shifted between them. Xiaoyu, don't worry about what others think. Just walk confidently, old folks will protect you. It was only then that Eujiming realized. As soon as they stepped outside, they were met with even more stares full of disdain and hostility. If it weren't for the fact that they looked like an old man and a kid, dressed plainly, someone might have already tried to rob them. My school doesn't start for a few more days. They'll just find a place to stay for now, Eujiming said casually, but he knew the elders would insist on having him stay with them. It's not safe for you to be alone. Stay with us. Besides, the Clinical Medicine Exchange Conference starts tomorrow and lasts for 2 days. Xiaoyu, would you like to come along? Mr. Zhong asked with a warm smile, looking at Eujiming like he was coaxing a child. Eujiming wanted to argue that he wasn't a child, but swallowed the words. Being treated like a kid wasn't so bad, at least he could stay with them. I'd love to, he replied, trying to sound younger. Even though his voice had long since changed, there was still a clarity to it that made him sound somewhere between a child and an adult. Great. We'll take Xiaoyu with us, the elders all laughed. Their smiles were warm and caring, which made Eujiming feel a little out of place at first. But the elders were attentive to his feelings, and soon they had checked him into a luxury hotel. Even though they grumbled about the price, saying that a single night's stay could buy several hospital beds, they still pulled out the money without hesitation, piecing together enough for 3 nights at the front desk, ignoring the receptionist's disdainful look. They were used to staying in cheap inns, but always felt unsafe there, and knew it wouldn't be worth it if something happened. That's why, for peace of mind, they decided to splurge on this expensive hotel. Feeling a bit guilty, Eujiming thought about chipping in, only to realize the team leader hadn't given him any money. He was never in the habit of carrying cash, and today he truly understood the importance of money but didn't have any on him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door, followed by angry shouts. Chinese, Get out of Y country. Chinese goods. Get out of Y country. Give Y country back its purity. The crowd surged past, the intensity of the protest shaking the air itself. A woman holding her child was shoved and fell to the ground. The child tried to help her mother up, but was swept away by the crowd, desperately struggling to get back. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, her voice shrill and panicked. But no matter how hard she fought, she couldn't resist the tide of people. The elders saw this and felt a pang of pain in their hearts. At that moment, the girl was pushed toward the hotel entrance. The elders quickly pulled her to their side. Eujiming stood behind them. On high alert, these protesters clearly harbored hostility toward Chinese people. If anything happened, his first priority would be to protect the elders. Fortunately, the money spent on this high-end hotel wasn't wasted. When the protesters reached the hotel entrance, they glanced at the building, did nothing more, and continued their march down the street. The elders surrounded the girl, comforting her as best they could. She kept crying, choking out calls for her mother, while the protest continued in a seemingly endless flow outside. The elders felt terrible, cursing the protesters under their breath, but they also knew they weren't in China and had to be careful about what they said and did. The little girl kept sobbing for her mother. Seeing the protest show no sign of ending, the elders realized they couldn't take her back, yet they would have to wait until the crowd dispersed before searching for her mother. Time passed quietly, and it was already 5 in the afternoon. Unlike in China, dusk fell early in Y country. After nightfall, the streets became a breeding ground for crime. Even locals wouldn't venture out easily. The little girl needed to be returned to her mother before nightfall. Given the current tense situation in country Y, it was far too dangerous to let this girl from China stay in the hotel. Anyone could report her, and the authorities would act without hesitation. But the real problem now was that, after the protest crowd dispersed, they still hadn't found the girl's mother, who had been separated from her in the chaos. A few elderly people gathered together, quietly discussing what to do, while Eujiming stood awkwardly nearby, locked in a staring contest with the sniffling girl. Suddenly, wiping her tears, the girl blurted out, "You're really ugly." This only confirmed to Eujiming that she was not an easy child to like. At last, the elders reached a decision. If the girl remembered her way home, they would escort her there. If not, they would take her to the police station. When Eujiming heard this, he forced a smile at the girl, which only made her cry harder. Helpless, he turned away and pretended not to care as the elders scrambled to comfort her. Fortunately, the 9-year-old could clearly state her home address. Since the elders were too old to look after 2 children at once, they initially thought of leaving Eujiming at the hotel. But he stayed silent, following them wherever they went. In the end, Elder Jiang relented, reminding Eujiming to stay in the middle of the group and not wander off. By now, the street was growing dim, and the presence of wandering vagrants and reckless young men speeding by on motorcycles made the atmosphere even more tense. The elders had to stick close to the walls, trying to avoid drawing attention. During times like these, a group made up of the elderly and children was an easy target. Elder Zhong noticed Eujiming's constant vigilance and explained that it wasn't usually this dangerous here. Eujiming couldn't help but ask, "If you knew it was so risky, why did you still come to country Y?" The elders paused, then responded, "Didn't your family get a notice from the embassy? Everyone who bought tickets to country Y was warned, and a lot of people canceled their trips because of it." After a moment's thought, Eujiming replied, "We got the notice, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I didn't want to regret missing it." The elders nodded, understanding his reasoning. After all, wasn't that why they had come as well? As night fell, there were hardly any pedestrians left on the street, and most of the shops had already closed for the day. In country Y, people finish work on time, and life moves at a steady, orderly pace. Aside from the 24-hour convenience stores, most shops have already closed for the night. Scattered on the ground are protest banners left behind by marching crowds, their words thick with xenophobia. Country Y does not welcome people from Hua. Get out of our land. Some even list the supposed negative impacts Hua nationals have had on country Y. Along the street, shops run by Hua people have been smashed and looted, the scenes inside almost too miserable to witness. Lying on the ground is a red flag, trampled and soiled, covered in dirty footprints. An elderly man steps forward, bends down, and picks up the flag. He gently dusts it off, carefully folds it, and places it into his worn cloth bag. Watching this, Eujiming is filled with questions. Why bother picking up a flag that's already so filthy? A little girl suddenly voices the question Eujiming is thinking. "Grandpa, why pick up that dirty cloth?" The old man smiles, pats her head, and answers softly, "That's not just a dirty cloth. It's our national flag. It stands for what we believe in and what we strive for. But it's all dirty." The girl doesn't understand. To her, if something is dirty, shouldn't you just throw it away? The old man isn't bothered by her innocence and patiently explains, "If it's dirty, we wash it with our own hands. It can always be cleaned." The girl nods, half understanding. Just then, a harsh shout cuts through the air. "Hey, guys, look what I found, some little dogs from Hua." A group of young men and women on motorcycles yawn and circle around them. Their bodies are covered in tattoos, their faces unfriendly. Passers-by, used to scenes like this, quickly move aside. These people are known addicts, always looking for trouble over money. But as long as they get what they want, they usually let people go. Old Zhong tries to comfort Eujiming and the little girl, whispering, "Don't be afraid. Give them some money and they'll leave us alone." But Eujiming simply watches them in silence, no fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a rough hand grabs the little girl's, making her shrink back behind Eujiming in fright. Eujiming says quietly, "Let go for now." He wants to keep her out of harm's way as a confrontation looms. Misunderstanding, the girl pulls her hand away, looking a bit disappointed. Eujiming doesn't pay attention to her reaction, focused only on protecting the old man and the girl. The elderly men hand over all their cash and phones. The cloth bag contains only some worthless documents. The young people count the money but don't get violent. Old Joan watches them anxiously and asks, "Can we go now?" The leader glances at them, sneers, and says, "Sure, you can leave as long as you hand over the girl." The elders are stunned, immediately shielding the girl behind them. "No way." The leader laughs mockingly and shoves Old Joan. The others rush to steady him, afraid he might fall. The man glares at the weak old man, but then notices Eujiming standing silently nearby, his gaze cold and fearless. "What are you looking at? If you weren't so ugly, would take you too." The man sneers, reaching for the little girl. Terrified, she hides behind Eujiming, while the elders try to block the man, but they're far too weak to stop him. Just as the man reaches out, Eujiming grabs his wrist and twists it sharply. The man screams in pain, and with a swift kick, Eujiming sends him flying. Blood pours from the man's wrist, staining the ground red. Suddenly, everything goes still. Everyone is frozen in shock. The man clutches his broken arm, blood gushing as his anguished cries hang in the air, making the whole scene feel frozen in time. In that instant, the side that had been bullied turns the tables. "Brothers, kill him. I want him dead." The man still writhing on the ground screamed hoarsely, his face contorted with pain and hatred. At once, the crowd surged forward like a tide. Weapons gleamed coldly in their hands as they rushed at Eujiming. Moving swiftly, Eujiming scooped up the trembling little girl behind him and gently tossed her into a safe corner by the wall before turning to face the oncoming mob. To Eujiming, this ragtag group posed no real threat. They were disorganized, weak, and sluggish, like stalks of grain waiting to be harvested. He grabbed one man by the throat, muscles tensing, and almost snapped his neck by reflex. "Xiaoyu!" Old Zhong's urgent cry cut through the chaos, making Eujiming pause abruptly. Snapping back to his senses, he released his grip and flung the half-strangled man aside. The man crashed into the crowd like a bowling ball, knocking several attackers to the ground. Eujiming restrained himself from grabbing their weapons. He knew all too well how dangerous he could be if these were trained soldiers. He wouldn't hesitate to disarm and fight back. But this was just a group of addicts. One wrong move could easily cost someone their life. The elderly men took the opportunity to climb to their feet, shocked to see Eujiming taking on the whole mob alone and clearly holding back. Only Old Zhong remained calm, as if had expected this all along. "Old Zhong, do you know who Xiaoyu really is?" the others asked, turning to him, eyes full of questions. Old Zhong shook his head. "I don't know. But earlier today, when I pulled him aside, I happened to check his pulse strong and steady, the mark of someone who's trained for years. I was wondering if he was some kind of athlete." The attackers were indeed no match. Even though Eujiming was careful, several still ended up with broken ribs, coughing up blood, and passing out on the spot. "What's going on here?" Two patrolling officers suddenly appeared at the end of the street. Seeing bodies sprawled everywhere, they drew their guns and aimed at Eujiming, the barrels glinting in the dim light. Damn! Eujiming's heart tightened. If the police got involved, escape would be nearly impossible. "Grandpa, you all go first," he called, then darted into a nearby alley to draw the officers away. The elderly men and the girl hadn't fought, so the police wouldn't trouble them. Eujiming knew that his Chinese face would make these officers more likely to shoot. Without hesitation, had to lead them away and keep the others safe. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, sharp and jarring in the night, making all 7 elders shudder. "Will Xiaoyu be all right?" Old Mu asked anxiously, worry etched deep in his wrinkled face. "Don't worry, Old Mu. That boy's tougher than he looks." Old Zhong reassured him. "Just from what we saw, he's like a martial arts master from a novel. He can take someone down with one hand. Let's get the girl home. It's almost completely dark. Come on, let's go." He reached out to take the little girl's hand. Yes, let's go." "We can't hold Xiaoyu back," Old Mu said, leaning on his cane and forcing his stiff legs to move. "Wait a second." Old Zhong hurried over to the man with the severed arm, searching his pockets for the stolen money. Seeing the mangled limb, he hesitated, then left some of the cash behind before rejoining the group. "Come on, let's go," Old Zhong urged, afraid the addicts might come to and cause more trouble. Meanwhile, Eujiming was being chased by the 2 officers. The local police were large and heavy-set, struggling to keep up as their breaths grew labored and their steps slowed. Eujiming wove effortlessly through the alleys, quickly leaving them far behind. Eujiming slowed his pace, leading the two police officers through the shadowy, winding alleys. He stayed alert, worried that if the officers lost track of him, they would turn back and trouble the 7 elderly people he had just left behind. The alley walls on either side were narrow and crooked, and homeless people were everywhere, curled up on the ground. Dressed in rags and reeking of filth, they shrank further into the grime whenever the police drew near, trying desperately to blend in with their surroundings. Eujiming had assumed the police would show some restraint toward the homeless. After all, they were just as innocent as he was, and surely the officers wouldn't open fire so easily. To his shock, however, as the two officers closed in, one of them suddenly drew his gun and fired without hesitation. The gunshot echoed through the silent alley. Instinctively, Eujiming ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the bullet, which instead struck a homeless man crouched in a corner. A muffled groan escaped the man's lips, followed by labored, heavy breathing. Eujiming caught a glimpse of blood seeping from the man's abdomen, and the sight sent a chill through him. It was clear now, the police and country-wide didn't care about the lives of the homeless. To them, these people were little more than street trash if they died. It was just another mess to clean up. In that moment, Eujiming recognized the harsh reality of country-wide. Only in Huagua did every life truly matter, where police approached every situation with caution and care. Here, lives were treated as disposable, and killing was as casual as a wave of the hand. Eujiming made up his mind couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to get away and draw the officers' attention with him. By now, the two officers behind him were growing desperate, frustrated at their inability to catch up. They began calling for backup. Eujiming glanced around and suddenly darted around a corner, only to find himself trapped in a dead end. Night had fully fallen, and not a sliver of moonlight reached into the alley's depths. It was pitch black. In that darkness, Eujiming could just make out a homeless man clutching a half-grown puppy, huddled inside a makeshift tent of garbage. Eujiming shot him a warning look and was about to whisper for him to stay quiet. Instead, he pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The man, intimidated by the cold intensity in Eujiming's eyes, froze in place. Even the puppy tucked its tail and stayed perfectly still. The officers' footsteps grew louder as they closed in. Suddenly, one of them was struck hard at the waist, slamming him into the wall so forcefully he could barely breathe. Eujiming seized the officer's wrist, twisting him aside until a sharp crack signaled a dislocated joint and the officer's gun clattered to the ground. "Watch out! He took my gun!" the officer shouted hoarsely. Almost instantly, the other officer fired at Eujiming without hesitation. With no time to dodge, Eujiming yanked the fallen officer in front of him as a shield. The bullet tore through the officer's body with a sickening sound. For a split second, Eujiming was stunned. The officers were so ruthless, they didn't even care about their own. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Eujiming shoved the wounded officer off him and swung the barrel of the gun, knocking the second officer to the ground. The officer cursed furiously, sprang up, grabbed his fallen weapon, and aimed at Eujiming. But Eujiming was faster. With a swift kick, he sent the officer's gun flying. The man collapsed, crashing into the homeless man's tent and bringing it down. The half-grown puppy tucked its tail between its legs, yelping in fear as it scrambled to escape. The homeless man reached out several times, his fingertips just brushing the dog's fur, but he couldn't catch it. He could only watch helplessly as the puppy bolted out of the tent. Curling up in a corner, he hugged his knees to his chest and shivered uncontrollably. Eujiming didn't hesitate for a second. Before the officer could get back on his feet, you delivered a swift, ruthless kick directly to the officer's temple, knocking him out cold. He twitched his ears slightly, keenly picking up the distant wail of police sirens drawing closer. Time was running out. Skirting around the wounded officer who was groaning at the corner, you quickly slipped into the passageway. When he saw a squad of armed officers pouring into the alley, you immediately pressed himself against the wall and crouched down, shrinking into himself just like the other homeless people, head lowered, doing everything possible to blend in. The officers swept their eyes over the huddled homeless in the passage, a flicker of disdain in their gaze as they moved on without paying much attention. You held his breath. Once they rushed past, he immediately began moving toward the exit. Two officers stood guard at the passage entrance, gripping their pistols and scanning the shadows warily. Even at night in this country, the police dared not let their guard down, but they never expected danger to come from behind. Moving like a phantom, you slipped up behind one of them and clamped a hand over his mouth, his thumb pressing hard on the pressure point at the back of the man's neck. The officer went limp, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. "He's here," the other officer shouted, raising his gun in alarm. You twisted, landing a precise side kick to the man's wrist, sending the weapon flying. He caught a glimpse of more officers charging down the passage, drawn by the commotion. Without hesitation, you spun and sprinted away, vanishing into the night like an arrow released from a bow. Yes, stamina was running dangerously low. He couldn't keep up this intense effort for long. He had to shake the officers as soon as possible. Darting through the maze of alleys, he kept changing direction to make sure the police couldn't follow him by car. But among the officers was someone skilled. Even as Yu pushed himself to his absolute limit, one officer stayed hot on his heels, never letting up. Worse still, the officer used his radio to update the others on Yes' position, directing them to cut him off. Yu gasped for breath, his chest burning with pain. His rapid exhaustion was starting to show. His pace slowed, no matter how hard he tried to push himself. He cursed his own weakness, but reality was unforgiving. If this kept up, he would be caught. Scanning his surroundings desperately, Yes' gaze landed on the river that cut through the city. The bridge was wide and exposed. The police would have a clear shot at him there. He wasn't a strong swimmer, so had ruled out escaping by water before jumping into the river was a huge risk. But now, it was his only hope. He suddenly veered toward the bridge, sprinting for it. The officer behind him immediately realized what he was planning and shouted for backup. Summoning the last of his strength, Yu charged up onto the bridge. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots cracked through the night. Bullets split the air, but none hit their rapidly moving target. Yu lunged for the railing and, without hesitation, vaulted over the side. As he hung in midair, a sharp gunshot rang out. Bang. A bullet struck Yu squarely in the right side of his abdomen. Agonizing pain exploded through him, quickly followed by a strange numbness. Twisting as he fell, Yu managed to catch a glimpse of the officer on the riverbank was holding a sniper rifle, smoke still curling from the barrel. Splash. Yu hit the water hard, the icy river swallowing him whole. A burst of blood bloomed on the surface, quickly swept away and diluted by the fast-moving current. Search along the riverbank. The officers spread out, their flashlights sweeping over the dark, churning water. Visibility was almost zero. The river at night was pitch black. Yu wasn't a strong swimmer, but he knew how to stay alive in a crisis. He held his breath underwater, forcing himself to stay calm, knowing that the more he struggled, the more the water would pull him down. The surface of the river seemed utterly silent. The commotion had vanished without a trace. Slowly, he stretched out his arms and legs, relying on the air in his lungs to float upward. The pain from his wound intensified as the water seeped in, sharp stabs radiating from the gunshot in his abdomen. Eujiming clenched his teeth, enduring a pain beyond words. It wasn't his first time being shot. Each injury had only raised his threshold for pain. The air trapped inside his body gave him just enough buoyancy to survive, and that faint lift was his only lifeline. At last, his face broke through the surface, and he was met with a rush of fresh air. Eujiming inhaled greedily, exhaling in relief. The city was shrouded in darkness. Unlike other places, this city and country, why didn't have rings of lights illuminating its outskirts? Only a few streetlights flickered weakly here and there. That darkness worked in his favor. Only his face and limbs emerged from the water, while the rest of his body stayed hidden below. As long as he kept still, he was unlikely to be spotted. The police assumed he was a good swimmer, thinking he'd either drift downstream or try to fight the current upstream. They had no idea that Eujiming could barely swim at all. In this slow-moving river, he couldn't even move, so he stayed perfectly still. After a careful scan of his surroundings, Eujiming confirmed there was nothing unusual. No sound of breathing from the shadows. Only then did he start to paddle gently toward the riverbank. Fortunately, it was late autumn and the water level was low, making the current even slower, which allowed him to inch his way to shore. After several attempts, he finally felt the wall at the edge of the river, tracing along its base until he found a spot where he could get out. Before long, he discovered a set of stone steps beneath a bridge. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the steps, his body almost too weak from pain to move. But he knew this place was still too dangerous. Had to keep moving. Forcing himself upright, Eujiming dragged his heavy body upward. Blood seeped from his wound again, but the water diluted the stains, so from a distance, he looked like just another person had fallen into the river. Nothing to draw attention. Holding his breath, Eujiming made his way toward the hotel where the 7 elderly experts were staying. The pressure weighed on him like a mountain, the responsibility almost suffocating. These elders were leading figures in the nation's medical field. The safety of any one of them was of great consequence. With the extraction team still en route, he had no choice but to bear the burden alone, protecting them until reinforcements arrived. Leaning against the wall for support, he made his way step by step to the hotel. The entrance was still open, a sign of the hotel's powerful backing. No one nearby dared make a move. His wound, after so long in the water, had started to swell and turn pale. Fortunately, the swollen tissue temporarily sealed the wound, stopping the fresh bleeding. He covered it with his wet clothes to hide it as best he could. Inside the hotel, a burly middle-aged man sat at the front desk. When he saw Eujiming's weakened state, he only glanced up briefly, checked his identity, and let him through. No questions asked. As if scenes like this were nothing unusual, Eujiming was quietly relieved. At least he wouldn't have to explain himself. He staggered down the hall to the room reserved for the elders and knocked on the door. A wary voice called out from inside. "Who is it?" Eujiming leaned against the door, but before he could answer, his strength gave out, and he collapsed into the room. The elders, already waiting anxiously, had been forced back to their rooms when the burly man took over the lobby. With no other choice, they waited for Eujiming's return, nerves on edge. When they heard the knock, they exchanged cautious glances. The moment Eujiming fell through the doorway, tension shot through the room. After a long silence, under the anxious gaze of everyone present, old Jiang slowly walked to the door. He carefully peered through the peephole to check the situation outside, and only after confirming that everything was quiet did he gently turn the doorknob and quietly open the door. However, as soon as the door opened, a limp body suddenly collapsed into the room. Startled, old Jiang quickly stepped forward to catch the person and checked his pulse. Thankfully, it was still beating, was alive. With a swift and decisive reaction, he shouted, "Quick! Help me! Hurry!" The others immediately rushed over to help drag the unconscious Eujiming inside. Seeing his disheveled appearance and ashen face, everyone was taken aback. Old Jiang's brows furrowed, a flash of suspicion crossing his face, but as an experienced doctor, his first instinct was to check the pulse again. "He's still alive," he said, taking a deep breath. "Get these dirty clothes off and check his wounds." Old Jiang's orders were precise and calm. The elderly men quickly split up and sprang into action. Despite being over 60, old Jiang, the youngest among them, was still robust and took on the physical task of removing Eujiming's clothes. The injuries were immediately apparent. His body was covered in shocking wounds, especially a deep gash on his abdomen that made everyone's heart sink. The sight of these scars left the group stunned. It was hard to imagine how he had survived such injuries. The bullet wounds in particular made them question Eujiming's identity. It seemed he had not only suffered brutal treatment, but was also caught up in some unknown crisis. Regardless of who Eujiming was, old Jiang's sense of duty to save a life took over, not just because of past favors, but also out of a doctor's instinct. "This kid's been shot," old Jiang shouted urgently. "Who has tweezers?" Almost immediately, everyone snapped back to action. Old Mu quickly pulled out a box of surgical tools from his baga habit had kept for years, and something he considered more important than his own life. He often said, "This kit is my lifeline, I never leave it behind." Old Jiang directed sharply, "Alcohol, disinfectant, anesthetic, sutures, those are essential. Tools alone aren't enough. We need to prep for surgery." But before he could finish, the elders exchanged glances and fell silent. They hadn't brought any of those supplies. After all, they were only here for a meeting, and no one had anticipated an emergency like this. Alcohol and disinfectant weren't allowed on airplanes, and none of them had packed any. Old Jiang hurriedly rummaged through a drawer and found some iodine swabs, handing them to old Jiang, who frowned. "These are just for simple cleaning. The disinfecting effect is limited. We need wet wipes. Does anyone have any?" Old Jiang was sweating with anxiety, his voice tense. "Yes." Old Jiang quickly produced several packs of disinfecting wipes. "But alcohol content isn't high enough for sterilizing surgical tools," he explained quietly. "Then we'll have to use fire." Old Jiang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. But they all looked at each other helplessly. No one had brought a lighter. None of them smoked. Their pockets were empty, and the shops outside were already closed, so there was no way to buy any matches or lighters. "They'll go to the front desk and buy one." One of the elders jumped up and rushed out the door. Old Jiang quickly regained his composure and scanned the group. "The most urgent thing now is anesthetic and suture. Show, can we get those?" Just as everyone was at a loss, Eujiming's weak voice broke the silence. Old Jiang looked down and saw that Eujiming had regained a bit of consciousness. Though still pale and weak, his eyes were resolute. "No anesthetic. Just take out the bullet." Old Jiang was taken aback and immediately objected. "No. The pain could kill you. I can handle it," Eujiming replied firmly, determination flashing in his eyes. "Give me a towel." As soon as he spoke, someone handed him a freshly unwrapped disposable towel. With trembling hands, he bit down on a towel, his face pale, but his eyes unwavering. The elderly onlookers stared in shock, unable to believe that anyone could endure an operation while fully conscious. The pain of torn flesh was already excruciating, let alone having to search for a bullet with tweezers in raw, bleeding tissue. It was torture without anesthesia. "I'm back." An old man hurried in, clutching his newly purchased items. "I bought a lighter and a pack of staples. The front desk happened to have them, so I got both." Mr. Jiang sprang into action, repeatedly sterilizing the surgical tools over the flame. With no medical gloves, he carefully wiped his hands with disinfectant wipes, anxious that any trace of bacteria could endanger the patient's life. Using tweezers, he picked up a wipe soaked in iodine and gingerly disinfected Eujiming's wound. The other elderly men pulled out their basic cell phones and switched on the flashlight function, focusing the faint beams onto the wound. Under this makeshift lighting, every detail of the injury was clearly visible. "Hang in there, Xiaoyu. I'm starting now," Mr. Jiang said, gripping the scalpel, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Okay," Eujiming replied weakly, his voice barely more than a whisper, yet it carried to everyone in the room. The sound of the scalpel slicing through flesh sent chills down their spines. Eujiming's whole body tensed instantly, his nails digging into his palms, veins bulging on his arms. The pain of being cut open while conscious was far worse than the sudden agony of being shot. Mr. Jiang didn't dare pause for even a moment. His experience told him that hesitation would only bring more suffering. Mr. Zhong used forceps to hold the wound open, assisting Mr. Jiang in searching for the bullet. But the first cut wasn't deep enough to reach kidney deeper, and they'd risk hitting the intestines. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang stopped. He turned his head and softly said, "Appendix." Only then did everyone realize how serious the situation was. The bullet had pierced the appendix, and with the additional contamination from river water, that section of intestine had to be removed. But without any diagnostic equipment, how much to remove and whether other sections were affected depended entirely on Mr. Jiang's judgment. Any mistake could have dire consequences. They also needed a suction device for the surgery, but they had neither a pump nor a syringe. Just as despair began to set in, one of the elderly men slowly stood up, careful not to kick up dust. He reached into his cloth bag and pulled out a phone charger. "I have an idea. Keep going, Jiang." He used a lighter to singe both ends of the thread. Without a knife, he had no choice but to bite through the copper wire inside with his loose tooth, then carefully pulled out the outer casing. Soon, he was holding a hollow, flexible tube soft to the touch, yet remarkably tough. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water provided by the hotel, emptied it, and then heated a pair of surgical tweezers over the flame until they glowed faintly red. While the metal was still hot, he pressed it against the side of the bottle, burning a hole that matched the diameter of the tube perfectly. He pushed the tube securely into the hole, creating a simple but effective suction pump. Just a squeeze of the bottle would generate enough suction. He wiped the surface of the tube several times with disinfectant wipes. Although the alcohol content was low and couldn't eliminate all bacteria, given their circumstances, it was the best solution they could come up with. The suction pump was put to use immediately. Jiang Lao had already reached the cecum and was carefully checking the other intestines for signs of infection. Blood had pooled inside the abdominal cavity, covering the intestines, so they needed to suction it out to see the full extent of the injury. Eujiming was drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyeballs twitching uncontrollably beneath his eyelids. He was clearly enduring excruciating pain, hovering between consciousness and unconsciousness, struggling against the agony. Fortunately, Jiang Lao quickly confirmed that the rest of the intestines hadn't been contaminated, only the cecum needed to be removed. He worked swiftly and precisely, signaling Zhong Lao to use the tweezers to clamp one end of the cecum, while he held the bullet-lodged section with one hand and sliced cleanly through the intestine with a surgical scalpel. The damaged section was removed in one quick motion. An elderly man tore a piece of thread from his own clothing, carefully disinfected it, and handed it over. Jiang Lao deftly grasped the thread with tweezers and expertly tied off the connection between Eujiming's intestine and the cecum. His skill was impressive. At last, the bullet was removed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All that remained was to suture the wound. Eujiming could feel every stitch as the wound was cleaned and sewn up. When it was finally over, the sudden release of tension overwhelmed him, and he slipped into unconsciousness. He remained in a coma for an entire day. The next day, the elders had to attend a clinical medical seminar and would be out for most of the day. Since Eujiming needed care while he was unconscious, Zhong Lao decided to stay behind and skip the seminar. He reasoned that 6 attendees were enough, and if he left as well, no one would be able to handle things if Eujiming's wound became infected. Daytime in country Y was relatively peaceful. Zhong Lao set up an 4-drip with glucose for Eujiming, at least ensuring his basic needs were met. Suddenly, a soft chime came from the phone watch on the table. It had been removed from Eujiming while he was being cleaned up, and they had assumed it was ruined after being soaked. To their surprise, the watch was waterproof and still worked after all that time. Just as Zhong Lao was about to reach for the watch, Eujiming's weak voice called out, "Give it to me." Zhong Lao was startled. He couldn't imagine what could be so important on the phone watch that even a faint sound would rouse Eujiming from his coma. He saw Eujiming trying to get out of bed to get it himself, but his post-surgery body was clearly not up to the effort. Zhong Lao didn't hesitate any longer and quickly handed the watch to Eujiming. On the screen were just 2 words, "Are you safe?" A message from the judge, asking if he was all right and whether it was safe to communicate. Without a second thought, Eujiming dialed the number. The call was answered almost instantly, after just one ring. "Little immortal." The judge's deep voice came through the receiver. Hearing that old code name after several months, Eujiming felt an unexpected pang of embarrassment. He had grown up, and the nickname no longer seemed to fit. "Here," Eujiming replied, his voice hoarse and strained, each word sounding as if it took all his strength to speak. "Where are the 7 academicians now?" The judge's question made it clear they had already arrived in Y country. Eujiming's location could easily be tracked through the watch, but they needed to confirm the whereabouts of the other academicians and decide if they needed to split up the search. Turning weakly to Zhong Lao, Eujiming asked in a faint voice, "Grandpa Zhong, where did the other 6 grandpas go?" Zhong Lao leaned in, gently helping Eujiming catch his breath as he softly replied, "They all went to Oxford University for a medical conference, Xiaoyu. Don't worry." Naturally, the judge on the other end of the line heard this exchange. "Got it. They'll see you soon, little immortal." With that, he hung up. Eujiming set the watch aside and lay back on the hospital bed. The dull pain in his abdomen made it hard to think clearly. Zhong Lao dipped a cotton swab in water and carefully moistened Eujiming's cracked lips. Since he had just come out of surgery and hadn't passed gas yet, Eujiming couldn't drink water for the time being. Before long, Eujiming's watch lit up again. It was another message from the judge, arrived. Eujiming looked at Zhong Lao and said weakly, "Grandpa, please open the door." Zhong Lao hesitated, a bit confused, but went to open the door anyway. As soon as he did, two people in the hallway immediately turned their attention to him. Startled, the old man instinctively tried to close the door, but one of them blocked it. "Don't worry, sir. We're just here to see our brother," the judge said with a gentle smile and a calm, polite tone. The man beside him, Nyoto, also looked friendly. Zhong Lao eyed them warily. "And who is your brother?" His suspicion was obvious. Inside the room, Eujiming recognized the judge's voice and called out hoarsely, "Brother." Both the judge and Nyoto immediately looked toward the room. Seeing their identities confirmed, Zhong Lao stepped aside, though he couldn't help but feel guilty, seeing Eujiming so badly hurt. The old men had promised Eujiming's uncle they would take good care of him, but on the very first day, he ended up seriously injured. Zhong Lao couldn't help but feel responsible. "So you're Xiaoyu's brother," Zhong Lao said awkwardly as he turned to pour some water. "Xiaoyu?" The judge and Nyoto exchanged glances, both finding the name unexpectedly delicate. They entered the hospital room and saw Eujiming lying weakly on the bed. Nyoto immediately reached out and gently touched Eujiming's head. "You got hurt." The judge, wearing his signature gold-rimmed glasses without lenses, casually pulled up a chair and sat down. "Why is it that you always end up injured whenever you go out alone? No more solo missions for you." Zhong Lao's hand froze as he poured water, his face burning with embarrassment. After all, they had failed to look after Eujiming, and in fact, it was Eujiming who had saved them. He couldn't help but worry that the judge and his companion might hold them accountable. These two didn't look like ordinary people, and in a foreign country, if they decided to retaliate, there would be little anyone could do. Eujiming actually didn't want to act alone, but every time, for one reason or another, he ended up separated from his teammates. After a few missions, he had almost gotten used to it. "How's the wound?" Nyoto was more concerned about Eujiming's injury and lifted the blanket to check. The stapled wound on Eujiming's abdomen was exposed. "Let me see," the judge said, moving over to inspect it. The wound wasn't large, and the stitches were neat. With 7 top doctors present, they knew Eujiming would have been saved even if he were at death's door. Still, they couldn't rest easy until they saw for themselves that he was all right. Just then, the judge's communicator suddenly went off. He glanced at it. It was an urgent message from the king of the underworld. The judge suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on Eujiming and said gravely, You're wanted by the police in country Y." Eujiming froze, his mind flashing back to yesterday's confrontation with the addict. Oxhead looked at the judge in confusion, and the judge quickly explained, "The police issued a bulletin. A police officer was shot and killed yesterday." With a furrowed brow, the judge made a swift decision. "Get them out of here." Before he finished speaking, Oxhead lunged forward and hoisted Eujiming onto his back. At the same moment, the judge hefted the still-stunned Elder Zhong onto his own shoulder, and the group quickly evacuated the scene. The sound of sirens grew louder. Leading the way, the judge rushed toward the stairwell. "Head to the roof," he ordered decisively, knowing that heading for the main entrance would be walking straight into a trap. Elder Zhong finally snapped out of his daze and, struggling on the judge's shoulder, demanded, "Who are you people? Why are you after us?" Just as the three found themselves in a tight spot, Eujiming suddenly pulled out a medal that gleamed with metallic luster. "I'm sorry for keeping this from you," he said in a low voice. "We belong to a National Special Forces unit code name, Eagle." On the medal, 5 stars representing the nation shone in the upper left corner, and an eagle perched on a fighter jet was vividly engraved. The old man's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He murmured, "No wonder, no wonder." It explained Eujiming's impressive skills and the bullet scars on his body. Now aware of their true identities, the old man stopped resisting. Just then, the judge's communicator crackled to life. Responding with the prearranged code, he spoke briefly. "Here." On the other end, Yin Wang's voice came through, tinged with tension. "The conference room is surrounded by police," Yin Wang reported quickly. "The 6 academicians are safe for now, and the conference organizers have bought us 2 days." He added that the police only had video evidence showing Eujiming with the 6 elders, with no further connections. Although the embassy was already involved, given country Y's attitude toward China, it was unlikely this crisis would be resolved easily. As long as the 6 elders all gave the same account that they simply happened to be on the same flight to country Y as Eujiming's embassy, would have room to maneuver and could ensure their safety. But knowing the elders' personalities, there was no way they would let Eujiming take the blame for everything. These people were proud and unyielding. Their integrity could be bent but never broken. That was the real challenge. If things took a turn for the worse, Yin Wang and his team were prepared to risk their lives. To the nation, these elders were far too important. They were the foundation of the country, indispensable hopes for its future. Panguan led them up to the hotel rooftop. The hotel was only 6 stories high, standing out among the surrounding skyscrapers. Police from countrywide had surrounded the building and were closing in on the elders' rooms. Panguan quickly assessed the terrain. They were on the roof, and the only way out was to climb to one of the neighboring buildings. The front and back weren't options. The street between them was simply too wide. That left only the buildings to the left and right. On the left was a commercial building filled with people. Its exterior was almost entirely glass, making it the best option for a breakout. The downside was the greater distance they'd need to use a rope to slide across, and with 2 people in tow, they couldn't move fast, making them easy targets. On the right was an advertising agency. It was much closer and also had a glass facade that would be easy to breach. But the problem was obvious: it was too isolated. Once inside, they would be trapped with no way out. Panguan looked from side to side. His years of experience told him that the right was a dead end. The only option was the left, but he couldn't bring the elders and Eujiming with him. Of the group, Nyoto was the most agile. Panguan set the elders down and turned to Nyoto. "Create a distraction," he ordered. Then he lifted the lid of the hotel's water tank. The water wasn't full. Once someone got in, it would reach about chest level. "Get in," Panguan commanded, pointing at the tank. "No, no," one of the elders protested, waving his hand. Xiaoye's wounds haven't healed. Getting in there could cause an infection. But before he could finish, there was a splash. Eujiming had jumped in without hesitation. The elders stared in shock. Panguan turned to them. "Sorry, please bear with us for a moment." With that, he picked up the elder and lowered him into the tank, where Eujiming, wincing in pain, helped him in. Once the elder was steady, Panguan leapt in as well. With 3 people inside, the water level rose noticeably. When it reached his neck, Eujiming began to struggle for breath, his face turning pale. Meanwhile, Nyoto had already replaced the tank's lid, compressing the space even further. Eujiming had never thought of himself as claustrophobic, but now his nerves were fraying. Every breath felt like his lungs were about to burst. "Slow your breathing. What you're feeling is just a hallucination from blood loss," Panguan said, steadying Eujiming and using a practiced touch to help him relax. The elder, watching Panguan's almost hypnotic technique, blinked in surprise. This kid's fear clearly isn't just from the confined space. It was the water rising to neck level that caused the fear. However, the judge cleverly redirected this fear of water to the sensation of being trapped in an enclosed space. Since Eujiming had little sensitivity to spatial confinement, his attention naturally shifted away from the water level, lessening his inner anxiety. This technique was essentially a form of psychological hypnosis. Suddenly, a sharp sound of glass being struck came from the left, shattering the silence of the pool. Nyoto had already made his way into the commercial building. On the hotel rooftop, a team of heavily armed police officers were running quickly, having just seen a shadow slip into the commercial building. They immediately contacted their colleagues downstairs via radio to block any escape routes. Just as they were about to follow, one of the officers suddenly stopped and looked around cautiously. He scanned every corner of the rooftop, his gaze finally settling on the inconspicuous water tank in the corner. "What's wrong?" another officer asked, puzzled. "I remember there were 7 elderly people from China, but only 6 attended the seminar. One shadow just ran off, so where's the last one?" he said as he moved closer to the water tank. Inside the tank, the 3 people pressed themselves tightly against the wall, hearing every word outside. The old man's heart pounded violently, as if it would burst from his chest. He thought to himself that if he had heart disease, this would surely have triggered it. Eujiming tensed every muscle, ready to fight. His still healing wounds strained with the movement, opening slightly and letting a thin stream of blood drift silently into the water. The judge quickly grabbed Eujiming, shaking his head silently to signal him not to act rashly. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 consecutive gunshots rang out in the distance, startling the 2 police officers on the rooftop. Their radios immediately blared with urgent calls for backup. "Let's go." The officers spun around and rushed toward the stairwell. Nayuta's build was very different from Eujiming's, but the police chasing Eujiming the previous night hadn't gotten a good look at his figure. They only remembered the scar on his face. All Nyoto had to do was pull his hood up, and the police would easily mistake him for Eujiming. To fully divert attention, Nyoto ambushed several officers inside the mall, knocking them down, then grabbed one of their pistols and fired 3 shots into the ceiling. Gunshots echoed through the enclosed space, plunging the entire mall into chaos. Screams erupted as people rushed frantically toward the exits. The police attempting to enter were blocked by the panicked crowd, unable to get inside and forced to keep calling for reinforcements. Nyoto quickly took off his jacket, tossed it in a nearby trash bin, grabbed a cream-colored sweater from a clothing rack, pulled it on, and blended seamlessly into the fleeing crowd. "Don't move. Nobody move," the police shouted, trying to regain control. But the terrified crowd had lost all sense of reason and continued to surge forward. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the person at the front of the crowd fell to the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen. The scene immediately froze in shock, and everyone clustered at the doorway, too frightened to move another inch. Check everyone with a scar on their face, the police captain commanded sharply. The officers stationed themselves at the mall entrance, inspecting each person one by one, letting only those without scars or birthmarks pass. Anyone with a scar or large birthmark on their face was taken aside for further questioning. Nyoto was among those held back, his East Asian features making him stand out even more in the crowd. In this country, most Chinese nationals had already returned home, and those who remained rarely ventured out. For someone like Nyoto to be moving openly in the commercial building drew even more suspicion. Unsurprisingly, he was pulled aside along with more than 20 other suspected individuals to await further screening. Even those with nothing more than a bump on the forehead were forcibly detained by the police. The officers scrutinized each face carefully, but none matched the wanted criminal's description. Just as they were preparing to take everyone back to the station, Nyoto suddenly sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that knocked a policeman to the ground. Run. These cops just want to pin the crime on us. Nayuta's shout exploded in the air. His words were like a spark to a powder keg. The others instantly caught on, shoving aside the officers and scattering in every direction. This wasn't just mistrust, it stemmed from years of police corruption and brutality. Their discrimination against people of color was notorious. If you were white, you might get off with a warning, but anyone else could be arrested on trumped-up charges or even beaten to death. In such an atmosphere of deep distrust, one person's rebellion was enough to ignite everyone's resistance. Stop! A policeman shouted, firing a warning shot into the air. But the gunshot only made the crowd run faster. Enraged, the officers aimed their guns at the fleeing civilians and fired, as if their lives were worthless. Nyoto hadn't expected the police to go this far. Didn't they fear the consequences of shooting unarmed civilians? Screams echoed everywhere. The officers couldn't catch everyone, nor did they dare to unleash a full-scale massacre that would trigger a public outcry and accusations of brutality. As long as only a few were injured or killed, they could still claim they were provoked. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nyoto slipped away. Slogans from the earlier protest were scattered across the street, but he barely glanced at them. His priority now was to regroup with Yen Wang and the others. They had just 2 days to get Eujiming out of Y country, and after that, they still had to escort 7 scholars from Nanshan Academy back home. Nyoto pulled out his communicator and tried to contact the team leader. Meanwhile, Judge and his group had managed to escape from the water on the hotel rooftop. Eujiming gasped for air, his lungs aching. Judge looked at him and said, "Little Celestial, after this mission, they'll take you somewhere for special training. In their line of work, any weakness could prove fatal." Eujiming's poor swimming and inability to hold his breath underwater for more than 2 minutes was a flaw that needed fixing. Unaware of this plan, Eujiming had long grown used to intense training during peacetime. Training was their daily routine. "Let's go, we can't stay here," Judge said, hoisting Eujiming onto his back. The elderly man struggled to keep up, unable to match the pace of a special forces operative. Judge had to slow down, prioritizing the more seriously injured Eujiming. Elsewhere, the Y Country police, having lost their quarry, were searching for new leads. 2 officers who had previously chased the suspects to the rooftop suddenly remembered the water tank they hadn't checked. They rushed back to the hotel with a search warrant and headed straight for the roof. The tank's lid appeared undisturbed, but half-dried water stains and scattered footprints on the ground gave away that someone had been there, though it was impossible to tell how many. Bang! A police officer's fist slammed hard against the edge of the reservoir, making the wall tremble with a dull thud. "These Chinese are really cunning. John, if we'd checked here first, we might have caught them all." Officer Nord spat through gritted teeth, his face tense with frustration. John pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Nord, his own expression unusually calm. "Don't worry, Nord. They won't get far." Nord took the cigarette but didn't light it, just holding it tightly in his hand. John lit his own, taking a deep drag as smoke curled around him. "They must have accomplices," John said, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his eyes sharp. "Keep an eye on the hotel and those earlier radios. Report to me immediately if anything comes up." With that, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed, ordering the police to conduct a wide search around the hotel. His voice left no room for argument. But the fugitives hadn't gone far. With an old man and an injured companion, their pace was inevitably slow. Still, while the police scoured the area, the judge led Eujiming and the old man straight into a roadside shop, acting as if nothing was amiss. The 3 quickly picked out new clothes. The weather in late October was already turning cold, so they changed into warmer outfits. Eujiming pulled a black hat low over his head, the hood of his sweatshirt drawn up so that only his alert eyes were visible. "Good, you're hidden now." The judge reached out and tugged Eujiming's hat down further, almost burying him in the oversized clothing. Meanwhile, the shop clerk was anxiously scrolling through wanted photos on her phone, her brows furrowed as she glanced suspiciously at the customers. The judge noticed her behavior and suddenly strode up to the counter. "Sorry, I'm robbing you." His tone was so calm it was almost like a greeting. The clerk's phone was still on the emergency call screen, but before she could press the final button, A sharp pain struck the back of her head. She blacked out instantly, collapsing to the floor. The judge swiftly grabbed her phone, powered it off, and tossed it back onto the counter. In the few minutes it took them to change, several squads of heavily armed police rushed past outside, the pounding of boots and the crackle of radios echoing through the air. At the same time, an anti-Chinese protest was raging on the street. Locals waved signs reading "Chinese get out," their clothes and arms spray-painted with similar slogans, faces twisted with anger. "Let's gobble in," the judge said, hoisting Eujiming onto his back and merging into the crowd, shouting anti-Chinese slogans along with the marchers. The old man followed closely, tense and silent. Nearby protesters eyed them suspiciously. The judge immediately flashed a friendly smile, nodding politely and uttering, "Baka Yuru." Eujiming and the old man froze in surprise. The phrase was a Japanese insult, but the judge delivered it as if it were a warm greeting. The protesters looked confused, but upon realizing it was Japanese, their expressions relaxed and even turned friendly. A squad of armed police brushed past, scanning the crowd for any sign of Eujiming and his companions. Following the protest, the judge led the two all the way to the end of the street, arriving at the bustling city center. Surrounded by the chaos and crowds, it was the perfect place to disappear. The judge signaled for them to follow, and they quietly slipped away from the protest, blending in with the ordinary pedestrians. Meanwhile, the police arrived at the clothing shop the fugitives had just left. They found the unconscious clerk in a pile of wet clothes. John realized their targets had slipped right under their noses, while they were still searching for suspects in wet clothing. His face darkened with anger, fists clenched tight. "John, there's a security camera in here," Dinner pointed out, hope flickering in his eyes as he gestured at the camera in the corner. John rushed to the counter and tried to pull up the footage on the computer, but a password prompt blocked his way. "Wake her up," John ordered coldly, nodding at the unconscious clerk. A police officer stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the clerk's face. She groaned in pain, her cheek turning red, and slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw herself surrounded by police, she raised her hands in panic and desperately begged them to unlock the password. John grabbed the clerk, dragged her to the computer, and forced her to act. The clerk froze for a second, then, trembling, began entering the password. Instantly, the surveillance footage appeared on the screen. John shoved her aside and started reviewing the footage himself. The video clearly showed how the three judges entered and left, but their faces were completely concealed. The only distinguishing feature was the scar on Eujiming's face. They moved with calm precision, changing clothes quickly and efficiently. At one point, a squad of police could even be seen rushing past the entrance. "Damn it!" John slammed his fist on the table, furious. He felt like they were being toyed with, which only strengthened his resolve to catch Eujiming. He immediately ordered the search area to be expanded, requested surveillance footage from all major streets, and announced a reward for their capture. Bounties were usually reserved for the most dangerous fugitives, but now, they had no other choice. Dino received the orders and quickly took a team to retrieve surveillance footage. However, the previous ban on Chinese products in country-wide had led to the removal of many devices with Chinese branding, including the street cameras. As a result, the country's surveillance network was no longer comprehensive, and retrieving footage was only partially effective. This was also why they hadn't rushed to check the cameras earlier. Meanwhile, Nyoto and Yin Wang met up with the others. Everyone was present except for Bai Wuchang, including the three new members who had joined just 3 months ago, Shanxiu, Hanba, and Guyu. Bai Wuchang was left at the seminar to notify them immediately if anything unexpected happened. Yin Wang looked concerned when only Nyoto arrived. Since his initial contact with the judges, he had received no further news, which made him uneasy. If the judges were caught, things would get even more complicated. Since they weren't Chinese nationals, the Chinese embassy couldn't offer them support. If they were arrested, their only option would be a prison break. Nyoto briefly explained what had happened. Yin Wang nodded and led the team forward, blending in with the crowd and chatting casually as they walked. Their top priority now was to reconnect with the others. Suddenly, Yin Wang's communicator buzzed. He pulled it out cautiously, frowning at the unfamiliar number on the screen. He answered, and heard the judge's voice. Relieved, Yin Wang quickly asked, "Where are you?" The judge was silent for a moment, only responding after confirming Yin Wang's identity. "I can't tell you right now. Our communicator was compromised. We'll regroup at the place we came from." "Got it." Yin Wang immediately led the team back to the original location. Previously, the judge had tried to contact him, but the communicator had been rerouted elsewhere. Realizing their communication was being monitored, the judge quickly hung up and discarded the device to avoid being tracked. On their way, they ran into the little girl they had rescued the previous day. She recognized old Zhong and hurried over to say hello. Because Eujiming was so thoroughly disguised, she didn't recognize him. To their surprise, the girl's father turned out to be Chinese. Their family was also in country-wide for business. Yesterday, the girl's mother took her out to buy some daily necessities, but they ended up getting nothing and barely made it home. This time, the girl's father decided to go with them himself. even though it meant risking an encounter with the aggressive locals from Country Y. When the man saw them, he hurried over, took the little girl's hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you." As a fellow Chinese, he naturally felt a sense of kinship. He glanced back at his nervous wife and daughter before speaking. "You left in such a rush yesterday, I didn't get a chance to thank you." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the old man's hand, his gratitude obvious. The old man gave a reluctant response, glancing around anxiously, afraid of drawing attention. The man noticed the old man's cautious behavior every time he went out, as if he were always on the lookout for something. "Sir, were you also attacked by those radicals from Country Y?" the man asked in a low voice. He had been extremely careful these past few days, tense every time he stepped outside, worried about being targeted. The old man paused, unsure of how to reply. Sensing his hesitation, the man pressed on. "How did you know?" Not waiting for an answer, the man glanced around and lowered his voice. "I live nearby. Let's talk at my place. It's too dangerous out here." He picked up his bags and led them toward his home. Along the way, he explained the situation in the area. "Ever since things got chaotic here, most of the Chinese community has left." The judge asked, puzzled, "Why didn't you leave?" The man looked at his wife and daughter and sighed. "Their visas haven't come through yet. I couldn't just abandon them." He brought them to the building where he lived, a modest apartment complex. He took out his keys and opened the door. "By the way, my name is Zhuang Guoyang. What about you?" He turned and smiled at them. "My name is Xiao Yan," the judge replied. "This is my younger brother, Xiao Yu." He looked at the old man and continued. "My grandfather's surname is Zhong." Zhuang Guoyang nodded and welcomed them inside. The apartment was a simple 3-bedroom unit, not large, but considered mid-range in this city. "Come on in and make yourselves comfortable," Zhuang Guoyang said, setting his bags down and inviting them to sit. "The place is a bit basic, but don't feel awkward," he added with a smile. The judge placed Eujiming on a chair and, pretending to have lost his own phone, asked to borrow one from Zhuang Guoyang. Throughout the entire exchange, the old man barely spoke, worried that saying too much might give something away. Zhuang Guoyang handed each of them a cold drink and commented, "It's so chaotic outside. How did you all dare to go out? Many Chinese here want to go home, but can't." As he poured drinks, Zhuang Guoyang continued, "I've been on edge lately. Every time something happens outside, I don't dare stay out for long." He shifted the conversation to more mundane topics, trying to lighten the mood. Eujiming looked at Zhuang Guoyang's wife and suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Zhuang, do you have any hot water? I don't want a cold drink." Sensing the old man's discomfort, Eujiming put on a cute act, pouting slightly. "Oh, of course," Zhuang Guoyang replied, heading to the kitchen. He brought out his coffee machine and started making a hot cup for Eujiming, adding extra sugar to make sure it wasn't too bitter. Smiling, he set the cup in front of Eujiming and asked, "Is this okay? I put in lots of sugar." Eujiming nodded and replied quietly, "That's fine." Just then, the sound of police sirens grew louder outside, drawing closer. Zhuang Guoyang frowned and glanced out the window. It was clear their timing was unlucky. The police, carrying images taken from surveillance footage, were going door to door, and they were getting close. Eujiming glanced outside, his brow furrowing as a sense of unease crept over him. Zhuang Guoyang seemed completely used to this routine. He quickly and efficiently pulled the curtains shut, his movements practiced. A slight frown creased his brow, betraying his quiet resentment. These police officers were always questioning residents in these old apartment buildings. Life was hard enough already, and now these armed authorities regularly showed up demanding so-called protection fees. No matter how unhappy people felt, faced with uniforms and guns, they had no choice but to hand over their money. Just then, a little girl bounced over to Eujiming, grabbing the edge of his shirt and looking up at him with sparkling eyes, clearly hoping he would play with her. After finishing his call, the judge handed the phone back to Zhuang Guoyang and glanced outside through the curtain. His voice was low. "Thank you for your hospitality, but we should be going." Zhuang Guoyang looked confused, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. They had only just arrived, so why were they leaving already? At that moment, the little girl's hand accidentally pulled down Eujiming's shirt a bit, exposing a prominent scar. Eujiming reacted instantly, grabbing the girl's wrist to stop her from pulling further, but his alert gaze had already shifted to Zhuang Guoyang. The air seemed to freeze. The police wanted notice had been sent to everyone's phone long ago, and Zhuang Guoyang had certainly seen it. That distinctive scar made it immediately clear why the police had come. Only the little girl remained innocent, hugging her new book and eager to share her happiness with Eujiming. The judge kept his sharp eyes fixed on Zhuang Guoyang, ready to take him down at the first sign of trouble. This old building had only one exit, and the rooftop was sealed off. The stairs were the only way out. A few seconds of tense silence passed before Zhuang Guoyang finally spoke, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "So, you're saying you're trapped here?" His words weren't a threat, they were a signal to the three that he wouldn't turn them in, and was even willing to help. Eujiming looked to the judge for guidance. The judge, trained in psychology, could tell if someone was putting on an act. He gave a subtle nod, indicating that Zhuang Guoyang could be trusted. "I can help you. Trust me," Zhuang Guoyang said firmly, meeting the judge's eyes. Downstairs, police officers from country Y were checking each apartment one by one. The sixth floor, where they were hiding, was the top floor, so it would take the police some time to reach them. How can you help? And why would you help us? The judge asked, calculating their chances of fighting their way out. He wasn't as tough as some of his teammates, but he was confident he could take down a few officers if necessary. The risk, though, was that it would bring even more police to only resort to that if there was no other option. Because you saved my child. I believe you're good people, Zhuang Guoyang said sincerely. This is how people from Hua country repay kindness. He turned and called toward the kitchen. Honey. The woman, busy in the kitchen, came out when she heard him. Zhuang Guoyang leaned in and whispered a few words to her. She nodded, a warm smile appearing on her face as she walked toward Eujiming. Eujiming tensed, watching her approach with caution. Relax, I mean you no harm, the woman said gently. You need to change your appearance. At this point, the wanted notice only had a photo of Eujiming. The police hadn't seen Zhong Lao or the judge, and the surveillance footage in country Y was too blurry to identify anyone else. As long as Eujiming could avoid being recognized by the police, they had a chance to get away safely. Eujiming's abdominal wound was still healing, and the recent escape had even reopened it a little. Gritting his teeth, he followed the woman into the room. The judge watched the door close, frowning, unsure what the woman intended to do. Zhuang Guoyang patted the judge's shoulder. Brother, can you tell me what happened? Sorry, I can't, the judge replied curtly. Zhuang Guoyang nodded in understanding. In country Y, it was all too common for the police to bully people from Hua country, and there were plenty of cases where victims had fought back when pushed too far. These things happened so often that Zhuang Guoyang was no longer surprised. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble by taking us in? The judge asked, curious. It was obvious they were fugitives, so why was Zhuang Guoyang willing to risk helping complete strangers? You're not bad people, Zhuang Guoyang said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, in the other room, Eujiming watched expressionlessly as the woman held up various dresses to him, sizing him up. His still-developing frame lacked the pronounced muscles of an adult, which might have been key to the woman's plan. He was only about 10 centimeters taller than the woman. The woman rummaged through the closet and pulled out the largest dress she could find, shoving it into Eujiming's hands with a tone that brooked no refusal, insisting she was going to put makeup on him. At the mention of makeup, Eujiming felt his temples throb, but as an injured man, he was in no position to resist a woman could easily overpower him right now. The woman left the room, leaving Eujiming alone with the loose dress, staring at it in helpless confusion. He had no idea where to even start. After a clumsy struggle, he finally managed to squeeze his body into the dress, but couldn't for the life of him figure out where his head was supposed to go. He moved carefully, afraid that one wrong tug would tear the fabric. Just as he started to wonder if his head was simply too big, the woman, noticing he was taking too long, pushed open the door and walked in. The sight before her made her burst out laughing. Eujiming looked just like a turtle stuffed into a sack, wriggling around inside the dress. At the sound of her laughter, Eujiming froze, wishing he could fling this humiliating moment far, far away. The woman quickly walked over, unzipped the back, and finally freed his head. You still need a belt, she said as she helped adjust the dress. Eujiming looked down at the belt cinched tightly around his waist, his resistance written all over his face. Girls are always put together if you don't wear a belt. Anyone could tell at a glance, she added, immediately quashing his last bit of defiance. The woman couldn't help but admire his figure. His slim, toned waist was enough to make her jealous. Hearing her oddly specific compliment, Eujiming only felt more uncomfortable. Then came the most torturous part, makeup. The woman sat him firmly in front of the vanity, covered his scars with silicone, and applied double eyelid tape, softening his sharp gaze into something round and sweet. When she started on the mascara, Eujiming dodged left and right like a restless child. Hold still, she said, steadying his head. Trust me, you're going to look completely different. With that, she picked up the lip gloss. Can we skip that? Eujiming turned his face away, as if he'd rather run 100 kilometers with a loaded pack. No way, she replied firmly, turning his face back to finish the job. Finally, she put a long, wavy wig on his head and secured it with a lace headband. In an instant, all his rough edges vanished. He looked every bit the picture of a refined young lady. If only you had a bit more up top, the woman mused, eyeing him thoughtfully. Eujiming immediately tensed, his eyes screaming, over my dead body. The woman could only shake her head in regret and gently helped him out the door. Because of his abdominal injury, Eujiming moved very slowly, which only made him seem all the more graceful. The moment the judge saw him like this, he couldn't help but spit out his water and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Eujiming felt extremely uncomfortable, and seeing the judge's appearance only made him more uneasy, as if a thorn were stuck in his heart. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhuang Guoyang quickly tried to defuse the situation, praising, You look wonderful in that outfit. The little girl echoed, Yeah? You look so pretty, big brother. The compliments only made Eujiming's face darken further as he struggled to endure the discomfort. Just then, a loud knocking sounded at the door, instantly putting everyone on edge. Zhuang Guoyang turned to his wife and whispered, "Honey, go to the kitchen." She went without hesitation. Then he said to his daughter, "Sweetie, why don't you show your brother your dolls?" The girl nodded and pulled Eujiming toward her room. The knocking came again, louder and more urgent this time. Zhuang Guoyang answered and went to open the door, only to find a group of police officers in uniform about to force their way in. He froze for a moment, then nervously blurted out, "Are you here to collect again this month? We really don't have any money left." The officers ignored him, pushed past, and rushed inside. In the living room, a man and an elderly person were playing chess, both surprised by the sudden intrusion. The lead officer glanced at them briefly, then gave the order, "Search." The officers quickly split up and began searching every room, doors slamming open one by one. The girl was showing Eujiming her dolls and telling him their names when the officers burst in. Startled, she burst into tears and ran out to find Zhuang Guoyang. He scooped her up and comforted her, "Don't be scared, Daddy's here." Then he told her, "You go outside too." The officers ushered Eujiming into the living room as well. He stood up slowly, hesitated, and walked over to Zhuang Guoyang. The woman from the kitchen was also brought out. Soon, the officers finished searching the entire house, but came up empty-handed. The lead officer took out a photo from security footage and showed it to everyone in the room. "Have you seen these three people?" He walked up to Eujiming and held up the picture. "Have you seen them?" Eujiming instinctively took a step back, a confused look in his eyes, and shook his head. "What's your name?" the officer suddenly asked, making everyone tense up. Eujiming didn't answer, knowing that speaking would give him away. Zhuang Guoyang quickly made up a name. "Her name's Leah, officer." "You scared her." The officer smiled slightly. "Leah? That's a lovely name." He moved closer to Eujiming. At that moment, the judge's hand brushed against a fruit knife, his gaze sweeping the room as he silently counted the officers. Everyone was on edge. Eujiming's fingers trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress a surge of murderous intent, his eyes cast downward but fixed on the officers, throw out a vulnerable spot. "All right, let's go." The lead officer suddenly straightened up and waved for his team to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as they relaxed, the officer turned back, his eyes locking onto Eujiming, making everyone's hearts leap again. "Miss Leah, do you have a boyfriend?" The room fell into a tense silence, and a dangerous aura seemed to radiate from behind Eujiming. He was only 14. In his ear, the judge's voice sounded, the teasing tone unmistakable. "What a pity, Miss Leah. I can wait until you're of age." The officer, oblivious to the danger, added another comment. In an instant, all the murderous intent in Eujiming's eyes vanished, replaced by a razor-sharp glare that locked onto the officer. A cold sweat broke out on the officer's back, his mind going completely blank. The judge, who knew Eujiming well, understood that this kind of silence was the most dangerous. Damn, head pushed too far. The judge's heart tightened and had no doubt that Eujiming could take the officer's life in a split second, even while enduring the intense pain of his abdominal wound. The judge quickly stood up, trying to restrain Eujiming, but you moved even faster, grabbing the judge's wrist. His fingers stopped just short of the judge's throat. "Xiantong," the judge called out urgently. Eujiming's gaze cleared instantly. He quickly let go and murmured, "Sorry." Somehow, the officer had already vanished down the hallway. With the officer gone, Eujiming could no longer hold back. He bent over, clutching his wound with both hands as pain shot through him, worse than before. The judge asked anxiously, "Xiantong, did your wound reopen?" Eujiming was silent for a moment, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as the pain nearly overwhelmed him. The judge hesitated, his eyes lingering on the hem of Eujiming's dress, torn between lifting the skirt to check the wound or ripping the fabric to access it. The dress design made either choice awkward and unpleasant. In the end, Eujiming acted first, unzipping the back of the dress and letting it fall to his waist, revealing his upper body and the wound. The fabric was soaked, stained with blood from when it had gotten wet earlier. The white gauze was tinged pink, sticking painfully to the wound. Zhuang Guoyang quickly fetched a medical kit, while Dr. Zhong searched inside for the right medicine. "It'll do it," Dr. Zhong said in a low voice, picking up a pair of tweezers. He gently dabbed some iodine onto a cotton swab and carefully worked to separate the gauze from the wound. Each touch made Eujiming frown, the half-dried blood sticking to the fabric almost unbearable. As the gauze was lifted away, dark blood gushed from the wound, and the staples came loose, revealing the full extent of the injury. Eujiming had held on until now, but the pain hit him full force at this moment. Dr. Zhong looked at the 14-year-old boy before him, his heart aching. He whispered, "So young, how do you endure pain like this?" The judge, however, was used to it. It seemed they came back with wounds after every mission. To him, simply making it back alive was already a blessing. After careful treatment, the wound was skillfully stitched up. Dr. Zhong used a local anesthetic, sparing Eujiming much of the pain. Once the wound was bandaged, you finally noticed Zhuang Guoyang bringing out a dusty old wheelchair. "This belonged to one of my elderly relatives. Now it's just right for you to use." Zhuang Guoyang said as he wiped the dust off the wheelchair. Thank you, the judge replied, taking the chair and helping clean it. Eujiming wanted to change back into his own clothes, but the judge stopped him. Xiantong, better keep this dress on. The scars on your face are too obvious. The dress will help you blend in. Eujiming nodded, understanding the judge's point. The scars on his face would make him easy to identify if exposed. Reluctantly, he put the dress back on. Downstairs, the police were still present, so they couldn't leave yet. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that the officers finally finished searching the entire building. Having found nothing, they reluctantly withdrew. The judge waited a while longer, making sure it was safe before quietly leading Eujiming and the others out. On the way, the judge pushed the wheelchair with a calm expression and steady pace, blending in like any ordinary passerby. In contrast, Elder Zhong kept glancing back, his eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Sitting in the wheelchair, Eujiming finally felt some relief from the jostling, allowing her wounds to slowly begin healing. Suddenly, Elder Zhong tugged at the judge's sleeve and whispered, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us. The judge scanned the surroundings and, sure enough, noticed a few people glancing their way from time to time. The passers-by seemed intrigued. Why would such a beautiful girl be sitting with such an unrestrained posture? Immortal child, sit properly and watch your manners. You're a girl after all. The judge realized this as well. Eujiming's long legs were a little too eye-catching. Eujiming glanced down at her posture, sighed, and pulled her legs together. This is so uncomfortable. I feel ridiculous. She gritted her teeth and stopped complaining. I'll just put up with it. After this, I never want to see women's clothes again. She remembered that King Yin and the judge had flown in before, which was why their rendezvous point was set at the airport. Many Chinese nationals who couldn't return home were gathered there, making it crowded enough to avoid drawing attention. As the judge observed the surroundings, a sense of unease crept in. They had been delayed for so long by now. King Yin should have already arrived, but there was still no sign of the captain. Something must have happened on the way, the judge said, glancing at the airport's big screen, his voice steady. We'll wait another half hour. If they still haven't arrived, we'll have to leave. He kept his eyes on the clock, watching the seconds tick by. It was close to 5 o'clock. The winter sky was growing darker, and after 6, it would be completely black. For special forces like them, nightfall usually meant having the upper hand. But now, with an injured companion and an elderly man like Zhong, they couldn't move as freely in the dark. Though anxious, the judge knew he couldn't risk exposing the two to danger. He had to find a safe place for them before nightfall. Half an hour passed, but there was still no sign of King Yin or the others. With their communicators down, they were completely cut off from the outside world. The judge had no choice but to make a decision. We have to leave. Where are we going? Elder Zhong asked, still unsure if they should continue waiting. The judge pushed the wheelchair, his tone calm and firm. Just follow me and stay quiet. We're not waiting any longer. They left the departure hall, making their way through the bustling airport and heading outside. Eujiming leaned closer to the judge and whispered, Do you have any weapons? Her voice was so low that only the three of them could hear. The judge shook his head. What's really going on? Elder Zhong followed closely, breathing heavily. Has it come to the point where we need weapons? This isn't a trivial matter. It's fine, Eujiming replied softly, flashing a reassuring smile over her shoulder. Though she didn't feel confident, she didn't let it show. We're just used to being prepared before danger strikes. The judge quickened his pace, forcing Elder Zhong to hurry after him, panting for breath. Where are we going? Elder Zhong's voice was tinged with anxiety, still not understanding why the judge was so eager to leave. Why not just stay here? Isn't it safe enough? This place is too conspicuous, the judge replied without hesitation. If someone checks our IDs, we'll be exposed. And with so many people around, soldiers patrol here every day. We wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Elder Zhong nodded, though he still looked uneasy. So are we sleeping on the streets tonight? On the streets? The judge gave a faint smile. No, we're going to freeload. To put it bluntly, they found an empty house and broke in for a free night's stay. They snuck into a seemingly ordinary but clearly expensive villa. Unfortunately, their luck was bad. There was actually a man asleep inside. Awakened by the noise, the man got up to investigate. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he was met with a heavy punch to the face and knocked out cold. Zhong Lao was shaken by what he saw, feeling deeply uneasy. In all his years, he had never done anything as reckless as breaking into someone's home. He never expected that, in his old age, had ended up doing something so outrageous. His expression was conflicted as he pressed his palms together, quietly muttering apologies to the unconscious man, while inwardly lamenting his loss of dignity. The judge, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this. He strode forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him back into the room like a sack of potatoes. With practiced efficiency, he tied the man up tightly using a rope he carried with him. Meanwhile, Eujiming clutched his abdomen, his face pale but his eyes alert. He scanned the villa, making sure there were no other threats before he began searching for anything useful. The villa was simply furnished, dominated by cool tones, with none of the flashy decor that white country people usually favored. On the kitchen counter, Eujiming spotted a sheathed fruit knife. He picked it up, tested its weight, and, finding it handy, strapped it securely to his thigh with a piece of rope for easy access. On the dining table, there was an unfinished steak and a steel dinner knife resting beside the plate. Eujiming wiped the grease off the blade with a napkin, tested its balance in his hand, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, this feels right. He wrapped the steel knife in a towel and stowed it in his backpack. The judge focused on searching for electronics. After sifting through a pile of miscellaneous items, he found two things of value: a cell phone and a laptop. He checked their battery and condition, making sure they worked before putting them away. Zhong Lao stood off to the side, watching their actions in disbelief. The two of them worked with a practiced efficiency that was almost unsettling, one picking out anything that could serve as a weapon, the other gathering useful electronics, as if they were carrying out a routine mission. Zhong Lao suddenly felt the absurdity of being on a pirate ship with no way out. The judge pulled out the phone and dialed Yin Wang's communicator. A long tone sounded in his ear, but no one answered. Frowning, he tried again, but still got no response. The judge's expression darkened, anxiety creeping in. He had no idea what had happened on Yin Wang's and that they couldn't even answer the communicator. After a few seconds, the judge gave up, knowing it would be pointless to keep trying. He put the phone in his pocket and waited quietly, confident that Yin Wang would call back once he saw the missed calls. The three of them didn't go back to the bedrooms to rest. Instead, they found a corner in the living room to huddle together and keep watch while they tried to rest. They'd been on the run all day, physically and mentally exhausted, and needed to recover some strength for whatever crises tomorrow might bring. Of the three, only Zhong Lao actually fell asleep, even starting to snore. The judge and Eujiming merely dozed lightly, ready to react at the slightest sound, a habit honed by years of surviving danger. For them, only a truly familiar and safe environment allowed for real rest. For now, they simply closed their eyes to gather their energy. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, the phone's ringtone pierced the silence, startlingly loud. The judge and Eujiming snapped awake at the same moment, instantly alert. The judge quickly silenced the ringtone, scanned the surroundings for danger, and only then checked the phone screen. A string of garbled characters flashed on the display. He immediately recognized it as a call from Yin Wang. Their communicators were specially encrypted, so the numbers never appeared in a normal format. Without hesitation, the judge called back. "Hello," hoarse voice answered. "Hello, Captain," the judge said, his voice low but urgent. "What happened over there?" Yin Wang sounded exhausted. "The Chinese embassy in Y country was attacked by local residents. The company temporarily sent us to help with the defense. We just got back. It was clear they'd just been through a fierce battle." Faced with the enraged crowd and the indifferent Y country soldiers, the guards at the Chinese embassy could only defend themselves passively, forbidden from using their weapons. The sense of helplessness was suffocating. Outside the glass, the furious mob waved their fists and shouted slogans, while the guards could do nothing but grit their teeth and endure in silence. This restraint was inevitable. They were at the Chinese embassy, and every action represented their nation. For years, China had upheld the principle of governing with virtue, refraining from meddling in other countries' affairs, and never resorting to unnecessary violence. Even in the face of these out-of-control civilians, they could only choose self-control. A Molotov cocktail arced through the night sky and exploded inside the embassy. The guards had to hold back the frenzied protesters while rushing to put out the fire. These seemingly unarmed civilians had become a wild, irrational mob. It wasn't until late at night, after China issued a stern condemnation of Y country's negligence in an international video conference, that Y country was finally forced to send troops to disperse the crowd. Yet, the crisis was far from over. At that moment, Yin Wang turned to the judge and asked about the young celestial's injuries. The judge looked at Eujiming, who was lying on the sofa. Although he was conscious, the wound on his abdomen would still need a day to fully heal. "All right, once the young celestial has recovered, you'll go support the 6 academicians. I don't feel comfortable leaving by Wuchang on his own, but for now, we can't leave the embassy," Yin Wang said, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. This chaos was no accident. It was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Y country, acting as a pawn for M country, was carrying out a plan to provoke China. Even without Eujiming as the catalyst, Y country would have found another excuse to detain the academicians. This was a premeditated scheme, and Eujiming was simply an unfortunate scapegoat. After the call ended, darkness once again settled over the embassy. The judge spoke softly to Eujiming. "Get some rest and heal up. We have another tough battle ahead of us tomorrow." Eujiming nodded silently and closed his eyes again. In the darkness, a greater storm was quietly brewing. On the other side, Elder Zhong was sound asleep, his snoring never stopping. After a day spent fleeing in constant fear, he was utterly exhausted. The night passed quickly. Eujiming opened his eyes to see the judge typing intently at his laptop. Noticing Yu was awake, the judge pointed at the table without looking up. "There's bread on the table. Eat up once you're done. We'll head out." Without hesitation, Yu grabbed the bread and took big bites, quickly replenishing his strength. He needed all the energy he could get for what lay ahead. Every bit of it would be critical. The judge soon closed his laptop. I've arranged a smuggling route. Once we pick up the 6 academicians, we'll leave country Y immediately. With that, he finished his own bread in a few quick bites. Elder Zhong was still fast asleep, so the judge walked over and gently shook his shoulder to wake him. Elder Zhong won't be coming with us today, the judge explained. We'll have to hide him somewhere safe first, and come back for him once the mission's done. Eujiming looked down at the wrinkled dress he was still wearing, a disguise thrown together during yesterday's chaos. He had no change of clothes, and definitely couldn't switch back to men's clothing. At this point, staying dressed as a woman was the best cover he had. Given how well known he was in country Y, anyone could recognize him if he looked like his old self. With no other choice, he stuck with the dress. His abdominal wound was healing well, and the pain had eased a lot, but the judge still brought out a wheelchair. If you move too much, the wound could reopen, the judge said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Save your strength for when it matters most. They found a discreet hotel to settle Elder Zhong, paying for a day's stay with some cash they'd brought from the villa. Once everything was in place, Yu and the judge immediately set off for the next battleground. Outside the Chinese embassy, an angry crowd was still gathered. Today, though, their actions were more restrained. They weren't throwing Molotov cocktails anymore, just shouting protests at the top of their lungs. The national flag that had hung outside had already been ripped down and burned. The new flag, raised that morning, would likely have met the same fate if Yan Wang hadn't led a team to defend it. This is so humiliating. Hanba, massive man, nearly 2 meters tall, spat on the ground in frustration. They'd been on the defensive all along, and every one of them bore some kind of injury. Hanba was so furious he wished he could grab a rocket launcher and blast the mob sky high. Calm down, Guiyu said in a low voice. Although he was only in his early 20s, his composure was striking, drawing a surprised glance from Yan Wang. Meanwhile, newcomer Shansho stood quietly to the side, showing little reaction to the chaos outside, lost in thought. What are you thinking about, third? Guiyu suddenly asked. Shansho snapped out of it, glanced at Guiyu, and spoke slowly. It's been almost 6 years. I wonder if fourth still remembers us. Ever since Eujiming left the training camp, Huatongwei had been pestering Tanlang to find out where you had gone. Tanlang finally told him it was a special place reserved for only the nation's top special forces soldiers. After learning this, Huatongwei felt a bit discouraged. Becoming a top special forces soldier seemed like an impossible leap. But a promise he'd made in the past became his driving force, and he threw himself into training with reckless determination. Zhao Su was roped in as his sparring partner, and the burly Li Tanxiao got worked over so much he became a human punching bag. Li could handle it when only one person was going all out, but with both Hua and Zhao in full training mode, it was almost too much. He ended up battered after every session. Over time, though, Li's body grew tough as leather, and he learned to take their punches and even managed to land a few blows of his own now and then. This time, Huatongwei, Zhao Su, and Li Tanxiao each took part in different extreme training programs: a desert field training camp, a naval special operations assessment, and a snowfield survival challenge base. All three secured first place in their respective programs, earning them the right to join the N135 Special Forces unit. Li Tanxiao hadn't planned on joining. He just wanted a peaceful life in a regular Special Forces unit. The only reason he came out on top was because no one else in the challenge could even lay a finger on him while his opponents were left gasping for breath. He could take them down with a single punch. Li Tanxiao knew his own abilities well, and joining a unit focused on secret missions felt like a death wish. However, Huatongwei insisted on fulfilling a promise, and Zhao Su was drawn by his admiration for the N135 team. Between the two of them, they dragged Li into joining. Now, their foreman squad was only missing Eujiming. Meanwhile, near Oxford University in England, Judge was slowly pushing Eujiming's wheelchair along. As they approached the university, they saw a heavily armed police force surrounding the campus, leaving no way in or out. The police were waiting for a seminar to end, and today was the second day the event would finish at 6 in the evening. Everyone was waiting for that moment, except for the 6 elderly Chinese scholars inside Oxford, who remained deeply focused on the seminar. They were fully aware of the situation outside, but the seminar represented a critical breakthrough for clinical medicine in China. Even if the sky were to fall, they would calmly continue taking notes. Despite not knowing how to use computers, these elderly experts filled their notebooks with crucial data information that had stumped China for years and could determine whether the country's medical field would make a major leap forward. Judge contacted Bai Wuchang through the local network. Bai Wuchang was hiding on the roof of a classroom building, keeping a close watch on the area. Fortunately, the seminar organizers were influential and had promised to guarantee the safety of all participants, so the police didn't dare to make any rash moves for now. Bai Wuchang, can you hear me? Judge's voice suddenly came through Bai's earpiece, making him nearly jump out of his hiding spot. Bai Wuchang here, he quickly replied, regaining his composure. Give me a status update. Bai Wuchang reported immediately. They arrived around noon. There are 4 hours left until the seminar ends. The event is still ongoing. Inside the university, I've spotted 7 plainclothes officers staking out the area there, maybe more. Outside, the police have the campus surrounded. They're all armed with G36 compact assault rifles and have Webley revolvers at their sides. The more Bai Wuchang reported, the more uneasy he felt. This kind of deployment was on par with a manhunt for dangerous criminals. What exactly had these 6 senior scholars done to warrant such a response? Trying to extract them from these well-armed police would be a life-or-death struggle. After listening, Judge's heart sank. He had thought the police presence at the gates was already overwhelming, but now the entire campus was locked down, with even more officers inside. It felt as if an all-out war with China was about to break out. This is going to be a brutal fight. Get ready for a bloodbath, Judge said as he opened his laptop, pulling up a map of the area and carefully analyzing it for the best ambush points. Xiantong, are you able to join the fight? Judge turned to Eujiming. With only 3 of them, the rescue mission would be even tougher if you couldn't participate. Eujiming nodded. I can. Although his wounds had healed well, it hadn't been long enough for him to handle intense physical activity. Still, he knew he had to be part of this battle. Judge immediately contacted Yin Wang to inform him of the mission's difficulty. They would need backup. Even Yin Wang hadn't anticipated such a major crisis erupting in country Y. The embassy had become a place he could not leave, and at any moment, the angry crowd outside might storm the building. If any diplomatic personnel were to lose their lives here, relations between China and country Y would be beyond repair. Country Y understood that if war broke out with China, the consequences would be disastrous. China's economy would be set back a century, but country Y itself would be torn apart. Therefore, instead of attacking the embassy directly, they avoided open conflict and chose to arrest the 7 academicians who had come to attend the seminar. Neither country wanted war, but the power behind the scenes country was eager for it. If China's economy was crippled, the Chinese people's dream of national strength would be shattered for good. The embassy had to be defended at all costs. Yin Wang could only assign Shan Xiao and his team as reinforcements. For their safety, they were equipped with Type 95 rifles from the embassy's armory. Although these rifles weren't as accurate as sniper or assault rifles, they were sufficient for emergency use. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Judge sat by the roadside, holding a bag of nails, blending in like any ordinary pedestrian. With armed police nearby, most people avoided the area, and there was barely any traffic. Judge, are you ready? Bai Wuchang asked quietly. He watched as 6 academicians exited the seminar building, only to be immediately surrounded by police. Clearly, out of respect for the hosts, the authorities hadn't arrested the elderly scholars outright. The academicians remained calm, walking steadily out of the campus gates, but they hadn't expected such a heavy police presence. Didn't they say it was just a routine inquiry? Why all this fuss? Are they afraid a few old men like us could escape? Elder Mu sneered, leaning on his cane. The police, however, didn't catch his sarcasm and instead responded seriously, saying that due to their special status, extra protection was required. John opened the car door and gestured for them to get in. Elder Mu snorted, clutching his cloth bag, and got in reluctantly. The other scholars had no choice but to follow. Although everything seemed to be going smoothly, even the country-wide police felt that sending so many officers to detain a few slow-moving elders was a bit much. However, they hadn't gone far when the tires of their squad car suddenly burst. One officer hurried out to check, only to find the road littered with nails. She immediately became alert. At that moment, a girl pushing a wheelchair slowly appeared on the sidewalk, instantly drawing the attention of every officer. She looked frightened by the commotion and quickly raised her hands to show she meant no harm. John barked angrily, "Get lost!" The girl, clearly flustered, tried to maneuver the wheelchair, her movements awkward from nerves. Just then, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Everyone turned, their eyes locking onto a shadowy figure in the corner. Dino ordered, "Take them to the station. The rest of you come with me." John rushed ahead, calling out coldly, "Stay alert." Dino had a bad feeling. A vague sense of danger tightened in his chest. He glanced at John, but John seemed oblivious to his warning, still leading the team in pursuit down the alley. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence. A wheelchair was hurled at the police car with astonishing force, rocking the entire vehicle. "Watch out!" someone shouted. Only then did everyone realize they had overlooked the girl in the wheelchair. Eujiming. Before the officers could react, Eujiming appeared in front of them like a ghost. She moved so quickly she was almost a blur, darting forward and kicking a gun from one officer's hand just as he raised it. In the next instant, she grabbed him, using his body as a shield against the other's gunfire. Shots rang out, blood splattered as the bullets struck the officer. At the same time, Eujiming drew his sidearm and fired 6 precise shots. The moment John heard the gunfire, he realized they had walked into a trap. As he prepared to order a retreat, a shadow suddenly appeared behind them. The last officer in the line didn't even have time to react before his neck was snapped, and his heavy fall made everyone turn around. "Get down!" John shouted. He quickly noticed a stranger, a Chinese national, was aiming one of the team's guns at them. Relying on years of training, John dropped to the ground without hesitation. The others were a split second too slow. Before they could take cover, they were hit and fell. In just a few seconds, half of the 10-man team was down. As evening fell, the darkness became an advantage for the Special Forces operatives. John kept his gun trained on the mouth of the alley, ordering the remaining officers to retreat while he covered their exit. Meanwhile, Eujiming had already taken out 3 officers and was now using the police car for cover, engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. Inside the car, 6 elderly passengers cowered beneath their seats, trembling as they experienced the terror of a real gunfight for the first time. As lifelong doctors dedicated to saving lives, witnessing such sudden, violent deaths was deeply unsettling. "Stay down," Eujiming whispered urgently. "Shall you?" Old Jiang recognized the familiar voice, but the sight of this fierce fighter in a dress was almost unrecognizable. Eujiming responded, then calmly took out another officer who tried to peek out. Watching this chilling scene, one of the elderly asked, "Who are you really?" In response, Eujiming pulled out an Eagle Special Forces badge. Old Jiang's hands trembled with excitement. "She's one of our Special Forces, here to protect us." He tried to open the door, but Eujiming pushed him back. "Don't get out. Stay hidden." All right, all right." Old Jiang quickly ducked back under his seat. A battered old car suddenly sped toward the spot where the Y Country police were hiding, its tires screeching loudly against the pavement. Dino instantly sensed the danger and shouted for his men to scatter. But it was too late. The car barreled forward like a cannonball, knocking 3 officers aside in quick succession. The tires hit a strip of nails on the ground, ripping through with a harsh, tearing sound. Dino thought the car would stop, but to his surprise, the driver kept going, swerving sharply on the flattened tires and charging at them once more. "Shoot him. Take him down." Dino aimed his gun at the driver's seat and fired several shots. As the bullets shattered the windshield, Bai Wuchang kicked open the car door and rolled out, using the car's momentum to propel himself to safety. Almost simultaneously, a G-36 compact assault rifle arced through the air toward him. Bai Wuchang caught it in stride and ducked behind the car for cover. Hiss! Bai Wuchang gasped as he yanked a nail from his flesh. How many nails did Pan Guan throw out here? He grimaced in pain. Eujiming eyed the ground, now littered with nails. "No idea. Watch your step." Looks like he was determined to make sure nobody missed them. "Get down," Bai Wuchang shouted, firing a shot at Eujiming. The bullet whistled past his head, striking a police officer behind him squarely between the eyes. The man collapsed instantly. "I'm starting to think you're trying to kill me," Eujiming muttered through clenched teeth, glancing back at the fallen officer. "I'm not. You've got it all wrong. I'm protecting you," Bai Wuchang insisted. Just then, Pan Guan's warning crackled through their earpieces. "Watch out. Another team of cops is coming back. Xiantong, get ready." Bai Wuchang poked his head out to check the situation, only to have a bullet slam into the car hood in front of him, making him duck back immediately. "Damn, there's a sharpshooter out there." Eujiming recognized the officer as the same one who had forced him to jump into the river 2 days earlier. He couldn't help but think how fate had brought them together again. Watching the enemy's movements through the car window, Yu suddenly rolled out, firing blindly. Bai Wuchang quickly followed, providing cover. Working together, they managed to take down 2 police officers. Suddenly, a bullet streaked toward Eujiming's forehead. With split-second reflexes, he stopped short, and the bullet whizzed past where he would have been. The shooter was clearly anticipating his moves. "Get back here," Bai Wuchang shouted, laying down suppressing fire to cover Eujiming's retreat. As dusk fell and visibility worsened, a standoff developed. Time was running out for them. The Y Country police reinforcements could arrive at any moment. If that happened, not only would rescuing the 6 academicians be impossible, but their own escape would be in jeopardy. "Didn't Pan Guan say the captain sent backup? Where are they?" Bai Wuchang asked anxiously. "Who says we're not here?" A gruff voice broke in over the earpiece. At that moment, a Molotov cocktail soared through the air, landing right where the Y Country police were hiding. Flames erupted instantly, throwing the officers into chaos as they tried to put out the fire. 2 more Molotovs followed, forcing several officers into the open. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out immediately. Eujiming swiftly dispatched 2 enemies and immediately gave orders. "You take the 6 academicians and get out first. Well, cover the rear." Hanba, with his imposing figure nearly 2 meters tall, radiated an intense sense of threat. He clutched the last Molotov cocktail head snatched from the crowd outside the embassy, now repurposed as a makeshift grenade perfect for the situation. The police were preoccupied with putting out fires and rescuing people, too cautious to show themselves. It was the ideal moment to evacuate. Eujiming and Bai Wuchang supported the elderly scholars on either side, leading them down a narrow path, while Judge circled around to regroup from another direction. However, the elderly moved slowly and unsteadily, seriously slowing down their escape. "Hurry! Police reinforcements are here." Hamba rushed over. "We drove here. Follow me." Shan Xiao and Guiyu stayed behind to hold off the enemy and buy everyone more time. Hamba led the group to a cargo truck they'd stashed earlier. Watching the slow movements of the elders, his patience snappy tossed them into the back of the truck one by one as if they were rag dolls. Ah! The elderly men, dizzy and shaken, dared not complain. They knew they were slowing everyone down, but age and frailty left them little choice. All the hardships they'd never suffered before seemed to be catching up at once. Eujiming and the others quickly climbed into the truck, while Hamba jumped into the driver's seat. He planned to swing back and pick up Shanxiao and Guiyu, and his driving was nothing short of reckless so long as the truck didn't flip. He took every corner at breakneck speed. Hold on tight, Judge shouted, grabbing an old man who almost got thrown out. Bai Wuchang couldn't help pounding on the side of the truck and cursing. Hamba, you maniac, could you drive a little steadier? Hang on. Hamba called back, yanking the wheel hard and scattering the Y Country police reinforcements. Before they could get up, he slammed on the brakes, giving Shanxiao and Guiyu just enough time to leap into the back. Eujiming and his team half knelt in the rear, laying down suppressing fire at the police scrambling to their feet. Night had completely fallen over the streets of Y Country. Pedestrians hurried by, unwilling to take a second look. The speeding cargo truck was impossible to miss. They had to get out fast. If the military got involved, escape would become nearly impossible. Hamba, we need to make one more stop, Judge said suddenly. There's one more academician waiting for extraction. We can't leave anyone behind. TCH, where is he? Hamba grumbled, wrenching the wheel to turn the truck around. Meanwhile, Elder Zhong, whom they'd hidden away, waited anxiously in his hotel room. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hurrying over, he opened idly to find a squad of Y Country police, weapons at the ready, standing outside. The darkness beneath the night always hides unseen dangers. The judge and his team stepped out of the car, their eyes locked on the hotel where they had settled Zhong Lao earlier. The lobby lights still blazed brightly, and the receptionist at the front desk looked half asleep. On the surface, everything seemed normal. But for people who had spent years walking the edge between life and death, this calm scene carried an unmistakable sense of foreboding. This was what they called their sixth sense. There was something off about the receptionist, especially his right hand, which rested near his waist in the manner of someone used to carrying a gun. The judge silently retreated into the shadows. He whispered to Eujiming, "You're still injured. Stay here and keep the 6 academicians safe." He handed Eujiming his phone. "If anything happens, contact us right away." Eujiming took the phone and nodded. "The rest of you with me." The judge led 4 others, slipping into the hotel under cover of darkness. They moved like ghosts, vanishing into the night. Eujiming kept a sharp lookout, his gaze like a blade, gripping his G36 compact assault rifle tightly. The short barrel and compact design made it ideal for close quarters like this. He hadn't left the elderly men in the car. Instead, he found a concealed spot in a triangular alcove and hid them there. The car would be too obvious a target, and if a firefight broke out, he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Inside the hotel, the judge and his team silently climbed up the outer wall and slipped into the building. The silence inside was chilling. There wasn't a soul in the empty lobby, giving the place an eerie atmosphere. "Stay alert," the judge whispered, moving lightly down the corridor. Most hotels in country wide didn't have surveillance cameras. They saw them as an invasion of privacy, and if cameras were discovered, the hotel could face legal trouble. The lack of cameras was both a blessing and a curse. The downside was that the judge couldn't use computer feeds to monitor the hotel's activity. The upside was that their enemies couldn't track their movements either. The judge was well aware that the entire hotel had likely been turned into a trap by the local police, and by entering, they were stepping right into it. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a gun barrel poking through a door crack. "Get down," the judge shouted, diving to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire exploded through the corridor. At the same time, there was gunfire from behind as well. Damn, they were surrounded. Bullets tore into the carpet, leaving black holes in the floor. Shanxiao reacted instantly, shooting out the corridor lights one by one. Sparks flew as the circuits shorted, plunging the entire hallway into darkness. The judge and his team quickly rolled to the side of the wall. The police, unable to see their targets, fired blindly into the dark. In the pitch black, it was hard for the enemy to pinpoint their position, though the judge's group was still exposed in patches of light. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a policeman's arm was hit, his gun clattering to the floor. That shot came from Bai Wuchang. Although he was primarily a spotter, he was also a skilled marksman, maybe not as good as He Wuchang, but not to be underestimated. Throw grenades. With no target in sight, the police decided to throw grenades blindly. The corridor was narrow, and once a grenade was thrown in, even if it didn't hit its target, the blast alone would be enough to wipe out any resistance. 5 or 6 grenades were tossed into the hallway almost simultaneously. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded ahead of the explosion, followed by the deafening crash of a door being kicked in. The police officers on both sides looked at each other in shock. The hotel doors were reinforced security doors by all logic. Only an explosion could break them open. Kicking one down should have been impossible. That was precisely why they felt safe trapping Judge and his team in the corridor. As long as the exit was blocked, escape seemed impossible. What they hadn't expected was that someone could shatter a security door with a single kick. Judge's team rushed into the room. Boom. The grenades exploded instantly, the shockwave ripping up the shredded carpet and sending its fibers flying through the air, settling on everyone inside. Nice work, Hamba. Bai Wuchang couldn't help but glance at Li Tanxiao in admiration, surprised that this man could break down such a sturdy door with one kick. If that kick landed on a person, it would probably send them flying. Split up. Fight back. Judge barked out the order, quickly pushing open the window and leaping out, clinging to the wall. Shanxiu raised his gun toward the doorway to buy time for his teammates. Guiyu stomped onto the air conditioner unit, crouching next to the window to provide cover for Shanxiu. As Shanxiu grabbed the window ledge, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! Guiyu fired at a police officer peeking in, but the officer reacted quickly, dodging so the bullet only grazed the doorframe. In that brief moment, Shanxiu had already jumped out the window. By the time the police rolled into the room, the window was empty. The team had vanished. Gunshots erupted again outside. The leading officer rushed after them, but what he saw stopped him cold. 7 of his teammates lay dead in pools of blood. FK. He growled through clenched teeth, seething with rage. They had come to catch rats, but now the rats had turned on them. He was furious, barely able to control himself. Kill those damn Huagua bastards. He roared, and the other officers quickly joined in. But just as they finished shouting, a grenade arced through the air and landed right in their midst. The lead officer's pupils contracted as he lunged to shield the teammate in front of him. The others responded instantly, dropping to the ground. A few, just a second too slow, only thought to duck as the grenade exploded. Though they were farther away, the blast wave knocked them unconscious. Gunfire erupted again. The officers barely had time to get to their feet before they were forced to dive for cover once more. The cat-and-mouse game continued, but now the roles had been completely reversed. In the distance, Eujiming gripped his weapon tightly, scanning his surroundings with heightened alertness. The gunfire from the hotel told him Judge's team was already engaged with the police. He didn't relax for a moment. Occasionally, a homeless person wandered by, giving his weapon a wide berth. Eujiming couldn't shake a strange feeling. There seemed to be too many homeless people in this area. Normally, once night fell, the homeless would find a place to rest early, especially in Y country, where the nights were filled with violence and drugs far too dangerous to be out. His eyes unconsciously followed the first homeless man who had crossed the alley, his suspicion growing deeper by the second. These homeless people have no rights. Even if they die, the police won't give them a second glance. The laws of country Y have never included the homeless. The police only protect tax-paying citizens, and clearly, these people are not among them. Eujiming frowned, sensing that something was off the more he thought about it. He quickly signaled the elderly to stay silent, pressing a finger to his lips and gesturing for them to hide. He melted into the shadows of the passageway, slowing his breathing and tensing his muscles, patiently waiting for his prey to appear. Soon, the homeless man who had passed by earlier returned. As he stepped into the unusually quiet corridor, his footsteps echoed sharply in the empty space. The sudden silence made him pause warily, his right hand instinctively reaching behind him, a reflex born from years of handling firearms. Narrowing his eyes, he cautiously advanced deeper into the passage. In the darkness, Eujiming's breathing became almost imperceptible. The 6 elderly people huddled together in the corner, their anxious eyes fixed on the approaching figure. The man reached a dimly lit area, where he immediately spotted the group of 6 elders. Unexpectedly, instead of trying to capture them, he raised his gun without hesitation, ready to fire at the defenseless group. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the silence. The shot came from Eujiming, and the bullet struck the man's pistol with pinpoint accuracy, knocking it out of his hand and sending it spinning through the air. The man reacted instantly, moving with the agility of a trained predator, rolling out of the way of Eujiming's second bullet. Bang! The second shot grazed the man's side and struck the fallen gun, sending sparks flying. Shit! The man cursed, his American-accented English echoing down the corridor. Eujiming's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a local. He was from Country M. An agent? The thought flashed through his mind, but his hands didn't hesitate. He raised his gun again and fired. Just as the bullet was about to leave the chamber, a shadow darted forward. The man kicked the gun with precision, causing the bullet to veer off course and hit the floor, spraying bits of concrete. A glint of cold steel flashed in the agent's hand as he drew a military knife, its blade gleaming ominously in the faint light. He lunged at Eujiming, aiming for a vital spot. Eujiming instinctively raised his gun to block, the sharp clang of metal ringing out as the blade bit half an inch into the firearm. What a sharp knife, Eujiming thought, tightening his grip on the damaged gun. He swung it hard, forcing the agent back and creating some distance. But the agent was relentless. He closed in, knife flashing, each strike aimed at Eujiming's throat or heart, every move precise and lethal, the mark of a seasoned killer. Eujiming dared not let his guard down, focusing completely on defending against the onslaught. His gun was soon battered and scarred, and finally, With a powerful blow, the weapon snapped in two. A cold smile played at the agent's lips as he advanced, knife in hand. Eujiming stayed calm, hurling one half of the broken gun at his opponent like a weapon. At the same time, he drew a steak knife with his right hand and a small fruit knife from his left thigh. The agent sneered at Eujiming's choice of weapons. "Those are children's toys," he mocked, clearly unimpressed. Eujiming ignored the taunt, watching the agent closely, fully aware that this opponent was more dangerous than anyone had faced before. The agent attacked again, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Eujiming was forced to retreat, dodging each blow as he searched for an opening. "So weak," the agent taunted, driving Eujiming toward a corner. "If you don't fight back, you'll run out of space soon." With a sudden thrust, the agent's knife stabbed into the wall, narrowly missing Eujiming, the blade grazing his clothes. The agent then swept the knife sideways, aiming for Eujiming's neck, deadly intent glinting in the dim light. Eujiming ducked low, narrowly avoiding the lethal attack, and at the same time drove his knife toward the agent's abdomen. The agent's left hand shot out like lightning, gripping Eujiming's wrist with crushing force. "Pity," the agent sneered. "Not strong enough." He immediately slashed at Eujiming's throat, ready to end the fight. But instead of dodging, Eujiming pressed his back against the wall, using the recoil to thrust both knives fiercely at the agent's abdomen. The unexpected counterattack forced the agent to retreat, the contempt on his face replaced by a flicker of surprise. He licked his lips, eyeing Eujiming with a playful glint. "Interesting. It's been a long time since I met a woman as reckless as you." That comment struck a nerve. Eujiming gripped the knife tightly, choosing not to respond with words, but to defend his dignity through action. The agent was momentarily stunned by Eujiming's cold snort. A man? He immediately thought of the kingdom of the genderless. But before he could react further, Eujiming lunged forward, his knife spinning in his hand, aiming straight for the agent's vital spot. The agent had no choice but to retreat and dodge. "So you figured out I'm a man? Anyone who learns my secret doesn't live to tell the tale," Eujiming said, his voice icy. "You're even more twisted than I am." "I like that," the agent replied, running his tongue along his teeth, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. "Everything I like ends up dead." Eujiming had planned to act deranged, but he hadn't expected to run into someone truly insane. It made him sick to his stomach. "You're disgusting." He swept his leg at the agent, forcing him back. The agent used the wall to flip away, then slashed at Eujiming's throat with a backhanded strike. Eujiming barely dodged, but the blade still left a shallow cut on his neck. He rolled away to put some distance between them, blood seeping from the wound. "Too bad. That was close." The agent sighed, shaking his head before launching another, faster attack. "Careful, little freak. Next time, you might not be so lucky." Eujiming's shorter stature put him at a disadvantage, and soon he was covered in cuts and bruises. When his fruit knife was snapped in two by the agent's military blade, another gash opened on his arm. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have lost the whole limb. Suddenly, a cane came crashing down from behind, striking the agent squarely as he focused on his attack. The unexpected blow enraged him. He kicked Eujiming aside and hurled his military knife straight at the elderly man who'd thrown the cane, the blade piercing right through the old man's body. "Mulao!" The others cried out, rushing to help the elder. Eujiming seized this fleeting chance. Ignoring his agony, he leapt onto the agent's back, aiming the broken knife at a vital spot. The agent reacted instantly, twisting to grab Eujiming's wrist. As they struggled, Eujiming suddenly drove his forehead into the agent's nose. The agent loosened his grip in pain, and Eujiming plunged the knife into his chest but missed the heart. Enraged, the agent grabbed Eujiming by the ankle and slammed him into the wall. Eujiming hit the wall hard, the plaster crumbling around him. Dazed, he heard footsteps approaching, then gunshots. He forced himself to stand, drenched in blood, his dress soaked red. Still clutching the broken fruit knife, he stared fiercely at the approaching figure through blurred vision. Xiantong. Judge and the others were horrified at the sight of him. But Eujiming, barely conscious, instinctively swung his knife at anyone who came close. Huatongue watched thoughtfully, as if something had just occurred to him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Wake up, immortal child. It's me, the judge." The judge's voice was urgent, but he hesitated to approach Eujiming, who now looked tense and ready to strike at any moment. If anyone got too close, Eujiming would instinctively lash out. The judge stood his ground, a pained and conflicted look on his face. Eujiming's eyelids fluttered, and through the haze, he caught the word judge. He squeezed his eyes shut, and as his bloodshot gaze gradually cleared, he finally managed to speak, his voice weary. "You're finally back." Before he could finish, Eujiming's body went limp and he collapsed. The judge reached out to catch him, but Shansho was faster, stepping in to support him. "Weren't you supposed to contact us at the first sign of trouble?" the judge asked in a low voice. Eujiming had to summon all his strength just to reply, his tone strained. "I didn't expect that man to be so powerful." His eyes drifted to the group of elderly men clustered around Old Mu in the corner. "Old Mu." now well into his 70s, was frail and unsteady on his feet. Yet, at this moment, he summoned every last bit of strength to hurl his cane. If he had been younger, perhaps he could have made a difference, but age had robbed him of his vitality. With such severe wounds, there was no hope of survival. With trembling, blood-stained hands, old Mu pushed a cloth bundle toward old Jiang. These are the data I recorded. Every word and number. His clouded eyes flickered with a faint light. Maybe one day, China's clinical medicine will rise to the top of the world, and our people will no longer have to travel abroad for treatment. He caught his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. China will surely rise. There must be no weakness in any field. He forced his eyes open wide, his lips quivering as he spoke with his last bit of strength. Take these papers. My insights and experience are all in there. They'll be useful in the future. Old Mu slid down to sit against the wall, his body growing weaker. He waved them off, signaling that they shouldn't worry about him. Just take the documents, leave my body here. He knew there was no way he would ever return home. His body was growing cold fast, blood still pouring from his wounds. Not wanting to burden anyone, he made no further struggle, fully aware that his end was near. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, the flow unrelenting, his ruined organs leaving him unable to speak. The judge watched old Mu slump against the wall, a flash of grief in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and gave the order in a low, firm voice, go. The other elderly men hesitated, unwilling to leave. They had come together. How could they let old Mu die alone? Go. Take the documents, take China's future, and get out of here, the judge commanded. Old Mu tried once more to push the others aside. Hamba grabbed several of the old men, practically lifting them off their feet and shoving them into the car. As the doors slammed shut, the empty street was left with only old Mu's ragged breathing. He tried to lift his hand, wanting to give Hamba an encouraging gesture, but his strength was gone, and his arm fell limply to his side. The judge and the others stood at attention, saluting the old man slumped in the corner, his eyes gradually losing their light. Old Mu's eyes flew open, a look of surprise and joy crossing his face. Staring at the soldiers saluting him, he murmured incoherently, well done, all of you with you. The future of our country is bright, truly bright. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, his body slowly slumped to the ground. Though regret lingered in his heart, he knew the future of his country was now in good hands. He was at peace, and in his final moments, he died contentedly. Go, the judge ordered quietly. There was no time to retrieve old Mu's body. With 6 elderly men still in the car, there could be no more mistakes. The car started up again, Guiyu taking the driver's seat. The ride was smooth and steady, far better than Hamba while driving. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy, no one spoke. Old Jiang clutched the blood-stained bundle tightly in his arms. He carefully wiped the bloodstains away with his sleeve, but no matter how hard he tried, the dark red marks stubbornly refused to disappear. Stop wiping. Zhong Lao finally spoke up, his voice tinged with sorrow. Zhong Lao lifted his tear-streaked face and looked at Zhong Lao. But if I don't, what else can I do? His voice was filled with helplessness and guilt. I've studied medicine for half my life, yet in the end, all I could do was watch as Mu Lao died right in front of me. A heavy silence fell over the group, and the stillness of the night only made their unease grow. At that moment, Eujiming was laid flat across a seat. The judge began to carefully undo his skirt, an action that immediately drew a strong reaction from the drought demon. Hey, watch your hands. Judge, why are you undressing a girl? The drought demon nearly jumped up in shock and hurriedly pulled on Shangxiu's arm. Old third, why are you still looking? Turn around. The fairy boy is a guy, the judge explained wearily, grateful to avoid being accused of being a pervert. It's old fourth, isn't it? Huatongwei suddenly pushed aside Li Tanxiao, who was blocking his way, and quickly stepped over to Eujiming. He gently wiped the blood from Eujiming's face, and as the makeup faded, a familiar face gradually appeared. You know him? The judge asked while tending to Eujiming's knife wound. Huatongwei stared at the slowly emerging features. Though had grown up, he could still see traces of the 9-year-old boy he once knew. Yes, I know him. At last, Head found Eujiming and fulfilled his promise from years before. However, as the blood was wiped away, a ghastly scar was revealed for all to see, making the once handsome face look a little frightening. What happened to Old Fourth's face? Huatongwei turned to the judge. He lost a chunk of flesh to an enemy sniper during a mission, the judge replied, a shadow flickering in his eyes. That battle had been brutal. They'd lost the entire demon squad, and Ma Mian. Sometimes he still relived that battlefield in his dreams. Old Fourth. Li Tanxiao came over as well. Our cute Old Fourth isn't so cute anymore. He looked at the scar, feeling as if a flawless jade had been cracked. His heart ached. Instructor White Wolf always said scars are a man's badge of honor, Huatongwei said firmly, pushing Li Tanxiao aside. By daybreak, they finally arrived at the English Channel. A massive cruise ship was docked at the shore, its crew bustling as they moved what appeared to be ordinary wooden crates, though everyone knew they were packed with weapons and explosives. When their truck pulled up in front of the ship, A sharply dressed man from country Y greeted them with a wide smile. Yin, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you, he said, spreading his arms as if to hug the judge. Kate, how soon can we set off? The judge replied with a smile. Anytime. Kate glanced at the group behind the judge. The price? The judge asked. Kate held up 3 fingers. 3,000? Li Tanxiao asked, puzzled. No. Kate shook her head. Li Tanxiao felt a sudden jolt, realized their current smuggling fee of 3,000 was way too little. He pressed on. 30,000? Kate still shook her head. Li Tanxiao was taken aback and blurted out, 300,000? At this point, the judge chimed in. That's right. Li Tanxiao nearly jumped up, his face turning ashen. The smuggling fee was already high, but he hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. The elderly people nearby were just as shocked, their hearts sinking. They had a little over 3 million in total. If all that money was spent on medical equipment instead, who knew how much valuable gear they could have bought? But for 300,000, buying your lives is a bargain. Kate said in awkward Chinese. It was obvious had done this sort of thing more than once. Let's go. Get on the boat. The judge took the lead towards the cabin. Kate stepped aside and made a gentlemanly gesture for them to enter. Left with no choice, everyone followed the judge onto the ship. Once everyone was aboard, Kate ordered the crew to set sail. The boat began to move. The judge led them down into the cargo hold. The space was packed with crates of weapons, barely large enough to fit everyone. Li Tanxiao frowned, clearly displeased. 300,000, and this is where you're putting us? There are so many of us, and most are already on the wanted list. If we want to get past customs, hiding is the only way, the judge explained, which eased Li Tanxiao's annoyance a little. Just hang in there. Once we're home, it'll be over, Zhao Su said quietly, trying to comfort him. At that moment, Eujiming slowly regained consciousness. Hua Tongwei stayed close by his side, and the moment he saw you stir, he immediately looked over. Fourth, you're awake? Hua Tongwei's voice was gentle, tinged with concern. Eujiming still seemed dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling as if he hadn't heard his name. His mind hadn't fully returned to reality. Seeing no response, Hua Tongwei waved a hand in front of his eyes. Yes, gaze shifted slightly, finally following the movement, and he asked, where are we? Hua Tongwei let out a sigh of relief, helped Eujiming sit up, and whispered, we're on a smuggling ship. Eujiming's eyes remained unfocused. He only nodded in response. Sensing this, Hua Tongwei continued, Fourth, did you forget about us? Li Tanxiao, seeing Eujiming's lack of reaction, couldn't help but ask, Fourth, do you recognize me? Eujiming paused, finally focusing on Li Tanxiao and staring at him for a moment. The man in front of him, now broad-shouldered and muscular, looked nothing like the boy had once known. You stared for a long time, but couldn't place him. However, Zhao Su and Hua Tongwei, whose appearances had barely changed, seemed vaguely familiar. Zhao Su had left the training camp at 14, and his features had already settled by then. Now, at nearly 20, he was only a bit more chiseled. Hua Tongwei, on the other hand, had grown up proportionally. His face hadn't changed much since he was 11, except it had become tougher and more rugged. Is that third brother? Eujiming looked uncertainly at Zhao Su, then hesitated and asked, Big brother? His gaze shifted back to Li Tanxiao, full of confusion. Second? Li Tanxiao had been hoping Eujiming would call him second brother, but instead, he just said second, leaving Li feeling a bit hurt and disappointed. What? Am I really that forgettable? Call me second brother. Li Tanxiao raised his hand to smack Eujiming, but Hua Tongwei quickly stopped him. He's injured. Watch yourself, can't you see he's not well? Hua Tongwei frowned and reminded him. Li Tanxiao awkwardly withdrew his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. Over the years, all the food had eaten had turned into muscle, making him much stronger than most people his age. Normally, a person could carry a sandbag twice their body weight at most, but he could easily lift 1-3 times his weight and still walk steadily while doing it. If he slapped someone, even lightly, he could really hurt them. The mood in the room suddenly grew tense. They were getting to know each other again this time, with the assault specialist, Shanxiu. Hua Tongwei had originally reached out to ruffle Eujiming's hair, just like he used to when they were kids, but then realized they were formally introducing themselves now. So he changed course and instead shook Eujiming's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Fourth, it's me, demolition specialist, Hanba. Li Tanxiao scratched his head, feeling a bit silly about the way he introduced himself. He cleared his throat and added, machine gunner, Guiyu. Zhao Su smiled and, without hesitation, pinched Eujiming's cheek. The gesture was affectionate, but more than that, it carried a sense of long-lost ease. 5 years ago, had never managed to do this. Hua Tongwei and Li Tanxiao had both said before that Eujiming's face was soft and pleasant to touch. Now, 5 years later, Zhao Su finally got the chance, but the baby fat was gone. The face felt firmer, carrying a new sense of resilience. Eujiming was caught off guard. He hadn't expected their new teammates to be these familiar faces. The 4 of them, together again after 5 years, she found himself at a loss. Eujiming hesitated. The codename Xintong was just too embarrassing. He could hardly bring himself to say it. Sensing Eujiming's discomfort, Hua Tongwei smiled. We know. Your code name is Shinto. He said it with a teasing tone, but there was warmth in his voice too. I guessed it was you all along. No one else could fit that name quite like you. Hearing the name, Eujiming felt a pang of discomfort. When he was a child, the code name had seemed fitting, but now that he was older, it just felt awkward. He glanced at the judge beside him and asked quietly, I'm almost 15 now. Can I change my code name? The judge just shrugged helplessly. You'll have to talk to the captain about that. It's out of my hands. Eujiming could only wonder how he might bring it up later. The cruise ship soon left the port, and customs officers began inspecting the cargo one container at a time. Smuggled guns were usually hidden at the very bottom of the cargo hold, and customs rarely checked every single item thoroughly. They typically just opened a few boxes at random to see if the contents matched the manifest, but seldom looked deeper. So, the judge and the others hid themselves in the deepest part of the hold, holding their breath and waiting quietly for the inspection to finish. Outside, Kate chatted easily with the customs officers, as if they were old friends. The conversation was lighthearted, and at the right moment, Kate slipped a few bundles of cash into their hands. The officers, clearly used to this routine, gave the cargo only a cursory glance before letting the ship continue on its way. Once past customs, they were finally out on open sea. As long as no patrol ships from Country Y appeared, they would be safe. 12 people sat silently in the cabin, waiting for the cruise ship to leave Country Y's territorial waters. The journey was even smoother than they'd expected, with no complications at all. But this unusual calm only made them more nervous. They were used to obstacles along the way, so the lack of trouble felt unsettling. As the ship sailed on, and an hour passed with nothing happening, everyone began to relax a little. But just as they thought everything was going smoothly, the ship was suddenly surrounded by pirate vessels. Gunfire erupted outside, footsteps pounded overhead, and angry shouts echoed through the air. Suddenly, a deafening explosion artillery fire hit the ship, tearing a hole in its side. Seawater rushed in. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary pirate attack. Pirates rarely targeted arms dealers' ships unless they had a death wish. This time, it wasn't ordinary pirates behind the attack, it was Kate's enemies, or perhaps even the military from Country Y. Hamba kicked open 2 crates and pointed at a stack of long wooden boxes nearby. Look, there's something wrong with what's inside. Their nerves tightened at once. The situation had suddenly become far more complicated. Crash! The sharp sound of splintering would echoed through the air. A massive hole was kicked open, and the crate was flung aside without mercy. The judge immediately climbed in, a look of annoyance crossing his face. Damn it, just more ammo boxes. He cursed for the first time, his voice tinged with both anger and frustration. What they desperately needed were guns, and bullets alone wouldn't help. Crash! Another crate was kicked open, and this time, it was finally the right one. Rows of assault rifles lined up, their cold steel glinting. The judge quickly grabbed a few, handing one to each of the 6 people. But they couldn't fire right away, the guns were empty. Fortunately, the first crate had plenty of bullets, so everyone started loading up without hesitation, their movements swift and practiced. The judge grabbed another box of ammo and tossed it to Hamba. Take it, he ordered curtly. Seawater was already flooding the lower decks, and the cruise ship would soon be completely submerged. Time was running out. The judge shoved at the cabin door, only to find it locked tight. Stand back. He pressed the muzzle of his gun against the lock and fired. The lock shattered with a gunshot, and the door swung open to chaos. Gunfire rattled everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Go! The judge barked, gritting his teeth as he led the team, shielding the 6 elderly people as they searched for cover. Their goal was to quickly find a speedboat and escape the sinking cruise ship. The decks were littered with bodies, and stray bullets whizzed past their ears. Pirates had already taken over the deck. Forced to fight their way through the crossfire, they retreated while returning fire. The pirates wielded heavy weapons known for their large magazines and raw power, but their poor durability posed a risk. Even so, the judge and his team's assault rifles were only buying them time. They couldn't match the enemy's firepower heat. When they reached the stairwell, they found the door jammed shut. An elderly man tried several times, but couldn't budge it. Every second wasted brought them closer to death. Damn it! The judge cursed, stepping aside. Hamba turned and kicked the door hard. The first kick missed, but he didn't give up. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength. Bang! The door finally burst open. Go! The judge commanded, and everyone rushed into the stairwell. This was the only way to the rooftop deck. Hamba followed close behind, grabbing a nearby tool cabinet filled with ship repair equipment. The 600-pound steel locker seemed weightless in his hands as he slammed it against the iron door. Bang! The cabinet wedged firmly in place, buying them a few precious seconds. The pirates gave chase, firing wildly at the door, but there was no breaking through the makeshift barricade. Everyone stared at Hamba, seeing in him a symbol of strength, someone they'd once struggled to understand. What are you waiting for? Move! Hamba shouted, seeing everyone frozen in shock. Without hesitation, he scooped up 2 of the slower elders and dashed upstairs. The rest snapped out of it and hurried up with the others. Eujiming lagged behind, his bandages soaked with blood, pain racking his body, but he forced himself to keep going. At last, they burst out onto the top deck only to be stunned by what they saw. Overhead, two helicopters circled in the sky. They were the most common combat helicopters used by the country military, equipped with advanced weapon systems. No one could imagine why they were here. The sight made the judge's heart sink. Clearly, their situation was far more complicated than they'd thought. This type of helicopter is renowned for its formidable armor, twin-engine design, high maneuverability, advanced avionics, and exceptional survivability. Its fuselage is equipped with heavy cannons and multi-barreled machine guns, while the avionics system integrates self-defense countermeasures and cutting-edge navigation equipment. However, at this moment, they were too far from the shadowy helicopter to reach it. Overhead, two Apache helicopters hovered menacingly, their rotors thundering like a countdown to death. The moment they stepped out of the stairwell, they would be met by a hail of bullets. "Kate, you coward! Stay down there if you dare!" Someone cursed. Suddenly, a noise came from the helicopters circling above. Only then did Judge and the others realize that someone was hiding beneath the Black Hawk. It was the arms dealer, Kate. Lying next to him was a corpse, clearly the pilot of the Black Hawk, judging by the uniform. A harsh, grinding sound echoed from the stairwell as the pirates began cutting through the iron door. The door wouldn't hold much longer. They had to board the Black Hawk as quickly as possible. "He'll draw them away," Huatongwei said, glancing up at the helicopters with resolute eyes. If they couldn't escape using the helicopter, they would all die here. Rather than everyone perishing, he'd rather take his chances outside. "Be careful," someone shouted. Hesitation is the greatest enemy on the battlefield. Whoever makes the decision to risk their life has surely thought it through. As the acting commander, Judge wouldn't stop any soldier determined to make such a sacrifice. Third, Li Tanxiao and Zhao Su shouted in unison, their voices full of concern. "Don't worry, they'll be fine. In the fastest in the training camp," Huatongwei reassured them, then turned to look at Eujiming. Eujiming hesitated before finally calling out softly, "Brother." "Yeah," Huatongwei nodded, having been waiting for that word. Back in the training camp, Eujiming rarely spoke, always keeping to himself, let alone calling someone brother. But seeing him again after 5 years, he seemed much more open. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Huatongwei, as if watching a younger brother head cared for quietly grow up. With a slight smile, Huatongwei cast one last glance at the helicopters, then charged out with his rifle. The AK's gunshots rang out sharply. 3 quick shots tore through the air, successfully drawing the attention of both helicopters. Having achieved his goal, Huatongwei sprinted toward the back of the platform, moving like lightning. The helicopter's machine guns immediately opened fire, bullets raining down and kicking up sparks in his wake. Seeing that both helicopters had been successfully distracted, Judge gave the order, "Go." Hamba sprang into action, grabbing an elderly person in each arm and rushing forward. The rest of the team followed closely, making a dash for the Black Hawk. "Hurry." The elderly couldn't keep up, so Hamba had to double back and help the two slowest among them. "You." Kate stared in shock. He had assumed Judge and the others had perished on the cruise ship, never expecting them to not only survive, but also arrive here unharmed while protecting 6 elderly people. "Save it, move." Judge pushed Kate onto the helicopter. The Black Hawk was originally designed for 10, but without heavy cannons on board, it could theoretically fit 13. "Can you fly a helicopter?" Judge asked urgently. If Kate could pilot it, they wouldn't need to spare someone to start the Black Hawk. They were already short-handed. Losing anyone would weaken their firepower even further. Kate shook her head, her expression grave. Normally, he had a dedicated driver for his travels, but during this escape, the driver had been killed on this very land. Eujiming was covered in wounds and blood, injuries that would clearly affect his combat ability. Still, when it came to piloting a helicopter, he was up to the task. Although he had never operated a Black Hawk before, he understood the basics of helicopter controls well enough to get it airborne. With a roar, the rotors began to spin, and the helicopter's engine thundered through the air. 2 enemy aircraft quickly noticed the movement and veered toward the Black Hawk, which was just lifting off the ground. At that moment, a machine gun locked onto their flight path, coldly targeting the helicopter. "Xiantong, hurry up!" Bai Wuchang's shout was almost a roar as he fired at the enemy helicopters above, the muzzle spitting flames, bullets pouring down like rain. Bang! 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 The machine gun's relentless barrage rattled the Black Hawk's fuselage. Gritting his teeth, Eujiming used every ounce of strength to control the helicopter. The powerful wind diverted some of the incoming fire, and despite the violent shaking, he managed to pull the Black Hawk up. "Hold on tight," he shouted as the helicopter spiraled upward, quickly leaving the ground behind and surging into the sky. "Nice work." Bai Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief, shouting words of praise. "Don't let your guard down." The judge's face was still tense, eyes locked on the enemy aircraft as he continued firing at the pursuing gunship. But ordinary bullets were useless against the thick military armor. Taking it down would require something much stronger, a cannon or an anti-material Barrett sniper rifle. Zhao Su had already run out of bullets. He paused to reload, calmly picking up the long-barreled anti-material sniper rifle, which felt especially unwieldy in the cramped helicopter cabin. He'll do it. Bai Wuchang grabbed the sniper rifle and braced it firmly at the cabin door. Careful, Kate suddenly called out, seeing Bai Wuchang ready to pull the trigger. Bai Wuchang immediately stopped, and just then, the helicopter lurched violently, everyone inside thrown off balance. Steady, Xiantong. Bai Wuchang shouted anxiously as his target vanished from the sniper scope. Can't steady it. Hold on tight. Eujiming's voice came from up front. At that moment, everyone felt an intense, invisible pressure. Suddenly, the enemy aircraft fired a heavy shell, which whistled past the bottom of the helicopter. Eujiming's eyes flashed as he quickly pulled the helicopter higher, narrowly dodging the deadly shot. If he hadn't reacted in time, they would have been blown to pieces in the sky. Those bastards, they'll make sure they pay for this when we get back. Kate muttered angrily, her eyes burning with fury. Xiantong, give me a clear shot. Bai Wuchang urged, frustration in his voice. His target had disappeared from the scope, and he needed a better angle. Got it. Eujiming responded, instantly adjusting the helicopter's direction and suddenly veering straight toward the enemy Apache. Are you insane, Lao Si? Li Tanxiao shouted in shock as the two helicopters seemed on the verge of colliding. But just as they were about to crash, the enemy pilot panicked and tried to evade. Eujiming accelerated and spun the helicopter with incredible speed, skimming past the Apache's nose. A single bullet tore through the cockpit, piercing the entire aircraft and instantly destroying it. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the Apache erupted in flames and smoke, the blast wave rocking the Black Hawk violently. For a moment, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. The helicopter trembled in the air, and they all gasped for breath, faces pale. For a second, they'd all thought their lives were over. Great teamwork. Kate leapt from her seat, cheering excitedly for the seamless coordination between Bai Wuchang and Eujiming. But their relief was short-lived. Suddenly, an armed helicopter burst through the clouds and roared after them. Everyone turned to look toward the cruise ship, only to see the churning waves the ship had completely vanished beneath the sea. Lao San, Zhao Su shouted, his voice breaking, frantically scanning the turbulent water. Huatongwei might have sunk with the ship or fallen under the helicopter's gunfire. Zhao Su lost control in an instant. Guiyu was shocked to see the usually calm teammate in such a state of panic. Boss, get a hold of yourself. Li Tanxiao lunged forward, tackling Zhao Su to the ground and pinning him down. Zhao Su struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Li Tanxiao's grip. It had been 9 long years. From boot camp to graduation, from evaluations to joining the Hell Squad, Zhao Su, Huatongwei, and Li Tanxiao had always been together. Compared to Eujiming, who had only joined them 3 years ago, Huatongwei meant much more to Zhao Su. That was why, when Huatongwei wanted to join the N135 Special Forces, Zhao Su had agreed without hesitation. After all the effort to get here, after Huatongwei spent 5 years searching for Lao Si, were they really going to lose him now? He's not dead. Eujiming suddenly spoke up, his sharp eyes catching a figure on the water. Look, over there. Zhao Su wiped his tears and looked in the direction Eujiming pointed. Sure enough, someone was clinging to a floating plank. Though he was bleeding and his wounds were soaking in seawater, Huatongwei was still hanging on, gritting his teeth. He's alive. Relief washed over Zhao Su, and he realized how foolish his outburst had been. Li Tanxiao couldn't help but laugh at the scene, only to be smacked on the back of the head by Zhao Su. Just then, Judge's warning shattered the brief moment of peace. Watch out. The helicopter's catching up. With no more anti-sniper rifle ammo, they were at a clear disadvantage. Bai Wuchang looked to Kate for help, but she simply shook her head. Shouldn't the Black Hawk have machine guns? Eujiming suggested. If it's unknown, we might still stand a chance. But Kate's answer made everyone want to strangle him. This Black Hawk is my merchandise. There aren't any bullets loaded. To make matters worse, the raiding boats below had caught up. The infrared-guided cannons on their decks were now locked onto the Black Hawk that Eujiming was piloting. The situation had just become even more dangerous. Holy crap! Who are these people? And how do they have such advanced weapons? Hamba stared in shock at the powerful cannon, completely stunned. Kate looked calmly at the dark barrel and said, they're the heirs of Kashtov. So, you're their enemy? The judge asked casually. He intentionally brought up the question to ease the tension inside the cabin, hoping to prevent anyone from losing their composure and impairing their ability to act. If things got truly desperate, jumping out of the helicopter might be the only option. No, Kate denied immediately. I'm one of Kashtov's heirs too. I get it. So you're all fighting for the inheritance, Li Tanxiao chimed in, then gritted his teeth and added. So we're getting dragged into this mess because of you? The thought of Kate demanding 300,000 from each of them only made him angrier. Kate just shrugged, looking unconcerned. You chose to get on this boat. You should have known what risks came with it. That nearly made Li Tanxiao lose his temper on the spot. They're coming. Eujiming suddenly shouted. A tracking missile had locked onto their Black Hawk helicopter. Hold on. Eujiming yelled, then steered the Black Hawk straight toward the pursuing Apache. Compared to a fighter jet, helicopters were much slower, making it impossible to dodge a tracking missile in the air. The Apache's machine gun opened fire, bullets rattling against the Black Hawk's hull. Fortunately, the Black Hawk was sturdy enough to withstand the attack, otherwise, they would have been shredded. Eujiming took advantage of the Apache's lighter build, closing the distance between them. While the Apache was more agile, getting too close meant it would be affected by the Black Hawk's rotor wash. Go! Go! The two pilots in the Apache frantically tried to avoid the oncoming Black Hawk. At that moment, a ground team launched an infrared-guided missile. Pull back! Get out of there now! Someone on the Apache shouted into their headset, but it was too late. The two pilots made a split-second decision and jumped into the sea, leaving the now unmanned Apache to continue on its course. Here comes the fairy child, the judge shouted as the missile drew closer. Eujiming took a deep breath, time seeming to slow down around him. Just as the missile was about to hit, he suddenly dove the Black Hawk toward the ocean. The missile skimmed past the Black Hawk and slammed directly into the unmanned Apache. He had used the infrared missile's tracking system to his advantage. It locked onto the heat signature from the engines and detonated automatically when close enough. With both helicopters side by side, the missile treated them as one target, and all Eujiming had to do was veer away at the critical moment. The missile headed straight for the Apache. After all, an infrared-guided missile isn't human. It doesn't think. It simply follows its programmed path. The force of the explosion violently rocked the Black Hawk, sending the helicopter spinning out of control. Holy crap! We're gonna die! Li Tanxiao shouted in terror, watching helplessly as the helicopter plunged toward the ocean. Among the elderly passengers strapped tightly into their seats, 3 of them fainted from the violent shaking. Another turned pale, his chest heaving as if on the verge of a heart attack. Hold on tight, Eujiming called out in a deep voice. Just as the Black Hawk was about to hit the water, Eujiming gripped the control stick with steady hands, miraculously regaining control. The rotors stabilized, and the helicopter hovered just a meter above the waves for a couple of seconds. Everyone instinctively looked down at the sea, churned by the downdraft. That was some flying, Kate stammered in awe. Eujiming didn't waste a moment. He immediately flew the Black Hawk low over the water. Throw the rope, he shouted suddenly. The rope? Li Tanxiao echoed, confused. But Zhao Su had already caught on. He quickly grabbed a rescue rope and tossed it out of the cabin. The Black Hawk skimmed just above Huatongue, and the helicopter began to slowly rise. Suddenly, the rope jerked violently, nearly yanking Zhao Suho was ready for it out of the cabin. Li Tanxiao finally understood and rushed over to help. Together, he and Zhao Su hauled Huatongue up into the helicopter. Meanwhile, the ships on the water had closed in. Shit, they're not going to fire another tracking missile, are they? Li Tanxiao said anxiously, glancing back. Once was more than enough. If they got locked on again, they wouldn't stand a chance. No way, Kate said firmly. Those missiles are hard to come by, especially tracking ones. Getting their hands on just one must have cost them a fortune, not to mention a ton of effort. There's no way they have a second. So your head must be pretty valuable, Li Tanxiao shot back, unable to hide his sarcasm. He genuinely disliked Kate. She knew how cutthroat the competition was, yet she had no sense of caution and dragged them all into this mess. Kate looked guilty, realizing she had hardly contributed and had only been saved by the others. Eujiming pulled the Black Hawk higher, out of the range of the ship's guns. The pursuers fired a few shots into the air in frustration, but that was all they could do. Judge, come check on Lao San's bleeding, Zhao Su suddenly called out. Judge immediately rushed over to Huatongue, and the other elderly passengers, now recovering, unbuckled their belts and gathered around. Supported by Zhao Su, Huatongue gave everyone an awkward glance. Shanxiao, where are you hurt? Judge asked anxiously, searching for a wound but finding no obvious injury, even though there was definitely blood. Huatongue's face turned bright red as everyone stared at him. Finally, he muttered under his breath, my butt. What? Judge blinked, just now noticing how red Huatongue's face was. A burst of laughter threatened to break out among the group, but only Bai Wuchang let it out, laughing loudly and without restraint. Li Tanxiao wanted to laugh too, but one look from Huatongue made him freeze, the urge to laugh vanishing instantly. But with Bai Wuchang's infectious laughter, the others soon joined in. Only Eujiming, focused on flying, had no idea what was going on. He had no time to care, either was scanning the horizon for a place to land. The Black Hawk was running low on fuel. If he couldn't find a place to touch down before it ran out, they'd all be lost at sea. Eujiming was relieved to find a small resort island before running out of fuel. Although he had no idea where they were exactly, the presence of a supply station was enough to satisfy him. He quickly located an open area and landed the Black Hawk smoothly. The sudden arrival of a military helicopter caused an immediate stir. Tourists on the beach looked up in astonishment. Inside the cabin, everyone faced a dilemma. Carrying weapons would clearly spark panic, but even without them, their muscular builds were enough to arouse suspicion. Still, resupplying was essential. All eyes turned to Kate, the only one dressed like a gentleman, with the air of an aristocrat. Don't stare at me like that. You're scaring me. Kate raised his hands, but the others' gazes remained fixed on him. Glancing at the slow-moving elders, Kate realized he had no other choice. All right, he sighed, but he'll need someone to watch my back. You've seen how crazy my competitors are. After a moment's thought, the judge picked Eujiming. Compared to the others' imposing physiques, the teenager was the least conspicuous. Eujiming reluctantly left the cockpit and followed Kate. Hello? Kate turned to Eujiming with a friendly smile, only to be met with a cold look. Eujiming focused on searching for the supply station, but the tourists avoided him, making it impossible to ask for directions. Hey, kid. Kate fired off questions. How old are you? Where did you learn to fly a helicopter? How are you so skilled? Shut up. Eujiming finally snapped. Kate handed over his business card. How about working for me? $100,000 a month. That was top-tier pay in the mercenary world, but Eujiming tore up the card without a word and tossed it in the trash. Kate, embarrassed, finally went quiet. They eventually found the refueling station, but there was no fuel left for helicopters. They could only buy a drum of gasoline to take back. Do you have any money? Eujiming suddenly asked. Kate's eyes lit up. Yes. How much do you need? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Shouldn't he be angry instead? Pay up. Eujiming pointed at the full drum of fuel. Kate obediently pulled out his wallet, reassuring himself that it was all for the sake of getting back. In the end, they returned safely with a large drum of fuel and food, and the rest of the journey went off without a hitch. If there were any more problems, Eujiming thought he might need to consult a fortune teller to see if he was just born unlucky. The helicopter took off again, this time with Bai Wuchang taking over the cockpit, allowing Eujiming to finally rest and tend to his wounds. Every time he went on a mission, he always came back battered. He and Huatongwei, his fellow sufferer, found a place to recover side by side until they felt better. The helicopter flew smoothly all the way back to Wagwo's territory. Soon, the families would send someone to pick up the elderly members. Before leaving, Elder Jiang gave Eujiming his contact information and said, Xiaoyu, the scar on your face can be treated with skin grafting. It may not return to how it was, but you could recover 70 to 80%. Eujiming was actually quite satisfied with his scar. It gave him a certain intimidating presence wherever he went. If it really healed, people might just think he was being pretentious. So, he only nodded casually at Elder Jiang's suggestion. Elder Jiang was an expert in this field. If he said something could be done, it could be done. But if the patient refused to cooperate, even the best doctor couldn't force Eujiming into surgery. In the end, the elders could only watch Eujiming leave, their regretful expressions making him feel like he'd narrowly escaped becoming a lab specimen. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Kate contacted his own people to pick him up. I'm heading back to reclaim everything that's mine, he said. The judge patted him on the shoulder and joked, you really need to stop watching those melodramatic Huagua TV shows. Looking at Kate, who stood well over 6 feet tall, the judge took a few steps back and finally asked, are you gay? Kate instantly bristled and shot back loudly. I like soft, sweet women. Just then, Kate's team arrived. He turned to join them, but before leaving, he hurried back to Eujiming, pulled out a business card, and pressed it into his hand. Think about my offer from last time, he said. As soon as he finished, he left with his team. Eujiming stared blankly at the card in his hand, while everyone around him watched with obvious curiosity. The card felt hot to the touch, and he wanted to toss it right away, but the judge stopped him. Keep it. Kate may seem unreliable, but he doesn't hand out his card to just anyone, the judge said, slipping the card into Eujiming's pocket. With this card, no matter where you are in the world, you can contact him for any kind of deal, even to buy your life back. Eujiming hadn't realized the card was so valuable. He couldn't help but regret tearing up the previous one. The judge then urged, come on, the company's sent someone to pick us up. So, they set off for home. Eujiming couldn't help but wonder how the captain and the others were doing. The situation in Y country was too complicated. If the embassy couldn't evacuate, Yin Wang and the rest would have to stay put. The embassy was still helping Huagua citizens leave, and only after everyone was safe would they have a chance to withdraw. When they returned to the company, the captain was nowhere to be seen, and the 100-demon squad was out on a mission. Only an unfamiliar team was training on site. Eujiming had no interest in the new team, and even though he didn't want to get involved, their captain stopped them directly. The captain stared straight at Eujiming, prompting Huatongwei and the others to step in front of him protectively. The captain was tall, around 23 years old, and seemed vaguely familiar to Eujiming, though he couldn't quite place him. Suddenly, one of the team members stepped forward and called out softly, Squad leader. Squad leader? Eujiming was taken aback, and so was everyone else. This didn't look like a confrontation after all. Then he remembered the man was Hu Yao, who had been a trainee at the Air Force camp and had always said he wanted to join the company. Eujiming had assumed Hu Yao would take over Ma Mion's position, but instead, had ended up in a different team altogether. Squad leader, I told you I'd show up. Hu Yao wore a triumphant grin, as if he'd just fulfilled an important promise. Eujiming simply nodded, ignoring Hu Yao's showy entrance. Instead, His gaze drifted past him and landed on the squad leader who had been watching him closely, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Noticing where Eujiming was looking, Hu Yao smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the introductions. Let me introduce you. He strode over to the squad leader and gestured. This is our squad leader, codename Song Yuan. Song Yuan. Eujiming repeated the name silently. It sounded powerful, and he thought to himself that he should come up with an equally impressive codename. Hu Yao leaned in and lowered his voice. He's the one who helped give you a transfusion with me when we got back from Libya. That sentence was like a key, unlocking Eujiming's memory. He finally remembered Etta had indeed met this man during the Libya mission, back when he was still the acting captain of the Menghu Special Forces. It was surprising to see that, in just a few months, this soldier had transferred to the company. And that big guy with the goofy grin? His codename's Baopilong. Hu Yao pointed to a burly man with a friendly face, his tone tinged with teasing. Before Eujiming could process the meaning behind Baopilong, a ripple of laughter broke out among the group, instantly lightening the previously stiff atmosphere. The man called Baopilong seemed used to this reaction. He scratched his head and explained sheepishly, my mom always called me that. I got used to it, so I picked it as my codename. And this is Guyu, Hu Yao said, pointing to the only woman in the team. The members of Hell Squad were momentarily stunned. In their experience, teams that handled such high-intensity missions rarely had female members due to the physical demands. Women were usually assigned to squads like Bai Yao team, which handled special operations. To them, a woman in a regular combat squad was seen as a potential liability. Guyu immediately sensed their doubts. She lifted her chin and met their gazes heated, her expression unwavering, a silent message that her skills would speak for themselves, and she wasn't about to waste words on them. The Hell Squad members exchanged awkward glances. Deep down, they knew ability wasn't determined by gender, though men did tend to have natural physical advantages. Their instinctive belief that men were always stronger was something they realized needed to change. Hu Yao didn't care about any of that. He leaned into Eujiming and whispered, watch out for that one. She hits hard and it hurts. Humph. Gaia's cold snort wasn't loud, but it carried real weight. Hu Yao instantly stiffened, as if he'd been shocked, and quickly changed the subject, pointing to a young man. That pretty boy is Hongfeng. Don't let his age fool you, as a top-notch hacker, right? Hongfeng? The boy, who looked about 17, pushed his glasses up and nodded uncertainly, as if he hadn't quite caught what Hu Yao said. There are 3 others who aren't here today. The captain put them in confinement. He'll introduce you when they're back, Hu Yao added with a grin. Let's go. Captain Song Yuan suddenly turned and gave a short order to Hu Yao. Got it, Captain. Hu Yao responded instantly and hurried back to the squad. Halfway there, he suddenly realized he hadn't introduced himself. He turned back and shouted, Squad leader, my codename's Filong. Let's train together sometime. Is that really how you invite someone? Eujiming was a bit baffled by Hu Yao's logic, but chose to respect it. Let's move. Judge called out to the Hell Squad to head back to the dorms, while he went off to write his report. Besides the routine updates, he also needed to report on the country agent Eujiming had encountered back in a country. After all, an academician had died in that operation. Everything needed to be accounted for. This would escalate into a matter between nations, far beyond their own pay grade. The best they could do was to pass on every detail to their superiors. Back at the company, Eujiming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Had been gone for 6 months since leaving at the end of May. So much had happened in that time. But now, finally, he was home. The chill of winter was gradually seeping into the air, but Eujiming found it strangely comforting. After being away for so long, looking at this familiar place brought him a sense of peace. Subconsciously, the atmosphere at the company helped him relax, because here, he didn't have to stay on guard all the time. Everyone has places that give them a sense of security, and Eujiming was no exception. After just a few days, he had returned here once again. Before long, Yin Wang and his team came back, clearly exhausted from their journey. The embassy staff from Country Y had been safely evacuated, and Country Y now understood that completely severing ties with China would be a foolish move. If they dared to underestimate China, they would only be bringing disaster upon themselves. A century ago, China had endured countless hardships, but never fell. Now, China had grown so strong that no country, especially a small one like Country Y, could afford to ignore it. If China ever stagnated, the price might just be a gradual loss of momentum, but if Country Y went against China, the outcome would be catastrophic. The world is a vast stage, but everyone who stands on it knows exactly what's at stake. When Eujiming learned the captain was back, he rushed to find him. Had wanted to change his code name for a long time. Being called Immortal Child every day didn't make him feel special anymore. As soon as he saw Yin Wang, Eujiming blurted out his request. Captain, I'd like to change my code name. Yin Wang was caught off guard. Head thought Eujiming had hurried over to help welcome the team back to the company, and he even felt a little touched, thinking the kid was finally starting to show some care. But it turned out he just wanted a new code name. Yin Wang replied coolly, request denied. Eujiming was stunned. Had already picked out a new name and felt disappointed, but he didn't back down. Standing in front of Yin Wang, he insisted, Captain, I've really thought this through. At almost 15, he was already 178 centimeters tall, not exactly tall, but still the shortest in the Hell Squad. Blocking Yin Wang's path, he sounded like a stubborn kid, but his tone was firm. I want to change my code name. Yin Wang glanced at the two people behind him and gave a wry smile. All right then, what do you want to change it to? He was a little curious, seeing how determined Eujiming was. Without hesitation, Eujiming answered, Bully. I think it sounds powerful. I've thought it over, and I'm really happy with it. Yin Wang immediately shoved him aside, clearly annoyed. Get lost. Bully? Where did you even get that from? That's just an ugly name, sounds more like a bulldog. Eujiming was left speechless, rejected without mercy. He stood in front of Yin Wang, almost pleading, Captain, can't I just have a new code name? Yin Wang looked at him and sighed. Just stick with Immortal Child, all right? Be a good little deity. He patted Eujiming on the shoulder as he walked past. Eujiming felt a pang of disappointment and muttered under his breath, Immortal Child, what a terrible name. At that moment, Nyoto looked at Eujiming with a gentle smile. You've grown up, haven't you? He said, ruffling Eujiming's hair with a hint of affection in his eyes. I have, master, Eujiming replied quietly, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. Yeah, you've grown and gotten livelier, too. You're nothing like that gloomy kid you used to be, Nyoto said with a laugh. Eujiming didn't say anything more. He just lowered his head, not wanting anyone to see how upset he was. Fourth, are you slacking off? Suddenly, Li Tangxio's voice called out from the training ground. Coming. Eujiming turned to Nyoto. Go on. Nyoto nodded with a smile. Eujiming nodded and dashed toward the training ground. Behind him, Nyoto couldn't help but sigh, his eyes tinged with sadness. The kid was growing up so fast, how did time fly by like this? Hearing that sigh, Yin Wang turned and teased, getting sentimental. Are you? Immortal Child is almost 15, right? Yeah, Nyoto replied. Almost. We've never celebrated birthdays around here, but everyone knows when another year has passed. He sighed again, unable to keep the flood of emotions at bay. Nyoto glanced at the time and realized it was almost time. Should we give him a little surprise this year? Yin Wang said with a mischievous smile. A chill ran down Nayuta's spine, and he shivered involuntarily. He knew his captain too, well, whenever Yin Wang smiled like that, nothing good ever followed. Out on the training field, Eujiming was running when his nose suddenly itched. He let out a loud sneeze and had to stop in his tracks. Fourth, are you coming down with something? Huatongue asked with concern, reaching out to check Eujiming's forehead. Eujiming quickly dodged aside and shook his head. I'm fine, just an itchy nose. Maybe you're lovesick, fourth? Li Tanxiao chimed in, grinning teasingly. TSK. Eujiming narrowed his eyes, and without another word, darted forward, grabbed Li Tangxiao, was much larger than him by the waist, and effortlessly tossed him to the ground. What the hell? Li Tanxiao cried out, stunned. He weighed at least 200 pounds, yet the seemingly skinny Eujiming had just picked him up like it was nothing. He could accept being thrown by the captain or by the third, but now even the shortest and smallest of the team could toss him? Where was his dignity as the second brother? Li Tanxiao scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off, and glared at Eujiming with a flash of anger in his eyes. You're not getting away with that, fourth. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. But Eujiming wasn't about to give him a chance. If Li Tangxiao's punch landed, he might actually break a few ribs. Having succeeded with his move, Eujiming immediately took off running. What followed was a fool-in chase around the training ground, with Eujiming weaving and dodging while Li Tanxiao chased after him, both of them sprinting around the field. Second, give it a rest. Huatongue called out when he noticed Eujiming was already out of breath. Third, that's not fair. You're taking sides. Li Tanxiao protested, stopping in his tracks and pointing accusingly at Huatongue. How come it looks like I'm the bully here when I'm the one getting the short end of the stick? Captain, say something. Li Tanxiao looked hopefully at Zhao Su. Zhao Su paused, scratching his head in confusion. If I take sides too, wouldn't that be unfair to you? Ack. Li Tanxiao stomped his foot in frustration, feeling like the whole world was out to get him. Just then, Eujiming suddenly stopped in his tracks, his body stiffening as his gaze locked onto someone in the distance. Li Tanxiao almost crashed into him and asked, what's up? Following Eujiming's line of sight, Eujiming didn't answer. He just stared intently at the man known by the codename San Yuan, captain of the Jiaolong squad. That guy? The Jiaolong squad captain? Li Tanxiao asked, puzzled as to why Eujiming was suddenly so focused on him. Eujiming frowned, that strange sense of familiarity welling up inside him again. Head felt it during the Libya mission, and it hadn't faded since. He was certain Head never met anyone named San Yuan before going to Libya. Does anyone know his real name? Eujiming asked quietly, trying to get to the bottom of this feeling. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. His name is Zhou Anren. Judge's voice came from behind them. He introduced himself on the ship back from Libya. All of you were focused on Eujiming at the time, but I remembered. Eujiming silently repeated the name, finding it both familiar and strange, but he just couldn't recall where Head heard it before. Come on, the captain wants everyone in the conference room. Judge interrupted, snapping Eujiming out of his thoughts. The captain's calling a meeting as soon as he gets back? Doesn't he want to rest first? Bai Wuchang complained, frowning. The three newcomers might not realize it, but Bai Wuchang knew all too well whenever the captain called a meeting, it meant either a new assignment or some new way to torment them. They'd just finished a mission, so there probably wasn't another one right away. That could only mean the captain was eager to start tormenting them again. Eujiming was well aware of the captain's hobbies, but had gotten used to it and didn't care about the torment to come. Huatongwei and the other two, on the other hand, assumed there was a new mission and followed Judge to the conference room with serious expressions. When they entered, Yin Wang and the other two were already there waiting. Everyone found a seat and settled in, ready for the meeting to begin. Today's meeting isn't really about anything serious, Yin Wang said with a rare smile, his gaze settling on Eujiming. Our little immortal will be turning 15 in a few days. Since we all have some free time, let's celebrate his birthday together. The group immediately burst into applause and cheers. Eujiming, however, stood frozen in place. This was the first time in his life had ever heard of a birthday. He couldn't help but wonder. Even I don't know when my birthday is, so how did the captain find out? Li Tanxiao was visibly excited. Having never celebrated a birthday himself, he was full of anticipation at the prospect of witnessing someone else's. But the next day, the whole team was shipped off to a desolate, isolated island. Bai Wuchang had expected something similar to last to me, a lush island with a Black Hawk helicopter parked on the shore, where they could swim, surf, and feast to their heart's content. The barren island before them, however, was nothing like what had imagined. Isn't this just an island? Yin Wang said innocently, spreading his hands. Bai Wuchang turned to He Wuchang, eyes sharp. You knew about this ahead of time, didn't you? I'm afraid the weather isn't looking so good today, He Wuchang replied, deliberately tilting his head to look at the sky. Come on, tell me. Bai Wuchang pressed, his tone growing tense. All right, I knew, He Wuchang finally admitted. At this point, Huatongwei and the others finally caught on the so-called birthday celebration was just a cover for more training. Only Eujiming seemed unfazed, already searching the area for materials to make tools. Our little immortal is as sharp as ever, already adapting, Yin Wang said quickly, trying to lighten the mood as the atmosphere grew tense. Please call me Bully. Thank you, Eujiming replied coolly, leaving Yin Wang momentarily speechless. He wanted to ask who gave him such an unflattering nickname, but thought better of it. The others burst out laughing at the captain's expense. Bai Wuchang gave Eujiming a thumbs up. You're still the best, little immortal. Please call me Bully, Eujiming, now 15, said with a sigh, clearly fed up with the nickname Little Immortal. This time, it was Bai Wuchang's turn to look dejected. Yin Wang clapped his hands to get their attention and announced the training plan. They would be spending a month on the island, responsible for all their own food and shelter. With the weather turning colder, they'd better find somewhere to sleep before nightfall if they didn't want to catch a chill. Dressed in civilian clothes and carrying nothing else, they were left to fend for themselves. The untamed jungle served as their training ground by day and their hunting grounds by night. Yin Wang gave them a day to find food and build shelter. Training would begin the next day. Except for Yin Wang and the judge, everyone got busy preparing. Captain, you'll be 29 at the start of next year, right? The judge asked suddenly. Yin Wang watched his teammates disappear into the distance and let out a long sigh. Yeah, in another year, he'll be retiring, just like Dizong and Zhong Kuei had been grooming Nyoto to take over. But Nyoto was too gentle and indecisively a good soldier, but not leadership material. It seemed no one was ready to fill the captain's shoes. Time was running out, and with his retirement looming, where would the Hell Squad go from here? Captain, maybe you should consider training Gyu, the judge began, then trailed off, remembering Gyu's reckless outburst on the Black Hawk helicopter after thinking Shansho had died. Someone so ruled by emotion didn't seem fit to lead, either. But Yin Wang fell silent, lost in thought. He recalled Gyu's composure at the Y country embassy. Maybe, just maybe, this was a candidate worth considering. Eujiming and his team split up as they explored the deserted island. As soldiers trained in wilderness survival, they felt completely at ease in this environment. Zhao Su sent Eujiming to forage for food, while Li Tanxiao volunteered to gather wood and build a shelter. After all, they were going to be training on this island for a month, so a proper place to stay was essential. The island was much like any typical jungle, dense vegetation, abundant insects and birds, and, since they didn't have to worry about enemy detection, they could safely light a fire to cook meals. Unlike on the battlefield, there was no need to eat raw meat or bugs. The island had been untouched by humans for years, making it a haven for wildlife, especially seabirds. Eujiming glanced up at a bird's nest in the trees, his eyes lighting up. There were sure to be eggs inside, a great source of protein. He judged the height and decided it would be easy enough to climb. He gripped the trunk, braced his feet against the bark, and swiftly scaled the tree. Amid the startled cries of the adult birds, he quickly emptied the nest. Before climbing down, he paused, then placed one egg back, a trick head learned from seasoned hunters. Leaving one egg behind would keep the birds coming back, ensuring future harvests. Today, Eujiming wore a hooded sweatshirt lined with fleece to ward off the chill. He placed the eggs carefully in his hood. Not only were they safe from breaking, but his hands were free for climbing. The island teemed with snakes, insects, and rodents. In no time, Eujiming had already encountered several snakes. While most people would see them as a threat, to him they were simply extra rations. He quickly sharpened a stick and pinned a snake's head to the ground. After a brief struggle, the snake went limp. Eujiming then strung his catch together with a cord. Eggs and snakes weren't enough to fill him up, so he continued searching for more. He collected a handful of insects wrapped in leaves from the trees. When he returned to camp with his haul, the others fell silent. Eggs made sense. Snakes, they could accept. Even the bugs were expected. But when Yin Wang stepped forward and picked out a black shielded spiny snake and a banded sea kite, he frowned and asked, "Do you know what these are?" Eujiming nodded. Had read every book in the company library, and his memory was flawless. "Do you know they're both venomous?" Yin Wang pressed. Eujiming nodded again, then snatched the snakes back and quickly snapped off their heads. "Is that good enough?" he asked. In his mind, the venom was only in the head, the rest of the snake was edible. Yin Wang slapped his forehead in exasperation. They'd only ever taught Eujiming how to survive in the harshest conditions, where sometimes you had no choice but to take risks and even eat things raw. But these snakes' bodies also contained toxins. Eating them was slow suicide. They weren't desperate enough to take that kind of risk yet. The pile of bugs Eujiming brought back was equally intimidating. Green insects wrapped in bamboo leaves and fat larvae munching on foliage. As his teammates stared at the wriggling creatures, Eujiming quietly explained, "They're not poisonous." The team exchanged uneasy glances. Technically, these things were edible, but who would actually want to eat bugs oozing with green juice? Nyoto explained that these bird eggs and non-venomous snakes were safe to eat. He quickly cleaned the snake meat, planning to roast it over the fire to get them through the night. Their shelter was a simple makeshift hut that Zhao Su and his team had thrown together, with gaps in the walls that let the wind right through. The island sat in a temperate zone, and as night fell, it became overrun with bugs and mosquitoes. The group was practically a feast for the insects. With Eujiming attracting the lion's share, nearly 80% of the mosquitoes seemed to target him alone, leaving his body covered in bites. Unable to sleep, Eujiming wandered over to the campfire, hoping the light and heat might drive away some of the pests. Still, the incessant buzzing of mosquito wings filled his ears. He pulled his hoodie up, curled into himself, and stared at the flickering flames. Just then, footsteps approached. Eujiming glanced over and saw who it was, muttering a quiet "Shifu." Without a word, Nyoto sat down beside him. For a while, neither of them spoke. Eventually, Eujiming broke the silence. "Shifu, how come you're not asleep either? Why aren't you sleeping?" Nyoto replied, tossing the question back. "It's too unfamiliar here. I can't relax." It was a common problem for people like them. In an unfamiliar place, the body instinctively stayed on alert. Even though they knew this deserted island was safe, that instinct was hard to shake. Rustling footsteps sounded again this time. It was Huatonggue. Had been awake since Eujiming got up, quietly watching from the shadows. Now, unable to resist, he joined the others at the fire, sitting right next to Eujiming. Soon, the rest of the group woke up one by one, gathering around the fire and exchanging tired smiles. The only one left in the shelter was Li Tanxiao, still keeping the mosquitoes company. "Perfect. Since nobody can sleep, let's start training early," Yin Wang announced, suddenly all business. Everyone's spirits sank. It was definitely too late to crawl back into bed. Under the captain's orders, they were soon scrambling up the cliffs, all the while secretly envying Li Tanxiao, who was still sleeping like a log. At sunrise the next day, 6 people lay sprawled across the beach, utterly exhausted. Li Tanxiao, having slept soundly all night, was full of energy. When he saw the others lying in a row like corpses, he nearly jumped in fright. Carefully, he crept closer to check if they were breathing. "We're not dead yet." Bai Wuchang, who was closest to him, suddenly spoke up, making Li Tanxiao jerk his hand back in shock. Embarrassed, he asked, "What were you guys doing behind my back?" At his words, several pairs of eyes fixed on him had slept peacefully all night and now looked completely refreshed, which only made the others more resentful. They exchanged glances, got up, and advanced on Li Tanxiao, cracking their knuckles. "We're all on the same team, right? No special treatment." The air was soon filled with his anguished wails. Meanwhile, Eujiming, who was getting some special attention from the captain, was being held down in the sea. Hearing Li Tanxiao's screams, he tried to lift his head to see what was happening, only for Yin Wang to push him back under. "Stay down for a full minute before you come up." Only Eujiming couldn't swim, while the others, though not experts, at least knew the basics. Naturally, this made Eujiming the one who needed extra attention. When he and Yin Wang returned to the beach, they were greeted by an unexpected scene. Among the group watching over the bodies, there was now one more person, covered in fresh bruises and clearly having been thoroughly beaten. Yin Wang cleared his throat, and everyone immediately straightened up and lined up obediently. "Why so tense? Go find something to eat," Yin Wang said, his tone tinged with impatience. After a night of training, last night's food was long gone. They needed to refuel to keep up their strength. Hearing this, Eujiming started heading into the island. Yin Wang quickly called out, "Xiantong, Get back here. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Eujiming was always so impulsive if he went looking for food. There was no telling what trouble he might bring upon the group. No one felt comfortable letting him go alone. The others scattered to search for supplies, leaving Eujiming sitting idly on the beach, waiting for someone to bring him something to eat. Yan Wang picked up a stick and whittled it into a crude bow, handing it to Eujiming like he was giving a toy to a child. Here, play with this. Eujiming took the bow and examined it, puzzled. Do you have any arrows? Yan Wang smacked him lightly on the back of the head, teasing, you really think you're a young master now? Can't you make your own? Resigned, Eujiming shrugged and gathered a pile of branches, sitting alone on the sand to carve arrows. From a distance, he looked a bit like a withdrawn child. Li Tanxiao and Huatongui returned first. Li Tanxiao immediately spotted Eujiming hard at work and walked over, eyes shining with envy. Captain, I want about two. Yan Wang kicked him lightly and scoffed. What are you whining about? Make one yourself if you want it. Li Tanxiao pouted in mock hurt. I'm only 19, why do you always favor old for? He stood up, towering over Yan Wang, his imposing stature making him look like a bear. Still, his feigned grievance was hard to take seriously. Pointing at Huatongui, he complained, old 3 wants 1 too. Huatongui looked confused, not following Li Tangxiu's lead, and waved his hands quickly. I never said I wanted one. Although Huatongui was only 17, he was almost an adult and had outgrown the need to be doted on. Compared to him, Eujiming, at just 15, still had a boyish look and often drew more care and attention from the group. At last, Eujiming finished carving his arrows and tested the bow. It was a bit light, but still usable. He knocked an arrow, and the 3 of them watched closely. With a soft shout, Eujiming released the string the arrow shot out, grazing a seabird and flying off into the distance. It was a near miss, but Eujiming didn't get discouraged. He readied another arrow, focused, and let it fly with more force. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow hit its mark, and the seabird fell from the sky. Nice shot. Li Tanxiao cheered, hurrying over to pick up the bird, muttering excitedly, we're having bird for dinner tonight. The others soon returned to the beach, where a small pile of seabirds now lay. Li Tanxiao quickly started plucking feathers, while Haihei and Baiwu came back with some fresh water, filtered through sand and charcoal until it was finally drinkable. The group sat together, enjoying their unexpected feast, patting Eujiming on the shoulder in thanks and satisfaction. The next hunting mission was assigned to Eujiming. For him, turning an interest into a duty took all the fun out of it. Deep down, he didn't want to take on this task, but with everyone looking at him expectantly, he had no choice but to accept. Soon after, the group began their 2-week training on the island. During this period, Yan Wang noticed that Li Tanxiao was a terrible swimmer. As a result, in the grueling training sessions, Li Tanxiao and Eujiming were singled out for special treatment. While everyone else trained together, the 2 of them became the exception when the others rested. They were forced to stay underwater, holding their breath to the limit, as long as they didn't pass out. Their teammates, who were usually friendly, turned into stern instructors, each taking turns teaching them how to swim. Li Tanxiao protested loudly. This isn't the special treatment I wanted. But his complaints were ignored. Eujiming quietly carried out his tasks without a word, never protesting or even bothering to speak. Compared to him, Li Tangxiu's outbursts seemed almost childish. Watching Eujiming, Li Tanxiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wishing this 15-year-old would at least put up a bit of a fight. But Eujiming never resisted and barely spoke at all. For Li Tanxiao, this oppressive silence was almost unbearable. Get in the water. Ignoring Li Tangxiu's protests, several people worked together to push him into the sea. He struggled with surprising strength, nearly breaking free. Bai Wuchang remarked, even a pig at New Year's is easier to hold down than you. In contrast, Eujiming's training was supervised by Huatongui, who was calm and patient, quietly counting the seconds until Eujiming could come up for air. Everyone envied Huatongui for being able to train Eujiming, while just watching Li Tangxiu's sessions was exhausting. Their approaches couldn't have been more different. Under Huatongui's guidance, Eujiming moved smoothly and gracefully, while Li Tanxiao seemed especially clumsy and awkward by comparison. While guiding Eujiming, Huatongui called out to Li Tanxiao, count me out. Li Tanxiao was so frustrated he was almost fuming, loudly accusing everyone of being unfair. Zhao Su patted him on the shoulder, pointing out the marks left on his face from struggling, and then Bai Wuchang lifted his shirt to reveal a large footprint on his stomach. Even Yan Wang had a bruise in the shape of a foot on his left shoulder. Seeing this evidence, Huatongui immediately grew nervous, shielding Eujiming protectively, worried that Li Tanxiao would lash out again. Li Tangxiu's strength was truly something else. An ordinary person would likely have a bone broken by a single kick. Though his teammates had taken quite a beating, their training made them tough enough to handle it. Only then did Li Tanxiao realize he didn't have the upper hand. He lowered his head and retreated quietly into the background. Eujiming watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. That rare smile seemed precious to everyone, making the whole atmosphere freeze for a second. Eujiming felt a bit awkward, holding a freshly roasted bird stiffly in his hand. wondering how to break the silence. Hey, fourth, you're actually smiling. Huatongue walked over and pinched Eujiming's cheek playfully. Eujiming looked at Huatongue, wanting to say, maybe you should listen to yourself talk for once? But before he could finish the thought, a deafening explosion shattered the calm. Everyone immediately sprang into action, putting out the campfire and scattering to hide. A ball of fire shot down from the sky, like a meteor plunging into the sea. On closer look, it was actually airplane wreckage, plummeting toward the water at breakneck speed. The sea churned violently as a powerful shockwave swept toward them. Brace yourselves, Yin Wang barked, signaling everyone to get ready for impact. This sudden disaster was about to test them in ways they never expected. Boom! A torrent of flames crashed into the ocean, sending towering waves surging across the water's surface. The sea roared as it swept onto the island, smashing apart the wooden shelters built by the Hell Squad. Water surged relentlessly up the shore. The team members clung desperately to anything that could anchor them, fighting against the force of the waves. Meanwhile, debris from the plane rained down from the sky, plunging into the sea one after another. Crack! The tree branch Eujiming was gripping split under the immense pressure of the water. Lao Si! Huatongue shouted, reaching out to grab him only to find that the rock he was holding onto was being dislodged by the current as well. Both men were swept into the raging waters. They weren't alone. Bai Wuchang, who was just as lightweight, was also swallowed by the sea. The three of them were the lightest in the group, and the force of the water easily swept them up when it crashed onto the island. The undertow was far too strong for anyone to resist. By the time the sea retreated, the three had vanished from sight. The plane had crashed far from the island under normal conditions. It would have been nearly impossible to swim there. But the returning current dragged Eujiming and the others in that direction. Although Eujiming had learned to swim from Huatongue recently, the violent currents made it impossible for him to control his movements. After swallowing several mouthfuls of water, he began to sink. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him and pulled him upward. Eujiming felt himself being dragged toward the surface, but his nose, ears, and head were filled with seawater, making him extremely uncomfortable. Huatongue was hauling Eujiming up, but the powerful undertow tossed them from side to side. At that critical moment, a box floated up in front of Huatongue, its handle still hooked around a charred corpse. The fact that the box could support the body meant it was hollow and buoyant. Huatongue grabbed the box and kicked the corpse away with his legs. Instantly, the buoyancy increased, and he rode the box to the surface, pulling Eujiming up with him. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Eujiming broke the surface, he was racked by violent coughing, as if his entire body were filled with seawater. Lao Si, hold on to this, Huatongue said, shoving the box into Eujiming's arms so he could stay afloat. Huatongue then grabbed the box and started swimming toward the island. Shanxiao! Bai Wuchang's weak voice called out from nearby. There was a deep, slanting gash on his back, caused by colliding with falling plane wreckage when he was swept into the water. He was clutching a suitcase that was rapidly taking on water, barely keeping himself afloat, but he was clearly sinking. With such a serious injury, he couldn't move properly. Without help, he would soon be lost to the sea. Huatongue and Eujiming swam over, grabbing Bai Wuchang before he slipped under. Since Huatongue couldn't support both men at once, Eujiming handed the box to the injured Bai Wuchang, while he started paddling forward with the awkward swimming strokes he had just learned. The sea was still rough, and even the smallest waves threw Eujiming off course. He struggled for a long time, but when he looked up, he realized he hadn't made any progress at all. Huatongue, meanwhile, had already pulled Bai Wuchang some distance ahead, but when he looked back, he saw that Eujiming was nowhere near catching up. Panic surged through him, and he quickly turned back to search. At that moment, the rest of their teammates were already approaching from not far away. Huatongue faced a difficult decision. Should he first get the severely injured Bai Wuchang to their teammates, and then go back to look for Eujiming? Or should he return immediately to find him? In the end, he chose to save Bai Wuchang first. Bai Wuchang is badly hurt and needs immediate medical attention, or he won't make it, Huatongue thought to himself, quickening his pace in the water. Meanwhile, Eujiming was struggling to stay afloat on the surface of the sea. He was weak and barely conscious, and just keeping himself above water had drained all his strength. Suddenly, a faint light on the dark water caught his attention. Squinting, Eujiming recognized it as the light from a fishing boat. That's odd. We're nearly 300 nautical miles from land. What's a regular fishing boat doing all the way out here? Eujiming's instincts screamed danger. At that moment, a hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. Eujiming reacted instinctively, twisting free from the grip. It's me, Lao Si, Huatongue called out quietly, surprised by Eujiming's intense reaction. Before Huatongue could figure out what was happening, Eujiming clamped a hand over his mouth and whispered urgently, "There's a fishing boat heading this way. It's probably here because of the crashed plane. We need to get out of here now." Only then did Huatongue notice the faint light in the distance. The appearance of a fishing boat right after the plane crash seemed far too coincidental and highly suspicious. "Let's go?" Huatongwei grabbed Eujiming and started swimming back. Both of them had been in the water for a long time, their bodies losing heat and their muscles growing stiff. They were exhausted and desperately needed to reach the island. Fortunately, their captain and the others were already searching nearby. Huatongwei pulled Eujiming, swimming as fast as he could toward their team. The sea was littered with wreckage from the plane and broken bodies, making their progress even harder. Huatongwei struggled to drag Eujiming forward, every stroke feeling like a race against death. Third brother, you should go on ahead. He'll wait for the captain here. Eujiming gasped, seeing how much Huatongwei was struggling. Save your breath, Huatongwei replied, refusing to let go. Instead, he shifted behind Eujiming, holding him in a backstroke position and kicking slowly. It wasn't fast, but it was the most energy-efficient way to swim. The suspicious fishing boat was getting closer, and Eujiming could now make out its outline. Huatongwei was ready. If the boat got too close, he would dive underwater with Eujiming. Just then, Yin Wang and the others finally found them. Yin Wang grabbed Huatongwei, while Nyoto pulled Eujiming, hauling them both onto the island. The island had just been hit by a tsunami, and all their supplies had been washed away. But the disaster had also helped cover their tracks. The judge was treating Bai Wuchang's wounds, using local herbs to stop the bleeding since they didn't have a medical kit. Meanwhile, Zhao Su was frowning over the strange box Bai Wuchang had brought with him. It was an unusual lockbox, and from the crash site, it seemed to have come straight out of the flames. The surface was covered with charred debris, but the box itself was completely intact. Its color hadn't even changed. Zhao Su found this highly unusual. At that moment, the captain and his rescue team returned. Zhao Su immediately reported the situation with the box to Yin Wang, who, as captain, had to make a decision about it. Eujiming then told everyone about the suspicious fishing boat. Normally, fishing boats operate within 40 to 200 nautical miles of the coast. This island is far beyond the usual range. Plus, the boat showed up right after the plane crashed. It's hard not to suspect that it was waiting in this area for the accident. They might have even predicted where the plane would go down. Yin Wang examined the unusual box with a grave expression. This was no ordinary item. It likely contained critical secrets. He knew that after failing to find anything at sea, the people on that ship would inevitably turn their attention to this small island. The darkness of night might temporarily conceal the island's outline, but once dawn broke, there would be nowhere left to hide. Just as Yin Wang was about to report to the squad leader, an urgent recall order interrupted his plan. The company needed them for a crucial mission, escorting someone named Filijuo Erda into China. This individual possessed evidence of a secret bioweapon program developed by Country M, and his flight was about to land in Buston. 2 hours earlier, Filijuo Erda had reached out to China for help, intending to submit the evidence to the United Nations. The mission was so important that the company dispatched 2 teams to work together. Yin Wang's gaze shifted between the box and the communicator. Suddenly, he asked, is Filijuo Erda's evidence stored in a metal case with a combination lock? On the other end, the squad leader immediately became alert and stood up, pressing, is there a situation on site? Yin Wang gave a concise report. All signs pointed to the crashed plane being Filijuo Erda's flight, and the charred corpse discovered by Huatongwei was likely Filijuo Erda himself. Most crucially, the box in their possession was probably the key piece of evidence that could alter the global balance of power. Secure the box and wait for backup, the squad leader ordered before hanging up and immediately dispatching a team to support Hell Squad. Although this was originally just a training exercise and they were unarmed, Hell Squad was far from defenseless. Yin Wang led the team deeper into the island's interior. Despite its small size, the island's terrain was complicated, home to no large predators but teeming with venomous snakes and insects. They had only ever operated around the perimeter before. This was their first time venturing into the heart of the island. Yin Wang took the lead, with his team following every step precisely. Bai Wuchang carefully carried the injured Bai Wuchang on his back, moving with extreme caution. Although Eujiming's homemade bow had been swept away by the waves, he had already found a sturdy branch and planned to craft a new one during their next break. In these thick woods, close combat would be the main tactic, but a bow could still provide valuable cover fire for the team. In the pitch-black darkness, Yin Wang slowed his pace, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. The faint flick of a snake's tongue or an unnatural silence caused by the presence of poisonous creatures could all signal hidden dangers. Meanwhile, out on the sea, the vessel disguised as a fishing boat was busy retrieving floating debris. A group of foreigners searched through the wreckage, but their efforts remained fruitless. They were getting anxious as well. Investigations into large passenger plane crashes always involve multiple parties. Both the manufacturer and the country operating the aircraft would send specialized search teams, not only to determine the cause of the accident, but also to provide answers to the victims' families. Their mission was to locate a crucial item before the official rescue teams arrived. On the deck of the fishing boat, 5 or 6 people in professional diving gear were already prepared. They checked their oxygen masks and goggles, ready to enter the water at any moment. Conducting an underwater search at this time was extremely dangerous. Not only was the seabed littered with debris, but the impact of the crash had also created unpredictable currents. A single misstep could sweep a diver away or lead to serious injury from sharp wreckage. But they had no choice. Time was running out. The sunken sections of the fuselage needed to be searched thoroughly, as the target was most likely hidden there. Meanwhile, the Inferno squad had set up defenses in a secluded mountain hollow. Eujiming was intently handling a venomous snake. Instead of pinning its head, he drove a wooden spike into its body, carefully coating arrowheads with its venom while carving new arrows. Zhao Su and the others were busy setting traps, while the team leader prepared weapons for the ambush. They had only one night to get everything ready. Once daylight broke, the island was bound to attract attention. Those who had searched the sea in vain would inevitably turn their focus to land. Although the tides had washed away most traces, the Inferno squad's movements were still evident. Unable to erase all signs of their presence, they had no choice but to brace themselves for battle. The judge was tending to Bai Wuchang, who was badly wounded and in urgent need of medical attention. With the company's rescue helicopter still nowhere in sight, the judge did everything possible to stop the bleeding and prevent further blood loss. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced the mist and bathed the island. This clear weather was good news for the searchers on the fishing boat, giving them a much wider field of view. But for the Inferno squad, it was a liability. Their traps would be much easier to spot in the bright light. Sure enough, after searching the sea all night without success, the fishing boat shifted its attention to the island. When they found plain wreckage and signs of human activity along the shore, the group of more than 30 immediately returned to the boat to retrieve their real gear. Mk-14 EBR enhanced battle rifles. These specialized weapons, used by the U.S. Navy Special Forces, were not only fast and accurate, but could also be fitted with a wide array of attachments, from night vision scopes to sniper sights, making them the ultimate tactical tools for any situation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.